You were once a genius of the cultivation sect, awakening the supreme bone, destined for greatness, but during the sect's grand competition, you crushed your senior brother's cultivation core. Unexpectedly, the sect leader flew into a rage and directly removed your supreme bone, leaving you crippled. The elders of the sect, who once treasured you, coldly tossed you into the sect's graveyard, leaving you to fend for yourself. However, what they didn't know was that 100 years later, you looked at these righteous but hypocritical figures and sneered, "Weren't you all after my supreme bone? Now, can you even save your own lives?" At that moment, the law elder retrieved his jade token and coldly snorted as he looked at the sect's graveyard ahead. "You should blame your misfortune for being born into such a small family. Just stay in the graveyard and live as an ordinary person. Maybe you'll die peacefully one day." After saying this, the law elder waved his hand. The space at the entrance of the graveyard rippled, covering the entire sect's graveyard. Without expression, you dragged your severely injured body and walked into the graveyard without looking back. The sect's graveyard spanned 100 miles, filled with countless tombs and gravestones. As you walked forward, you observed the surroundings, recognizing many of the names carved on the tombstones. These were disciples who had contributed greatly to the sect in the past. After walking for a while, you casually found a small dirt mound and slumped down, too weak to continue. Your body was heavily injured, and without any medicine, you had little time left. You were now a complete cripple. Just as your heart sank in despair, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in your mind, "Detection complete. Current location, the sect's graveyard, one of Qingxian sect's most special places. Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in and obtained the ghostly sacred body." You froze in place for a long time before reacting. Although you had never heard of the ghostly sacred body, the term sacred body already indicated something extraordinary. As the system's voice faded, an overwhelming and colossal energy spread instantly, permeating every part of your body. The gap left by the removal of your supreme bone was quickly erased. How long passed, you couldn't tell, but after the ghostly sacred body fully merged with you, your entire being underwent a fundamental transformation. Dark, ink-like, shadowy figures, almost like demons, suddenly appeared above you, shooting straight into the sky, turning into towering purple-black shadows that howled fiercely, shaking the heavens. But in the next moment, the phenomenon disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. Yet, countless powerful figures in the east seemed to sense something, all gazing toward the horizon. In one of the 5 great sects of the east, the Jiuquan Sword sect, several figures stood in midair, staring in shock at the direction where the phenomenon had vanished. This must be the appearance of an unparalleled treasure or an invincible physique. At Wanling sect, an elder in a green robe calmed a 3-headed hellhound by his side and looked up at the sky. "It's been 500 years. My bloodline has been awakened once again." Back at Qingxian sect leader Lin Sunhai and many elders were also disturbed by this phenomenon. Such a phenomenon hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. "Why do I feel a sense of unease?" Lin Sunhai muttered to himself, then turned to the elders behind him. "Go investigate what's happening." Meanwhile, you were feeling the changes in your body, and a smile of uncontrollable joy appeared on your face. Your injuries had healed, and your cultivation had returned to the peak of body refining 9th stage. Although it wasn't fully restored, your foundation was now stronger than ever before. You were even absorbing the yin energy from the graveyard, slowly increasing your cultivation and strengthening your body. But you weren't someone who forgot easily. One day, you would settle the score with those who betrayed you, paying them back 100 times over. The next day, you opened your eyes and looked at a drop of mysterious yin essence in your hand, today's sign-in reward. Without hesitation, you swallowed it, and immense energy surged through you, forcibly breaking open a blocked spiritual vein, advancing to the spirit vein realm. 5 days passed, and through more sign-ins, you obtained a fist-sized millennium cold marrow and a rare spiritual herb, the moon spirit herb. You also noticed that the quality of items obtained from signing in at the same location multiple times was decreasing. Although these spiritual materials were useful for cultivation, they were becoming less helpful for your advancement in the spirit vein 8th stage. In terms of combat power, you could easily defeat the peak version of yourself from before. However, the 8th stage of the spirit vein was still not enough to take revenge on those who had wronged you. They were all at least at the Xiandan realm, not to mention the sect leader. You took a deep breath, hiding the killing intent in your eyes. Right now, you were stuck in the sect's graveyard, unable to leave without the jade token. Trying to force your way out with brute strength was far beyond your current ability. After calming your mind, you continued to cultivate. That night, you seemed to sense something. Your pitch-black eyes slowly opened, and you turned your gaze toward the entrance of the sect's graveyard. At that moment, the graveyard's formation slowly opened a small gap, just enough for one person to enter. A figure dressed in black with a mask covering his face jumped through. "I wonder if that kid is dead yet. Hopefully, he's dead. That would save me some trouble and allow me to leave sooner." A muttering sound came from the man as he entered and headed straight for your direction. At the same time, you woke from your cultivation state. Interesting, they can even send someone into the sect's graveyard. Are they trying to wipe me out completely? The 3rd stage of spirit vein is weak, but if I'm still in a crippled state, I'll be as good as dead. I was just looking for an opportunity to get out of here, and now I'll take a little interest from you first. At this point, you were only a mile or two from the entrance. The man in black, following the faint traces, was getting closer. Suddenly, the man stopped, his dark eyes widening as he stared at a young figure walking toward him. You looked at the man in black and didn't rush to make a move. This place is deserted, and it's rare to see another person. I might as well have some fun. A cripple who doesn't hide but instead actively appears. Should I say you have guts, or that your cultivation loss has messed with your brain? A violent fluctuation of spiritual power surged, and the man in black shot toward you. Fire Yuan Palm? This secret technique belongs to elderly Lan's lineage. Seeing the black-clad man's move, your eyes flickered, and your face remained calm. In the next moment, your figure appeared in front of the black-clad man like a ghost. With just a raise of his hand, he lightly swung it. A wave of cold, extreme energy appeared, landing on his chest under the shocked, disbelieving gaze of the man in black. Bang! A huge force struck, accompanied by cold air that invaded his body like maggots, freezing his veins and blood in an instant. Put! The man in black was severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, but it was blocked by his mask, soaking the entire mask. His energy instantly withered, and he was sent flying backward. One strike, one kill. He wasn't dead, but was severely injured, with no strength to fight again. If Su Qing had used more than 1/10 of his strength, this palm would have crushed him into dust, killing him without a chance to survive. You weren't your cultivation crippled? How is that possible? The man in black collapsed on the ground, horrified, staring at Su Qing who was walking toward him. It was spread throughout the sect that Su Qing's cultivation had been crippled, his veins broken, completely a useless person. But now, the Su Qing before him not only hadn't lost his cultivation, but had become even stronger than before. Slap! Su Qing stomped on the man in black's chest, applying slight pressure, making the man scream in pain. Looking down at the man from above, Su Qing slowly spoke, "It was Li Yunfei who sent you, wasn't it?" Humph. The man in black wasn't foolish. From the attack just now, Su Qing had already guessed his identity, but so what? Su Qing couldn't leave here. Even if he was defeated, next time, someone stronger would come. It wouldn't take long before Su Qing would be dead for sure. Li Yunfei is so cunning, and even has such a loyal lackey with so much backbone? Seeing this, Su Qing shook his head, then put more force into his foot, killing the man in black on the spot. After searching the corpse for a moment, Su Qing found a piece of jade with a green bird carved on the front and the character Li carved on the back. This was the key specifically used to open the sect's mausoleum's formation, but compared to the one from the law enforcement elder, it was smaller and the energy inside was much weaker. It could probably only open a small gap, just enough for 1 or 2 passes. Spiritual energy mark? While rubbing the jade, Su Qing suddenly sensed a faint spiritual energy mark inside it, very familiar. After a slight probe, Su Qing realized that the spiritual energy mark should belong to Li Yunfei. With the jade, I can leave, but now, my strength isn't enough. I might not even get far before someone discovers me. At that time, I would really be doomed. After thinking for a while, Su Qing decided to continue hiding. He would keep signing in at the sect's mausoleum until his strength was enough to protect himself, or even overthrow everything, then leave. Looking at the body of the man in black, Su Qing made a plan. He found a hidden small hill, dug a pit, buried the body, and cleaned up any traces so that nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Then, Su Qing walked a little further into the mausoleum, found a tomb, and casually threw the jade near some grass beside it. Xiao Mo, 300 years ago, the 7th elder of the Qingxian sect, in order to resist the invasion of the demon sect, fought alone against the 3 top masters of the demon sect, protecting many disciples of Qingxian sect. His achievements were remarkable, and after his death, he was buried here. Looking at the identity information on the tombstone, Su Qing nodded, then left with satisfaction. Sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spirit gathering pill. Looking at the pill in his hand, Su Qing furrowed his brow. 3 days had passed since the black-clad man incident. In these 3 days, the quality of the items obtained from signing in had gradually decreased, to the point where now, he could only receive spirit-gathering pills, which were only helpful to cultivators below the 5th level of the spirit vein realm. For Su Qing now, they were no longer of any use. This is still the outermost area of the sect's cemetery, and it's time to go deeper. Su Qing did not linger, walking directly away from the place. The sect's cemetery covers 100 miles. The outskirts are mostly small hills, graves, and mounds, and one can also see many corpses long dead, wearing the disciple robes of the Qingxian sect. After not walking far, Su Qing saw no less than a dozen of these corpses, which had not even earned the right to be buried, left exposed to the elements. Su Qing couldn't help but feel a little sad. If it weren't for his system and still being in the state of a waste, it wouldn't take long before he would end up just like those corpses on the ground. With a sigh, Su Qing quickened his pace. As Su Qing went deeper, the cold, eerie chill in the air around him grew stronger. If an ordinary person stayed in this environment too long, the cold would corrode them, slowly freezing their spiritual power, blood, and even internal organs. However, the Yinming holy body ran on its own, allowing Su Qing to completely ignore the surrounding cold aura and even feel incredibly comfortable. After traveling about 10 miles deeper, Su Ching stopped. Here, it was on the outer edge of a range of large mountains. There were fewer small hills and mounds around, and the landscape was now dotted with small mountains rising to 100 feet. However, the vegetation was scarce, making the area look a bit desolate. Gravestones and spirit tablets could still be seen, but compared to the outermost area, there were far fewer. Su Chang was now standing on a mountain no more than 100 feet high, at the halfway point. This was a flat area, where 3 graves were arranged in a row at the base of the mountain cliff. Apart from these 3 graves, there were few gravestones or spirit tablets to be seen around. Zhang Qiu, 500 years ago, the true heir of Qingxian sect, accidentally obtained some kind of inheritance and practiced a mysterious technique that made him invincible in the same realm, even capable of slaying enemies above his level. He overwhelmed all the young generation in Dongwon, becoming Qingxian sect's most famous genius. Su Chang walked up to a grave and saw the identity information on it, his expression slightly shaken. Looking down, Su Chang became even more shocked. With a cultivation of the 7th layer of the creation realm, he entered the demon domain alone and fought a battle against the demon sect. Although he returned alive, he was seriously injured. Even the sect master personally attempted to save him but couldn't. He died at the age of only 29. It was a regret, a sorrow. Qingxian sect lost a genius who was destined to become a supreme figure in the future, even a powerhouse in the Saint realm. However, this battle made Zhang Qiu's name resound throughout the entire Donghuang. As for that inheritance, the mysterious technique, it was lost with Zhang Qiu's death, never left behind. Chapter 4, The Great Buddha Poem, The Panchen Dragon Breaking Heaven Spear. Qingxian sect has stood in Donghuang for thousands of years, and their foundation is not shallow. Even 500 years ago, they had such a genius. Su Ching sighed, then directly sat down cross-legged in front of the grave, without looking at the other 2 graves. Cultivation was important, perhaps those enemies were secretly plotting something again. It was better to improve his strength quickly to protect himself. Soon, the second day arrived. Sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-tier Saint Grade Xian technique, Great Buddha Poem. Would you like to cultivate it? Su Ching was shocked. Saint Grade Xian technique? Such a level of Xian technique was not even possessed by Qingxian sect, which had stood in Donghuang for thousands of years. The strongest Xian technique they had was only a low-tier spirit grade 1. On the Xiantian continent, the cultivation methods, Xian techniques, and pills practiced by cultivators are all classified into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with above them the Spirit grade, Saint grade, and Emperor grade. Each rank is further divided into low, middle, high, and supreme grades. A Saint grade Xian technique is extremely rare across the entire Xiantian continent. Only legendary ancient lands and ancient families might possess such techniques. Wait, the owner of this grave, Zhang Qiu, practiced some mysterious Xian technique. Since I signed in before his grave, could it be? Su Ching thought of a possibility. He was in a special place, and he could sign in. In the sect's cemetery, if you sign in front of a certain grave, is it possible to receive something from the owner of that grave? It's possible, we can try again next time. This matter is not urgent, and since I've already signed in today, I will test this possibility again tomorrow when I sign in. Su Ching adjusted his mindset and then sat up straight. The cultivation technique I am practicing, combined with the 9 Yang Qing Tianju of Qingxian sect, works quite well, but when used with the Yuming Saint body, it's just barely acceptable. Now, the Saint-level technique can directly replace it. With the Yuming Saint body and the Great Floating Buddha Poem, my combat power is going to be monstrous, right? Filled with excitement, Su Ching immediately said, "Cultivate." Buzz. A beam of mysterious light appeared and instantly entered Su Ching's brow. Mysterious, strange, and obscure characters exploded in Su Ching's mind. The mental technique of the Great Floating Buddha Poem resonated in Su Ching's mind, as if the sound of the Tao was reverberating. Circles of deep gray mysterious light began to ripple around Su Ching. Before he knew it, Su Ching's palms began to move along some profound trajectory. He raised his palm, lifted it upwards, then lowered it. It seemed as if each movement contained some hidden Tao rhythm. In the air, an extremely heavy, oppressive, and domineering aura began to rise and fall. At the same time, above the sect's cemetery, the originally clear sky suddenly filled with grayish, shining light, forming a vast, deep abyss of the sky. A blurry hand appeared within the abyss, its power overwhelming the world, annihilating everything in its path. As soon as the floating Buddha appeared, it suppressed the sky. Destroying the heavens and crushing the earth, it swept through the world. A mysterious aura spread from the sky, shaking the entire eastern wasteland, waking up all the powerful cultivators once again. Everyone looked up at the sky, stunned by the phenomenon across the heavens. Another natural phenomenon? What's going on in the eastern wasteland lately? Is the heaven Tao showing favor? Constantly bestowing blessings? What treasure has appeared this time? Another peerless treasure? Qingxian sect, Lin Sanhai and a group of elders stood in midair, looking at the slowly dissipating phenomenon, their expressions grave. Lin Sanhai pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice, "Mobilize all the disciples and elders above the Xiandan realm, search within 1,000 miles, we must seize this peerless treasure." After several elders responded, a middle-aged man, dressed in a mysterious robe, with an extremely thick aura, looked towards Lin Sanhai and said softly, "Sect Master, my son is at a crucial moment and needs time to go into seclusion." Let him go into seclusion. Grand Elder, give the order, have the others start moving. Understood. Grand Elder Li Lan, with a cultivation of the third layer of the Cave Heaven realm, had been the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect for nearly 100 years. His gaze flickered as he spoke with a serious tone, "After this, other sects will probably make a big move. The Eastern Wasteland is about to fall into chaos." Lin Sanhai's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "What about Su Qing? He's been in the sect's cemetery for over 10 days, hasn't he?" Upon hearing this, Li Lan's eyes flickered slightly, but his face remained unchanged as he replied, "His life or death is unknown. Whether he lives or dies is his own fate. Let's not worry about him. Go ahead and give the order." "Yes." Sect cemetery. Su Qing slowly withdrew his palms and deeply exhaled. His boiling blood and surging spiritual power began to gradually calm down. The system directly infused him with the knowledge, and with the Yuming Saint body, Su Qing instantly mastered the first move of the saint-level technique, the Great Floating Buddha Palm. Even in a desperate state, he could barely execute the second move. However, just the first move alone consumed an enormous amount of energy. Su Qing estimated that with his current cultivation base, he could perform it only twice before exhausting himself. But the power was also terrifying. Mountain shaking. The first move of the Great Floating Buddha Palm. Once performed, it could shatter mountains and rivers, fierce and domineering. With this palm, Su Chang was confident that even a Xiandan realm cultivator would drink hate and die on the spot. With the cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Meridian realm, the Yuming Sacred Body, and the first move of the Great Buddha Palm, Su Qing now had the confidence to annihilate a Xiandan realm cultivator. The following moves, I can only practice once my cultivation improves. Su Qing only felt a brief moment of regret before continuing his cultivation. Although there was plenty of time, Su Qing didn't want to waste it. Becoming stronger sooner meant he could go out earlier, gain the ability to protect himself, and even have the confidence to overturn and annihilate those people. The next day, Su Qing woke up from his cultivation state and said softly, "Sign in." Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a heavenly grade supreme spiritual weapon, the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear. Su Chang was momentarily stunned, then with a thought, a spear about 10 feet long, radiating a purple-gold color with a dragon-like shape coiling around it, appeared in his hand. The system provided a description. The spear's body is made from a rare heavenly material, purple goldwood. The spearhead is crafted from the bones of a Jiaolong dragon, sharp and unparalleled, exuding a strong killing aura. Moreover, the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear contains a trace of the Jiaolong's remnant soul. The spear body is extremely heavy. Not to mention using advanced spear techniques, just the weight alone would crush through most Xiandan realm cultivators without them daring to block it. Such a good item. Su Qing was quite pleased. Although it was only a heavenly grade supreme weapon, it was more than enough for Su Qing at this moment. The weapon used by his past life was merely an earth grade supreme weapon, the Qingyang sword, a reward from the sect for being named Saint Sun, which couldn't compare to the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear. It's a pity that I don't have suitable spear techniques right now. Otherwise, the weapon's power could increase by several levels. Though there was regret, Su Qing was still very satisfied. At least his trump card had increased once again. Most importantly, as expected, my guess was correct. The Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear is recorded in the sect's history, and it was the exclusive weapon of a Saint Son of the Qingxian sect 500 years ago. The record mentions that this weapon was destroyed, and at that time, besides Zhang Xiu, no one else should have had it, right? Chapter 5, 9th level of the Spirit Meridian Realm. After this experiment, Su Qing confirmed that if he signed in at a certain person's grave or within a certain range, the items he obtained would be closely related to the grave's owner. And if he was in a random open space, the rewards would be random depending on the special location Su Qing was in. Su Qing waved his hand, placing the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear aside, looking at Zhang Qiu's tombstone and whispered, "It seems that in the future, if I sign in at ancient places or ancient families, I might be able to obtain their inheritance? This is against the heavens." Su Qing could only deeply sigh. Truly, the system was unbelievable. With a thought, the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear was stored in the system space, and Su Qing continued his cultivation without thinking much about it. Time passed quickly, and half a month went by. Besides Zhang Qiu's tomb, there were 2 other tombs located tens of feet apart. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, clearly showing that no one had tended to it for a long time. The disciples who were demoted to the sect's cemetery had responsibilities like guarding and cleaning, but after entering this place, who had the heart for it? Perhaps most people had a mentality of waiting for death, with no expectations for the future. Until death, they were only accompanied by countless tombs and spiritual tablets. The Spirit Meridian Realm's 9th level, this cultivation speed is dozens of times faster than before. Su Ching stretched lazily, and a crisp crackling sound came from his body as an extremely powerful and solid spiritual energy aura surged out. In just a month since entering the sect's cemetery, Su Ching's cultivation had soared like a rocket. Such a cultivation speed, if discovered by other cultivators in the outside world, would surely shock them to the core. If it weren't for the fact that the quality of the rewards from signing in recently had greatly diminished, Su Ching's cultivation could have advanced even further. It's time to change locations again. Standing up, Su Ching bowed slightly to Zheng Qiu's tombstone. He then walked toward another tomb that was over 10 paces away. Qingxian Sect, Liang Peak. This place was the training ground of the Grand Elders faction. Liang Peak was several thousand feet high, covering an enormous area. At the center of Liang Peak, there was a massive spirit-gathering array, the peak with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in all of Qingxian Sect, except for the main peak where the sect leader resided. Qingxian Sect had 9 major peaks, each managed by one of the 9 elders, and each peak had thousands or even tens of thousands of disciples. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. In a previous life, Su Ching was one of the true disciples of the second elder Mo Zhang, from Tianyang Peak. Only true disciples were able to take an elder as their master. At the very top of Liang Peak, a grand 3-story pavilion stood tall, and in the innermost secret room of the 3rd floor of the pavilion, a handsome young man was sitting cross-legged, his whole body radiating intense waves of spiritual energy. At the back of his spine, a bright golden light flickered, and a golden bone the size of a palm was slowly merging with his own spine. Merge for me. With the young man's sharp command, the fusion speed suddenly increased, and in no time, the golden bone was completely absorbed and merged into his body. As the golden bone fused completely, the young man's aura began to rise rapidly, and a mysterious, domineering energy radiated outward. It was an aura that seemed to sweep across the world, one of unmatched supremacy. The young man's cultivation also ascended from the 1st level of the Xiandan realm, quickly reaching the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm. Ha! With my father's help and all kinds of heavenly treasures, I've finally successfully fused this bone. Ha ha ha! From now on, Li Yunfei, will rise to the heavens and attain that supreme position. A voice full of joy echoed through the secret room. Li Yunfei, the eldest son of Grand Elder Li Lan, was 7 years older than Su Ching, but he was still considered a genius in Qingxian Sect. At the age of 25, his cultivation had already reached the 1st level of the Xiandan realm, second only to Su Ching in terms of talent. The next moment, Li Yunfei retracted his aura, his face turning dark. He slowly spoke to the empty space behind him. Has there been no news of Asan? A mass of black mist slowly materialized, eventually forming into a man dressed in black robes. A deep voice came from the man's mouth. The mark is still there, but the person has never come out. He must have died inside. What a waste! Li Yunfei stood up, his expression cold and stern. In a while, I'll ask father for another jade token. You personally go then. As long as Su Ching's death is not confirmed, I won't be at ease. Understood. Looking at the black-robed man, Li Yunfei smiled faintly. I still need some time to fully adapt to this bone. I hope you bring back good news. Beneath the black cloth covering his face, the black-robed man's expression remained unchanged, but there was an aura of killing intent. As he slowly spoke, young master, rest assured and focus on your seclusion. Nodding, Li Yunfei said no more. He waved his hand, and the black-robed man slowly disappeared from the secret room. Once again sitting cross-legged, Li Yunfei's eyes flickered as he gazed toward the sect's cemetery, muttering softly, once I fully adapt to this supreme bone, father will recommend me to the Taishan spirit sect. Su Ching, if there's anyone to blame, it's only you who blocked my path. Sect cemetery, Su Ching was examining a tombstone before him. Luya, one of the elders of Qingxian sect from 500 years ago, was knowledgeable and had cultivated many excellent disciples for the sect, making a great contribution. Although he didn't have the same legendary reputation as Zhang Qiu, for a sect, excellent disciples were the true foundation. Many of the older generation of elders in the sect had been taught by this elder. He was buried here, next to the tomb of Zhang Qiu, and he was worthy of such a position. I wonder what I will receive by signing in front of this person's tomb. Su Ching thought, curious and expectant. But today, he had already signed in. He could only shake his head and walk towards the 3rd tomb. However, when Su Ching saw the information on the tombstone, he was slightly stunned. Because the owner of this tombstone, Su Ching had heard of him. Zhang Yu, one of the true disciples of Tianyang Peak of the Qingxian sect 100 years ago, was in the same generation of disciples as Su Ching's previous master, the second elder Mo Zhang. He had high talent and extremely good luck. In several secret realms that appeared across the eastern wilderness, he seized a lot of cultivation resources and brought them back to the sect, greatly improving the foundation of the Qingxian sect. He also made great contributions, and at that time, he was the most favored candidate for the next Tianyang Peak elder position. Unfortunately, because he had fought with many powerful opponents in secret realms multiple times, he had accumulated many hidden injuries. In a sudden accident, he ultimately died without any chance of recovery. More than 10 years later, the previous Tianyang Peak elder became the supreme elder of Qingxian sect, retreating to the sect's secret place. Mo Zhang's cultivation also reached the Fate Creation realm, and he became the current elder of Tianyang Peak. It has been more than 70 years since Mo Zhang became the elder. As Mo Zhang's disciple, Su Qing, to some extent, had heard some stories about Zhang Yu from Mo Zhang. Unexpectedly, today he saw Zhang Yu's tomb here. Mo Zhang. I still vividly remember the cold and indifferent expression you had when you watched me being stripped of my supreme bone, with my meridian sealed, and you never once spoke up for me. When thinking about this person, a trace of coldness rose in Su Qing's eyes. As a master, Mo Zhang had watched as Su Qing was stripped of his supreme bone and his meridians were sealed, yet he never defended him at all. This caused Su Qing immense inner pain and resentment at that time. Although Su Qing was now reborn with a new body, thinking of that scene still made his anger rise. You call yourself a master, and you didn't participate when it came to targeting me, that's best. But if you were involved, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Muttering to himself, Su Qing adjusted his mentality and sat cross-legged in front of Zhang Yu's tomb on a flat ground. Time passed quickly, and the next day soon arrived. Sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level spirit-grade spiritual tool, the Skyward Ring. Do you wish to acknowledge it as your master? Upon hearing this reward, Su Qing's expression slightly changed. Acknowledge it as my master. Suddenly, Su Qing felt like his soul had connected with something. Raising his right hand, an ancient, silver-white ring engraved with clouds appeared in his palm. The information about the Skyward Ring also appeared in Su Qing's mind. Inside, it had its own space, able to contain everything in an instant. Its area was as large as tens of thousands of square meters. Moreover, this Skyward Ring could independently absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, providing nourishment to its master and assisting in cultivation. A storage ring, this is a good item. It's like wearing a device that automatically absorbs spiritual energy at all times. With the ghostly sacred body, the two will stack up, and my cultivation speed will soar, right? A low-level spirit-grade item, this was already quite rare. At least in the entire Qingxian sect, there were barely any spirit-grade spiritual tools. Su Qing rubbed the Skyward Ring in his hand, smiled in satisfaction, and then put it on his index finger. The moment he put it on, the Skyward Ring slowly became translucent and eventually disappeared. It didn't truly disappear, it simply concealed its trace. This, even spiritual sense can't detect it? Su Qing was stunned, immediately extending his spiritual sense to check, but found nothing. If the Skyward Ring hadn't acknowledged him as its master, he wouldn't have been able to detect its presence. He couldn't help but wonder, how strong would the cultivation need to be to hide traces and prevent detection? This is a good haul. Keep going. Su Qing felt quite wonderful in his heart. Of course, he didn't slack off and diligently resumed his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Su Qing had been cultivating here, signing in for a month, and had received many good things. It's time to change places again. As the quality of the items he received from signing in became lower, Su Qing had no choice but to set off again, looking for a new place to sign in. However, before leaving, Su Qing bowed slightly in front of the three tombs. It was not because the three had contributed to the Qingxian sect that she made this gesture, but simply because, due to these tombs, Su Qing had gained some treasures from her sign-in. These treasures had improved Su Qing's cultivation and strength in all aspects. 9th level of the Spirit Vessel realm, only one step away from condensing the Xiandan and entering the Xiandan realm. The Great Buddha poem has also improved a lot. Thank you, 3. With a slight smile, Su Qing turned and left. Following the mountainside path, she ascended, heading upward. The mountain peak stood 100 feet tall, with tombs and spiritual tablets scattered around. But as Su Qing walked further up, fewer tombs and spiritual tablets appeared. Instead, lush trees began to appear. The closer she got to the peak, the more luxuriant the trees became, and the vitality in the air was much stronger, a complete contrast to the desolate state of other places. Soon, Su Qing reached the top of the mountain. At the summit, the trees were even denser, and a tomb sat at the very center of the peak. No other tombs or spiritual tablets could be seen around. A tomb occupying the entire peak, built in such a grand manner. Who could be buried here? Su Qing became curious and quickly walked forward. The gray-white tombstone, as large as a door, recorded the tomb's owner and their life. Kai Wenchuan, one of the founding ancestors of the Qingxian sect, the eldest disciple of the Yuanwu sect master, unmatched in killing, incredibly powerful, able to fight against thousands of enemies, and was respected as the battle maniac, earning a glorious reputation. He was supposed to be the next sect master but was framed and tricked into entering the ancient forbidden area of the Yunxian land. Though he eventually escaped alive, all his cultivation was lost. He was also poisoned by an unknown toxin, and even Yuan Wu, the sect master at the time who was at the half-step saint realm, couldn't do anything about it. The eldest disciple of the founding ancestor? This background is quite impressive. Su Qing was deeply shaken. The Qingxian sect had existed for over 10,000 years, and even in that era, it was one of the most well-known sects on the entire Xian-Tian continent. It was incredibly glorious, with many supreme realm experts within the sect, and the three founding ancestors had all reached the half-step saint realm. But as the saying goes, prosperity is bound to decline. With the passage of time and the emergence of new strong individuals, each generation grew stronger than the last. Without stepping into the saint realm, one's lifespan would not exceed 5,000 years. Several ancestors, due to insufficient opportunities from the heavenly Tao, were just one step away from the saint realm, but they never made it. Some fell, and over time, the Qingxian sect gradually declined. Many of its teachings and treasures were either lost, missing, or completely forgotten. Today, the Qingxian sect was still one of the 5 major sects in the eastern wasteland, but compared to 10,000 years ago, it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. No wonder the tomb is placed alone at the peak, built in this way. This person certainly has the status to deserve it. Su Qing observed the surroundings of the tomb and found that the scenery was quite pleasant. At least it was not a barren place filled with numerous tombs and overgrown weeds. If she ignored the cold temperature, this place would actually be a decent resting place. I wonder what I could get from signing in at this place. The eldest disciple of a founding ancestor. Wouldn't they give me some world-shaking treasure? Finding a comfortable spot less than a yard from the tombstone, Su Qing sat down with anticipation and began cultivating, waiting for the next day to arrive. The next day, Su Qing withdrew from her cultivation state and immediately said, "Sign in." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine ability secret method, Thunderstrike the 9 heavens. Would you like to cultivate it? Upon hearing this reward, Su Qing's eyes narrowed in disbelief. It was actually a divine ability secret method? As expected of the system. It can even sign in divine ability secret methods. This is a method closely related to the world's laws and the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Su Qing, as a former holy son, had naturally heard of these divine ability secret methods. There are 3,000 paths in the world, and 10,000 secret methods of divine abilities. Each divine ability secret method can be connected to a specific grand Tao. Cultivating to the extreme, one can comprehend the grand way, stepping into the sacred realm. Killing and defending divine abilities, body techniques. Only those super large sects, ancient factions, ancient tribes forces with extremely long-lasting legacies, have divine ability secret techniques passed down. To acquire a divine ability secret technique is a tremendous opportunity. Unexpectedly, this time, the sign-in directly rewarded a divine ability secret technique. Su Qing's gaze turned towards Kai Wenchuan's tomb, deeply moved, and murmured, "So you mastered a divine ability secret technique, Thunderstrike 9 heavens, a killing-type divine ability secret technique. No wonder you are called the battle maniac, unmatched in attack and slaughter." However, Su Qing had never heard before that Qingxian sect had any divine ability secret technique passed down. It seems, it was lost under those long years. Su Qing was very clear, divine ability secret techniques are very powerful, but extremely difficult to cultivate. Root, talent, comprehension, none can be lacking. Divine ability secret technique, I want to see how difficult it is to cultivate. His mind focused, Su Qing directly said in his mind, "Cultivate." As soon as the words fell, a mysterious and profound character appeared in front of him, then entered Su Qing's brow. Chapter 7, Xiandan Realm. Thunderstrike 9 heavens, turning the body into thunder, with each breath slaughtering tens of thousands of enemies, able to wield the power of heaven and earth, shaking the world. This is a peerless body technique, invincible in offense, a divine ability secret technique. After entering the cultivation, to reach mastery, one must use thunder to assist cultivation, absorbing the power of thunder, storing it throughout the body. A few days later. Phew, although I haven't truly entered the path, it's almost there. But if entering is this difficult, the later stages of cultivation must be as hard as reaching the heavens. And with such harsh cultivation methods, no wonder it's a divine ability secret technique. Su Qing opened his eyes, feeling the surging spiritual power within his body, he lightly exhaled. Strands of lightning flickered in his eyes, and a world of the underworld appeared intermittently. The two merged, seeming as if the underworld was truly descending. Su Qing, based on the underworld saint body, supplemented by various heavenly and earthly treasures, still hadn't fully entered the cultivation of this divine ability secret technique. Mainly, the best cultivation method for this divine ability secret technique is to be in a place filled with thunder, then the cultivation speed can truly be realized. Currently, Su Qing was only relying on his own physique and bone structure, not yet entering the cultivation path, which was understandable. Thunder strike 9 heavens, this divine ability secret technique is indeed extremely difficult to cultivate. To enter the path is not something that can be done quickly. However, Su Qing has plenty of time, and in addition, Su Qing's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Vein realm. Only one step away from breaking through to the Xiandan realm. The urgent task is to break through first. All 9 meridians opened, the great circle of the body's great rotation is complete. It's time to start condensing the Xiandan. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing began his full-force breakthrough. And as Su Qing broke through, outside the sect's tomb, the storm began to stir. The birth of a natural phenomenon had already kept the entire eastern wilderness busy. All forces were probing for news. A natural phenomenon that had not appeared in 1,000 years had appeared repeatedly within a few months, and none of the 5 major sects of eastern wilderness would sit idly by. Each sect had sent many disciples, even elders. But after several days of searching, there was still not a single useful clue. Qingxian sect, in the conference hall. Sect Master Lin Sunhai, along with 7 or 8 elders, gathered here. The great elderly Lan's gaze darkened slightly, looking at the sect master Lin Sunhai, who was seated at the main seat, and spoke. Sect master, we've searched through the entire Qingxian sect's domain, yet we still haven't found the source of the natural phenomenon. This is truly strange. Why has the natural phenomenon appeared repeatedly, but left no trace? One of the elders also spoke. There are some rumors that say these natural phenomena seem to be within our Qingxian sect's domain. Recently, some disciples reported that they have seen many people from Wanling sect and Jiuxuan sword sect. But we've even dug 3 feet into the ground and found nothing. Why do they think it's within our Qingxian sect's domain? On the main seat, Lin Sunhai's expression slightly shifted, and he spoke in a low voice. The Wanling sect has an elder who is skilled in divination. With that person's ability, perhaps they have predicted something. Li Lan's mind moved slightly, and he took a step forward, saying, Sect Master, could it be that the strange phenomenon truly came from within the jurisdiction of our Qingxian sect? The other elders also exchanged glances, all somewhat skeptical. After a discussion and debate, there was still no clear solution. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Sunhai spoke again. Keep a close eye on the movements of the 2 sections. Elder, stay behind. The rest of you elders, please leave. Yes. Soon, only Lin Sunhai and Li Lan remained in the meeting hall. Lin Sunhai's gaze fixed on Li Lan as he slowly began to speak. How is Yunfei doing lately? Has he fully adapted to the Supreme Bone? Replying to the sect master, Yunfei still needs some more time before he can perfectly adapt to the Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone is not his innate body, so adapting perfectly will indeed take some time. Nodding, Lin Sunhai revealed a faint smile and continued, the Taishan Ling sect has already been informed. Once Yunfei fully adapts to the Supreme Bone, they will send someone over. A trace of joy appeared in Li Lan's eyes as he bowed respectfully and said, Thank you, sect master. Waving his hand, Lin Sunhai's tone shifted as he spoke again. How is the situation with the demon sect? After the last incident, although things have been calm for a while, the demon sect is always a great tumor in Donghuang. Such peace is unlike their style. Lu Rui's whereabouts are unknown, but she was seen in Liuzhou City half a month ago. Her 6-tailed spirit fox bloodline has already awakened to 3 tails, and that was her last appearance. The saintess of the demon sect, exceptionally cunning. She must be plotting something in the shadows. Saying this, Lin Sunhai shifted his gaze, looking towards the horizon as he murmured, Donghuang is already in chaos, and we must always be prepared. The two continued to secretly discuss something, and by the time Li Lan left, it was already near dusk. At the same time, outside the Qingxian sect's mountain gate. In a hidden mountain gorge, a figure in a purple gauze dress, with a slender and graceful figure, stopped here. Her face was masked, revealing only a pair of alluringly beautiful eyes. The pale purple pupils emitted an unusual charm. Could it really be from the Qingxian sect? A coquettish voice, full of charm, echoed. The woman slightly raised her eyes and looked towards the direction of the Qingxian sect, murmuring. In the next moment, the woman transformed into a purple shadow, vanishing from her original spot. As the sun set behind the mountains, the night deepened. At this time, Su Qing was also at a critical breakthrough point. Spirit energy surged wildly within his body, transforming into waves of raging sea, surging from 9 spiritual meridians and finally converging in his dantian. Within the spatial ring, the many heavenly materials, elixirs, and spiritual materials obtained from the Sinans were consumed without hesitation by Su Qing, and then transformed into vast amounts of pure spiritual power that he absorbed. At the same time, the spatial ring continuously absorbed spiritual energy and fed it back to Su Qing. Unknowingly, a faintly visible golden dan appeared at the center of Su Qing's dantian. The Yin Ming sacred body was in motion, purple-black air currents rippling, swirling around this golden dan. Finally, they merged into the Golden Dan, transforming into purple patterns that covered the Golden Dan, giving it an otherworldly appearance. Xian Dan Realm, success. With Su Qing's loud roar, it was as if the ruler of the Yin Ming was roaring, suppressing the nine hells, crossing the Yin Ming. In his Dantian, the purple pattern Golden Dan fully formed at this moment, floating in the center of the Dantian. From all directions, a sea of spiritual energy surrounded the purple-patterned Golden Dan. An overwhelming, oppressive aura radiated from it, exuding an extraordinary presence. Xian Dan Realm. In just a few months since entering the sect's tomb, Su Qing had gone from being a wasted cultivator with his cultivation destroyed to not only recovering all his strength but also advancing further to the Xian Dan Realm. Moreover, this Golden Dan of Su Qing was unlike any other. The purple patterns all over it were filled with the mysterious, as if an entire Yin Ming world was flowing within it. The air was thick, oppressive, and filled with a sense of authority. This sense of power, it must be at least 10 times stronger than a cultivator of the same realm, right? Chapter 8, Restrictions? With his fists slightly clenched, Su Qing felt his condition and showed a joyful expression. The minor success of the infernal saint body. The Xian Dan Realm. Just by his sheer strength, Su Qing could feel an incredibly powerful sensation. Besides that, Su Qing also mastered the low-level saint-grade Xian technique, the Great Buddha Palm. With his current cultivation, he could easily perform the second move. He also possessed a top-tier heaven-grade spiritual weapon, the Panlong Breaking the Sky Spear. With so many abilities, Su Qing's overall combat power was terrifyingly strong. Furthermore, he had a unique body technique and an unmatched secret divine technique for both offense and defense. Once Su Qing cultivated and mastered it, his strength would rise to another level. What a powerful feeling. I wonder if I can shock those people and collect some interest. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Qing's mouth as he began calculating when to get his revenge. However, after thinking for a moment, Su Qing shook his head. It's easy to cut down some of the younger generation, but Li Yunfei's father, the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect, was at the third layer of the Cave Heaven realm 10 years ago. Now, he must be close to breaking through to the fourth layer, right? Su Qing had many enemies, and many of them were very powerful. The Grand Elder, Li Lan, was one of them. Besides him, the sect master of Qingxian sect, Lin Sanghai, was also not a good person. Once Su Qing killed the younger generation or even defeated the older generation, Lin Sanghai would definitely not sit idly by. Lin Sanghai, the sect master, had already reached the 7th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Su Qing had just stepped into the Xian Dan realm. The difference in their strength was still too great, so he had to continue to be cautious. Then, I'll continue to cultivate. With that decision, Su Cheng once again entered his cultivation state. Sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a low-grade Xian pill, the Open Meridian pill. Without even looking at it, Su Qing stored the pill into his spatial ring. He sighed and said, it's time to change locations. The first time Su Qing signed in at Kai Wenchuan's tomb and obtained the divine technique, he had been here for more than 10 days. But after that, the items he received from signing in had drastically decreased in quality. By today, the quality of the items was about to drop below the Xian grade. Pills and herbs of such grade no longer served much purpose to Su Qing. He could only rise and leave the mountaintop. At the base of the mountain, Su Qing scanned the surroundings and then moved toward a direction, heading deep into the sect's cemetery. The burial mounds were close to each other, with some tombstones and spirit tablets being quite numerous, but Su Qing did not stop. To ensure he received good items from the sign-in, Su Qing needed to choose graves that seemed large and had some distinct features compared to others nearby. After traveling about 10 miles, Su Qing reached a valley-like area. There were several peaks around, but they weren't tall. He had already observed them and found no special graves or spirit tablets. Looking ahead, the mountain path stretched forward, leading into the valley. What was strange was that Su Qing didn't see any graves or spirit tablets in his line of sight. He felt a bit unsettled. As he stepped into the valley, Su Qing kept observing the surroundings. Suddenly, it felt as though he sensed something, and a dangerous feeling surged within him. His body instantly flickered, retreating 10 meters. Just as Su Qing exploded backward, yellow beams of light shot up from beneath the earth. The beams contained immense energy, and their power was remarkable. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous yellow beams erupted, forcing Su Qing to retreat quickly. It wasn't until he had retreated 100 meters, almost leaving the valley, that the beams stopped emerging from the earth. Su Qing's gaze slightly narrowed as he looked at the now calm ground, where the yellow beams gradually faded away. He was somewhat surprised. What was that? Why would this place have such a thing? Forbidden to enter? This scene really shocked Su Qing. His spiritual sense instantly spread out, and after a long while, Su Qing began to make a guess. It seems this is a restriction. There should be an extremely special tomb ahead, otherwise, such a restriction wouldn't be set up in this place. However, Su Qing was a bit confused. Who was this restriction here to guard against? Although Su Qing had heard of sect cemeteries before, he had never entered one, nor had he ever heard of a restriction guarding tombs in the sect cemetery. From the intensity of the beams of light just now, it covered at least a few hundred meters in this area. Moreover, the power of those yellow beams was so strong that even an ordinary 5th-level Xiandan realm cultivator would be severely injured if hit. No wonder there are no tombs or spiritual tablets nearby. This makes me a little curious, whose tomb are these restrictions guarding? After estimating for a while, Su Qing was confident that he could break through these restrictions. More importantly, the tomb inside was closely related to whether he could get something good after signing in. He couldn't possibly retreat to the outer area just because of a restriction. With his decision made, Su Qing's spiritual power began to surge, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly rushed out. In an instant, he stepped into that area again. As soon as Su Qing entered, the yellow beams once again shot up with tremendous force. Su Qing swiftly flipped to dodge, but as soon as his feet hit the ground, a yellow beam came from below the ground. Whoosh! Su Qing's body technique was in full swing, like willow catkins in the wind, erratic and unpredictable, yet fast like lightning, dancing on the tip of a knife, dodging the yellow beams one by one. But the restrictions in this area were no joke. As Su Qing dodged while advancing, the frequency of the beams shot out increasingly higher. Suddenly, just as Su Qing's body landed, he sensed that at least 3 or 4 yellow beams were about to shoot out. He was about to be unable to dodge. Oomph, stay back. Su Qing immediately snorted coldly, raising his right palm. For the first time, he used the Great Buddha palm, not to fight the enemy, but to clash against the yellow beams in the restriction. A destructive aura swept out, and a suppressive pressure of overwhelming power radiated. Boom! A huge phantom of a hand descended from above and slammed down onto the ground. Bang! 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 A loud noise sounded, and as soon as the yellow beam showed up, they were wiped out by this powerful palm strike, even creating a deep pit in the earth. Su Qing's figure landed, and just as he was about to catch his breath, the next yellow beam shot out again. Helplessly, Su Qing could only dodge once more. Simply dodging doesn't seem to work. In that case, I will have to break this place's restrictions completely. With this thought, Su Qing took a deep breath and stopped dodging. Instead, he began striking palm after palm. Bang! 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 The sounds of the strikes echoed, and the earth was hammered into large pits by the fierce and violent palm force. Half a stick of incense later, Su Qing's spiritual sense detected a special spot. It was located 50 meters to Su Qing's left, a round stone pillar as thick as a millstone and about a meter tall. At this moment, the stone pillar was radiating a faint yellow light, with several runes carved on it, flashing from time to time. Each time the runes flashed, a yellow beam shot out from the ground. This must be the source of the restriction? Su Qing's eyes glinted with a cold light, and then he immediately dashed out. At the same time, the Great Buddha palm was once again activated. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing arrived in front of the round stone pillar. Break! With a loud shout, Su Qing raised his palm and struck. Chapter 9, The Pill Master, The Tomb of Yu Hai. Although Su Qing hadn't practiced the Great Buddha palm for long, he had already mastered the first move perfectly. There hadn't been an opportunity to test its power until now, and now he could fully experience it. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. When Su Qing's right palm landed on the round stone pillar, the yellow beams of light that surged around suddenly paused. In the next moment, a series of cracking sounds followed. What was seen was that on the thick, round stone pillar, cracks appeared, and the symbols on it were also slowly cracking apart. Soon, the entire round stone pillar turned into scattered debris. The yellow beams of light, which had covered a radius of several hundred meters, also gradually began to calm down. This barrier, capable of blocking a 5th-tier Xiandan realm cultivator and even injuring any cultivator below the 5th tier with just one yellow beam, was violently broken by Su Qing. It should be known that Su Qing had only just entered the Xiandan realm not long ago. This offensive power exceeded the expectations of Su Qing by many times compared to cultivators of the same realm. Huff! Has my strength reached this level? Su Qing was also startled by his own current combat power. Having just entered the Xiandan realm, the power he displayed was far beyond his expectations. Before, no one had tested him, and now, the barrier that appeared allowed Su Qing to assess his current strength. But soon, Su Qing regained his focus and looked towards the valley. It took some effort, but I hope the rewards when I sign in won't disappoint me. With the barrier broken, Su Qing could now enter the valley. The most important thing was to find the special tomb that was protected by the barrier. However, what Su Qing didn't know was that the moment he broke the barrier, it caught the attention of an elder from the Qingxian sect. Qingxian sect, Tianyun Peak. In the depths of an ancient, grand pavilion, Elder Song Yuan, the 5th elder, was meditating, his aura of the 8th level of the Caofa realm flickering intermittently. Behind him, there was a tall wooden rack, divided into sections. Each section held a piece of dark crystal stone. Suddenly, from the lower part of the wooden rack behind him, one of the dark crystal stones started to glow, but the next moment, the dark crystal stone exploded with a loud bang. Song Yuan's half-closed eyes suddenly snapped open as he looked at the shattered crystal stone, his brows furrowed deeply. This is the barrier Xian stone from one of the tombs in the sect's cemetery? Why did it suddenly shatter? As an elder, Song Yuan's cultivation rank was middle to low, but he was in charge of overseeing all the formation arrays and the Xian stones representing the barriers within the sect. The dark crystal stones on the wooden rack behind him represented the arrays and barriers hidden within the Qingxian sect. Now, the broken dark crystal stone caused Song Yuan to feel a trace of doubt. If he remembered correctly, the broken barrier Xian stone had been there for at least hundreds of years. Especially the one from the sect's cemetery, this was the first time he had ever seen it shatter since becoming the fifth elder and overseeing the formation arrays and barrier Xian stones. Song Yuan stared at the shattered Xian stone, thinking for a moment before moving his body. He left the place and reappeared outside the pavilion. Then, he called out, "Is Chen Fei here?" Soon, a young man wearing the true disciple robe, with a second-tier Xian Dan realm cultivation and a tall figure, quickly approached. When he arrived before Song Yuan, Chen Fei bowed and said, "Master, what is your command?" "A barrier Xian stone in the sect's cemetery has shattered. Take a few junior disciples to the cemetery and check it out," said Song Yuan, gesturing as a jade tablet flew towards Chen Fei. "The location has been recorded on the jade tablet. Go and check what caused this." "Understood." Although Chen Fei had some doubts, he did not ask further. After taking the jade tablet, he quickly left. He gathered a few junior disciples, all at the 7th level of the spirit vessel realm, and together they headed towards the sect's cemetery. Leading the group, Chen Fei, along with 4 others, had already arrived outside the sect's cemetery. "Listen up, everyone. Once inside, follow me closely. The sect's cemetery is an important place for our sect. Buried with many predecessors, one must not violate the taboos." Before entering, Chen Fei gave some instructions to a few junior brothers. They all nodded in agreement. Soon, Chen Fei used the jade token to open the array formation barrier, and the group quickly entered the sect's cemetery. Meanwhile, Su Qing had already arrived at the center of the valley. Ahead, there was a large pit several dozen meters wide and hundreds of meters long, stretching across the valley floor. How could there be such a large pit here? Su Qing walked to the edge of the pit, observing it closely. It was only about 10 meters deep, surrounded by overgrown weeds, and there were no visible tombs or spiritual tablets around the pit. Looking at the terrain, Su Qing felt like this place resembled the scene of a dried-up small lake. The sect cemetery has a long history. After thousands of years, it would be normal for there to have been a lake here in the past. However, after an unknown amount of time, it has completely dried up. Walking around the dried-up lake pit, Su Qing had some guesses. But the most important thing now was to find a suitable place for signing in. This tomb is quite large. At this moment, Su Qing discovered a tomb, built in the form of a mausoleum, which was several times larger than the other visible tombs. Nearby, some signs of offerings could still be seen, though they appeared to be quite old. Walking closer, Su Qing saw the inscription carved on the tombstone. Yu Hai, 800 years ago, one of the elders of Qingxian sect, skilled in alchemy, one of the few alchemy masters in Eastern Wilderness, provided the sect's disciples with the cultivation resources they needed. For a sect, having not only top-notch combat strength but also excellent disciples was equally important. And with so many disciples, the cultivation resources required were immense. Alchemy pills were one of the essential cultivation resources for cultivators. Yu Hai spent his life refining pills and provided Qingxian sect's disciples with resources for over 300 years, laying an incredibly important foundation for the younger generation of the sect. Even many elders could not do without the pills provided by Yu Hai. For a sect, this was a significant contribution. In terms of status, although Yu Hai couldn't compare with Kai Wenxuan, he was still respected by countless disciples of Qingxian sect. Skilled in alchemy, huh? Although I'm not particularly interested in refining pills, this place should have some good quality pills for signing in, right? Su Qing nodded. Although he wasn't lacking cultivation resources right now, pills, especially high-grade pills, were never too many for him. Ahead, about 10 meters, was the dried-up lake pit. Behind him, there was a bamboo forest. With the wind blowing, the rustling sound of bamboo leaves and branches moving created a pleasant atmosphere. If this place weren't a cemetery, it could almost be considered a peaceful spot. Considering that Yu Hai provided Qingxian sect with a foundation for cultivating disciples for hundreds of years, building a tomb here with protective restrictions, he's certainly deserving of it. Since that's the case, I'll stay here for a while. Unlike the tomb of Kai Wenxuan earlier, which had no protective restrictions, Su Qing guessed that Kai Wenxuan must have focused on combat and built a great reputation while also creating many enemies. He may have even brought trouble to Qin Xian sect, with both merits and faults. In the end, he was buried on the mountaintop without protective restrictions. This could be one of the reasons, or perhaps because the time was too long ago, they didn't manage to set up the restrictions. As for this place, it had protective restrictions. Apart from such a great contribution, there might also be something buried in this tomb. It could be a burial item, and the restriction was set to prevent thieves from sneaking in and taking the items. Never mind, I'll wait until tomorrow to sign in and see what good things I can get. Chapter 10, Found Out? Su Qing stopped thinking about it and began searching for a while. A few meters behind the Yuhai tomb, sitting with his back against a patch of bamboo forest. Above, there were many bamboo leaves and branches blocking the view, and a gentle breeze occasionally blew, feeling a little pleasant. It was much better than the harsh environment at the top of the mountain, which was frequently ravaged by strong winds. Since the daily check-in was already done, Su Qing had to continue his cultivation. The infernal sacred body automatically operated, and the surrounding spiritual energy was continuously absorbed into his body. At the same time, Su Qing also swallowed a middle-grade earth-level spiritual material. Waves of surging spiritual power exploded inside his body and then gathered into his dantian. The purple-striped golden pill, floating in the center of the turbulent sea of spiritual power, kept turning and condensing. Unconsciously, a faint gray trace appeared on the golden pill. It was small, delicate. Almost less than half the size of a fingernail. And on the sprawling purple stripes, it appeared so insignificant that it was almost impossible to notice unless closely observed. That was a spiritual pattern. However, it was only in its preliminary form, created by Su Qing forcibly condensing it with an immense amount of spiritual power. There was still a long way to go before truly forming the first spiritual pattern. And Su Qing himself was unaware of all this. At the same time, Chen Fei, accompanied by several junior brothers, was getting closer to the valley. It would take them about half a cup of tea's time to reach the entrance of the valley. Hiss! What happened here? As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Chen Fei and his group saw a large area ahead, a pit with many bumps and holes. At a glance, there were at least dozens of pits that had been forcefully made. From the entrance, it extended in, all the way to the shattered round stone pillar in their sight. This restriction. It's recorded in the internal archives of the peak, set by an elder of the sect several hundred years ago. Once triggered, anyone below the 5th level of the Xiandan realm would either die or suffer severe injuries. Looking at the traces at the scene, it seems someone used their strength to forcefully break it? One of the disciples' faces was full of shock. The sect's tombeyard was an important place, and normally, no disciples would come here. Under normal circumstances, only those who had committed serious offenses, had their cultivation abolished, and were relegated to the tombeyard as menial disciples, would appear here. But those menial disciples, due to their cultivation being abolished and suffering injuries that couldn't be cured, couldn't possibly have the ability to make such a commotion, let alone survive long. But now, a restriction here had been forcibly broken. Senior brother, could it be that thieves have infiltrated the sect's tombeyard? One disciple on the left side looked horrified and said to the equally serious-looking Chen Fei. Chen Fei looked around, thought for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. This incident just happened not long ago. If someone really infiltrated, we haven't seen anyone along the way. Let's make a record. You all go check the surroundings. I'll go into the valley and take a look. After giving instructions, Chen Fei quickly darted towards the valley. At this moment, Su Qing was sitting cross-legged behind the Yuhai tomb, meditating. Suddenly, he sensed a wave of spiritual energy quickly approaching. Who is coming? Su Qing was puzzled for a moment, then after thinking for a while, he swiftly moved to hide deeper in the bamboo forest. The infernal sacred body circulated, covering his whole body and masking his presence. He then found a concealed spot and gazed in the direction of the valley entrance. Soon, a figure appeared within Su Qing's line of sight. Xiandan Realm 2nd level, true disciple? I've never seen this person before. From the spiritual energy, they don't seem to belong to Li Lan's lineage. Su Qing sensed the figure, made some guesses in his mind, but didn't take any action, continuing to observe. After Chen Fei entered the valley, he began searching, but found nothing. With the infernal sacred body's enhancement and Su Qing's deliberate concealment of his aura, Chen Fei couldn't sense him at all. The restriction was broken, at least someone with the cultivation of the 7th level of Xiandan realm or above could have done this. This matter can be big or small, it must be reported immediately. Chen Fei's expression was serious, muttering to himself. Not finding any useful clues, Chen Fei could only leave for now. Watching the figure leave, Su Qing raised her eyebrow slightly, secretly thinking, has the sect discovered the restriction I broke? This gave Su Qing an uneasy feeling in her heart. I should have thought of it earlier, with such a restriction existing here, the sect must have something to monitor it, and any change would be detected. As her thoughts raced, Su Qing's face grew a little solemn. It was not a good omen. As she searched for new places to sign in, she would inevitably delve deeper into the sex cemetery. And with deeper exploration, there would surely be more restrictions and formations involved. If she wanted to find a good sign-in location, she would have to touch those restrictions and formations, even breaking them, which would definitely alert the powerful figures of the sect. For Su Qing, it was indeed a difficult problem. Since I'm here, I should make the best of it. Worrying too much is useless, so I can only strive to improve my own strength. Su Qing did not use her hand to leave that person behind, as it would have been too much of a disturbance. If she eliminated them, their master, a long elder, would certainly not let it go. She could only continue to hide for now, while thinking of ways to increase her cultivation to cope with potential crises in the future. On another side, Chen Fei and the others left the sex cemetery with shock and confusion. At Tianyun Peak, in a room of a pavilion. After hearing Chen Fei's report, Song Yuan also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Someone forcefully broke it? Yes, from the level of destruction at the scene, that person's cultivation must not be lower than the 7th layer at Xiandan, otherwise, it would have been impossible to break that restriction. As Chen Fei spoke, he still felt a tremor and fear in his heart. He was a direct disciple, but his cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of Xiandan. If he had truly encountered the one who broke the restriction, with his and those junior brothers' strength, they would certainly not have survived. Recently, people from the demon sect have frequently appeared in the territory of Qingxian sect. Could it be that they secretly infiltrated the sect cemetery with some plot? Song Yuan furrowed his brow, speaking uncertainly. From start to finish, he had never considered that Su Qing might be involved. In the eyes of these elders and many disciples, Su Qing was already considered waste, perhaps already a dead person. How could she possibly be related to this matter? Hearing this, Chen Fei pondered for a moment before speaking. The disciple did not sense the aura of the demon sect at the scene. I have matters to attend to and cannot leave for now. You go report this to the Liang Peak, they are responsible for these affairs. After contemplating for a while, Song Yuan said to Chen Fei. Understood. After Chen Fei left, Song Yuan's gaze flickered as he mumbled to himself, the matter of natural anomalies has been making quite the stir lately, and now there are issues in the sect cemetery. It truly is a time of trouble. Chapter 11, Heaven and Earth Spirit Fire, Frost Flame Spirit Fire. Not far from the edge of the dried-up lake pit, Su Qing sat cross-legged, not wasting too much time on previous matters, but instead entering a state of cultivation again. Su Qing could only quickly find ways to improve her own cultivation, everything else could only be observed as it changed. In her dantian, the purple-grooved golden pill spun round and round, rising and falling in the dantian, wrapped in a sea of spiritual power, waves of extraordinary energy rippling outward. With each turn of the purple-grooved golden pill, the surrounding sea of spiritual power condensed further. The Xiandan realm requires condensing spiritual patterns above the golden pill. 9 spiritual patterns make one layer, and after 81 spiritual patterns, it represents reaching the peak of the Xiandan realm. Su Qing looked inward at her dantian, observing the purple patterns covering her golden pill, falling into deep thought. After stepping into the Xiandan realm, she was supposed to start condensing the first spiritual pattern. When Su Qing successfully broke through, the purple patterns had already spread all over the golden pill. That was a mysterious feature naturally carried by the Yinming sacred body. But now, when it was time to condense the spirit patterns, Su Qing encountered a problem. Moreover, when ordinary cultivators break through to the Xiandan realm, their golden pill is only as small as a grain of rice. Mine is even larger than a fist. The spirit patterns I condense should be much larger too. Su Qing thought deeply. After a while, Su Qing threw the distractions aside and said, why think so much? The spirit patterns will always condense. If they are bigger, they are bigger. The strength they bring will certainly be stronger. Not thinking further, Su Qing continued his cultivation. The next day quickly arrived, and Su Qing began his sign-in for today. Sign in. Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a heavenly earth spirit fire, the frost flame spirit fire. Do you wish to absorb and refine it? Upon hearing this voice, Su Qing's eyes revealed a flash of astonishment. They actually rewarded a heavenly earth spirit fire. Heavenly earth spirit fire is a rare and strange flame formed naturally after an extremely long period of time. When cultivators obtain it and refine it into their bodies, their attack power and defense will receive a terrifying enhancement. Especially for alchemists, possessing a heavenly earth spirit fire will make things much easier, even greatly improving the quality of their pills. On the Xiantian continent, there is also a heavenly earth spirit fire ranking list. It records the 100 types of heavenly earth spirit fires that have appeared in the world, passed down through time, or have become legends. Su Qing, who had previously not been interested in alchemy and had no chance of obtaining a heavenly earth spirit fire, hadn't paid much attention to it. He wondered, where would this frost flame spirit fire rank? Frost flame spirit fire, a peculiar spirit fire that combines extreme cold and extreme heat. When one's cultivation is strong enough, the extreme cold can instantly freeze 1,000 miles of vitality, while the extreme heat can burn everything within 1,000 miles. Its power is extraordinary. After seeing the system's description, Su Qing was somewhat shaken. Such a good thing. This kind of natural heavenly earth spirit fire cannot easily be classified by any grade because each one has the potential to grow. The frost flame spirit fire has the special property of both ice and fire. When used against an enemy, the person hit by the frost flame spirit fire cannot escape and will endure both extreme cold and extreme heat attacks. With a slight movement of his mind, a strange flower, about the size of a head, with red and gray colors intertwining, resembling a rose, appeared in front of Su Qing. It floated in the air, slowly spinning, and an intense cold and heat aura rushed toward him. Around him, crystal-like snowflakes appeared for a while, followed by sizzling hot sparks scattering. The ground below kept alternating between freezing and burning. Even Su Cheng himself felt somewhat uncomfortable. Luckily, the evening sacred body began to operate on its own, dispersing that discomfort. At this low temperature, for those below the Xiandan realm in an instant, their entire body, including blood, would be frozen. Under high temperature, everything would be burned. Without defensive spiritual tools or cultivation above the Xiandan realm, they wouldn't be able to withstand even a single breath. No wonder it was a heavenly earth spirit fire. The power it displayed shook Su Qing deeply. The value it displayed now might not be inferior to some spiritual level genius treasures. Not to mention its potential for growth. With enough opportunities, the heavenly earth spirit fire could evolve further and even rival some holy level genius treasures. Absorb, refine. Su Qing was somewhat impatient, but he knew that only after absorbing and refining it would he understand the full extent of the increase it could bring. The next moment, the frost flame spirit fire shot straight into Su Qing's dantian. The terrifying cold and heat erupted violently in the dantian. In an instant, the ocean of spiritual power seemed to freeze, but it was quickly burned by the extreme heat. The two forces constantly shifted within a short period of time, making Su Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. Luckily, Su Qing had the evening sacred body, and it had already reached the small completion stage. This was the only way to resist this wave of attack. That Yu Hai, he must have once possessed the frost flame spirit fire. I really don't know how he endured and absorbed it. Could it be that he also has some special physique? While thinking, Su Qing also began to desperately operate his ghostly sacred body, driving his spiritual power in purple pattern golden pill, starting to refine the frost flame spirit fire. As time passed, the ocean of spiritual power inside Su Qing's body had already been evaporated by half, but the remaining half was slowly being refined and purified. The purity had increased at least threefold. However, there was still quite a distance before the frost flame spirit fire could be completely absorbed and refined. With the refining process, the spiritual power inside Su Qing's body, the newly absorbed spiritual power, his limbs, bones, and the extraordinary meridians were slowly being tempered and forged. Not sure how much time had passed, the frost flame spirit fire was completely absorbed and refined by Su Qing. At this moment, inside Su Qing's dantian, the frost flame spirit fire was positioned below the purple pattern golden pill. It seemed like a lotus seat, supporting the purple pattern golden pill. Although it still continuously released extreme cold and extreme heat, it could no longer have any impact on Su Qing. Instead, every fluctuation helped Su Qing condense the surrounding spiritual power, tempering the purple pattern golden pill. Finally, the refinement is complete. Su Qing didn't feel tired at all, but instead felt incredibly refreshed. With a flick of his hand, the frost flame spirit fire appeared in Su Qing's palm, rising and falling, looking incredibly gentle. After feeling it for a moment, Su Qing was overjoyed. The purity of spiritual power has at least increased tenfold. If I use the frost flame spirit fire to launch an attack, this power could probably instantly suppress any cultivator below the 5th stage of the Xiandan realm, right? This was just an ordinary strike. Adding a mysterious technique, the power would likely be even more terrifying. Not daring to recklessly experiment with the power of the frost flame spirit fire, Su Qing didn't play around too much after being able to freely release extreme cold or extreme heat, and withdrew the frost flame spirit fire. At this moment, Su Qing noticed a layer of black sticky liquid on the surface of his body, emitting a foul odor. That was the deep-seated impurities within his body, forced out under the constant tempering of the frost flame spirit fire. My foundation and talent must have improved quite a bit compared to before, right? Su Qing was very satisfied. With a push of spiritual power, the extreme heat emerged and instantly burned that layer of impurity into nothingness. Su Qing found that his skin had become even more crystalline. Not only that, but the toughness of his body was also more than 10 times stronger than before. In terms of defense, it could probably rival a defensive spiritual weapon of the earth rank. Afterward, Su Qing looked inward at his body and noticed some extraordinary changes. Chapter 12, The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, Lu Rui. In the center of his dantian, the fist-sized purple pattern golden pill had somehow gained 15 grayish stripes, winding around the golden pill, perfectly fitting with the purple stripes.
The purple-gray color intersection didn't seem out of place but rather gave an impression of natural harmony. Is this a spiritual pattern? When did it condense successfully?
Previously, Su Qing had just entered the Xiandan realm but was not yet truly at the first level of Xiandan. Now, not only had he condensed spiritual patterns, but he had directly condensed 15 of them. 9 spiritual patterns were the peak of the first stage of Xiandan realm, and when the 10th spiritual pattern was condensed, one would enter the second stage of the Xiandan realm. Now, Su Qing had directly jumped over the first stage and reached the second stage of the Xiandan realm.
Other Xiandan realm cultivators might not have had as much difficulty condensing spiritual patterns as I did, but there are benefits to difficulty.
The strength boost from each of my spiritual patterns might be equivalent to 5 spiritual patterns for an average Xiandan cultivator. Su Qing had previously been worried about how to condense spiritual patterns, but a single Frostflame Spirit Fire perfectly solved the problem. His overall strength had also received another huge improvement. It was worth the effort to break that restriction. With this Frostflame Spirit Fire, my overall strength has not only increased greatly, but my cultivation speed has also become much faster, especially in the speed of condensing spiritual patterns.
It's terrifyingly fast. After experiencing this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel delighted. After the last incident, I don't know what kind of changes it will bring.
Now that I have an extra method and my strength has greatly improved, it has given me more confidence. After the joy, Su Qing began to cultivate the Great Buddha Palm and the secret technique, Thunder Strike 9 Heavens. In addition to improving my cultivation realm, I also cannot neglect the mysterious skills and secret techniques, as they might be able to turn the tide in a life or death situation. While Su Qing was cultivating, a shadow with elusive movements was weaving through the vast Qingxian sect. The movement was ghostly, and there was a faint, invisible fluctuation around the body, concealing all traces of this figure's presence. The smoke spirit cloud shirt my master gave me is truly good. The figure stopped, revealing her exquisite and delicate body. Her enchanting eyes swept around the surroundings, then she murmured to herself. Lu Rui, the saintess of the Demon Gates Tianma sect, a natural prodigy, had reached the first level of the Xiandan realm at only 22. Moreover, she possessed the bloodline of the six-tailed spirit fox, a naturally seductive bone. Now, she had even awakened the third tail. Ordinary Xiandan realm cultivators couldn't resist the alluring aura she naturally emitted, becoming enchanted and turning into her slaves. Yet for some reason, she had sneaked into the Qingxian sect in the dead of night. She wore a low-grade celestial artifact, the smoke spirit cloud shirt, which concealed all her aura. Plus, the top experts of Qingxian sect were busy with the recent celestial phenomena and couldn't spare attention. Otherwise, she would not dare to take such actions. Although Qingxian sect had declined, it was still one of the 5 great sects of the eastern wilderness. Not just anyone could sneak in without being detected. At this moment, Lu Rui seemed to have confirmed something, and whispered, "To use this saintess as a pawn, there will be a price to pay." The next moment, Lu Rui swiftly flew in one direction. Soon, she arrived at the entrance to the sect's cemetery, in front of a formation barrier. A few months ago, Qingxian sect's saint's son, Su Qing, was crippled and demoted to a common disciple to guard the sect's cemetery. He was even framed under the saintess's name? Is this how so-called righteous sects operate? Lu Rui's red lips under the mask curled into a cold smile, her heart full of disdain for Qingxian sect. She naturally knew Su Qing's name. Throughout the eastern wilderness, only a few people had the talent to suppress her, and Su Qing was one of them. But for some unknown reason, Qingxian sect had crippled such a genius. They even spread rumors, accusing him of colluding with her, the saintess of Tianma sect. Lu Rui felt speechless when she heard this news. A genius wasted, yet fabricated reasons to frame him and crippled him. This made her truly despise Qingxian sect's conduct. The celestial phenomenon, it is said to have appeared within Qingxian sect's domain. So, there is a need to investigate Qingxian sect. But, before that, this saintess shall first collect some interest. Lu Rui's gaze shifted slightly, and her slender white right hand swept across her waist. A green, mystical, and fist-sized orb appeared in her hand. Her delicate hand slightly raised, placing the orb in front of her alluring red lips beneath the mask. She bit her lip, and a drop of bright blood spilled out. Under Lu Rui's mental control, the blood drop fell onto the orb. The blood instantly absorbed into the orb. Buzz. A trace of mysterious light flashed, and the orb, once entirely green, now had a hint of blood-red color seeping from its center. Go! Lu Rui waved her hand, and the orb flew forward. The next moment, it seemed to embed into the void space ahead, floating in midair. Soon, ripples of spatial energy began to ripple out. The formation barrier was actually shaken open, creating a crack. In the blink of an eye, Lu Rui flashed and slipped into the sect's cemetery. The moment she entered, Lu Rui withdrew the pearl, and the spatial crack quickly closed, returning to its original state. The Qingxian sect's cemetery was thus infiltrated by Lu Ruian, yet no one had discovered it. Inside the cemetery, Lu Ruyan looked around, her violet pupils emitting a strange and eerie light. All around, graves and spirit tablets could be seen every few steps, making a trace of disdain flash in Lu Ruyan's eyes. But soon, she darted deeper into the cemetery, releasing her spiritual sense for the first time, carefully observing her surroundings. With the misty cloud robe protecting her, it was just a mere spiritual probe, and coupled with the sect's formation barrier, she had no fear of being detected by the experts of Qingxian sect. The only thing she needed to be wary of was whether there were any unknown variables lurking within the cemetery. Just as Lu Rui ventured deeper into the cemetery, Su Qing, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly sensed something and stopped.
Someone has entered the cemetery again?
At that moment, in his perception, a strong aura fluctuation was moving rapidly.
Suddenly, Su Qing's brows furrowed slightly as he murmured, "This aura, it is not the spiritual energy from Qingxian sect's cultivation techniques. Who could it be, sneaking into the Qingxian sect in the dead of night and even entering the cemetery?"
After thinking for a moment, Su Qing immediately stood up, restraining his own aura as he swiftly left the valley. The last time, someone came to investigate because of the broken restriction. Now, another intruder had appeared, making Su Qing feel like a startled bird. The owner of this aura seemed to have a clear purpose, which only piqued Su Qing's curiosity even more.
Moreover, this aura gave Su Qing an uncomfortable feeling.
Leaving the valley, Su Qing leaped onto a hill and concealed himself. Before long, a small yet swift figure appeared in his sight.
A woman? Chapter 13, The Battle with Lu Rui. Su Qing was startled, his curiosity deepening.
The aura fluctuation told Su Qing that the woman's cultivation was only at the first level of the profound core realm, quite weak. But for someone of such strength to sneak into the Qingxian sect cemetery unnoticed, she must be no ordinary figure. Instead of revealing himself, he silently followed the figure ahead.
With the netherworld's sacred body in his deliberate concealment, Lu Rui was completely unaware that she was being followed.
Soon, Lu Rui arrived at a place that had once contained a restriction. Observing it carefully, her brows furrowed slightly, sensing something off.
So many large pits? What's going on?
She was puzzled but did not dwell on it, instead continuing into the valley. Truth be told, if Su Qing hadn't broken the protective restriction here, Lu Rui wouldn't have been able to enter and would have been forced to stop.
What a coincidence. Su Qing followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived in front of Yu Hai's tombstone.
This should be the right place.
Going any further in would be too uncertain. Lu Rui's charming eyes flickered with a trace of cunning.
As she moved, her graceful figure was fully revealed. Then, she walked straight toward Yu Hai's grave. Several dozen meters behind her, Su Qing leaned against a tree, carefully watching the woman's every move.
What exactly is she trying to do?
All the way here, Su Qing had yet to figure out her purpose. Suppressing his impatience, he continued to observe in silence. Soon, Lu Rui arrived before the tombstone, glanced at it a few times, and murmured, "A great contributor who stabilized Qingxian sect's foundation for hundreds of years, quite a high status.
You'll do."
With that, she moved her hand, spiritual energy surging as she directed it toward the ground beneath the grave.
A loud punch.
With a bang, a large amount of soil exploded, and a pit over 1.5 meters deep appeared in front of them. After several punches, a wide pit several meters deep had formed in front of the tombstone.
A brass coffin, showing signs of years of corrosion, was exposed before Lu Rui's eyes. This, digging up the grave and unearthing the coffin?
Su Qing looked at this scene, stunned. But before he could think too much, he saw that woman channeling her spiritual power, and a stream of purple ghostly light gathered in her hands. This momentum clearly indicated that she intended to violently destroy the coffin inside.
Wait!
Su Qing had no time to think and shouted, swiftly revealing himself. It wasn't that he wanted to interfere, he didn't care about the remains of the coffin's owner, but most importantly, he had just signed in to obtain the heavenly spirit fire here and would need to continue signing in later. If the coffin was destroyed and the grave's owner was also turned into dust, wouldn't he miss out on getting good things? That would be a huge loss.
Who?
Su Qing's sudden outburst startled Lu Rui, causing her to leap several meters away like a frightened cat. Her delicate body under the gauzy skirt tensed up, and her whole aura surged. Her purple eyes glinted fiercely, staring at the person who had suddenly appeared.
Seeing Lu Rui, who looked like she was facing a great enemy, Su Qing smiled and said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Sneaking in here in the middle of the night and intending to destroy someone else's remains? That's a bit inconsiderate, isn't it? What does it have to do with you?"
Lu Rui's eyes fixed on Su Qing, her purple pupils slightly moving, and an invisible wave rippled out.
A faint aura began to envelop Su Qing.
That was Lu Rui's innate charming body, together with the bloodline of the six-tailed spirit fox, which carried a method of enchanting the heart. If someone were to be shrouded by this aura, they would involuntarily be attracted to its master, becoming deeply trapped with no way to escape. Over time, they would even turn into her slave. Lu Rui sensed that Su Qing was very powerful, already at the second level of the profound Dan realm, but she was the holy maiden of the demon sect, confident she could handle it. However, it was still strange to see such a young man at the second level of the profound Dan realm in this place. Su Qing also felt an aura enveloping him, and his ghostly body activated on its own, blocking that aura outside his body. He wasn't affected at all.
Are you from the demon sect?
With this method, plus the somewhat familiar aura, Su Qing thought for a moment and guessed the general idea.
Seeing Su Qing's lack of reaction, Lu Rui's pupils shrank, feeling shocked.
Her innate charming body could not be resisted by any man. With many methods to entice, Lu Rui only needed to exert herself slightly to bring countless men to their knees at her skirt.
Yet Su Qing showed no reaction at all. But Lu Rui quickly adjusted her mindset.
Hearing Su Qing's words, she smiled charmingly, exuding allure.
A soft and beguiling voice slowly emerged. So what?
Handsome, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs, or there may be another grave here.
The people of the demon sect are indeed arrogant.
Su Qing was both observing the woman in front of him and channeling his internal spiritual power. That inexplicable aura grew denser, making Su Qing feel that without his ghostly body, he might uncontrollably do something he would regret.
Interesting.
Su Qing chuckled lightly, his steps shifting, and he began to stir his spiritual power. Meanwhile, Lu Rui was on high alert, sensing an extremely strong aura coming, making her feel a tremendous pressure like a mountain on her shoulders.
Die.
After all, Lu Rui was the holy maiden of the demon sect, extremely proud and with various methods, so she would not be afraid. Thus, she was not limited to being passive. Making the first move, his figure flickered as he charged toward Su Qing with an attack. Suddenly, in the surrounding space, one after another, purple petals appeared out of thin air. Each petal carried a chilling aura that made one's hair stand on end.
Drunken dance in the sea of flowers.
A low voice echoed, and at that moment, Lu Rui seemed to merge entirely with the countless petals in the sky, descending upon Su Qing with astonishing power.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The endless purple petals turned into sharp swords, falling from all directions. Each strike was powerful enough to easily defeat a 9th-level Lingmai realm cultivator. But Su Qing merely lifted his right hand and threw a punch, breaking all techniques with sheer strength.
No flashy moves, just raw power. Su Qing didn't even use any profound techniques, relying purely on strength.
He simply wanted to test how powerful he had become after his cultivation advanced, without using any profound techniques, weapons, or other means.
The people of the demon sect should have some real strength, right?
A violent surge of spiritual energy, carrying fierce wind, clashed with the incoming purple petals.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of explosive sounds echoed as the countless purple petals shattered under Su Qing's punches. In an instant, the surrounding space was filled with petal fragments. But at this moment, Lu Rui had already appeared above Su Qing.
Demonic rain, cold needles. With a soft yet chilling voice, Lu Rui waved her hands, and numerous 3-inch-long needles, gleaming with a cold light yet entirely red, appeared around her. Following the falling petals, they shot toward Su Qing together. The petals were crushed by his fist wind, but the needles pierced through it and reached Su Qing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Su Qing quickly channeled spiritual energy into his feet, his entire body turning into a shadow as he swiftly dodged. One by one, the needles missed their target and plunged into the ground, blasting small craters upon impact, showcasing their terrifying power. With Su Qing's current physical toughness, he could have endured it, but there was no need. Letting himself get stabbed for no reason, wouldn't that be stupid? In an instant, the two figures clashed fiercely. Chapter 14, Lu Rui's Shock.
Lu Rui unleashed one move after another, while Su Qing countered with ease, forming a stark contrast between them.
Not bad, but you're only good enough to help me warm up.
After exchanging dozens of blows, Su Qing had a rough grasp of his current strength and had no intention of continuing to play with this demon sect member.
He wanted to end the battle.
With a surge of spiritual energy, he forced Lu Rui back just as she tried to get close, preparing to land a decisive strike. However, just then, Lu Rui suddenly retreated rapidly. She withdrew 10 meters before stopping, her aura gradually fading away.
I quit.
Lu Rui waved her hand, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance as she stood there, looking somewhat frustrated. She was both shocked and helpless. Her opponent was too strong. She had unleashed powerful techniques one after another, yet the other party handled them with ease, completely unscathed.
Judging by his demeanor, he probably hadn't even used his real strength yet.
Although she was proud, she wasn't stupid.
Lu Rui knew she wasn't his match, so she decisively withdrew. Seriously? You have no pity for a delicate girl like me?
Watching the seductive expression and the soft, playful tone of the woman in front of him, Su Qing's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, with the moves you just used, an average cultivator would have died multiple times over.
And you call yourself delicate? Let's get to know each other. I am the current holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect, Lu Rui. What's your name, handsome? Lu Rui's eyes flickered as she spoke. But her words made Su Qing freeze for a moment, and he subconsciously asked, "You're the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect?" Well, this just got complicated. A stranger from the devil sect broke into the sect's cemetery and fought with the guardian for quite a while, when suddenly he learned that the woman in front of him was actually the current holy maiden of the devil sect. The heavenly devil sect is one of the devil sects in Dongwon, and its overall strength is not inferior to the 5 major sections. Su Qing is currently in the sect's cemetery, one reason being that the people from the Qingxian sect accused him of colluding with the devil sect's holy maiden and said that Su Qing privately passed on the sect's inherited skills to her. Being falsely accused, his cultivation was ruined, his supreme bone was dug out, his meridians were all severed, and he became a complete waste. Yet from start to finish, the two parties had never met before. Who would have thought he would encounter her here? In Dongwon, who else dares to claim to be the holy maiden of the devil sect? Lu Rui shot Su Qing a glance filled with charm, a sight that could mesmerize any man, possibly stealing their very souls. However, Su Qing completely ignored it, showing an utterly speechless expression that even seemed somewhat ridiculous. This left Lu Rui furious inside, but helpless as she couldn't defeat him. Hee, you're bold indeed. The holy maiden of the devil sect actually dares to sneak into the core of the Qingxian sect. Are you tired of living? Su Qing shook his head, aware of her identity, and instead understood her previous actions. People from the devil sect often act in strange and mysterious ways. It wouldn't be surprising for them to dig tombs or destroy coffins, perhaps for refining some devil art. Especially this devil sect holy maiden, he had heard a thing or two about her before. Her actions were bizarre and cunning. It would be strange for her to do anything else. But this was the Qingxian sect, a cemetery that held the remains of many ancestors. If discovered, with her identity as a devil sect holy maiden, death might be the most comfortable outcome for her. This holy maiden has her ways to escape. Lu Rui casually laughed and said, "You're so young yet so powerful, you shouldn't be a nobody in the Qingxian sect. Could it be that you are a hidden genius cultivated secretly in this sect's cemetery? Your sect's genius is being cultivated in a graveyard?" With a scoff, Su Qing's tone was somewhat sarcastic. To him, the Qingxian sect and the devil sect were essentially no different. If he weren't for having the system, he might have long since been one of the many corpses here. One day, when he possesses enough strength, he will overturn the Qingxian sect. As for the devil sect, he had little contact with them before. Everyone pointed fingers at them, and the previous Su Qing would have exterminated them upon encountering. But now, what did it have to do with him? As long as it doesn't pose a threat to him, he couldn't be bothered to care too much. The graves in this sect's cemetery were valuable to Su Qing, worried that the rewards he obtained while signing in would be affected. Otherwise, even if Lu Rui blew up the entire cemetery, it would be of no concern to him. Then who exactly are you? This holy maiden has never heard of you in the Qingxian sect. Lu Rui looked at Su Qing in doubt, appearing to be younger than her, yet possessing such tremendous strength. There were not many among the young generation in Dongwon like him. Seeing Lu Rui's gaze fixed on him, Su Qing smiled helplessly. After a moment of silence, Su Qing slowly said, "My name is Su Qing. I'm just a humble servant disciple guarding the sect's cemetery." What? You are Su Qing? This name made Lu Rui's eyes widen in disbelief, filled with shock. The one who had been crippled, the only young generation who could eclipse her as the holy maiden of the devil sect in talent, is actually this man before her? At the second level of the profound pill realm, even far exceeding the combat power shown by his cultivation level. 18 years old and at the second level of the profound pill realm? Weren't you crippled? How could it be? I was crippled, but I've recovered. Su Qing said softly, his gaze shifting as he added, "Speaking of which, it's because of my collusion with you, the holy maiden of the devil sect, that once had been abandoned by the sect. It seems our grudge is not small." Hearing this, Lu Rui finally recovered from her shock and let out a cold snort. Do you really not know the truth? Lu Rui always acted according to her temperament, doing things in a bizarre way, but she herself didn't even know how she got involved in this matter. It's a bit confusing. However, regarding Su Qing's identity, Lu Rui had already confirmed it. The news of Su Qing's disability had spread quite widely outside. And in this sect cemetery, it's unlikely anyone would impersonate a useless person. There is simply no benefit in doing so. The biggest question was that Su Qing's cultivation had not only not been wasted but had instead directly reached the second level of Shandan realm. This made Lu Rui think deeply. Could it be that there was some great secret in this sect cemetery that outsiders did not know about? Moreover, in the past few months, the rumors about natural anomalies spreading in the Qingxian sect territory made Lu Rui begin to doubt that the genius treasures or inheritances represented by these anomalies had been obtained by Su Qing. Otherwise, how could one explain how a useless person underwent such a tremendous change in just a few months? Su Qing did not know Lu Rui's numerous thoughts at the moment. Seeing her like this, he slightly turned his mind and understood. It seemed all of this was a self-directed play by the Qingxian sect, just to seize his supreme bone and pave the way for someone. But Su Qing would not easily believe the words of this demon sect saint woman. I no longer care about the truth, your presence here today is nothing but bad luck for you. I cannot spare you, I can only add another grave here. Su Qing had no intention to say much more, his spiritual power began to surge. You are more like the demon sect than I am, shouting to kill and fight at every turn. Lu Rui smiled, her eyes spinning as an idea surfaced in her mind. Looking at Su Qing, who began to rise in murderous intent, she slowly said, "Don't be so bloodthirsty, actually, we can talk about cooperation." Cooperate with you, this demon sect saint woman? Su Qing laughed in surprise, somewhat unable to comprehend what this woman was thinking. He slightly raised his right palm, and his spiritual power began to surge. With an ambiguous smile, Lu Rui said lightly, "Why not? You have been framed, and I have suffered a misfortune. I imagine you don't have much affection for the Qingxian sect either. Why don't we collaborate and turn the Qingxian sect upside down? Just you?" It wasn't that Su Qing looked down on Lu Rui, the demon sect saint woman. Her talent was decent, but even the most gifted talent needed time to manifest. Even the serious move of Su Qing might probably be something she couldn't withstand. How could they turn the Qingxian sect upside down? The entire Heaven Demon sect coming out might have a bit of possibility. Lu Rui's eyes filled with anger, staring fiercely at Su Qing. These two words made her feel deep disdain and contempt, which made her furious. I'm not saying we'll directly destroy the Qingxian sect, I just want to stir up some trouble. Causing an uproar that unsettles everyone in Qingxian sect is still something I can do. Then you go do it, why bother to cooperate with me? I won't go out and can't do anything. I can take you out, how about that? Having been here for so long, don't you yearn for the sky outside? But I don't want to go out right now. Lu Rui choked, looking at Su Qing, who spread his hands and looked at her like a fool, veins bulging on his forehead. Unyielding. She was so angry that her eyes almost burst into flames. Pointing at Su Qing, she was silent for a long time before speaking in a slightly heavy tone. The news of the natural anomalies has already spread throughout the eastern wilderness. It won't be long before the entire eastern wilderness is in chaos. If we cooperate, at that time, I'll create chaos outside while you stir up some trouble inside. Wouldn't the Qingxian sect be turned upside down? Innate phenomenon? What does that mean? These four words made Su Qing feel a bit puzzled. What happened outside these last few months since he was exiled to the sect's cemetery? And how is it related to innate phenomena? Su Qing naturally knew what innate phenomena represented, but such a thing hadn't occurred in 1,000 years. Was it that the outside world experienced an innate phenomenon? What Su Qing didn't know was that the several innate phenomena causing an uproar outside were all because of him. Moreover, the so-called talents, treasures, and inheritances that countless people longed for were actually things he had signed for and already claimed as his own. True, after you were crippled, you were exiled to this sect's cemetery, so it's normal not to know. Lu Rui still smiled, and after a few words, she briefly explained the matter to him. After hearing this, Su Qing felt speechless, realizing that the several phenomena were all caused by the things he had obtained when he signed in. Whether it was the ghostly saint body or the great Buddha palm, both were saint-level items, and it was not surprising that they triggered an innate phenomenon. However, Su Qing didn't expect that it would stir up the entire eastern wasteland. It seems I must hurry up and increase my strength. If things really get chaotic, I'll have enough power to protect myself. As his thoughts turned, Su Qing looked at Lu Rui and said, "Cooperation isn't impossible." It would have been better if you said that earlier. Lu Rui giggled, moving closer to Su Qing, but this time Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and a trace of killing intent leaked out. His steps came to an abrupt halt, and Lu Rui glared at him impatiently, saying in a soft voice, "You're no fun. I don't know what your purpose is, but I have a condition. If you can agree, we can cooperate. Tell me." Su Qing's face became serious, and he slowly said, "Let the Qingxian sect become more chaotic, and every so often, pass on the news from the outside world to me." The first part is fine, but Su Qing, handsome boy, you also said this is the Qingxian sect's core area. Even as the Holy Maiden, I can't just enter whenever I want. Don't worry, there will be benefits. Then it's fine. Looking at Lu Rui, whose eyes couldn't hide the cunning despite the veil covering her face, Su Qing could only shake his head helplessly. She really was the Holy Maiden of the demon sect, like a hawk that wouldn't release its claws until it saw the rabbit. It was fine to agree. As for the methods used, that was Lu Rui's business. Nodding, Su Qing moved his hand, and a top-tier earth-ranked medicinal herb appeared in his palm. It was a spiritual plant, blue and green intertwined like a lotus, with waves of pure spiritual energy emanating from it. Lotus heartgrass, this is the benefit I'm giving you. However, it can't just be given to you like that. Don't you think you should show some sincerity in this cooperation? Lu Rui was visibly shocked at this moment. You casually offer an earth-ranked top-tier medicinal herb? Don't be fooled by how Su Qing had been signing for saint-level, spirit-level, and heavenly-level items recently. In the outside world, within the eastern wasteland, earth-ranked top-tier herbs, spirit tools, or pills were all considered incredibly precious.
Lu Rui was the holy maiden of the demon sect, but even she couldn't casually take out Earth-ranked top-tier items. Her cloud smoke spiritual robe and the bead that helped her enter the sect's cemetery were both given to her by her master before leaving the sect. This guy has many secrets, even beyond what I imagined. It seems it's necessary to interact more with him in the future, even pulling him into the Tianma sect. A thought sparked in her mind, and Lu Rui casually accepted the medicinal herb, smiling gently at Su Qing, naturally. With that, Lu Rui took out an item from the storage belt at her waist. It was a palm-sized, silver-white stone, with a drop of bright red blood at its center.
This is the Bloodline Source Stone. It contains a drop of my bloodline essence. If it is damaged, my bloodline source will also be harmed. As a show of sincerity for our cooperation, this should be enough, right? Su Qing nodded. This bloodline origin stone Su Qing knew was a treasure that nurtures bloodline power. Over time, it would enhance bloodline power, helping its awakening to happen faster. The bloodline origin stone, in terms of rank, is about the same as that medicinal herb. But for Lu Rui, the essence blood inside is the most valuable. And as Lu Rui said, if the source essence blood is damaged, the owner of the bloodline will also suffer considerable harm, even affecting the origin, greatly hindering future bloodline awakening. It's like harming one's foundation. It can be considered as having sincerity. Then let's cooperate happily. After the two exchanged, Su Qing put away the bloodline origin stone, looking at Lu Rui without speaking. Seeing this, Lu Rui chuckled and did not say much more, directly rushing towards the direction outside the sect's cemetery. After Lu Rui's figure completely disappeared, Su Qing stayed there for a while, lost in thought. I don't know if it's a coincidence or destiny, because the so-called connection with the demon sect saintess ended up with that kind of outcome, but now I have reached a cooperation with her. Shaking his head, Su Qing sighed slightly, feeling that the world is unpredictable. However, it also lets Su Qing know what the current situation outside is. The urgent matter is still to improve strength, so as to cope with what might happen later. Yu Hai, oh Yu Hai, you are so unlucky, you died so long ago, and your coffin was dug up by someone. Looking at the dirt blown open by a fist, revealing the ancient coffin, Su Qing smiled bitterly and shook his head, using spiritual power to cover it up again. North of Qingxian sect, 500 miles away, a not small city with well-arranged buildings is located here. Yuan City, a city with a 1,000-year history, under the jurisdiction of Qingxian sect. There are many cultivators, and quite a few ordinary people, with a steady stream of travelers. People from all regions converge here. In a tea house located in the center of Yuan City, decorated luxuriously, there are 3 floors. In one of the private rooms of the tea house, 3 men and 1 woman are sitting around the table. Master sent us here, it's been more than 2 months, have we still not found any specific news? In the left position, a young man in a white mysterious robe, handsome but with thick eyebrows, said. His gaze swept over the other 3, somewhat impatient. To his right, a burly man, looking like a wrathful golden-eyed king, snorted twice and said, the matter of the anomaly is already well known, it's not just our Liang sect, other sects have also appeared in Yuan City, right? In recent months, many forces have been at work, and the only conclusion reached is that the anomaly originates from the direction of Qingxian sect. However, the people of Wanling sect have recently appeared in Yuan City, undoubtedly having some leads. The handsome young man, upon hearing this, looked at the only woman, saying, Sister Zhao, you have some connection with the people of Wanling sect, have you picked up any hints? Zhao Shuang, one of the true disciples of Liang sect, 29 years old, with a cultivation of the second layer of mystical Dan realm, her appearance is quite good, attracting many admirers. But her temperament is somewhat strange, unpredictable, and difficult to grasp, causing many admirers to only dare glance from afar. At this time, she smiled gracefully and said, currently, Yuan City is a mix of fish and dragons, the people from various forces are gathered here, which already indicates that the anomaly represents some kind of genius treasure or inheritance, is within the territory of Qingxian sect. We only need to follow the people of Wanling sect, and we will naturally gain something. It seems that there is no other way. Another young man then spoke, a few months ago, that saint son of Qingxian sect was crippled, still in collusion with the demon sect saintess. Could it be that the demon sect saintess is still nearby? Humph, what a nonsense saintess, if I see her, I will definitely kill her. The burly man's face revealed fierce anger, the aura of a 4th layer mystical Dan realm inadvertently radiating. Waving his hand, the handsome young man looked at the other young man. Senior brother Wang Su, your body movement is the best, and you're most skilled at hiding. If you get a chance, can you sneak into Qingxian sect to investigate? Before Master left, he gave me a top-grade Earth-level concealment talisman. I can give it a try. Wang Su nodded and then said, Qingxian sect must know something. I'll leave now to avoid falling behind. No rush. After several discussions, Wang Su finally left. The handsome young man then looked at Zhao Shuang and softly said, Sister, please take care of things at Wanling sect. Apart from here, in many hidden places in Yuan City, people from all factions are secretly acting. The natural phenomenon represents great opportunities.
The 5 major sects of the Eastern Wilderness have competed for 1,000 years, each with its advantages, and their battles have had wins and losses. However, the recent natural phenomena, whether it's a genius, rare treasure, or inheritance, any sect among the 5 that obtains it could firmly establish itself as the first sect in the Eastern Wilderness. With such temptation, how could the 5 sects, or even smaller sects that heard rumors, not do everything possible to find out the whereabouts and claim it for themselves? Qing Xian Sect. Sect leader Lin Sunghai and the elders naturally know that their sect has become the target of everyone. But everyone feels helpless. In our Qing Xian sect's domain? Nonsense, we've practically turned over the entire land of Qing Xian sect's territory in the past few months and still haven't found anything. An elder said with a face full of resentment, looking somewhat worn out. In the past few months, these elders had put in countless efforts, but they hadn't found the exact location of the natural phenomenon. The other elders also shook their heads helplessly. No progress. Ever since the news spread that the natural phenomenon came from the Qingxian sect direction and might be within their domain, these elders were the most anxious. But the results were disappointing. Alright, since we can't find it, let's put it aside for now and wait to see how it develops. Everyone should go back to what they were doing. Lin Sunghai made a decision and spoke in a deep voice. As for those people outside, let them search. As long as no one finds it, no one will get it. That's right. If after a year or even 10 years they still can't find it, we can't keep wasting time on this matter. The Grand Elder Li Lan also spoke with a serious tone. The other elders glanced at each other and nodded. For now, this is the only way. Since they think it's within Qing Xian sect's domain, let them search. If they really find it, Qing Xian sect will have the geographical advantage. If they don't find it, they won't waste too much mental energy and delay their own cultivation. As for the turmoil outside, Su Qing, who was in the sect's cemetery, was completely unaware. A few days had passed since the Lu Rui incident. During this time, Su Qing had signed in and obtained many good things. His cultivation had also been steadily improving. On top of the purple pattern golden pill in his dantian, spiritual patterns had once again formed several new ones. Now, there were already 18. The peak of the second stage of the Xiandan realm. If he formed one more pattern, it would mean that Su Qing had reached the third stage of the Xiandan realm. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a middle-grade heaven-tier protective spiritual weapon, the Golden Silk Xian Armor. Su Qing was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had obtained a protective spiritual weapon. The grade wasn't low. A middle-grade heaven-tier protective spiritual weapon was quite rare in the entire Eastern Wilderness. With a thought, a piece of armor made entirely of 1,000-year-old golden silkworm silk appeared before Su Qing. It was dazzlingly golden. Majestic and awe-inspiring, with a luster even more brilliant than gold. However, Su Qing only felt a strong aura of extravagance. After silently mocking it, Su Qing directly put it on and found that it fit perfectly, wrapping around his entire body. Most importantly, it was incredibly light. Suddenly, the golden silk Xian armor emitted a burst of radiance, then began to gradually vanish, becoming completely invisible from the outside. Seeing this scene, Su Qing felt quite pleased. The golden silk mysterious armor looked very cool, but it was too flashy, too luxurious. Now that it could be hidden close to the body, it was very good. Try the defense level. Su Qing raised his hand, and the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, Su Qing grabbed the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear and poked it straight into his own arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and a faint white mark appeared on the invisible golden silk mysterious armor. The Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear was a heavenly grade top-tier spirit weapon. Even though Su Qing did not use much strength, it was not something ordinary armor could block. Su Qing roughly estimated the defensive power of the golden silk mysterious armor. Anyone below the 7th level of the Xiandan realm would not be able to break through its defense. Not bad, with this golden silk mysterious armor, below the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, I can basically ignore their attacks. Heavenly grade spirit weapons, especially protective spirit weapons, were extremely rare. Besides being difficult to refine, the most important factor was finding suitable materials. The 1,000-year-old golden silkworm silk was a rare heavenly treasure. Its toughness and defense were incredibly terrifying. A 1,000-year-old golden silkworm was equivalent to a cultivator at the human transformation realm. Su Qing smiled in satisfaction, took a brief rest, and then entered a state of cultivation again. Chapter 16, Placing the Spirit Spring Eye. System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a top-tier Earth-grade spirit item, a Spirit Spring Eye. Su Qing was slightly surprised. Spirit items could also be considered a kind of cultivation resource. Underground spiritual veins, dragon veins, mind veins, these were all types of spirit items. Beneath the land of the Qingxian sect, there was a spiritual vein of medium quality, which had been suppressed underground by several founding ancestors of the sect. But as time passed, after 10,000 years, the spiritual vein was no longer as it once was. Now, it seemed to have only the level of a mid-tier heavenly grade. Of course, it could still provide enough spiritual energy for the Qingxian sect for at least a few thousand years. Almost every major sect had an underground spiritual vein. Even though super-large sects and ancient clans possessed dragon veins, these heaven and earth-born supreme spirit items. As for the spirit spring eye, Su Qing could tell from its name that it was a spring that continuously produced spiritual spring water. A top-tier earth-grade item, not low, especially one like this with long-lasting effects, providing spiritual power for cultivation. Even the 5 major sects fought for such cultivation resources. But, how do I use this thing? Su Qing was a bit troubled. The spirit spring eye had to be placed in a suitable location to maximize its effect. The spiritual energy contained in the spring water could be absorbed by people, and the spring water itself was also an excellent material for refining pills. Many pills, if added with this spiritual spring water, would have their quality enhanced. While thinking, Su Qing's gaze fell on the dried-up lake basin not far away. It used to be a lake. Although it's dried up now, the terrain was originally meant to gather water. Placing the spirit spring eye here may be a bit forced, but it's worth a try. After speaking, Su Qing stood up, leapt into the air, and in the blink of an eye, arrived at the center of the large pit. The cracked ground was stubbornly growing a few weeds. It looked a bit desolate. Su Qing found a spot, then with a thought, a large, millstone-sized, tornado-shaped column of clear water, exuding dense spiritual energy, appeared in front of him. Under Su Qing's control, it floated above his palm. The water flowed gently, continuously circulating, and in just a short time, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have thickened slightly. Go! With a light shout, the spirit spring eye dropped into a small depression below. At the moment of contact, the spirit spring eye seeped into the ground, directly into the earth. Before long, a trickle of clear water flowed from the depression, spreading in all directions. The clear spring water spread out, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, adding a sense of life to the place. Soon, the speed of the flowing water increased, and the originally small stream turned into a fountain-like state, rapidly spreading towards the surrounding dry ground. Su Qing swiftly retreated, leaping onto the edge of the large pit, watching the spiritual spring water slowly spread below, nodding his head. At this speed, it probably won't take long before it fills this entire small lake. At this moment, Su Qing began to feel some worry, murmuring to himself, after it fills up, it won't stop, right? It will keep spreading outward? The spiritual spring eyes would continuously release spring water, flowing freely. If enough time passed, it might become uncontrollable and flood the entire area. It was at this moment that Su Qing realized he hadn't thought things through completely. He had only considered finding a suitable spot to use the spiritual spring eye. Now, it was too late to retract. He could only watch as the spiritual spring eye continued to gush out spiritual spring water, filled with spiritual energy. After observing for a while, Su Qing helplessly shook his head. I'll just take it one step at a time. Returning to his old spot, Su Qing sat cross-legged, but did not cultivate. He glanced at the tombstone of the Yuhai, deep in thought. The rewards from signing in these past days have all been related to pill refining, and this Frostflame spiritual fire should be the most valuable. The rewards he had received were already of the Earth grade's best quality. If he continued signing in, the quality of the rewards would only decrease. Su Qing pondered, murmuring, should I change locations, or continue cultivating for a while? After much thought, Su Qing decided to let it settle for now. I'll first observe the situation with the spiritual spring eye, and then plan accordingly. The other option was to change locations and start a new sign-in. Although he could obtain good things, there were too many, and sometimes it was frustrating when they couldn't be used. What Su Qing was most lacking right now was actually a cultivation method with a high enough grade, but such things weren't easily obtained. He had entered the sect cemetery for several months, and despite signing in so many times, he had never received a cultivation method as a reward. The method he was currently practicing was still the Qingxian sect's inherited method, the Nine Suns Heavenly Art, which was a low spirit grade method. Low spirit grade methods were few even in the entire East Wilderness. However, although it was an inherited method, it had only been passed down for about 4,000 to 5,000 years, not the original one. It was said that during that period, a world-shaking war occurred, which lasted for hundreds of years. 2 of the 3 great ancestors of the Qingxian sect fell in that war, and the remaining one suffered fatal injuries that could never be healed. The elders and disciples under them, countless in number, perished. The Qingxian sect almost became dust in history because of that war. By a stroke of luck, the Qingxian sect survived, but a portion of the complete Nine Suns Heavenly Art was lost. The current Nine Suns Heavenly Art passed down was slowly restored by later generations of powerful figures from the Qingxian sect, but its grade was far inferior to the original method. Low spirit grade isn't bad either. I'll continue cultivating it for now.
If I come across a better method in the future, I can switch. Tonight, the sky wasn't as dark and heavy as usual, and the stars could be faintly seen. Outside, a shadow moved quietly, without alerting anyone, and arrived in front of the sex cemetery's barrier array. I need some good news. Welcome, young master, out of seclusion, Su Qing. Even if you're dead, I will take your corpse back to report. The shadow muttered to himself while looking at the sex cemetery in front of him. Then, with a flip of his hand, a jade token appeared in his palm. With a surge of spiritual power, the jade token transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the air ahead, and instantly vanished. Buzz. Space ripples appeared, and then a crack suddenly opened. The shadow quickly darted out, diving into the sex cemetery. The crack quickly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. The direction of the mark isn't far from here. After briefly sensing, the shadow flickered, quickly heading in a specific direction. Before long, he arrived in front of a tombstone. Looking around, the shadow found the jade tablet that Su Qing had discarded not far from the tombstone. As he was about to pick it up, suddenly, the shadow's gaze shifted and looked straight in one direction, his eyes shaking. Someone is cultivating? This fluctuation of aura, the third level of the Xiandan realm? This discovery caused the shadow's presence to waver, the aura of the third level of the Xiandan realm fleeting away. But soon, the shadow's expression darkened. Is there someone in this sex graveyard with such cultivation? How is this possible? Although the shadow did not know the specific background of the sex graveyard, he should have some understanding. Yet in this Qingxian sex graveyard, either it was the tombs of dead spirits, or disciples who were banished here and had their cultivation wasted. Because of this, the shadow felt even more shocked. After thinking for a moment, the shadow grabbed the jade tablet and rushed towards the source of the aura. Chapter 17, Death Warriors, Shadows. At this moment, Su Qing was madly absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth, while the suspended ring was also continuously absorbing and feedbacking, plus Su Qing had swallowed quite a lot of spiritual materials and elixirs. The spiritual power surrounding him was terrifyingly rich, almost forming a spiritual power hurricane. Su Qing was trying to condense the 19th spiritual pattern, suddenly reaching the third level of the Xiandan realm. As Su Qing broke through with all his might, a gray stripe slowly condensed, entwined with a purple stripe, fitting against the golden pill. The 19th spiritual pattern, complete. Su Qing's aura fluctuation suddenly increased a notch. The third level of the Xiandan realm. Since absorbing and refining the frost flame spiritual fire, Su Qing's speed of condensing spiritual patterns had skyrocketed, incredibly fast. With various heavenly materials in the Yin Ming sacred body, Su Qing's foundation was not at all weak, but rather solid. Someone is approaching? Just as he sensed his own condition, Su Qing's expression shifted slightly, and in his spiritual awareness, a strong aura wave was swiftly approaching him. An aura of the third level of the Xiandan realm, looks like it's coming for me? While pondering, a black figure moved at high speed. Within a few breaths, it reached the edge of the dry lake, several dozen meters away from him, gazing longingly at him. After such a long time, the originally dry lake pit now had a steady stream of spiritual spring water, covering a third of its depth. The nearly several meters deep spiritual spring water emitted rich spiritual energy, making the surrounding cold temperature seem to soften a lot, and even feeling comfortable after staying here for a while. But at this moment, the man in black completely ignored the rising spiritual spring water below and fixed his gaze tightly on Su Qing across from him. It's you, Su Qing. How could it be? How could it actually be you? That familiar face, but an incredibly powerful aura, belonging to the strong fluctuation of the third level of the Xiandan realm, made the shadow feel strange. Incredulity filled his eyes, shock visible within. A few months ago, the completely crippled Su Qing was banished to the sex graveyard, in a state of waiting for death. But now, not only was his cultivation still there, he had even broken through to the third level of the Xiandan realm just moments ago. Not to mention the supreme bone of Su Qing had already been dug out. Just the speed of progressing from the 7th level of the spirit vessel realm to the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm in a few months was astonishing enough. At 18 years old, reaching the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm was indeed a rarity in the history of the Qingxian sect. At least in nearly 3,000 years of the Qingxian sect, he was the fastest cultivating person. Su Qing looked at the man in black, his brows slightly furrowed. He had never seen him before, but the fluctuating spiritual energy released occasionally felt somewhat familiar to Su Qing. Like him, they both possessed the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm, and in the Qingxian sect, they should not be unnoticed. The only ones who could so easily enter the sex graveyard without alarming anyone, apart from that devil sect holy maiden, were those true disciples or elders who granted the jade. But the person in front of him was clearly not someone with good intentions. The aura around him also made Su Qing feel strangely familiar. I have heard Mo Zhang mention before that the Grand Elder Li Lan secretly trained a group of death warriors, who not only protect Li Yunfei but also help him with some shady deeds. Could this be one of those so-called death warriors? As the saint's son, Su Qing naturally knew some of the secrets of certain sect members.
Before things turned sour, Su Qing was also a favorite of the sect.
His master, Elder Mo Zhang, and the sect leader, Lin Sunhai, occasionally mentioned things to Su Qing.
Though he didn't know much, he had heard of it. Only the death warriors of Li Yunfei, possessing such cultivation yet not showing it in the Qingxian sect, could quietly sneak into the sect's cemetery like this. The expression behind the black mask had completely darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The Shadow, one of Li Yunfei's death warriors, nearly 40 years old, had seen many geniuses, but someone with Su Qing's talent he had never seen before. After being a death warrior for about 20 years, deeply loyal to Li Yunfei, Su Qing was the toughest obstacle standing in Li Yunfei's way.
He had to be eliminated.
Being able to restore his cultivation and even break through to the third level of the Xiandan realm, he must have many secrets. If we take him back to the young master, it will definitely deepen his foundation. The Shadow no longer hesitated, his eyes filled with killing intent. He turned into a shadow under the night and attacked Su Qing. Spiritual power surged from his body, and a cold aura spread out. Cold Spirit Palm. A gray spiritual power aura appeared, wrapping around the Shadow's right palm. The cold aura spread out, and even the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. The attack came in an instant. Su Qing, however, remained calm, even feeling a bit like laughing.
Cold Spirit Palm? Cold aura? Looks like your fate is truly unfortunate.
With a thought, Su Qing leaped into the air, without any fancy movements. He also gathered his spiritual power and slapped out. He didn't use the Great Buddha Palm or any other advanced technique, just an ordinary slap.
Arrogant.
The Shadow naturally noticed Su Qing's movement and felt insulted, his spiritual power fluctuating even more violently. A palm filled with cold aura came at Su Qing with incredible speed. Su Qing, however, was not slow. In the blink of an eye, their palms met.
Boom! A loud crash, and in the next moment, both of them staggered backward. Su Qing flipped in midair, landing lightly without any change in his breath.
The Shadow, however, felt a sharp pain in his palm. A layer of frost spread over it, completely freezing it. The cold aura continued to invade, even freezing his blood. This was the innate freezing aura of the Yin Ming Saint body.
Su Qing hadn't actively released it, it just naturally attached itself.
Otherwise, the Shadow's entire body would have been frozen, not just his palm.
What is this?
The Shadow was filled with shock, but there was no time to think further. He had to forcefully use his spiritual power to protect his palm, barely stopping the invading cold aura. However, his body uncontrollably flew backward for dozens of meters. His feet left 2 long marks on the ground before he finally came to a stop. You? The Shadow stared at Su Qing with wide eyes, completely incredulous. The third level of the Xiandan realm, using an Earth-tier top-grade technique, the Cold Spirit Palm, and yet still unable to defeat Su Qing's single slap? Impossible. The Shadow's heart was filled with shock and fury. With an angry roar, he charged forward again, his spiritual power surging wildly. It felt like a wild beast was roaring within him. His ghostly figure, filled with overwhelming killing intent, lunged toward Su Qing.
You are so weak. Su Qing sneered coldly, then took a deep breath.
The purple-patterned golden pill in his dantian began to spin rapidly. Swish! After a brief clash between the two figures, the Shadow quickly retreated, breathing heavily. Su Qing, on the other hand, breathed calmly. He looked at the Shadow, whose eyes were filled with horror. Su Qing revealed a faint smile. Her palm naturally raised, and the purple-patterned golden pill spun faster. Above the sky, dark clouds began to gather, as if something terrifying was brewing. Faintly, there seemed to be a massive phantom hand floating within those dark clouds.
Chapter 18, One Palm Suppression. When she broke the seal earlier, Su Qing had casually used the Great Buddha Palm without much force, but now she was more serious.
The terrifying pressure in the air swept down, as if the heavens were about to collapse, intending to suppress the world. That overwhelmingly powerful aura caused the Shadow to breathe heavily, trembling involuntarily from the inside out.
What kind of mysterious technique is this?
Feeling the terrifying pressure, the Shadow's liver and gall quivered, already filled with the desire to retreat. It was completely no match for Su Qing, and it was even hard to say whether she had used even 3 parts of her strength.
Want to retreat? It's too late.
As her voice fell, a giant phantom hand that covered the sky descended rapidly toward the Shadow.
No place to escape.
The Shadow could only push off the ground with its feet, crossing its arms in front of its body, screaming with all its might, "Water Cloud Shield!" A circle of ink-colored ripples appeared around the Shadow, forming a water-like shield, enveloping its body. In the next moment, the first style of the Great Buddha Palm, shocked the heavens, came crashing down. Boom! The feeling of crushing everything came to the face, and the ground trembled, stirring up layers of dust. Su Qing's breath quickened slightly, but after a brief adjustment, she returned to normal. The ghostly body's recovery speed was truly terrifying. Looking over at the other side, after the dust settled, a deep pit several yards wide appeared in front of them. At the bottom of the pit, the shadow, clothes tattered, arms broken, injuries all over, its breath weak, was struggling to survive. Stepping forward, Su Qing looked down at the shadow in the pit and said softly, "Your bones are tough, you actually weren't directly killed." The third stage of the Mystic Pill realm was no threat to Su Qing. This was still Su Qing using less than 1/10 of her strength. If she had used a bit more, she probably could have directly crushed the shadow into dust.
This shows how powerful Su Qing's combat strength is now.
You. Looking at Su Qing, the shadow's bloodshot eyes were filled with horror. Whoosh! Su Qing leaped down, grabbed the shadow in one swift motion, and flew back to the flat ground. The shadow, like a dead dog, remained by the side, and Su Qing's expression was cold as she spoke. "As Li Yunfei's death warrior, you must know some of his secrets.
Tell me, I can give you a quick end." Do you think I will speak? Probably not, but I have some interrogation methods I'd like to try.
A sinister smile appeared on her face, causing the shadow to tremble uncontrollably.
But Su Qing did not wait for it to react. She reached out with one hand, and dozens of sharp, needle-like spikes appeared. Each one was a foot long, with hair-thin tips. They emitted a chilling silver glow. These were the mid-grade Earth-tier spiritual tools, the heavenly fire-cold needles, received as a reward not long ago. They were a type of hidden weapon, forged from cold iron after being hammered for thousands of times over 100 years. There were 38 of them, and when used with hidden weapon techniques, they possessed quite formidable power. For Su Qing, they were of no use, so she'd kept them in her spatial ring, but now they came in handy. Next, Su Qing carried out a series of tortures on the shadow. The valley was filled with horrific, miserable screams. An hour later, the shadow was left in a state too horrifying to look at. It wasn't that Su Qing was sadistic. After all, when dealing with enemies, how could one succeed without being ruthless? Moreover, as Li Yunfei's death warrior, the shadow must know many of his secrets. Extracting some of them would be useful to Su Qing in dealing with Li Yunfei or Li Lan later. Also, this sect's graveyard was extremely desolate, with no one around. Except for the time when Lu Rui unintentionally entered and a strange cooperation formed, Su Qing had spent most of her time meditating and cultivating. Finally, a source of amusement arrived. And it was a good thing to also collect some interest from the enemy. How could one let such an opportunity slip away? Su Qing looked at the miserable shadow, lying like a pile of mud, with no discomfort in his heart. A death warrior is a death warrior, still refusing to speak after holding out for so long. Shaking his head, Su Qing became a little disheartened. As his thoughts stirred, Su Qing crouched down, looking at the barely breathing shadow, and said with a smile, "You're tough. Well then, I'll try out the remaining 99 forms of torture on you, just when I had no one to experiment on." Upon hearing this, the shadow's drooping eyes suddenly widened. The look in the shadow's eyes was like that of seeing a devil, filled with pure terror. Thinking about the 99 brutal torture methods, the shadow's heart and liver trembled wildly. I. The shadow seemed to want to say something, but the next moment, its voice abruptly stopped, and its breath gradually faded. Looking at the shadow that had already died, Su Qing felt somewhat speechless. Well, speak then, what does it mean to just die like this? At this moment, Su Qing really wished he had a miraculous power to revive the dead, but the reality was what it was, so he could only sigh. He decisively began to search the corpse. As a death warrior, the shadow didn't have much on him, only a storage ring. A sweep of spiritual consciousness erased the shadow's mark. After a quick inspection, Su Qing curled his lips. "So poor, his entire fortune is not even worth a single check-in for me, what a letdown." Some healing and cultivation pills, most of which were of the Xian rank. Cultivation techniques, weapons, these were of no use to Su Qing. However, after rummaging for a while, Su Qing took out 3 items. A scroll, a letter, and a jade tablet. The jade tablet was used to open the sect cemetery's barrier formation. The letter's paper was dark golden, with a black gold symbol on the seal. This symbol feels a bit familiar. With some curiosity, Su Qing picked up the letter and opened it, his expression shifting slightly. This Li Yunfei actually secretly instructed the Death Warriors to cooperate with the Dark Pavilion? Even repeatedly ambushing and killing sect disciples in secret to seize their treasures, truly sinister. The letter was a secret report from a Dark Pavilion member to Li Yunfei. It recorded the movements, whereabouts, and belongings of 10 true disciples of the Qingxian sect over the past few months. 7 of them had been marked with a line, indicating they had already been successfully assassinated. The remaining 3 had a note behind their information. Eliminate future threats, kill them. Before my predecessor was disabled, a few true disciples of the sect went missing and died without a trace. Now it seems, it was all part of Li Yunfei's collaboration with the Dark Pavilion, secretly sending killers. Su Qing sighed a little. Many of the Qingxian sect's members probably never imagined that Li Yunfei, the son of the Grand Elder and a genius with a stellar reputation, would be so ruthless, being a true disciple of the sect himself.
The Dark Pavilion, an assassination organization in the Eastern Wilderness, was just like the Demon Sect. It was a force that righteous people wanted to eliminate as soon as possible. As long as the commission was high enough, they would accept assassination tasks. No matter the target's age, gender, or strength, whatever price was paid, the Dark Pavilion would dispatch a killer of the corresponding level. The assassination success rate was extremely high, and many smaller sects in the Eastern Wilderness had been wiped out by them. Even within the 5 major sects, many disciples had been assassinated. The 5 major sects had also sent people to try to eliminate this organization, but the Dark Pavilion's movements were elusive, and its lair was hard to find. Countless Dark Pavilion killers were scattered across the Eastern Wilderness, and the 5 major sects spent nearly 100 years trying to eradicate this force, but they had never completely destroyed it. In recent years, the Dark Pavilion had been quieter, but this letter showed that the Dark Pavilion was once again active and had even formed alliances with certain people from the 5 major sects. Preaching righteousness while being treacherous and cruel, this is very much in line with Li Yunfei's character. With a sneer, Su Qing stored the letter in his void ring. It might prove useful later, so he decided to keep it for now. His gaze turned to the last item. A roll of light yellow scroll, feeling thick to the touch, as if made from the hide of some long-forgotten animal. Slowly unrolling it, Su Qing saw a map route clearly marked on it. The intersecting routes and marked locations covered a large area. Yendang Mountain Range, Bailey Gorge, Boundless Sea of Land. These places seemed to be within the eastern wasteland. Su Qing furrowed his brows, confused. This was clearly a map, but why highlight these places specifically? From the memories of his previous life, Su Qing knew that the Yendang Mountain Range belonged to the jurisdiction of the Wanling sect, a vast and almost untouched primitive mountain range stretching tens of thousands of miles. Full of demon beasts and poisonous insects, it was a forbidden place for ordinary people. Even cultivators with the strength of the Xiandan realm dared not set foot lightly. Bailey Gorge, on the other hand, was near the Joshuan sword sect, with valleys and steep gorges throughout. The boundless sea of land, located on the edge of the eastern wasteland, was a vast, endless black ocean. Crossing it would lead into the territory of the northern state. A treasure map? Flipping through the map, Su Qing felt puzzled. This map marked 3 places, almost covering half of the eastern wasteland. But these places, if one was not too weak, almost every disciple of a sect would have heard of them, and even know the directions. Why make a map specifically marking these places? It wasn't like ordinary people or cultivators without a sect. Li Yunfei, the son of the Grand Elder, a person of noble status and extraordinary talent, really had no need for something that looked like a map. As a death warrior, he would not leave his master's side unless on a mission, and certainly wouldn't use something like this. Although I don't know its use, these places are still relatively special. If I get the chance, I can go check them out. There should be some good things to find. Puzzled, Su Qing didn't waste time and put everything on the ground into his floating ring. Then, he began to handle the scene. Using materials from the surroundings, he directly threw the shadow corpse into the pit. He raised the dirt and filled the pit. Done. In this sect's graveyard, there weren't many things, but there were plenty of graves. Adding one more mound wouldn't be surprising. Moreover, this place was almost deserted, so there was little fear of being discovered. If only I could get something to destroy the corpse and erase all traces, burying one after another, it's really a hassle. He snorted, then gathered his mind and sat down again near the Yuhai gravestone. Another one dead, they should have noticed something by now. Li Yunfei, I wish you could come in person. Su Qing looked toward the direction outside the sect's graveyard, his eyes glowing coldly. Thinking about it, a figure in a purple gauze dress suddenly appeared in Su Qing's mind. That saintess of the Devil sect hasn't forgotten, has she? It's been quite some time now, how come there's no news? What Lu Rui needed to do was create chaos in the Qingxian sect, distracting them so Su Qing could have more time to increase his strength. Additionally, news from the outside world would also be helpful to Su Qing, at least allowing him to know the current situation. But Lu Rui hadn't made any moves yet. Su Qing even wondered if she had been captured by the Qingxian sect while causing trouble and might have even been executed. The bloodline source stone hasn't reacted, so she shouldn't have died quietly. Sigh, people from the Devil sect really can't be relied on. After muttering, Su Qing adjusted his breathing and entered a state of cultivation once again. Qingxian sect, Liang Peak. Still in the innermost secret room of the 3-story pavilion, Li Yunfei, who had already fused with the Supreme Bone and adapted to about 80 to 90%, suddenly opened his eyes. The Shadow's life token, shattered? With a wave of his hand, a palm-sized wooden token appeared in his hand. But the wooden token was now shattered into pieces. The life imprint left inside has completely disappeared. This is a special command token that controls Death Warriors and can track their location at any time. Besides monitoring the movements of the Death Warriors, it can also be used to determine whether they are alive or dead when sent on missions. If the command token shatters, it means the Death Warrior has perished.
Shadow went to the sex cemetery for less than half a day, and his command token shattered, meaning he's dead? Li Yunfei couldn't believe it, his brows furrowing deeply. Asan's body was never found, so it could be said that his cultivation was too weak. After all, he was only at the spirit vein realm, and accidents could happen. But Shadow was truly at the third level of the profound core realm. Among the death warriors under his command, Shadow's strength ranked in the top 3. Yet now, he had died inside the sex cemetery, making Li Yunfei deeply suspicious of that place. Was it Su Qing? Or is there some secret in the sex cemetery that I don't know about? After pondering for a moment, Li Yunfei finally snorted coldly and muttered, "For the supreme bone to perfectly adapt, it's really not easy. Even now, it's still missing something. The sex cemetery Su Qing. Forget it for now. Once I leave seclusion, I'll go there myself." Sex cemetery. At this moment, Su Qing was standing by the lake, looking at what was once a dried-up pit, now almost completely filled with spiritual spring water. Only less than half a meter remained before the water would overflow the lake's edge. Probably in about an hour, this lake will be full. And it doesn't seem like the water flow has stopped yet. Could it really keep flowing endlessly? To be honest, Su Qing felt a little uneasy. He searched through his suspended ring for a while but couldn't find anything to stop this situation effectively. As for formations, he hadn't signed in and obtained anything related to them yet. Scratching his head, Su Qing really had no good solution at the moment. If it really doesn't stop, I'll have to forcibly collect the spiritual spring source into the system space and see if that works. The God-tier sign-in system came with a system space, similar to an inventory, with about 100 slots. It couldn't store living beings, but spiritual spring water was considered a spiritual substance, so it didn't count as a living thing. The only question was whether the already activated spiritual spring source could still be collected. As time passed, the spiritual spring water finally filled the entire lake and was about to spill over. Seeing this, Su Qing decided to give it a try. But at that moment, a halo of light suddenly rose from the center of the lake, emerging from the spiritual spring source, and quickly enveloped the entire lake. A strange scene unfolded. The originally overflowing spiritual spring water suddenly slowed to an incredibly sluggish pace. It stopped? And it looks like the spiritual spring source has changed somehow. Su Qing was shocked as he observed everything, spreading out his spiritual sense. He sensed that under the center of the lake, the flow rate of the spiritual spring source had drastically slowed down. Moreover, the amount of water gushing out was becoming smaller and smaller, until only a tiny trickle remained, seeping out bit by bit. At this rate, there was no longer any risk of the surrounding area being flooded. With this time, Su Qing could either expand the lake's area or wait until he signed in and obtained a way to completely resolve the issue. This is a formation's fluctuation? Could it be that some kind of formation is engraved on this spiritual spring source, and I didn't notice it? Chapter 20, Overcast Skies over Qingxian Sect. Su Qing had never carefully examined the rewards he obtained from signing in before. When he got the spiritual spring source, he simply learned its function and then stored it in the suspended ring. When he found this lake, he thought it was a suitable place and used it directly. If there really was some kind of formation engraved on the spiritual spring source, it wasn't surprising that he hadn't noticed it. As long as it's not causing problems for now, that's fine. This lake should now be called the Spiritual Spring Lake. The spiritual energy concentration is quite high, which will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Su Qing walked around the spiritual spring lake. Even just a breath, he discovered, could absorb a significant amount of spiritual energy. If the Yinming sacred body and the suspended ring worked together, his cultivation speed would surely improve another level. At this moment, Su Qing seemed to have thought of something, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "I've been here for several months. Although my cultivation now keeps me spotless, I still feel a bit uncomfortable since I haven't had a bath in so long." That's right, Su Qing planned to take a refreshing bath in this spirit spring lake. He immediately acted upon his thought, removing his clothes and temporarily storing his golden silk black armor away, then diving into the spirit spring lake with a single leap. It's a little cold. Let me warm it up a bit. With a slight movement of his mind, Su Qing's spiritual energy surged out, forming an energy shield that enveloped the area within 5 meters around him. The spirit spring water outside the range was blocked, creating a separate 5-meter circular area. The spirit spring water outside this shield couldn't get in, blocked by the energy shield. At this moment, the frost flame spirit fire suddenly appeared, its extreme heat began to ripple, falling into the spirit spring water below. In no time, the spirit spring water within 5 meters of Su Qing began to warm up, heated by the extreme heat of the frost flame spirit fire, the temperature rising slowly. With the energy shield in place, only the spirit spring water within the 5-meter range was heating up. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the temperature of the spirit spring water within the 5-meter range had reached a certain level. Su Qing felt it for a moment, then stored away the frost flame spirit fire, beginning to soak in the hot spring. Moreover, Su Qing took out several earth-rank medicinal herbs, ground them into powder using spiritual energy, and sprinkled them into the spirit spring water. While comfortably soaking in the hot spring, he slowly absorbed the rich spiritual energy around him. The Yin Ming sacred body was in constant motion, and waves of rich spiritual energy were absorbed into his body. Once gathered in the dantian, the energy was further refined by the frost flame spirit fire. The suspended ring was also absorbing the spiritual energy and feeding it back to Su Qing. With both working together, while Su Qing soaked in the hot spring, his cultivation was rapidly increasing. It felt so incredibly comfortable. Half an hour later, Su Qing emerged from the water, feeling completely refreshed. I can definitely come here for a bath more often in the future. Su Qing nodded in satisfaction, then returned to his previous spot, sitting down to continue his cultivation. He wouldn't be able to stay here for many more days, so he would need to find a new suitable place to settle next. The Spirit Spring Lake, however, was always available, and with Su Qing's steadily increasing cultivation, distance was no longer an issue. And such a spiritual item as the Spirit Spring Eye was pointless if not used, it would only occupy a space in the suspended ring. While taking a short rest, Su Qing muttered to himself in confusion, "After I broke the seal, someone came to investigate, but it's been quite a while and there hasn't been a sound at all?" Thinking about this, Su Qing couldn't help but feel puzzled. It had been less than half a day since the seal was broken, and someone had already entered. Su Qing had remained alert and prepared. But after that, those people seemed to have forgotten about it, or something, as there had been no further movements. Perhaps, did Lu Ruoi do something? Made them too busy to care? Su Qing couldn't help but speculate, but he currently had no way of getting any news. However, Su Qing's guess was actually quite close. Recently, Qing Xian's sect had been filled with gloom. Outside, news had spread, no one knew when exactly, that the heavenly treasures and legacies hidden within the natural anomalies were in the Qing Xian sect, causing various forces to no longer hide their intentions, flooding into Qing Xian sect's territory in large numbers. Even the other sects of the 5 major sects had sent people to visit Qing Xian sect. Officially, it was just a visit, but the real purpose was clear. To probe the truth. The other party hadn't done anything excessive and remained very polite, so Qing Xian sect couldn't just force them to leave. The high-level members of the Qing Xian sect were filled with helplessness and anger. During this period, many people secretly infiltrated the Qing Xian sect, and the elders of the sect took action, capturing quite a few of them. There were people from the other 5 major sects, some from weaker sects, and even powerful rogue cultivators. However, they hadn't done anything harmful to the Qing Xian sect, they could only be taught a lesson and then expelled. All of this, Lu Rui had secretly stirred up behind the scenes. She used her naturally seductive body to easily tempt some of the sect disciples, making them do things for her. She not only hid her own identity but also caused a lot of trouble for the Qing Xian sect, all while gathering much intelligence. In a short time, the Qing Xian sect had become the target of everyone's criticism. Su Qing didn't know any of this, and it was better that no one came to trouble him, as it gave him more time to cultivate and increase his strength. For the next few days, after checking in, Su Qing didn't rest for a moment, focusing on his cultivation. His cultivation level gradually improved under such persistent efforts. With the help of the Frost Flame Spirit Fire, Su Qing could condense spiritual patterns with great ease. Once again, a spiritual pattern was formed. 21 spiritual patterns. At this rate, in less than a month, Su Qing would break through again and enter the 4th level of the Profound Pill realm. This rate of cultivation was truly astonishing. Of course, this was also due to the large number of heavenly materials and earth treasures he obtained from his daily sign-ins, his Yin Ming sacred body, and the Void Ring, which acted as a cheat for cultivation. Now, he also had the Frost Flame Spirit Fire, which was constantly refining and purifying the spiritual energy in his body. Especially with the Spirit Spring Lake nearby, filled with spiritual energy, it was no surprise that Su Qing's cultivation was advancing so rapidly. It seems that Yu Hai has made some achievements in the field of alchemy, but other than that, he doesn't seem to have any other strengths. During the recent sign-ins, Su Qing indeed received some medicinal pills, but their quality wasn't high. With Su Qing's current cultivation, pills below the earth grade or genius materials were almost useless unless used in large quantities. Continuing to sign in here didn't seem to have much meaning. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing stood up and decided to head deeper into the sect's tombeyard. As for the Spirit Spring Lake, he could come back whenever he had time. Leaving the valley, Su Qing looked around. The surrounding forest was growing denser, and in the distance, the mountains stretched endlessly. The deeper he went into the sect's tombeyard, the more it felt like entering a primeval mountain range. In Su Qing's spiritual sense, for the first time, he noticed some high-grade medicinal herbs, spirit fruits, and spirit trees. Most of them were yellow grade, with only a few small areas growing herbs of the profound grade. The deeper we go, the richer the spiritual energy becomes. It's normal to see some medicinal herbs and fruits grow here, but I wonder if any beasts or other creatures will appear? In the past, the disciples who had been exiled to the sect's tombeyard, Su Qing had never seen one.
However, he had encountered many corpses. But after all this time, Su Qing had never seen any beasts or other creatures.
Chapter 21, The Rampant Gale.
It was unclear whether the environment in the sect's tombeyard was unsuitable for beasts, or whether the Qingxian sect forbade any wild animals from existing due to it being a burial ground for their ancestors. Logically, a 100-mile area with mountainous terrain should have had some beasts, but it was strange that there wasn't a single wild animal. As Su Qing walked, his field of vision ahead opened up, revealing a vast expanse of grassland. Just as Su Qing was about to continue deeper, an invisible gale suddenly appeared out of nowhere and rushed toward him. The howling wind raged, and even the air seemed to shake.
Su Qing's gaze sharpened as he sensed the immense power contained within the gale.
A gust of wind rushed in with extreme speed, leaving no time to dodge.
Another restriction?
Feeling a shift in his heart, Su Qing dared not be careless, activating the Yin Ming sacred body, as the energy within him surged, and the golden silk armor on his body flickered in and out, a golden light shimmering on his surface. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The fierce wind swept toward Su Qing, its overwhelming power crashing into him in an instant.
However, with the Yin Ming sacred body and the golden silk armor, Su Qing completely resisted this wind's assault. The sound of metal clashing resonated throughout. But soon, another gust of wind surged forth, sweeping toward him again. Strangely, beneath such a violent gust, the grassland remained unscathed, merely swaying wildly without any signs of being ripped apart or destroyed.
Does this have a protective mechanism? Is it only aimed at intruders? Su Qing noticed the scene and couldn't help but be surprised.
But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He saw that several more gusts of wind, carrying the tendency to destroy everything, were heading his way. Even with the Yin Ming sacred body and the golden silk armor protecting him, being passively beaten down like this would not let him break free, let alone enter deeper. Taking a detour was never Su Qing's choice. A place guarded by restrictions and built for a tomb within must have significant importance. Su Qing would not let such a possibility of discovering extraordinary treasures slip away, so he had to start fighting back. With a thought, a magnificent spear appeared in Su Qing's hand. It was the heavenly grade top-tier spirit weapon, the Panlong Pation spear, which he had obtained earlier. Though I haven't trained in any spear techniques, it can still be quite useful. Gripping the spear tightly, Su Qing's internal energy surged quickly, pouring into the spear's body. Suddenly, a sound like a dragon's roar echoed forth. Roar! Faintly, it seemed like a shadow of a dragon appeared above the spear's body. Facing the gusts of wind directly, Su Qing began to swing the Panlong Pation spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Su Qing continued to swing, the whistling sound of air being torn apart echoed, containing immense power, accompanied by sharp gusts of wind, which began to counter the fierce winds. This works! Amidst the clash of winds, the pressure Su Qing was under suddenly reduced by more than half, and his heart leaped with joy. This also allowed Su Qing to witness the power of the heavenly grade top-tier spirit weapon. The destructive force of the wind was enough to obliterate any defense spirit weapon below the heavenly grade. Moreover, it required constant expenditure of energy to resist the incoming power of the wind. For an ordinary 9th level of the profound pill realm, without a heavenly grade defense spirit weapon on hand, they couldn't withstand even a moment against the assaulting wind. One careless mistake, or insufficient energy, and one could be ripped to shreds by the wind, dying tragically on the spot. This restriction is many times stronger than the previous one. I fear even the inner disciples of the Qingxian sect, including the true disciples, would not withstand this gust. Su Qing at this moment was already deeply in the sect's cemetery, and the appearance of such a high-level restriction indicated that the person buried within was definitely not simple. With no time to ponder further, Su Qing began to frantically swing the Panlong Pation spear, the gust of wind growing even stronger. The number of fierce winds was also increasing, creating a feeling as if they could blot out the sun. Just right, taking advantage of these winds to grind and hone myself. While resisting, Su Qing also had other thoughts. How could he not take this rare opportunity to refine himself against such a strong restriction? Over the past few months, aside from signing in and cultivating, he had not truly engaged in many battles. In the earlier fights, Su Qing had almost won by crushing his opponents, not needing to exert himself much, except for the last restriction, where the yellow beam had made him exert some effort. Once again encountering a restriction, containing such fierce and violent wind, Su Qing used this as an opportunity to sharpen himself while thoroughly familiarizing himself with some of the trump cards he now possesses. For example, the Panlong Breaking Heaven Spear. After obtaining it, he hadn't had much chance to use it, which felt like a bit of a waste. Gradually, Su Qing's battle against the violent wind shifted from being at a disadvantage to a contest of equal strength. But the consumption of spiritual energy was also extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Su Qing's own vast spiritual energy far surpassing that of cultivators at the same realm, with the void ring constantly absorbing and replenishing spiritual energy, and the netherworld sacred body autonomously absorbing energy as well, he probably wouldn't have been able to last much longer. Thus, while braving the violent wind, Su Qing pushed forward. The netherworld sacred body, under this kind of resistance, was gradually progressing, advancing towards perfection, but there was still quite a long way to go.
Once it reaches perfection, the true power of the netherworld's sacred body will be revealed. At this point, Su Qing had already reached the center of the grassland, and in his line of sight, he saw a hill rising from the ground in the distance, towering above the grassland, with a tomb built atop it. To the right of that tomb, about several dozen meters away, stood a green stone pillar, 1 zhang, a unit of length, high and as thick as a grinding millstone. Carved on it were dense and intricate symbols, and an invisible ripple spread from the green stone pillar from time to time. Every time the wave of energy fluctuated, a fierce gust of wind would emerge, sweeping outward. It covered the space in front of the green stone pillar, preventing anyone from approaching. The closer one got to the green stone pillar, the stronger the power of the violent wind became, and even Su Qing was starting to feel the pressure. I don't know much about formations and restrictions, looks like I can only break it by force. With the Panlong breaking heaven spear in hand, Su Qing swung it to form a barrier of powerful wind in front of him, resisting the violent wind while preparing to break the restriction in this area. His spiritual energy began to surge wildly, and the purple patterned golden core spun even faster. The vast and pure spiritual energy was all channeled into the Panlong breaking heaven spear, and a dragon's roar echoed once more as purple and golden light flashed from the spear's body. Within the golden light, a faint dragon shadow could be seen. Go! In the next moment, Su Qing exerted force with his arm and directly threw the Panlong breaking heaven spear. In the air, a sonic boom rang out as the Panlong breaking heaven spear flew towards the green stone pillar with an unstoppable momentum. Su Qing, on the other hand, sank his feet into the ground, steadying his form as he raised his right palm. The great Buddha palm was fiercely executed and swung forward. The overwhelming, all-suppressing palm power instantly destroyed the violent wind coming towards him. Boom! With a resounding sound, the Panlong breaking heaven spear had already embedded itself into the base of the green stone pillar, its body piercing halfway through, emerging from the other side. The symbols on the green stone pillar seemed to freeze for a moment, the flashing light flickering erratically. Soon, cracks began to appear on the green stone pillar. In an instant, the overwhelming violent winds surrounding the area began to slowly quiet down, and within a few breaths, it completely dissipated. Phew! This time, it actually cost me more than half of my spiritual energy. If my endurance wasn't strong and my spiritual energy purity so high, this could have been really dangerous. Su Qing took a deep breath. The restriction here was at least tens of times stronger than the one he had encountered earlier. If it weren't for Su Qing having the netherworld sacred body, a heavenly great ultimate spiritual artifact, along with some trump cards, he might not have been able to break this restriction. The main issue was that his cultivation base wasn't very high, only at the third stage of the Xiandan realm. But this restriction could definitely stop cultivators below the Fate Creation realm from proceeding. This gave Su Qing a rough understanding of the situation. Su Qing's current strength likely matched that of an ordinary cultivator who just entered the transformation realm. Of course, this was just a superficial manifestation of combat power. In reality, facing a transformation realm cultivator, Su Qing would certainly encounter many uncertainties. The restrictions I broke with such great effort will definitely attract attention from outside. It doesn't matter if it's someone weaker, but I fear a certain elder among them might enter at this moment. Su Qing pulled out the Panlong breaking heaven spear, withdrew the void ring, and looked at the shattered cyan stone pillar with a somewhat solemn expression. Every elder's cultivation level was at the transformation realm, and from what Su Qing understood, even the weakest elder of the Qingxian sect had a cultivation level of the third stage of the transformation realm. If a stronger one came, it would at least be above the fifth stage of the transformation realm. Originally, Su Qing didn't have to break the restrictions, he could have hidden in one place and cultivated until he became strong enough. However, the appearance of that death soldier last time already indicated that Su Qing didn't have much time to hide. Li Yunfei, and even the great elder Li Lan, would likely come to this sect's cemetery before long. Thus, what Su Qing needed to do now was to seize every moment and raise his strength as much as possible. And to quickly increase his strength, he could only go to some more special graves to sign in and obtain some rare and powerful items. This way, he could enhance his strength from various aspects within the limited time. That Lu Rui should have taken some action. Since the last event, there hasn't been any news. Perhaps she really has been held up by something, and if that's the case, I must hurry. Retracting his gaze, Su Qing stepped around the shattered cyan stone pillar and walked toward the nearby tomb. At this moment, Su Qing noticed that the materials used to build the tomb were clearly quite different. They were all constructed from a type of excellent stone material, the low-grade spiritual material known as white spirit stone. This white spirit stone, when ground and added to forging spiritual weapons, can greatly enhance their defensive capabilities. It's very hard and contains luminous essence. The entire stone is a pale gray color, and if held in hand, one would feel an incredibly gentle sensation. Of course, it's also an excellent material for building tombstones and graves. Without any external damage, white spirit stone can last for thousands of years without any harm. Su Qing also discovered that within a radius of several hundred meters around this tomb, there wasn't a second grave or spirit position. I'm curious to see who this buried person is. Curiosity and anticipation rose in Su Qing's heart. For a tomb of such stature and scale,
the items he might obtain during his sign-in later could be even better. Approaching, Su Qing looked at the identity information engraved on the tombstone of the grave owner. Xiao Yi, 6,000 years ago, the guardian of the Qingxian sect's scripture depository and honorary elder. He spent his life guarding the scripture depository, and during his tenure, he never allowed any technique or mystical skill within the repository to be lost. He even researched and developed many high-grade techniques in mystical skills. Moreover, during that time, the Qingxian sect had already begun to decline, and many techniques and mystical skills were either lost or incomplete. Xiao Yi thus diligently researched techniques for repairing and completing, restoring many incomplete techniques and mystical skills of the Qingxian sect. However, most of these were at the earth grade and celestial grade, with very few being of the spiritual grade. For the Qingxian sect, this was already a significant contribution. This enhanced the foundation of the Qingxian sect and provided more cultivable techniques and mystical skills to many disciples, strengthening their own strength. Thus, he became one of the honorary elders of the Qingxian sect. At that time, during the Qingxian sect's era, there were only 3 honorary elders in total. Moreover, supplementing techniques and repairing incomplete mystical skills was not something everyone could achieve. Apart from the requirements of innate talent and comprehension, the most important thing is to be willing to spend time studying, thus sacrificing most of the time spent on personal cultivation, with one's own strength, benefiting the sect. Because of these improved and repaired cultivation techniques and mystical arts, the disciples of Qingxian sect, even the elders, played a crucial role in the battle against external enemies, especially the extremely powerful demon sect from that era. It's a pity that a great catastrophe occurred in Eastern Wasteland years ago, where Xiao Yi was killed during the catastrophe, his soul shattered, and he fell. But during his time in office, Xiao Yi guarded the scripture vault for nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't for that catastrophe, if Xiao Yi hadn't died, the current Qingxian sect's foundation might have grown even deeper, and some higher-level cultivation techniques or mystical arts might have been repaired or supplemented. Perhaps, Qingxian sect would have the hope to recreate the glory of Qingxian sect from 10,000 years ago.
6,000 years ago, what a distant era.
Xiao Yi's life story truly deserves to be protected by a seal.
Just right, let me see what good things I can obtain by signing in here.
Su Qing began to feel a little eager. But at this moment, Su Qing suddenly smiled and muttered to himself, if Lu Rui knew about Xiao Yi's life story and that his tomb is still here, she would definitely think of a way to dig up the coffin and destroy the corpse, right?
Su Qing thought of that demon sect saintess.
The heavenly demon sect could be considered the mortal enemy of Qingxian sect, especially during Xiao Yi's era when the heavenly demon sect was one of the strongest among the demon sects.
Many people from the heavenly demon sect died under the Qingxian sect's hands.
It's possible that one of Lu Rui's ancestors was killed by the powerful experts of Qingxian sect, and the method of killing may have come from some cultivation technique or mystical art repaired and supplemented by Xiao Yi. His eyes slightly moved, and Su Qing looked towards the direction outside the sect's cemetery, saying, "You outside, it's better to make Qingxian sect more chaotic, so I can have more time for cultivation and improvement."
Chapter 23, The Heavenly Fire Body Forging Technique.
The matter of cooperation was originally Lu Rui, who was trying to cause as much chaos as possible outside, so Qingxian sect would have no time to care about anything else and wouldn't focus on the sect's cemetery. As for Su Qing, he cooperated from the inside, but he could cooperate with just about anything. Not to mention there wasn't much he could do for now. Even if he could, Su Qing never planned to do anything.
It's just an earth-tier medicinal herb, Su Qing doesn't care.
The most important thing is that he still cannot reveal himself. In front of the top experts of Qingxian sect, his cultivation is still insufficient. The reason he chose to cooperate with Lu Rui was to take advantage of Lu Rui or her identity as a saintess of the demon sect to bring some trouble to Qingxian sect. As for Su Qing, he was focused on using this time to cultivate and improve his strength. I wonder what the situation outside is now. His gaze turned towards the direction outside the sect's cemetery, and Su Qing thought to himself.
Su Qing could now be considered isolated from the world.
No matter how the external world was changing, what he knew was still what Lu Rui had told him last time. Some time had passed, and he had no idea what the situation was like now. Shaking his head, Su Qing shifted his gaze and looked around. The cemetery was located on top of a hill, surrounded by a grassland, with distant mountains leading deeper into the range, which he wouldn't go to for now. This place was open in all directions, with nice scenery but lacking shelter from the wind and rain. The view is wide, but if Qingxian sect discovers that the seal has been broken again and sends experts to investigate, there will be nowhere for me to hide. Su Qing was already thinking about what might happen later. The seal he just broke was very strong and could possibly attract the attention of some elders from Qingxian sect. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Qing planned to leave this place after signing in and prepare for a guerrilla war. The area of the sect cemetery was not small, and since Su Qing had the infernal saint body, which allowed him to conceal his aura and hide himself, he was quite confident that he wouldn't be found. Perfect, he hadn't signed in yet today. Immediately, Su Qing said in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a top-grade spiritual technique, the Heavenly Fire Body Forging Method.
Do you wish to cultivate it? Another reward of spiritual grade, and it is a technique.
Su-Ching felt somewhat surprised. After so many sign-ins, a technique finally appeared, and it was a top-grade spiritual one right from the start. The Qingxian sect's inherited technique, the Nine-Yang Sky technique, is only of lower spiritual grade.
But, by the sound of this name, is it a body cultivation technique?
He had a top-tier heavenly spirit weapon, the Pankong Breaking Heaven Gun. It would be best if he had a gun pathway cultivation technique. However, no matter how one looked at it, it is still a technique, much better than the Nine-Yang Sky technique he was currently practicing. From the system's introduction, Su-Ching learned that this is a body refining technique, a total of 12 layers.
During the cultivation process, strength and body intensity would receive a tremendous boost.
When cultivated to the extreme, there is a chance to achieve sainthood with terrifying physical power, stepping into the sacred realm, becoming nearly invincible among those of the same level. With each layer of breakthrough, the toughness of the physical body would see a super significant enhancement. At the third layer, one could withstand attacks from middle-grade spiritual weapons, unharmed. But this technique has a relatively special method of cultivation, using fire to forge the body. The higher the power of the flames, as long as one can endure it, the greater the enhancement. Cultivating this body forging technique does not conflict with his practice of the Nine-Yang Sky technique. After some thought, Su-Ching made a decision. I just happened to obtain the Frost Flame Spirit Fire, the best fire for body forging. Only this way can I improve my personal strength as much as possible in a short time. Su-Ching knew that he had broken the restrictions of this place, and the people from the Qingxian sect would surely notice it.
If they send top-tier experts over, he couldn't handle it.
This heavenly fire body forging method gave Su-Ching a glimmer of hope. No longer hesitating, Su-Ching directly said, "Cultivate."
Boom!
A silvery white mysterious light flickered, directly sinking into Su-Ching's mind, and immediately, massive information surged into his brain. After digesting it, Su-Ching swiftly began his cultivation. Swish!
Strange flames, like roses, composed of red and gray colors, appeared before Su-Ching.
The power of extreme heat and extreme cold radiated, causing the surrounding environment to begin to change, but had no effect on Su-Ching himself. I need to remove all external defensive items and rely solely on my body to withstand the power of the flames. Su-Ching adjusted his state, and then the Frost Flame Spirit Fire suddenly rose up, transforming into a sea of fire, enveloping him within. Of course, Su-Ching had already put away the golden silk mysterious armor. However, Su-Ching possessed the ghostly darkness physique, his body had been thoroughly transformed, and it was uncertain whether this Frost Flame Spirit Fire could be effective. In an instant, the Frost Flame Spirit Fire covered Su-Ching's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although Su-Ching refined the Frost Flame Spirit Fire, under deliberate control, it completely ignored the fact that Su-Ching was its master. After Su-Ching removed all defenses, the Frost Flame Spirit Fire displayed its tyrannical nature. Even though Su-Ching was the ghostly darkness body, he still felt an extremely intense burning sensation. The powers of extreme heat and extreme cold continuously alternated on Su-Ching, tirelessly burning his body without a moment's pause. Even with Su-Ching's endurance, he let out a muffled groan he could not suppress. As expected of the Earth and Sky Spirit Fire, if I didn't possess the ghostly darkness body and had already refined it, I really wouldn't be able to endure it. Su-Ching gritted his teeth, enduring the immense burning pain, operating the cultivation chant of the heavenly fire body forging method, gradually cultivating and adapting. Corresponding to the pain, each time Su-Ching endured a little longer, cultivated for a bit more, the Su-Ching's physical strength was gradually increasing. Even Su-Ching's power was steadily improving, subtly and continuously. Not only that, but while cultivating the Heaven Fire Body refining technique, Su-Ching did not forget to cultivate the Nine-Yang Azure Sky technique.
Within his dantian, on that purple patterned golden core, spiritual patterns were rapidly forming.
And just as Su-Ching was training arduously, the breaking of a restriction alarmed some people. At this moment, the fifth elder, Song Yuan, had just finished his tasks and returned to the attic, intending to rest for a while. However, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a fist-sized black crystal stone on the wooden shelf that had shattered into pieces.
What's going on? Another restriction profound stone has broken?
He instantly stood up, staring at the shattered black crystal stone on the shelf, his brows furrowing tightly, and his expression turning solemn.
Something was very wrong.
The last time a restriction profound stone broke, we put it aside due to too many sect matters. But now, in such a short time, another one has shattered, and it's from deep within the cemetery. Song Yuan's eyes flickered as he murmured coldly, that location is where some of the sect's earliest ancestors are buried, along with many rare burial treasures.
This restriction, without a fortune realm cultivation, cannot be broken. Chapter 24, Crisis Approaching.
In the Azure Profound sect, a cultivator at the Fortune Realm was already qualified to be promoted to an elder's position. Although such elders had little authority, they still oversaw some important areas of the sect. At the same time, they were eligible to start accepting disciples.
Such a cultivator, how could they possibly be in the sect's cemetery? There was only one possibility: an external enemy had infiltrated. This matter could be big or small. I'll go check it out myself. After a moment of thought, Song Yuan made his decision. Whoosh! With a flicker of his figure, Song Yuan disappeared from the attic. But before he could leave, a voice transmission rang in his mind. All elders, assemble in the council hall. Song Yuan turned toward the sect's council hall, his expression contemplative. A summons from the sect master. Has something else happened? After a brief hesitation, Song Yuan had no choice but to abandon his trip to the sect cemetery and instead sped toward the council hall. At this moment, Su Qing was completely unaware that an elder had personally mobilized and had nearly headed to the cemetery. 5th Elder Song Yuan, Fortune Realm, 8th Stage. Although Song Yuan had temporarily refrained from going to the cemetery, an immense crisis was silently emerging without Su Qing's knowledge. Council Hall. All elders currently within the sect had gathered here, 13 in total. The other elders were either outside leading disciples on training missions or investigating intelligence, monitoring the movements of other sections. At the head seat, the Azure Profound Sect's sect master, Lin Sunhai, wore a white silk mystic robe. His expression was solemn and dignified as he swept his gaze over the gathered elders before speaking slowly. This has been a chaotic period. Among them, the demon sect has become increasingly active, directly pushing our sect into the storm's center. Elders, do you have any countermeasures? Currently, within the Azure Profound Sect's domain, many people from the 5 great sects had gathered, along with individuals from numerous other factions. Rumors were also spreading that the celestial anomaly signified the birth of a rare treasure or inheritance and that it was within the Azure Profound Sect. Naturally, the other sects were unwilling to see the Azure Profound Sect rise in power, so they had begun exerting pressure. Not long ago, the sect had just sent away a group of so-called visiting guests. Upon investigation, it turned out that members of the demon sect were involved in these schemes, and even the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Demon sect had been spotted multiple times within their domain. It was unclear what they were plotting. Aside from the Heavenly Demon sect, the 5 Poison sect was also likely acting in the shadows. Though the Azure Profound sect was strong and deeply rooted, it could not afford to openly antagonize all the sects in the Eastern Wastelands. For now, it had to endure. Lately, the Azure Profound sect had been overwhelmed with trouble. If this continued, a major disaster was inevitable. Thus, Lin Sunhai had directly summoned all available elders within the sect, discussing how to deal with the current situation ahead. Even those small sects are coming to join the fun. Do they really think that if my Qingxian sect gets angry, I won't destroy them? An elder with a slightly fiery temper, wearing an angry expression, thought about first dealing with some small sects that had been stirring up trouble. Most of the rumors flying around recently had been spread by these people. They were all pawns, disturbing the Qingxian sect's peace. Elder Mo Zhang spoke at this time. Now, my Qingxian sect has become the target of everyone's arrows, standing at the peak of the storm. Especially since the demon sect is involved, making things even more chaotic. In my opinion, we should first eliminate these demon sect brats. After some time of peace, they've popped back up, looking for death. Several elders took turns speaking, but none had a good solution. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a dark robe stepped forward and slowly said, "Since the spearhead is already pointed at my Qingxian sect, I suggest we close the mountain gate, refuse anyone from coming in, and those sent out will remain stationary. The rest of the elders and disciples will stay inside the sect." 3rd Elder, won't this make them think that heavenly treasures or inheritance are hidden within our Qingxian sect? Someone hesitated and said. The 3rd Elder smiled slightly, but the smile was somewhat cold. So what? Do they really think my Qingxian sect is easy to bully? Can anyone come in and take part? If they want to join in the chaos, let them go ahead. We will focus on our own matters. If anyone dares to break in, Qingxian sect will have a reason to act. Do they have the courage to go to war with us? An elder agreed, saying, "I support this. We've been searching for so long across the entire sect, yet there's no sign of anyone. Now, there are all sorts of rumors, and if we back down further, Qingxian sect will truly lose face in this area." For a moment, in the discussion hall, some were in favor, while others opposed. At this time, Lin Sunhai raised his hand and quieted the discussion, then looked at everyone and said, "Let's go with 3rd Elder's suggestion. Close the mountain gate for 3 months, and during this period, everyone in the sect should do what they are supposed to do. Secondly, send 5 elders to deal with the demon sect people lingering in our territory." Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, Lin Sunhai stood up and said, "Since those people want to stir up the waters of the eastern wilderness, our Qingxian sect cannot remain passive. We will set a deadline of 3 months. If anyone causes trouble during this time, we will strike back forcefully." The sect master had spoken, and although some elders did not fully agree, they had no choice but to agree. After some discussion, everyone agreed to close the mountain gate for 3 months and make the necessary arrangements. They then left one after another.
Elder Song Yuan, who had been about to leave, suddenly remembered something and turned back into the discussion hall.
Sect Master, I have something to report.
In the discussion hall, at this moment, Lin Sunhai and Elder Li Lan were still there.
Hearing Song Yuan's words, both showed a hint of confusion. Elder Song, what is it?
Not long ago, a protective forbidden stone in the sect cemetery was shattered. When these words were spoken, both Lin Sunhai and Li Lan were slightly stunned.
Li Lan furrowed his brows and said, another forbidden stone was shattered?
Lin Sunhai looked over, his voice filled with doubt. Elderly, from what you're saying, this isn't the first time a forbidden stone has been shattered?
Yes, not long ago someone reported this.
But the situation was too chaotic at the time, and I didn't pay much attention to it.
I put it aside.
I didn't expect that soon after, this would happen again.
Elder Song, have you investigated the cause?
Lin Sunhai looked at Song Yuan and asked.
Song Yuan shook his head and said, the exact cause is still unclear.
Last time, a disciple of mine investigated, and there were traces of strong spiritual power left at the scene. The ground also showed signs of a battle. That protective forbidden stone should have been enough to block any cultivator below the 5th level of the Xiandan realm. As he spoke, Song Yuan's expression also became somewhat serious. This time, a forbidden stone that could block cultivators below the creation realm has cracked. I was about to investigate personally, but then I received an edict from the sect leader.
Li Lan also became serious, saying, has a strong enemy secretly infiltrated the sect's mausoleum? It's still unclear. Recently, people from the demon sect have been very active. It might be that the demon sect infiltrated without us knowing.
Fifth Elder, you should go in person and catch these rats who dare to trespass into our sect's sacred ground.
Lin Sanhai also nodded, saying, from today, Xingxian sect will close its gates for 3 months.
Fifth Elder, this matter will be entrusted to you.
Understood.
Soon, Fifth Elder Song Yuan left the council hall and directly headed to the sect's mausoleum.
Chapter 25, Elder enters the mausoleum. Sect Mausoleum.
Su Qing was enduring the scorching heat and extreme cold from the frostfire spirit flame. His entire body was alternately flushed red and frozen solid. Fortunately, Su Qing had the Hell-Saint body, which allowed him to endure it. In addition, during this time, Su Qing continuously consumed spirit herbs and pills to replenish his spiritual power, and he managed to hold on. Moreover, his cultivation of the heavenly fire body refining technique was progressing rapidly. Now, Su Qing's strength was several times stronger than before his cultivation, and his body's toughness had greatly improved under the burning forces. Above the purple patterned golden core, spiritual patterns were rapidly forming under the continuous and overwhelming influx of spiritual power. At this moment, the purple patterned golden core already had 35 spiritual patterns visible, 9 patterns make up one layer, and 35 patterns meant Su Qing had already reached the 4th level of the profound core realm. The speed of this improvement was terrifying. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Su Qing could break through again and reach the 5th level of the profound core realm. But what Su Qing didn't know was that a great crisis was approaching him. 5th Elder Song Yuan was already heading to the sect mausoleum, and it wouldn't be long before he entered. If Song Yuan really discovered him, with Su Qing's current strength, he wouldn't be a match for 5th Elder Song Yuan. The cultivation gap between the 8th level of the creation realm and his own was too vast. No matter how many hidden cards Su Qing had, he couldn't close this huge gap in cultivation. After a round of cultivation, Su Qing sensed that both his strength and body's defense had greatly improved. The heavenly fire body refining technique had already reached the 2nd layer. The long release of the frostfire spirit flame had not only not consumed it but had also helped it improve a little.
Although it was still far from reaching the next level, with continued effort and aided by rare heavenly materials, the frostfire spirit flame could indeed have a chance to advance again.
The most important thing was that after the frostfire spirit flame improved, its power was also gradually increasing. The frostfire spirit flame and the heavenly fire body refining technique were a perfect match. 2nd layer of the heavenly fire body refining technique, 4th level of the profound core realm. This round of cultivation really brought quite a bit of improvement. Su Qing stood up, moved his body a bit, and felt a powerful surge of strength within him. He reached out and grasped the Panlong breaking heaven spear, drawing it across his arm. SSS, a white streak appeared, but there was no sign of injury. This was a top-tier heavenly grade spirit weapon. Even though no spiritual power was applied, just a casual slash like this would have normally caused deep wounds. Su Qing's body's defense was clearly strong, at least comparable to an ordinary earth-grade defense spirit weapon. And this was only the 2nd layer. Su Qing himself was already like a humanoid beast, his body comparable to the powerful demon beasts that rely on their physical form. Once the heavenly fire body refining technique progresses a few more layers, his body's strength could rival those ancient beasts, the remains of the ancient wild beasts. With this body strength, cultivators below the creation realm, without using high-grade spiritual tools or profound techniques, can't even break through my skin's defense, right?
Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction.
Besides that, in Su Qing's dantian, the originally fist-sized purple patterned golden core had now grown more than double in size. Purple stripes covered it, and 35 spiritual patterns twisted around it. Every time the golden core rotated, it could drive the surrounding sea of spiritual power, condensing and purifying incredibly. Below the golden core, a burning flame, a fusion of red and gray, floated and sank. Compared to the time of initial refining, the frost flame spirit fire now seemed much more vigorous, the extreme heat and extreme cold forces intertwining with each other. If it were outside, in an instant, the area within dozens of miles would turn to scorched earth and frozen ground.
My overall strength should have improved greatly, but I wonder, what cultivation realm could I compete with? With many tricks and hidden cards, plus the significant boost in strength, Su Qing couldn't find any reference and truly couldn't determine his real strength level.
After slightly moving to adapt to the current power, Su Qing continued his cultivation.
Meanwhile, Song Yuan had arrived in front of the sect's cemetery.
He took out a jade plaque, waved his hand, and the plaque flew into the air, spiritual energy rippling out, opening a gap in the formation barrier of the sect's cemetery. Without saying a word, Song Yuan directly rushed inside. His spiritual sense instantly spread out, searching for suspicious places. There's a place ahead, where the concentration of spiritual power is extremely dense.
Could it be that some spiritual medicine has grown?
Since entering the Qingxian sect, until he became the fifth elder, the times he entered the sect's cemetery could be counted on one hand. The last time he came was more than 10 years ago. But now, in his spiritual sense perception, the density of spiritual power several dozen miles ahead was obviously much stronger, even comparable to the spiritual power concentration of the mountain he lived on. The sect's cemetery had been established for thousands of years, so it was not surprising that it might have nurtured some heavenly spiritual medicines. Also, to investigate the matter of the forbidden area being broken, Song Yuan rushed towards the place he sensed. In the 8th layer of the creation realm, he moved swiftly like lightning and reached a valley in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. This place was originally protected by a restriction, but now it was left in ruins, with deep pits everywhere.
Breaking it forcefully?
To cause such commotion, at least a 5-layer proficiency in the golden core realm would be required. After observing for a while, Song Yuan did not linger and entered the valley. Soon, he arrived in front of a lake filled with spiritual spring water.
Hiss! When did such a lake with such concentrated spiritual power appear here?
Though the lake in front of him was not large, the concentration of spiritual power it contained was not low. As time went by, the concentration of spiritual power here would only increase, almost equivalent to a small underground spiritual vein. After sensing it, Song Yuan was even more shocked to discover that the water in the lake flowed endlessly, seemingly covered by some formation that prevented it from overflowing. This meant that the water in the lake, the spiritual power, could continue endlessly as long as it wasn't used all at once. In a small sect, this would provide hundreds of years of resources for cultivation. Even in the Qingxian sect, this would be considered an extremely precious cultivation resource. In my memory, there wasn't this lake in the sect's cemetery. How strange, too strange. Song Yuan was filled with shock and endless confusion. He could only suppress his doubts and astonishment, planning to immediately report back to the sect once he clarified the matter of the forbidden stone being broken. Crossing the spiritual lake, Song Yuan was about to continue delving deeper into the sect's cemetery when his eyes shifted, and he noticed near the tomb of Yuhai, there was obviously a newly renovated ground. With a swift movement, he arrived at the place where the holy maiden of the demon gate, Lu Rui, had once dug up the grave and nearly destroyed the coffin.
Someone has tampered with this grave. Elder Yuhai, master of alchemy. As expected, there are thieves scheming maliciously.
Song Yuan's face turned a little ugly, and after searching around for a while with no further results, he began heading toward the second place where the barrier had been broken.
Chapter 26, Temporarily Avoiding the Edge of the Sword.
In front of Qiu Yi's tomb, Su Qing was in the middle of cultivation. But suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition surged in his heart, waking him from his meditative state.
I've never felt this before. Is it a sign of something?
Su Qing murmured to himself, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of the sect's cemetery. Breaking the guarding barrier here, Su Qing knew that someone would definitely notice, and perhaps even send experts to investigate.
Su Qing had been on guard the entire time.
He had the sign-in system now, and various trump cards in hand. As long as he was given enough time, he was confident he could overturn the entire Qingxian sect and make his enemies pay the price they deserved. But Su Qing had only obtained the sign-in system less than half a year ago, and he couldn't predict what would happen next. At this moment, the warning in his heart made Su Qing keenly sense something was wrong.
Such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy.
At this moment, Su Qing suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy rapidly approaching. Even he, at his current level, felt an immense pressure. The netherworld's sacred body immediately accelerated its operation, and his aura quickly concealed itself. This must be someone with a cultivation level above the creation realm.
My current strength will have some difficulty dealing with them. Su Qing quickly assessed the difference in strength between himself and the enemy.
It was quite large, but if he used all his means, there was still a chance. But the problem was, if he truly went all out, the commotion would be huge. Even if he killed the intruder, the top experts of the Qingxian sect would undoubtedly detect it. The formation barrier of the sect cemetery was not absolute. A huge disturbance would definitely alert the top experts of the Qingxian sect. Better avoid the edge of the sword for now. Soon, Su Qing made his decision. Luckily, he possessed the netherworld's sacred body. This physique not only contained terrifying potential and power, but its ability to conceal his aura was also rare in the world. His aura immediately vanished, and without needing to use his eyes, it was nearly impossible to detect that Su Qing was even there. Then, without hesitation, Su Qing quickly darted away, leaving the area. He avoided the direction the spiritual energy was coming from, heading toward the right, careful not to reveal even a hint of his presence. Because as that fluctuation of energy drew closer, Su Qing faintly sensed that it was the aura of someone with a cultivation level far beyond ordinary creation realm practitioners.
Is the one coming an elder?
Su Qing's expression grew grave, and without time to think further, he rapidly darted forward. At the same time, Song Yuan had arrived at the place where the wind barrier had been broken.
There are still some lingering spiritual energy traces. The strength, it's not weaker than a newly entered creation realm cultivator. Song Yuan's eyes flickered with a murderous light, and he coldly snorted, such a strong practitioner, silently infiltrating the sect's cemetery. Their plot must be significant. If I catch them, they'll regret it. After some investigation, Song Yuan moved again, quickly arriving in front of Qiu Yi's tomb.
There are still some traces of energy left.
Wait, the aura of the Xiandan realm? How could this be? The Xiandan realm, how could they break the guardian barrier at the previous location? Song Yuan's spiritual sense swept across the area and found the lingering spiritual energy left in the air from Su Qing's cultivation.
But this discovery only plunged Song Yuan into even greater confusion and shock. His senses couldn't be wrong, but if it was truly in existence from the Xiandan realm, how had they broken the barrier? Even more absurd was that the Xiandan realm's existence had broken the barrier.
Song Yuan couldn't imagine what kind of genius could, at the Xiandan realm, exert the power of someone in the creation realm.
Song Yuan furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, his spiritual sense spread out, scanning the area.
Looking at the residual traces of this aura, the person should still be nearby, but why can't I sense anyone's presence around?
With no discoveries, his spiritual sense couldn't detect the presence of any other person.
This made Song Yuan's expression grow even more solemn.
Meanwhile, Su Qing, who had gradually moved farther away, passed through the dense forest. As his speed didn't slow down, he fully activated his netherworld sacred body, hiding his aura to the extreme.
Someone is searching with spiritual sense. The fluctuation of this spiritual sense is so strong. Only an elder would have this kind of powerful spiritual sense.
Just a moment ago, Su Qing's netherworld sacred body had automatically reacted, making him aware that someone was probing the surroundings. From the intensity of that fluctuation, Su Qing already knew that the person who came this time must be an elder. Among all the elders of the Qingxian sect, Su Qing now had confidence that he could face off against and even defeat the weakest ones. But if the person were a little stronger, he wasn't too sure. And in the entire Qingxian sect, there were only 2 or 3 people with cultivation below the 4th level of the transformation realm. Above that, all were cultivators surpassing the 4th level of the transformation realm.
Don't act rashly, just hold on for now.
I'll wait until my strength improves a bit more.
Su Qing wasn't a fool.
Even if he charged out and fought the powerful opponent now, even if he won, it would definitely bring even greater trouble. If he were to attract a being at the Cave Heaven realm, Su Qing would truly be facing certain death. Among the elders of the Qingxian sect, as far as Su Qing knew, there were at least 3 who had reached the Cave Heaven realm. Continuing to suppress his aura, Su Qing began avoiding the search, taking a detour and heading toward the outer edge. Fortunately, during this recent period, the netherworld's sacred body had been continuously improving, especially with the 2nd level of the heavenly fire body refining technique, which had relied heavily on the netherworld's sacred body. Although the netherworld's sacred body hadn't reached its peak, compared to before, there had been a massive improvement. This was why he narrowly avoided the spiritual sense search of Elder Song Yuan. Su Qing was also thinking about how to overcome this crisis. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Su Qing's mind, and an idea emerged from his brain. His consciousness fell into the spatial ring, and a palm-sized jade token appeared in his awareness. Fortunately, I killed that death warrior before and, after searching the corpse, left this item behind.
Now, it's coming in handy.
With a flash in his eyes, Su Qing started rushing toward the entrance of the sect's cemetery. Along the way, he left behind some hidden traces, which, if carefully examined, would reveal clues, serving as bait.
Sure enough, Song Yuan soon discovered the traces Su Qing had intentionally left behind. Looking at the path taken, is he planning to escape the sect's cemetery? Song Yuan's face turned ugly. As an elder, personally taking action, after discovering the thief's traces, he couldn't catch him, and even now, hadn't seen the person. This made Song Yuan feel both angry and frustrated. At the same time, his shock grew stronger. The other person was adept at hiding, with superb techniques. Despite Song Yuan's cultivation at the 8th level of the transformation realm, after such a search, he still hadn't found the thief's exact whereabouts. And from the looks of it, the person seemed to be trying to escape. If he actually managed to flee, Song Yuan would lose face. Chase after him. It was just a few dozen miles. With Su Qing's speed, he soon reached the entrance of the sect's cemetery. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately threw out the jade token and activated his spiritual power. Ahead, a crack appeared in the space, just wide enough for one person to pass through. However, Su Qing didn't leave immediately. Without any hesitation, he changed direction and turned back, heading deeper into the sect's cemetery. Not long after Su Qing left, Song Yuan's figure appeared in the area, sensing the obvious fluctuation of spiritual power in the air, along with the jade token that had fallen on the ground. It was now dull, shattered, and useless, and Song Yuan's expression turned as dark as possible. Damn it! Anger surged wildly. Song Yuan's eyes were filled with fury. After spending so much time tracking, he never expected that the other side still managed to escape. But at this moment, Song Yuan looked at the broken jade tablet on the ground, and with a thoughtful expression, moved his hand. The jade fragments were enveloped by spiritual energy and flew to his hand. After some observation, Song Yuan's face turned serious, and he murmured in a low voice, "This is the jade tablet that activates the formation barrier. Only the great elders have the ability to make such a thing. How could that thief have it?" Chapter 27, Spirit Rank Lower Level Swordsmanship, Slashing Heaven Sword Technique. The jade tablet used by the Death Warriors was not inscribed with any markings. It was a simple jade tablet made by Li Yunfei, who had his father created based on the energy from the real formation jade tablet. Once the energy disappears, it becomes a useless object, and there are no traces to be found. But this kind of jade tablet is only possessed by the Grand Elders, and even then, only the higher-ranking ones. Song Yuan was granted one because he guarded the formation in the sect's cemetery and the sealed mysterious stone, as there was a need for someone to enter. Other, slightly weaker elders never possessed one. Looking at the jade tablet fragments in his hand, Song Yuan's mind began to form some unusual thoughts. I hope it's not what I think it is. After a long moment of contemplation, Song Yuan turned around and looked at the countless graves and spiritual tablets in the sect's cemetery, finally sighing deeply. Then, to be cautious, Song Yuan searched for several more hours, checking places with protective formations, and many areas without any protective formations. He didn't find anything abnormal, and there were no other signs of a person's presence detected by his spiritual sense. Only then did Song Yuan confirm that the thief had already taken the opportunity to leave the sect's cemetery. Finally, Song Yuan lingered for a while by the spiritual lake before leaving the sect's cemetery. From start to finish, Song Yuan never considered that the so-called thief they were talking about could be Su Qing. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who had temporarily avoided danger, circled back to the tomb of Qiuyi. I'll lay low for a while, avoid making any noise. The one who came this time should have been Elder Song Yuan. I might have had a chance to turn things around if I gave it my all, but next time if Elder Li Lan comes, I'll be waiting for death. Su Qing's face was heavy, muttering, I'm still not strong enough. In less than half a year, from being a waste, Su Qing had reached the 4th stage of the Xiandan realm, and he had many hidden trump cards. He could even fight Elder Song Yuan, who was at the 8th stage of the Fate Creation realm. This progress could be called astonishing, but Su Qing knew it was still not enough. What he had to face were top-tier elders, even the sect master of the Qingxian sect. Even if he gave it everything, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Elder Li Lan or sect master Lin Sanhai. Su Qing still needed time. In the following days, the sect's cemetery remained quiet. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the spirit rank lower level swordsmanship, slashing heaven sword technique. Would you like to cultivate it? Su Qing was slightly surprised. Another spirit rank item? Moreover, the slashing heaven sword technique felt oddly familiar to him. But after thinking about it, he couldn't come up with any clues, so he stopped thinking about it and softly said, cultivate. As soon as he spoke, mysterious and formless characters transformed into streams of light and entered Su Qing's mind. The mental mantra began to be engraved deeply in Su Qing's mind. He waved his hand, and a high-quality Earth-rank sword appeared in his grasp. An Earth-rank top-tier spirit sword, one that had been signed in earlier but was not yet useful, had been placed in the floating ring. Now, it was just the right moment for it. As Su Qing began to channel the slashing heaven sword technique's mental mantra, a strange aura began to emanate from his body.
A sharp, overwhelming sword energy rippled out as Su Qing swung the sword. This training lasted for 3 full hours. Whoosh! At that moment, a sword light shot into the sky. The momentum, the power, seemed like it could split the heavens themselves. Not bad, this sword technique is incredibly powerful. I have a feeling that once I perfect this sword technique and unleash all 12 forms, even the sky itself will split open. Su Qing felt great joy. With this, he now had another trump card, and his strength had improved again. However, after the joy, Su Qing felt a strange sense of familiarity growing stronger. A memory flashed through his mind. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, a look of surprise appeared in Su Qing's eyes. There's a sword technique in the sect, very similar to this heaven-slashing sword art.
I think it's called the 7 forms of skybreaking?
In the Qingxian sect, there was a sword technique called the 7 forms of skybreaking. It was a top-grade earth-level sword technique. Inner sect disciples could practice it, but it also required a decent amount of talent. Besides the disciples, many elders also practiced this sword technique.
But this sword technique was incomplete.
Only 7 forms had been passed down. Currently, in the Qingxian sect's library, there were historical records about the 7 forms of skybreaking, saying it originated 5,000 years ago. The exact name was unclear, and it hadn't been passed down fully, but the complete version was a spirit-level technique.
Could it be, the full version of the 7 forms of skybreaking is actually this heaven-slashing sword art?
Although Su Qing hadn't practiced many sword techniques before, other disciples had. Many of his senior and junior brothers practiced this sword technique. They often sparred, and Su Qing had also seen it used in real battles outside. Even though none of them had perfected the 7 forms of skybreaking, its power was still not weak. But compared to the heaven-slashing sword art, it was far behind.
No wonder it felt a bit familiar.
At first, Su Qing didn't think about it, but now with this comparison, he found it really was so. The 7 forms of skybreaking was basically a weaker version of the heaven-slashing sword art. Su Qing shook his head slightly, feeling a bit emotional. A sword technique that had been lost for thousands of years had now been obtained by Su Qing through a sign-in. He looked at the tombstone of Qiu Yi and softly said, the guardian of the library from 6,000 years ago must have known so many lost techniques and skills of the Qingxian sect. Su Qing was very curious about what he would obtain next from sign-ins. What a pity, I haven't signed in for a spear technique or a cultivation method yet.
It feels a bit incomplete.
With a light sigh, Su Cheng began to continue cultivating. The Qingxian sect announced to the outside that the sect gate would be closed for 3 months.
When this news came out, all the sects and forces within Qingxuan's territory were shocked.
Some sect forces that came to visit the sect were directly turned away at the gate. Complaints were everywhere, but they had no choice.
They couldn't just unite and attack Qingxian sect over something like this, right?
The 5 great sects were constantly fighting, but they also held each other in check.
As for the smaller sects, they didn't even have the power. Though many small sects secretly allied, hoping to get some benefit, it could only be done in secret.
This move by the Qingxian sect caught them completely off guard.
Condemn the Qingxian sect? They didn't have the courage.
If they really did that, the Qingxian sect would definitely strike back hard. Even if they didn't destroy all the small sects, taking out a few as examples would be enough to scare the rest. At this time, in the ancient and elegant city of Yuancheng, a woman dressed in a long purple gauze dress, with a graceful and curvy figure, sat quietly in a private room of a tea house. She lifted a cup of clear spirit tea with her fair hand, took a small sip, and her purple eyes looked toward the direction of the Qingxian sect.
She whispered to herself, hiding like a turtle? Don't think that just by closing your gate, this saintess will have no way. Chapter 28, Lu Rui enters Qingxian sect again.
Lu Rui had been very busy lately, secretly gathering many disciples from the demon sect. She even joined hands with some familiar faces from another demonic sect, the 5 Poison sect, to spread rumors everywhere, pushing the Qingxian sect into the center of public criticism. She even sent some disciples skilled in stealth from within the sect, infiltrating the Qingxian sect to investigate and cause destruction. Her eyes flickered, and Lu Rui suddenly thought of her other special partner. Damn guy, we agreed on working together, but in the end, it's just me, the holy maiden, running around outside alone. Thinking of that person, Lu Rui gritted her silver teeth. But when they first agreed on the cooperation, Lu Rui realized she was the only one busy, while Su Qing seemed to make no move at all. This made her so angry, her small face turned red several times. But in the end, she could only helplessly shake her head.
As for revealing Su Qing's whereabouts,
it was pointless. Even if she revealed it, the result would only be that the strong ones of Qingxian sect would strike again, either disabling him or directly killing him, with no benefit to Lu Rui.
It's been a while, I must go into that sect's tomb again. After all, the Holy Maiden's bloodline still lies in that boy's hands. A drop of her true blood in the bloodline source stone would cause Lu Rui some backlash if destroyed, possibly even affecting her foundation severely.
She had no choice but to do so under the pressure at that time. Now that the Qingxian sect would close its gates for 3 months, it would be much harder to stir up trouble, so Lu Rui planned to infiltrate again and find an opportunity. If possible, she would retrieve the bloodline source stone. At that moment, several figures emerged from the shadows of the loft and bowed to Lu Rui.
One of them spoke, "Holy Maiden, what is the next plan?"
The voice was cold, and the slight, weak figure was a woman. Lu Rui's gaze shifted slightly, and a smile appeared under her veil as she softly said, "Since Qingxian sect is closing its gates, we can act a little more freely. Also, let the people of the Five Poisons sect cause a bigger stir.
Let's make the eastern wilderness lively." "Understood."
After receiving the command, the figures quickly disappeared. After waiting here for a while, Lu Rui also quietly left. It had been almost a month since Qingxian sect closed its gates. On this day, as the night deepened, a figure silently infiltrated Qingxian sect. Wearing a low-grade spirit artifact from the heavenly stage, the smoke spirit cloud robe, Lu Rui perfectly avoided the disciples guarding the sect gate, effortlessly dodging Qingxian sect disciples on patrol along the way. The security is much stricter than last time, but it can't stop this holy maiden. During this period, Lu Rui's strength had also increased. She had reached the second level of the Xiandan realm and was just a step away from awakening her fourth tail. With the six-tailed spirit fox bloodline, such bloodlines were extremely rare. After all six tails awakened, with enough opportunities in using heavenly materials and treasures, there was a chance it could evolve into the Saint Beast nine-tailed fox bloodline.
With the increase in strength and the low-grade smoke spirit cloud robe, Lu Rui was confident even if she was just infiltrating the sect's tomb.
Lu Rui's figure hid in the shadows and swiftly moved forward. Soon, she reached the entrance to the sect's tomb. Lu Rui took out a jade-green bead that emitted a mysterious fluctuation, about the size of a fist. Following the same operation as last time, the bead flew into the space ahead. Space ripples spread out, and Lu Rui waited, but suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "Who dares to trespass into my Qingxian sect's forbidden grounds?" As the voice fell, 4 or 5 figures quickly appeared, each of them with a powerful aura. Among them, 2 men had an aura that was not concealed, radiating the fluctuations of the third level of the Xiandan realm. It was the disturbance caused by breaking the formation, otherwise Lu Rui would not have been discovered.
True disciples?
Lu Rui's brows furrowed slightly, but at this moment, a sharp blade wind attacked her direction. Although the smoke spirit cloud robe concealed her aura, it was not enough to make Lu Rui completely invisible. There was no time to think further. She quickly tapped the ground with the tips of her feet and dodged swiftly. In just a moment, 2 true disciples and 3 inner disciples had already surrounded her.
He blocked her way. The people of the demon sect? Truly seeking death. How dare they infiltrate my Qingxian sect? Today, you will never return.
The leader of the true disciples, a muscular man, glared at Lu Rui.
Lu Rui, however, smiled charmingly and said, "With just you can't keep me here."
The Qingxian sect and the demon sect were deadly enemies, and in an instant, a battle broke out between the two sides. But Lu Rui was after all the saintess, with the bloodline of a six-tailed spirit fox, a naturally alluring body, and her own abilities, so these people could not stop her. In fact, after a single exchange, a killing intent flickered in Lu Rui's eyes. A black, sharp needle shot out and pierced the forehead of an inner sect disciple, killing him instantly.
"Demon sect scum, how dare you harm the disciples of my sect?
You're dead for sure." The leader of the true disciples was enraged and immediately unleashed all his strength, launching a ferocious attack on Lu Rui.
But Lu Rui responded calmly and even managed to counterattack.
At this moment, Lu Rui slapped the true disciple back and quickly retreated.
I won't play with you anymore."
This was inside the Qingxian sect, and if the fight continued, it would inevitably attract the attention of the sect's powerful elders, making it much harder for her to leave. Just as she was about to withdraw, an extremely powerful pressure descended from the sky.
"Want to leave? I, the elder, will not allow it."
A figure rapidly approached from the distance, arriving in an instant, dressed in a blue and white robe, with a solemn expression, and an aura at the third level of the creation realm suppressing the area. Even Lu Rui, under this pressure, felt a tightness in her chest.
An elder has appeared? This is too strange. Last time there was no vigilance, but this time even the elder is near?
Shock filled her heart, and confusion followed.
Lu Rui immediately felt an overwhelming pressure.
The other party was an elder at the third level of the creation realm. No matter how many tricks she had or how strong her bloodline was, she was still only at the second level of the mystic Dan realm.
Damn it, was I ambushed?
Lu Rui's expression turned ugly, feeling the immense pressure, her mind filled with gravity.
Huang Ji, one of Qingxian sect's elders, at the third level of the creation realm, was in charge of the sect's patrols. Last time, Song Yuan mistakenly believed an outsider had infiltrated and fled.
After the mountain gate closed, he specifically arranged for a large number of people to patrol the area, even instructing Huang Ji to secretly monitor the situation. Useless, Lu Rui infiltrated Qingxian sect again, and just as she was about to enter the sect's tombs, she was discovered.
Demon sect thief, stay here for me. With that, Huang Ji raised his hand and attacked. His attack was swift and powerful.
Lu Rui could only use her abilities to respond.
Put.
The moment they clashed, Lu Rui was struck hard, spitting out blood, severely injured. The difference was too great.
I can't stay here, I must leave quickly.
Lu Rui gritted her teeth, thinking of ways to escape, but escaping easily in front of an elder was incredibly difficult.
And soon, more of Qingxian sect's powerful figures would arrive.
A trace of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but soon, it seemed she made a decision. She immediately took out something from her storage ring.
It was a purple-black talisman, with complex and mysterious symbols drawn on it. Without hesitation, Lu Rui infused it with spiritual power, shattering the talisman. Boom! A dark light flashed and enveloped Lu Rui's body. The next moment, Lu Rui's figure began to slowly fade away.
The surrounding space rippled at this moment.
The Qiankuan transposition talisman?
Huang Ji was startled, and then rage surged in him. He quickly charged over, attacking again. But Lu Rui's figure had completely disappeared by this moment, and Huang Ji's attack missed. Looking at the vanishing Lu Rui, Huang Ji's expression darkened. Even such a treasure, this demon sect thief is not simple.
The Qiankuan transposition talisman, a top-grade talisman from the heavenly rank, once activated, could instantly move a person thousands of miles away.
Huang Ji was only at the third level of the creation realm. He still couldn't lock the space, he could only watch as Lu Rui slipped away.
Chapter 29, Li Yunfei enters the tomb of the sect. Sect's tomb.
Su Qing was diligently practicing the heavenly fire body refining art, completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was immersed in his cultivation. After the last incident, Su Qing had restrained himself a lot and didn't rush into the sect's tomb again. A month passed like this, and Su Qing had now cultivated the heavenly fire body refining art to the 5th level, his physical strength and power increasing drastically. During this month, Su Qing had consumed large amounts of spiritual herbs and materials, and occasionally soaked in the spiritual power lake to absorb its spiritual energy. With such lavish resources, Su Qing's cultivation had risen significantly. The 8th level of the profound pill realm. The speed of his cultivation improvement was astonishing, but Su Qing felt it was quite normal. Only he knew how much cultivation resources he had consumed during this time. Moreover, with the assistance of his Yin Ming sacred body, the heavenly fire body refining art, and frost flame spiritual fire, his consumption of these resources hadn't caused his foundation to waver. It was as solid as a rock, as strong as a golden wall.
System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a yellow tier intermediate level profound skill, Whirlwind Kick.
Do you want to cultivate it?
Su Qing paused for a moment, then smiled wryly and shook his head.
No cultivation.
A yellow tier profound skill was of no interest to Su Qing, as it didn't add to his strength in any way. It seemed that it was time to change locations again.
But after some thought, Su Qing didn't set off immediately. Let me stay a few more days.
Once the heavenly fire body refining art reaches the 6th level, I'll move.
Su Qing decided to hold on a bit longer. At least, before he ensured he had some self-defense power, he wouldn't go too deep. While Su Qing continued cultivating the heavenly fire body refining art, in a secret room deep within the blazing sun peak, Li Yunfei's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, a streak of profound light flashed, and an extremely powerful pressure swept outward. His spine crackled at this moment, and streaks of brilliant, glass-like colors radiated from him. With every breath, the profound light hid, and the glass-like colors retracted. A mighty aura fluctuation surged, the 4th level of the profound pill realm. Finally completely adapted to this supreme bone,
I, Li Yunfei, will definitely become a supreme ruler in the near future. The supreme bone had perfectly merged and adapted, which had taken Li Yunfei a lot of time. But the result was extraordinary. Not only did it grant Li Yunfei the foundation of a supreme, ensuring he wouldn't die prematurely, but his future was guaranteed to reach the supreme position. The power increase it brought was immense, and among the same realm, he could almost crush anyone with a single strike. Now I just need to wait for the people from the Taishan spirit sect to arrive, but before that, there are some matters I must deal with first. Li Yunfei stood up, his eyes flashing with cold light, and left the place. Recently, he had heard about the happenings outside, but it was of no concern to him. Li Yunfei was now determined to enter the sect's tomb, find Su Qing, and kill him. Asan and Yingzi had vanished without a trace, and even if Li Yunfei was foolish, he knew something was wrong. Moreover, there was no need to inform his father, Li Lan, about this matter.
Su Qing, the one who entered the sect later, had overshadowed him in terms of talent and reputation.
He had even been crowned as a saint's son, and the resentment Li Yunfei had been harboring for so long had built up to a boiling point. The supreme bone had been dug out and grafted onto himself, while Su Qing was turned into a cripple.
This brought Li Yunfei great satisfaction.
But as long as Su Qing was alive, a shred of hatred still remained in his heart. Now that he had fully adapted to the Supreme Bone, Li Yunfei immediately planned to personally end Su Qing's life.
He didn't tell anyone about this and quietly arrived at the outside of the sect's tomb.
Since it had been a month of peace, the guards around had relaxed significantly, and only occasionally would disciples patrol the area. Li Yunfei was not noticed by anyone as he took out the jade token given by Li Lan and activated the sect's tomb formation barrier. With one step, the space crack quickly restored to its original state. He scanned the surroundings, and with his spiritual sense, he searched while swiftly heading deeper into the sect's tomb. The sect's tomb wasn't very large, but it wasn't small either, so it would still take Li Yunfei some time to search alone. Meanwhile, tens of miles away at Xiuyi's tomb, Su Qing was unaware that one of his enemies, Li Yunfei, had already entered, seeking him. Su Qing was surrounded by red and gray flames, each flame burning every inch of his skin as it swirled around him. The sizzling sound echoed, and the surrounding space fluctuated between extreme cold and extreme heat. A normal person would have been reduced to ashes or scattered ice in a moment under such scorching flames. Yet, Su Qing's face remained unchanged as he slightly closed his eyes, enduring the torment of the ice and fire. Through this excruciating trial, Su Qing's physical strength and power were steadily improving. I'll stop for today.
After a month of continuous training, it's time for a break.
After such long hours of intense focus, Su Qing's body could handle it, but his spirit was slightly weary.
He decided to rest for half an hour before continuing.
After some thought, Su Qing stood up and headed towards the spirit energy lake.
Since he was relaxing, why not enjoy a nice hot spring bath? Moreover, he could absorb the energy from the spirit lake while bathing, a win-win.
The distance between the two places was less than 10 miles, and soon, Su Qing arrived at the spirit energy lake. The spring at the lake's center continued to flow with clear water, showing no signs of diminishing despite the passage of time. In fact, the increased concentration of spiritual energy in this area had subtly influenced the surrounding environment. Many weeds in the ground beneath the trees had absorbed the spiritually rich moisture and had begun to grow lush and vibrant. Su Qing noticed that some fruit had even begun to grow on the nearby trees. If this continues, this place could become an excellent cultivation spot. He looked around and nodded, preparing to take his bath. But at that moment, within his constantly flowing spiritual sense, he detected a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy.
Someone else has entered?
This aura seems familiar. Su Qing quickly moved and hid behind a nearby large tree, his gaze fixed on the direction of the energy fluctuation.
Not long after, a figure appeared on the other side of the spirit lake. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Qing's eyes immediately lit up. Li Yunfei? It's actually you? He.
A surge of coldness rose in Su Qing's heart as surprise filled him. By the spirit lake, Li Yunfei furrowed his brows as he looked at the lake, feeling the thick spiritual energy in the air, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes.
Such a vast lake full of rich spiritual energy?
Although it's not as powerful as the one at my Liang Peak, it's still a great cultivation spot.
The sect actually set up such a place here? Just as Li Yunfei was marveling at it, a light laugh suddenly echoed. Li Yunfei, long time no see. How's that supreme bone I gave you? Is it working well?
Li Yunfei was startled, his gaze turning murderous. But when he saw the figure in front of him, his face gradually darkened.
Su Qing, you really didn't die. What you took from me, I haven't taken back yet. How could I just die like that?
Li Yunfei sneered coldly, a murderous intent rising in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. Then this young master will personally send you on your final journey. As the words fell, Li Yunfei's spiritual power suddenly erupted, transforming into a shadow, racing towards Su Qing. In the rush, a surge of spiritual energy swelled in his right palm, faintly revealing a layer of fiery red color, filled with an overwhelming aura. The Burning Fist, a mid-tier Earth-rank secret art, exclusive to the Li family's lineage of Liang Peak. In Li Yunfei's hands, it had already been cultivated to an extremely profound level.
4th level of the Xiandan realm?
With your talent, such a great improvement in just a few months is impossible.
It seems I've perfectly absorbed that supreme bone of mine.
Sensing that momentum, Su Qing understood in her heart. Her expression, however, did not change in the slightest.
As Li Yunfei's offensive approached her, she did not make any movement, merely watching Li Yunfei calmly. Put on airs, and die for me. With a loud roar, Li Yunfei blasted his palm forward. Bang!
This palm struck solidly against Su Qing's chest. But Li Yunfei felt something was amiss. His palm seemed to strike against an ancient iron block, impossibly hard. Gazing slightly upwards, he saw Su Qing's disdainful, mocking smile.
How is this possible?
A trace of horror appeared in Li Yunfei's eyes.
Although he did not use all his strength, a common 4th-level Shendan realm practitioner would still be severely injured if struck.
But Su Qing showed no reaction whatsoever.
So weak, not even a tickle. Li Yunfei, you're such trash. With a light shake, Li Yunfei felt a tremendous force surge from her palm, overwhelming him, making him involuntarily stagger backward. Wearing the golden silk mystic armor, not to mention Li Yunfei, even a practitioner at the creation realm would find it difficult to break through Su Qing's defenses without using genuine strength. Moreover, Su Qing also possessed the underworld sacred body, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of the heavenly fire body refining technique, which greatly enhanced her physical strength. For someone like Li Yunfei, he couldn't even scratch her, let alone break through her defenses. And in that moment, the aura that Su Qing released left Li Yunfei in a daze. 8th level of the Xiandan realm? You. Li Yunfei's mouth slightly opened, his face filled with shock and disbelief. That was a waste who had lost his supreme bone, completely crippled, his vein severed, yet, in less than half a year, he reappeared before him with the cultivation of the 8th level of the Xiandan realm. This change left Li Yunfei feeling an absurd shock, and an intense astonishment he couldn't contain. Trembling, he pointed at Su Qing, struggling to form his words, even feeling a bit numb on the scalp. Don't rush, even more shocking things are yet to come. Su Qing watched the astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of rising fear on Li Yunfei's face, feeling an unparalleled delight. Gently tapping the ground, Su Qing soared through the air, moving as fast as lightning, instantly arriving before Li Yunfei. Get down! Without even using a secret art, she brought her palm down directly. But the immense power contained within it was terrifying, like the collapse of the heavens. The pressure crashing down made Li Yunfei tremble uncontrollably. With no time to think, he could only raise his arms with all his might, attempting to defend. But what awaited him was a horrifying palm strike. The moment their arms and palm connected, his bones shattered, his body sent crashing to the ground. Bang! Li Yunfei was knocked down to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, his eyes bloodshot, filled with endless hatred, but more than that was disbelief. He couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from Su Qing? Ah! I don't believe it. Su Qing, I want you dead. Li Yunfei's killing intent soared, he leaped up from the ground, a flash of brilliance passing by, and saw that he had donned a silvery white armor. He also swallowed several pills, visibly, his previously serious injuries began to heal rapidly. Even the bones in his shattered arms were gradually mending. Most importantly, the spiritual energy within Li Yunfei began to surge wildly at that moment. A violent breath of energy spread from his body, and the shadow emitted a faint red glow. Inside, the supreme bone also emitted a slight white light, causing Li Yunfei's entire aura to rise rapidly. In terms of this aura fluctuation, it was already no weaker than the 8th level of the Xiandan realm. With a swish, a 7-foot-long sword appeared in Li Yunfei's hand, its blade adorned with several lines, exuding a powerful aura. An Earth-grade top-tier spirit weapon, a weapon of this rank was rarely possessed even by true disciples of the Qingxian sect. The armor Li Yunfei wore was also an Earth-grade top-tier defensive spirit weapon, and with the quickly healing medicine pills, it showcased Li Yunfei's deep family background. With Li Lan, the great elder father, and these things, it was nothing unusual. Without saying a word, Li Yunfei, full of killing intent, rushed toward Su Qing. Breaking Heaven's 7 techniques, 4th move, shattering stars. The sword aura howled, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Su Qing. The Breaking Heaven's 7 techniques was a sword technique Li Yunfei had been cultivating for many years, and he had now mastered the 4th move. Once he reached the creation realm, he could use all 7 moves. Now he immediately used the 4th move, clearly intending to kill Su Qing. Sword technique? Still the Breaking Heaven 7 techniques? Looking at the attack, Su Qing smiled slightly, and then a long sword also appeared in his hand. He raised his arm slightly and swung out the sword. Heaven slashing sword art, 1st move, opening the mountain. As the complete version of the Breaking Heaven 7 techniques, the spirit-grade low-tier sword technique far outshone Li Yunfei's Breaking Heaven 7 techniques. When their attacks collided, the result was immediately clear. Boom! Li Yunfei's sword aura was completely torn apart, and even a crack appeared on his long sword. The attack did not slow down, and a terrifying sword aura landed on the armor on Li Yunfei's chest. With a loud noise, Li Yunfei was directly sent flying by this extremely terrifying sword aura. Put! The armor shattered, the sword aura struck Li Yunfei's chest, causing a bloody wound, blood pouring out. Li Yunfei's energy surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, but quickly slapped the ground with one hand and stood up, though his breathing showed he was clearly in a bad condition. His face turned pale, and his aura weakened considerably. The gap was too big. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? Li Yunfei stared wide-eyed at Su Qing, filled with confusion, shock, and overwhelming anger. Upon hearing this, Su Qing smiled lightly, twirling the long sword in his hand and looking at Li Yunfei, saying, "Dead man, no need to know so much." A trace of killing intent spread out, and Su Qing suddenly gripped his sword tightly. In a flash, he charged toward Li Yunfei. Chapter 31, Killing Li Yunfei.
Heaven itself might not bear to watch, so it allowed Li Yunfei to appear before him today.
Su Qing could clearly feel the aura of the supreme bone.
Though he didn't care for it now, if it was his possession, taking it would come with a price.
Heaven's slashing sword art, second move, splitting the sea.
A brilliant sword light swept out as Su Qing swung his long sword, with a violent and domineering gust of energy surging outward. Li Yunfei felt an even stronger pressure than before, his eyes filled with terror. He tried to flee but realized it was too late. A sense of despair rose in his heart.
But soon, Li Yunfei began to struggle desperately.
With an angry shout, the supreme bone began to tremble violently. But in the next moment, the attack had already descended.
Bang!
Li Yunfei's desperate countermeasures had not even had time to activate, and this sword struck him directly, sending his body flying. In midair, a spray of blood erupted, and his aura instantly withered.
Like a dead dog, he crashed to the ground, rolling a few times before lying motionless on the ground.
Su Qing sheathed his sword, standing still, looking at Li Yunfei, who seemed to have died. After pondering for a moment, he swung his sword again. Although Su Qing didn't take Li Yunfei seriously, she was still cautious, in case of a sudden turn of events.
Swish! The sword's energy howled and instantly landed on Li Yunfei's body. Slash!
The sound of skin being sliced echoed, blood spurted out, and Su Qing's spiritual sense covered the area, sensing that Li Yunfei's breath was gone. Having just perfectly adapted to the supreme bone, Li Yunfei, the son of the great elder of the Qingxian sect, died under Su Qing's sword. Poor Li Yunfei, many of his trump cards and life-saving measures hadn't been used. As the son of the great elder Li Lan, his background was definitely not small. But unfortunately, he met Su Qing, especially as Su Qing had used the slashing heaven sword technique, a profound skill.
Li Yunfei could only die with regret on the spot.
Now that Li Yunfei is dead, Li Lan will know soon. I need to prepare early.
Looking at Li Yunfei's corpse, Su Qing showed little joy, instead becoming even more alert.
However, Su Qing still approached as usual to loot the body. A storage bag. Su Qing scanned it with her spiritual sense, removing Li Yunfei's mark. After rummaging for a while, a look of surprise appeared on Su Qing's face. Many rare herbs, pills, even over 10,000 spirit stones, and numerous martial arts and profound skill manuals. These resources were enough to bring Li Yunfei to the 9th level of the profound Dan realm. But now, they all belonged to Su Qing.
Not bad.
Seems worthy of the title, son of the great elder. Su Qing nodded with some satisfaction. Actually, the most precious thing on Li Yunfei was the supreme bone, a treasure that grants one the qualification to reach the supreme realm. But now that Su Qing had the infernal sacred body, a supreme bone wasn't such a big deal for him anymore. Moreover, the supreme bone couldn't just be casually excavated and transplanted, it required extremely special methods. At that time, Su Qing's supreme bone had been personally extracted by the great elder, using special techniques, and with various methods, it had been transplanted into Li Yunfei.
Li Yunfei spent nearly half a year to fully merge with and adapt to it.
At this moment, Su Qing summoned the Frostfire Spirit Flame, and with a thought, released intense heat, causing a loud explosion as it covered Li Yunfei's corpse.
The intense heat capable of burning gold and iron surged out, and in an instant, Li Yunfei's corpse was set alight. In just a few breaths, it was burned into ashes. The corpse was destroyed, and all evidence was erased. This Frostfire Spirit Flame is quite good for erasing corpses. Su Qing didn't stay any longer, nor did she feel like soaking in the spiritual lake. She directly returned to the front of Qiu Yi's tomb. I need to hurry and continue improving my strength. Li Lan will probably find out about his son's death soon. He might not think of me right away, but he is still a huge threat. Time was pressing, so Su Qing began to continue her cultivation. At the sect leader's peak, Lin Sanhai and Li Lan were discussing matters under a pavilion. Yunfei sent a message earlier, he has fully adapted to the supreme bone. Sect leader, regarding the Tai Xian spirit sect. Li Lan's eyes carried a hint of expectation as he asked softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Sanhai nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will send a message right away. Elder, you should also inform Yunfei that when the Tai Xian spirit sect's people arrive, there will be some simple tests. It's better to prepare well just in case. I will make sure Yunfei is well prepared." Thinking that once this matter was settled, Li Lan's faction would rise even further.
Given some time, the Li family would produce a supreme expert. With Li Yunfei's talent, possessing the supreme bone, he was already considered a genius even in the Tai Xian spirit sect. After a brief conversation, Lin Sanhai used a secret method to send a message. Not long after, a reply came. The Tai Xian spirit sect would send an elder to the Qingxian sect in a month. The Tai Xian spirit sect is one of the 3 great sects of the northern region, with a long and rich heritage. Whether in background or the level of top-tier experts within the sect, it was far surpassing the Qingxian sect at this time. Among the supreme strong, there are no less than 5. Being able to connect with such a super sect, the Qingxian sect has gained a powerful backing. Once Li Yunfei enters the Taishan spirit sect and showcases his talent, the benefits he returns to the Qingxian sect will be enough to make them the first sect in the eastern wilderness. Most importantly, Li Yunfei is the only son of Li Lan. In contrast, Su Qing was born humble, and it was inevitable that some accidents would happen. They were not the best choices in their hearts, so they went through great lengths, not hesitating to ruin Su Qing, dig out her supreme bone, and cripple her, to fulfill Li Yunfei's promise. They favored their own over others. No matter how loyal or talented others were, they could not trust them entirely. To seize the opportunity of the Taishan spirit sect, Li Lan, Lin Sanhai, and even several elders reached an agreement. Su Qing would thus become a stepping stone for Li Yunfei. Unfortunately, Lin Sanhai and Li Lan did not know that Su Qing had turned adversity into fortune, having undergone a tremendous transformation, even slaying the Li Yunfei they hoped for in the sect's graveyard. Yesterday, I signed in for a medium-grade yellow-level mystery technique. There's no point in continuing to sign in here. It seems I really have to change places.
After slaying Li Yunfei, a few days had passed, and Su Qing was still signing in at Chui's tomb, cultivating.
However, the number of sign-ins in this place was too high, and the rewards had become pitifully low. After signing in yesterday, seeing the reward, Su Qing couldn't help but feel a mix of tears and laughter. Unfortunately, the sign-in times for that day had already been used, so she temporarily stayed to continue her cultivation. Today, after finishing her cultivation, Su Qing finally planned to change places again.
Su Qing had no regrets and headed straight deeper into the sect's graveyard.
At this time, Su Qing was close to the core area of the sect's graveyard. Along the way, there were hardly any graves or spiritual tablets in sight. After walking for about 10 miles, the terrain in front of her began to rise, and towering peaks appeared. These peaks were many times higher than those Su Qing had encountered earlier, and the surrounding spiritual energy was even denser. All around, she could even see many rare spiritual herbs, treasures from heaven and earth, with levels reaching earth grade. Su Qing directly picked them, no need for sign-ins, and obtained a good amount of cultivation resources.
Chapter 32, The Terrifying Gravity Pressure Barrier.
At this moment, as Su Qing passed through a thicket, her vision suddenly opened up. This was an extremely wide flatland, overgrown with weeds and forests, stretching to a cliff wall dozens of meters high. To the left, dozens of meters away, was a cliff edge visible with clouds and mist. Looking out, one could see towering mountains. The scenery was quite beautiful. In the center of Su Qing's view, about 50 meters away, a tomb that looked somewhat understated was situated there. Strange, why haven't I encountered any protective barriers? Gazing at the tomb, Su Qing felt a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, having ventured deep into the sect's graveyard, in the most core area, why had she not met any protective barriers? Looking around, her spiritual sense spread out, sensing everything nearby. After a while, Su Qing did not find any signs of barriers, especially seeing no stone tablets or columns representing protective barriers. It was indeed strange. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing lifted her foot and walked toward that tomb. 50 meters was a distance Su Qing could cover in a few blinks if she wanted, but she always felt something was off, so she didn't act recklessly. With slow steps, she approached bit by bit. Tap. When she had walked about halfway, Su Qing stepped on a patch of weeds, but the next second, an invisible halo suddenly rose up. In an instant, it enveloped the entire flat land.
A vast, overwhelming pressure appeared out of nowhere.
It was like the sky was falling, crushing everything, and the force of thunder and lightning swept through. Su Qing's body tightened instantly, feeling as if a massive mountain was pressing down on him. His whole body bent under the sudden pressure, his muscles tensing fiercely, and when he tried to summon his spiritual power, he realized that the flow of energy inside him was sluggish, moving with difficulty. Humph. Feeling the terrifying pressure of this force, Su Qing snorted coldly, quickly operating his Hell Saint body, and the 5th level peak of the Heavenly Fire body forging technique was activated once again. Boom! He stomped the ground hard, producing a loud sound, leaving a deep footprint in place.
However, Su Qing endured the overwhelming pressure and was resisting it little by little. What terrifying gravity, is this the protective restriction of this place? This gravity seemed to grow stronger over time. Su Qing estimated that under such gravitational pressure, even ordinary cultivators at the 9th peak of the Xiandan realm would be crushed to the ground in a moment. If this continued for longer, the person would probably be crushed into pieces by the weight. Phew! Although it's a little uncomfortable, I can still barely endure it. Su Qing clenched his fists tightly, his spiritual power flowing in waves throughout his body, and his body, hidden beneath the golden thread Xian armor, seemed to emit a faint dark aura. Having barely adapted to this gravity pressure, Su Qing's gaze became solemn as he started stepping forward. Tap, tap, tap. Buzz. After only taking a few dozen steps, Su Qing felt the surrounding space begin to twist slightly, and the gravitational pressure on him was becoming stronger and stronger. But strangely, the surrounding weeds and bamboo trees were unaffected.
It seemed as if the gravity pressure in this space was targeting only Su Qing, making each step he took even harder.
Su Qing's mood darkened.
Though he could still hold on, he didn't know how much stronger the protective restriction could become. There must be a limit, but Su Qing had no idea where the limit of this protective restriction was. How much longer could he last with his current abilities? He wanted to break the restriction, but after observing for a long time, Su Qing found no obvious points to act on. Such a powerful restriction, the tomb it guards must be of great significance. If I give up now, I won't be satisfied. His gaze flickered, and as he endured the growing gravitational pressure, Su Qing thought about how to break through the situation. His spiritual sense spread out, but the gravity pressure here even restricted his spiritual sense, only allowing it to extend a little over 10 meters around him. Within this range, Su Qing didn't detect anything unusual. Since I can't find anything, I'll just do something big. Continuing like this wasn't a solution, so Su Qing stopped searching. Taking a deep breath, the purple-patterned golden pill in his dantian began to spin faster. It stirred the surrounding sea of spiritual power, creating ripples like violent waves. And the frost flame spiritual fire, which had been floating below the golden pill, exploded like fuel being added. At the same time, a wave of flames surged from Su Qing's body, transforming into forces of extreme heat and extreme cold, spreading out in all directions. Layer after layer, the frost flame spiritual fire began to burn wildly, surrounding Su Qing from all sides. Burn for me! Su Qing shouted angrily, unleashing the frost flame spiritual fire with all his strength. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding weeds caught fire, spreading rapidly like a wildfire. Or they were frozen, frost covering the ground. The gravitational pressure came wave after wave, but under the rampant burning of the spiritual fire, it couldn't stop it. Soon, the weeds and bamboo within a radius of several dozen meters around Su Qing were. It all turned into flying ash, along with the broken ice shards scattered across the ground. At this moment, to the right of Su Qing, about 15 zhang away from the tomb, an empty space in the void suddenly stirred with intense fluctuations under Su Qing's spiritual perception. Right here! Without hesitation, Su Qing pulled out the Panzlong breaking sky spear, gripping it tightly in his hand, pouring spiritual energy into it wildly. In the next moment, it surged out, forcefully carrying the terrifying gravitational pressure that could immobilize a cultivator at the third level of the transformation realm, rapidly advancing. Boom! Gathering immense power, it condensed at the spear's tip, then shot forward with a thunderous thrust. In an instant, the tip of the spear landed on the empty space ahead where the fluctuations had come from. Pop! Crack, crack, crack. It struck something. The force of the strike was incredibly powerful, enough that even a typical transformation realm cultivator would be severely injured or killed if hit. Then, Su Qing saw the space in front of him shatter piece by piece, revealing a crystal pillar more than 2 zhang tall, colored in a mix of green and yellow. However, at this moment, the crystal pillar had been pierced 3 inches by the spear's tip, with cracks appearing all over it. Swoosh! Soon, Su Qing felt that the terrifying gravitational pressure began to weaken rapidly, and within moments, it completely disappeared. Phew! That was really close. If it weren't for the frost flame spiritual fire, a celestial-grade spiritual fire, I really wouldn't have been able to find the crack in this restriction. Stowing the Panzlong breaking sky spear, Su Qing began to circulate his cultivation method, adjusting and recovering. Just half an hour of this, and Su Qing's energy had been nearly drained. If his foundation hadn't been so deep, he might not have been able to endure much longer. Chapter 33, Saint Grade Low-Level Technique, the Great Void Ancient Scripture. At this moment, the flat ground here had a large area of grass burned away, exposing the brown earth, with many bamboo and wooden plants turned into charcoal. It looked a bit messy, like the aftermath of a wildfire that had ravaged the mountain, leaving behind devastation. Let's take a look and see whose tomb this is. With just a glance, Su Qing didn't pay much attention and walked straight towards the somewhat modest tomb. The tomb had a white-gray exterior, and the materials used for construction looked very ordinary. However, as he got closer, Su Qing noticed that these seemingly ordinary materials were actually earth-grade spiritual materials, silver jade mystic stone. This was a rather rare type of stone, mostly used in forging formation mechanisms, defensive spiritual artifacts, or as one of the main materials for alchemy furnaces. It was tough, immune to both cold and heat. Moreover, it could absorb external shock and had a very high degree of self-defense. As a material for building tombs, it was quite rare. And this tomb had a considerable size at the bottom. If all of it was made from such stone, the value of the construction materials alone would rival that of a heavenly grade treasure. As he approached, Su Qing looked at the information on the tombstone about the tomb's owner. Mu Tian, the 4th-generation sect leader of Qingxian sect. In his early years, he was just an ordinary inner disciple of Qingxian sect, but he had great luck and obtained a mysterious inheritance. In less than 100 years, he reached the supreme realm and was selected as the next sect leader by Qingxian sect. When Mu Tian inherited the sect leader position, during the period of turmoil, he fought against many external enemies, dedicating himself entirely to developing Qingxian sect. This was around the same time as Qiu Yi. In that era, a great war occurred in the eastern wilderness, and many top sects were wiped out because of it. It was also during that time that Qingxian sect, which was already on a decline, suffered another blow and almost lost its inheritance. Mu Tian stood up with many strong cultivators, which allowed Qingxian sect to survive until today. Though many inheritances were lost, Qingxian sect still stood firm. Mu Tian's contributions were immense. Unfortunately, years of constant battles and the strain of developing the sect drained Mu Tian's lifespan and exhausted his spirit, laying hidden dangers. When attempting to break through to the Saint Realm, hidden dangers erupted, and failing to survive the Holy Tribulation, the master of the Qingxian sect came to an end. Has a master's grave finally appeared? Looking at the information on the tombstone, Su Qing's eyes sparkled, filled with great anticipation. At the same time, Su Qing also prepared himself mentally. This time breaking the restriction, he didn't know how long it would take for the outside world to notice, or to re-enter the sect's cemetery, but he thought that it wouldn't be too long. Especially since he had killed Li Yunfei, and his father, the elder Li Lan, would not know when he would come looking for him. Time was pressing for Su Qing, and today he happened to have a quota for signing in, so he said directly in his mind, "System, sign in." Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level holy rank technique, the Taishu ancient scripture. Do you wish to cultivate it? The system's voice was as cold and emotionless as ever. But Su Qing was taken aback. Low-level holy rank technique? Such a level of technique, not to mention in the eastern wasteland, even across the entire Xiantian continent, could be considered the top-tier techniques. Currently, there was no force in the entire eastern wasteland that possessed a holy rank technique. Unexpectedly, right here in the Qingxian sect cemetery, a sign-in had granted him this? The Taishu ancient scripture. In the history of Qingxian sect, this technique has never existed, and it has no connection with the Nine Suns Azure Sky technique. Could it be that this is the mysterious inheritance Mu Tian received years ago? Su Qing pondered. However, at this moment, Su Qing did not delve into the reasons. With no time to waste, such a level of technique could perfectly replace the Nine Suns Azure Sky technique he had cultivated before. Therefore, Su Qing directly said in his mind, cultivate. Cultivate immediately. This was a holy rank technique, if not now, then when? As soon as Su Qing's words fell, a dazzling silver light appeared out of nowhere, containing what seemed to be a boundless void, and within that void, countless brilliant stars flickered faintly. Su Qing's eyes shone brightly, as he watched the silver light tear through space and directly merge into his brow. The void was full of wondrous phenomena, and the universe fell silent. An indescribable mysterious feeling surged through Su Qing's mind. Soon after, the cultivation method of the Taishu ancient scripture, glowing characters, flashed through Su Qing's mind. Su Qing instantly entered a state of cultivation. As Su Qing began to cultivate, threads of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to be automatically absorbed. At the same time, above Su Qing, stars far beyond the endless horizon seemed to feel something and cast down strands of extraordinary energy. Under the one could faintly see the twinkling starry light. An illusory world appeared suddenly in the sky. Stars rose and fell within that illusory world, ruling the cosmos. Heavens, a natural phenomenon. A natural phenomenon has appeared. Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, countless powerful beings seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up at the sky, seeing the vaguely visible illusory world. But the phenomenon appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. When some top-tier powerhouses noticed something and sought to investigate, the natural phenomenon vanished like that. However, this time many strong beings clearly saw that the natural phenomenon came from the east, and that direction was precisely towards the Qingxian sect. Qingxian sect, again the Qingxian sect? Outside a hidden cave, an elder in green robes looked up at the sky, his face solemn, muttering to himself, but soon, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Deep within the Yinshan Mountains, the heavenly demon sect, one of the demon sects, was located here. The sect master Lu Bai, nicknamed the Heavenly Demon Child, called together many strong members of the Heavenly Demon sect with a grave expression. The time has come, everyone. We can set off now. This natural phenomenon represents a great treasure and an inheritance that our Heavenly Demon sect must obtain. Yes, sect master. The entire eastern wilderness was stirred, and Qingxian sect, after being silent for more than a month, once again became the target of everyone's attention. Countless powerful beings were gathering towards Qingxian sect. At the same time, many powerful members of Qingxian sect, who had kept the mountain gate closed for over a month, sensed the unusual situation. When they discovered the natural phenomenon in the sky, they were completely stunned in place. Because they realized that this natural phenomenon was right above their heads. In an instant, the entire Qingxian sect fell into chaos. The sounds of discussion echoed everywhere. Many members of Qingxian sect flew up into the sky, quickly gathering at the main peak's discussion hall. Chapter 34, 9th level of the Xiandan realm. Sect Master Lin Sanhai, Elder Li Lan, and a group of elders had gathered here, except for some elders who hadn't returned before the mountain gate was closed. All the top combat powers of Qin Xian sect were present. Among them, some had faces filled with excitement, while others wore expressions of deep worry. This natural phenomenon, like several times before, had come extremely suddenly, and it appeared right above Qin Xian sect. Although it lasted less than a few breaths, many people noticed it. This represented Qin Xian sect's absolute advantage. However, at the same time, Qin Xian sect became the target of pursuit and encirclement from all sects and forces in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, who knows how many sects or rogue cultivators were racing toward Qin Xian sect. Lin Songhai scanned the people below and slowly spoke. 2 matters. First, conduct a thorough investigation of all areas within our sect to find the source of the natural phenomenon. Second, recall all elders and true disciples who are away. After a brief pause, Lin Songhai's expression became solemn as he continued, I have a premonition that this event will determine the situation in the entire eastern wilderness. If we can seize it, Qin Xian sect will definitely stand at the peak of the eastern wilderness. We will obey the sect master's orders. This meeting was short, but the decisions were made swiftly. Soon, the entire Qin Xian sect was bustling with activity. At this critical moment, Elder Song Yuan reported another matter to Lin Songhai. What? A forbidden bloomstone in the sect's cemetery has been broken? Moreover, it's the guardian restriction in the most core area? Lin Songhai was a bit shocked, and then his expression grew serious as he said, the last time the forbidden bloomstone was shattered, we did not capture the thief. How long has it been, and this happened again? Elder Song, you have been negligent. Suddenly, Song Yuan was filled with panic and hurriedly said, Sect Master, please do not be angry. I willingly accept punishment, please grant me a chance for redemption. When discovering this incident, Song Yuan felt shocked, but he was also somewhat flustered. The guardian restriction in the cemetery was broken, and he was responsible for guarding it. He should have resolved it at the first moment, but until now, he still did not know who the thief was. Last time, he mistakenly thought the thief had escaped because Su Qing had evaded him, which had already made him somewhat indignant. But not long after, the restriction was broken again. He understood the strength of that restriction, it could block even a cultivator at the transformation realm, and even if he faced it, breaking it would be extremely difficult. The matter seemed to have escalated, so he hurriedly reported it. Waving his hand, Lin Songhai said, while the natural phenomenon is important, we cannot ignore the sect's cemetery. Here's what you will do, you and Elder Mo will bring some disciples and be sure to capture the thief who broke the restriction. Now was not the time for punishment, the sect was already short-handed, and further punishing Song Yuan would result in losing an elder, which would have a significant impact. Thus, Lin Songhai directly paired Song Yuan with Elder Mo Zhang for them to act together, aiming to resolve the issue in the cemetery quickly. Elder Mo Zhang was Su Qing's former master, in charge of the Tianyang Peak, and his cultivation had reached the first level of the Cave Heaven realm. Among all the elders in Qin Xian sect, his strength was among the top 5. The two men set out together, and they were sure to succeed effortlessly. In the sect's graveyard, before Mu Tian's tomb, Su Qing's rushing spiritual power slowly calmed down, and the mysterious energy around him gradually withdrew. His tightly closed eyes slowly opened at this moment. The holy level cultivation method is terrifying. In his eyes, a fleeting flicker of ghostly silver light shone, revealing the extraordinary. Su Qing only felt it slightly, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. The Taisu ancient scriptures draw out the spiritual power within one's body, transforming into void stars, creating a vast void universe inside. Once cultivation is successful, it is as if one is a world, and the increase in strength is said to be extremely terrifying. The deeper the cultivation, the stronger the amplification. Su Qing had only practiced for a day, just barely beginning his training, yet his cultivation level had already broken through again, reaching the 9th level of the Xindan stage. But this was still just the most superficial effect. What amazed Su Qing the most was his sharp sensitivity to this world. A wisp of breeze, a fallen leaf, a grain of sand. It felt as if he was immersed within it, just the slightest perception allowed him to sense these things swirling around him. Inside him, the purple patterned gold dance slowly rotated, with spiritual patterns covering it, a full 81 in total. Each spiritual pattern made Su Qing feel a vast and overwhelming power. One session of cultivation, and the increase in strength was horrific. In a vague sense, Su Qing felt that even if he faced a 5th-level practitioner of the creation stage now, he could easily battle them. Without actual combat, this might not be very accurate, but it is already terrifying. Su Qing had many more trump cards and methods. His overall strength would only become stronger. However, since just now, Su Qing had fatally felt a sense of unease in his heart, this was also the reason he quickly withdrew from his state of cultivation. His gaze turned, and Su Qing looked toward the direction outside the sect's graveyard, murmuring to himself, I hope they don't come too quickly. With a bit more time, I can enhance my strength even further. At present, Su Qing had already reached the 9th level of the Xindan stage. Next, he needed to further refine the spiritual patterns. Finally, he would unify the 81 spiritual patterns, merging with the Gold Dan to form his own life spirit palace.
Reaching this point would signify stepping into the creation stage.
The creation stage grants the qualification to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, transcend the mundane, and allows for temporary flight in the air.
It is a significant milestone on the path of cultivation.
Below the creation stage is the ordinary world. Those who achieve creation can ascend to immortality. Su Ching is 18 this year. Based on his current cultivation speed, it may not be long before he reaches this step.
An 18-year-old in the creation stage.
If this moment truly arrives, it would not only mean no one can match him in the future, but at least none have done so in the past. Even among the ancient sects and powerful forces on the continent, he would be considered a true son of heaven. At the same time, outside the sect's graveyard, dozens of figures had arrived at the entrance. At the forefront stood Su Qing's former master, Elder Mo Zheng of the Qingxian sect, and Elder Song Yuan. Behind them were 13 true disciples, each at the Xiandan stage, the lowest being at the 5th level. These true disciples had entered the Xiandan stage for many years, with good talent, but they were far from comparing with Su Qing. Even Li Yunfei could not match him. Each was over 30 years old. The sect's graveyard. Elder Mo Zhang stood at the front, casting his gaze towards the graveyard ahead, his expression inscrutable. In his mind, the image of a young man surfaced. The once brilliant figure, his most gifted disciple beneath the peak, who was even crowned as the saint son of this generation of Qingxian sect, destined to inherit the sect leader position in the future.
Su Qing. After being crippled, it has been almost half a year, right?
With his severely injured body and lacking healing medicines, he may have already returned to the underworld. Muttering to himself, Mo Zheng quickly pulled back his thoughts and softly said, "Elder Song, let's act."
Nodding, Song Yuan took out a jade token, sending forth spiritual power to open the array barrier of the sect's graveyard.
Mo Zhang and Song Yuan were the first to rush in, followed by more than 10 true disciples.
After entering the sect's mausoleum, the group did not linger on the outskirts and quickly made their way deeper into the mausoleum. When they reached the spirit lake, everyone except Song Yuan showed a look of shock. "Elder Song, is this the lake you mentioned before, the one that contains dense spiritual energy?" Although Song Yuan had seen it once, he was still somewhat surprised.
He nodded and said, "The concentration of spiritual energy in this lake seems even stronger than last time. At this rate, it won't be long before this place rivals any local spiritual vein. I didn't expect that after all these years, the sect's mausoleum would give birth to such a place for cultivation. The spiritual energy concentration in this lake is so high, it could be used as material for refining certain medicinal pills." The true disciples all began discussing among themselves. Mo Zhang observed for a while and said, "Let's handle the matter first, then we'll discuss with the sect leader how to manage this place."
Not lingering any longer, they set off again. Mo Zhang and Song Yuan, the two elders, had already expanded their spiritual senses.
With their cultivation, their spiritual senses covered a vast area. Before long, their senses would spill over, covering a range of dozens of miles. When they were about 10 miles from Su Qing's location, Mo Zheng instructed the 10 or so true disciples, split into 3 teams, spread out, and stay alert.
"If you detect anything, send a signal immediately."
"Yes." The sect's mausoleum was neither too big nor too small, but anyone capable of breaking through the protective barrier at that spot must be formidable, likely at least at the celestial transformation level. The role of the 10 true disciples was not to capture or kill the intruder, but simply to search, detect any traces, and notify them in time.
With Mo Zhang and Song Yuan's strength, they would be able to arrive soon enough.
Yes. Soon, the 10 true disciples split into their teams and began searching, starting from their current position and spreading out. Meanwhile, Mo Zhang and Song Yuan sped up, heading straight for the spot where the protective barrier had been broken. Their figures soared into the air, flying quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. At this moment, before the tomb of Mu Tian, Su Qing was meditating when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Already fully prepared, with his spiritual sense constantly extended, Su Qing sensed 2 extremely powerful auras rapidly approaching his direction. Furrowing his brow, Su Qing had a bad feeling rise within him. He immediately withdrew his spiritual sense, concealed his aura, and stood up. The intensity of these aura fluctuations definitely belongs to the elders. Have both elders come out together? Su Qing stared into the distance, his expression grave. His mind was racing, wondering if he should follow the same approach as before and avoid confrontation, or face it head-on. But the approaching individuals did not give him the luxury of time to think. In the brief moment of hesitation, the 2 auras were already getting closer. As they approached, Su Qing also sensed something familiar in the auras. His eyes flashed, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Elder Song Yuan, and
Elder Mo Zhang?
Ha!
I didn't expect my former master to personally intervene. Mo Zhang, with a cultivation level of 1st realm of the celestial heaven, was very strong.
Even now, Su Chang wasn't entirely confident he could gain any advantage in a confrontation. On top of that, with Elder Song Yuan, the two great elders had joined forces, one at the 8th realm of celestial transformation, and the other at the 1st realm of celestial heaven. This time, Su Qing was truly in some danger.
I can only use the same old trick again.
After a quick assessment, Su Qing decisively chose to conceal his aura and leave the area. He planned to do as he did last time, avoid confrontation first, sneak around, and try to buy more time. With a bit of luck, he might be able to evade them again and gain more time to improve his strength. Just as Su Qing had left for no more than 5 breaths, two figures appeared on the distant horizon.
Imo Zhang and Song Yuan came through the sky, and in an instant, they landed on the devastated land below.
There is still a lingering wave of strong spiritual energy here.
Damn it, did that thief escape again?
Scanning the surrounding ruined ground, Song Yuan frowned slightly. As his spiritual sense spread out, he sensed traces of spiritual energy left behind by Su Qing's earlier cultivation.
Hearing this, Imo Zhang let out a cold snort and said, "He won't escape."
As his words fell, a gust of spiritual energy stormed through the air. In the vast heavens and earth, a strange and mysterious aura emerged, and faintly, a trace of the laws of the world manifested in this space. Imo Zhang had unleashed the power of the cave heaven realm, searching every trace left behind in the surrounding heaven and earth. The creation realm grants the qualification to comprehend laws, while the cave heaven realm allows one to wield them. Although Imo Zhang had stepped into the cave heaven realm for less than 10 years, the power he had grasped was far beyond what the creation realm could compare to. Swish! Strange ripples began to spread outward, sweeping rapidly in all directions. Su Qing was concealing his aura, swiftly moving through the forest with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, in his spiritual perception, a few auras of cultivators at the profound core realm appeared. Quite a few people have entered this time. Sensing these presences, Su Qing's expression shifted slightly. After pondering for a moment, he did not take action. These people were all true disciples, but to Su Qing, they posed no real threat.
However, if he made a move, he would undoubtedly alert Imo Zhang and Song Yuan. Thus, Su Qing ignored them, adjusted his direction, and left once again.
But it wasn't long before Su Qing encountered another group of true disciples. Moreover, as they searched, they also set up various methods, forming a semicircle encirclement covering a radius of 10 miles. Su Qing could break through, but it would be impossible to do so without making any noise. This made Su Qing frown slightly. Just as Su Qing hesitated, a chilling sense of foreboding surged from deep within his heart, as if something had locked onto him. Not good, I've been discovered. Su Qing reacted instantly and was about to speed up and escape. However, a powerful spiritual pressure descended from the sky, transforming into a massive spiritual net that enveloped him. Humph! His heart sank, and without hesitation, Su Qing struck out with a palm. A surge of immense power roared forth as he abruptly dodged to the side. The instant his fist collided with the descending spiritual net, a sharp sizzling sound rang out. However, he failed to shatter it. Instead, his power was forcibly suppressed. In mere moments, the force behind Su Qing's strike was entirely crushed. Even so, this exchange bought Su Qing a fleeting moment, allowing him to evade the spiritual net's grasp. The spiritual net crashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sending dust and gravel flying into the air. A vast cloud of dust billowed outward, completely shrouding Su Qing's figure due to his close proximity. There was no time for hesitation. Just as Su Qing was about to dash away, a figure suddenly appeared ahead of him, exuding a powerful aura that blocked his path. Chapter 36, The Shock of the Two Elders. Song Yuan's figure gradually emerged as well, one in front and one behind, trapping Su Qing in the middle. With a glint in his eyes, Imo Zhang waved his hand. A fierce gust swept away all the dust in an instant, and he spoke slowly, "You can't escape. Don't waste your energy struggling, surrender now." Just now, Imo Zhang had already sensed the person's cultivation, 9th level of the profound core realm. Strong, but vastly different from what they had previously assumed. How had someone of this level managed to break through a guardian barrier that even a 2nd-level creation realm cultivator could only retreat from? It seemed there were some powerful tricks at play. In front of him, a cultivator at the cave heaven realm, nothing much could stir up, the difference in cultivation level was just too vast. As the smoke and dust cleared, Su Qing's figure slowly appeared. Looking at the stunned and incredulous Imo Zhang not far ahead, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You seem very surprised? My good master, oh no, second elder. Imo Zhang." The familiar voice echoed. Imo Zhang's face froze, staring in disbelief at the figure ahead. From beginning to end, Imo Zhang never thought that the person they were supposed to capture or kill, the thief who had infiltrated the sect's tomb and broke the protective barrier, would be Su Qing. Less than half a year later, they met again, and he never expected it to be like this. Is this really Su Qing, the one that everyone in the Qingxian sect thought had his cultivation wasted, covered in injuries, and was demoted to the sect's tomb to wait for death? It is quite surprising. Zheng calmed down from his shock, his eyes showing a hint of complexity as he looked at Su Qing, but soon, he returned to indifference and slowly said, "It seems you must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, reaching the 9th level of the Xiandan realm in such a short time." On the other side, Song Yuan also saw Su Qing, equally shocked, muttering, "How is this possible, in less than half a year, from having no cultivation, even being wasted, to reaching such a level?" The 9th level of the Xiandan realm, and being able to break that protective barrier, meant his strength was at least comparable to a cultivator at the creation realm.
How old is Su Qing? What kind of terrifying opportunity or fortune must he have encountered? This place is the sect's tomb. What kind of fortune or opportunity did Su Qing gain here?
Suddenly, it seemed that Zheng realized something, his pupils constricted, staring at Su Qing, and said in a deep voice, "The natural phenomenon that appeared before must have been a rare treasure or inheritance. Could it be that you obtained it?" Upon hearing this, Song Yuan's eyes lit up, staring intensely at Su Qing.
Hearing this, Su Qing smiled and showed a face full of confusion, saying, "So what?"
The natural phenomenon, Su Qing had heard the holy maiden of the demon sect, Lu Rui, mention it before. It should be the phenomenon that appeared when he signed in and obtained the same tier item.
But clearly, those who noticed the phenomenon did not know what lay beneath the natural phenomenon.
And now, whether Su Qing admits it or not, it doesn't matter much. In their eyes, if it weren't for that inheritance, how could he have reached the 9th level of the Xiandan realm in such a short time?
Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Zheng's face kept changing.
Song Yuan did not speak but silently, both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. That inheritance, it really was within the Qingxian sect's domain, even inside the sect's tomb, and it had been obtained by Su Qing. What the outside world had spread far and wide, countless people in Donghuang had been searching for it for months and couldn't find it. They never expected it to be so close, right in front of them. The natural phenomenon had appeared several times, meaning there were more than one genius treasure or inheritance. Did Su Qing obtain them all?
As their thoughts raced, both Zheng and Song Yuan fell into deep thought.
For a moment, the scene became quiet, only the occasional breeze rustling through the treetops. After a long while, Zheng's face softened slightly, and he spoke to Su Qing, "For the sake of the past master-disciple relationship, hand over the inheritance, and I guarantee you will live the rest of your life peacefully as an ordinary person." Su Qing, a wise person knows when to act. You cannot hold on to that inheritance, it would be better to hand it over. Song Yuan, hearing Zheng's words, pondered for a moment before agreeing, speaking in support. But he still maintained the posture of being ready to strike at any moment, his gaze never leaving Su Qing.
He. Laughter echoed, full of mockery and disdain. Su Qing glanced at Song Yuan not far behind him, then focused his gaze on Zheng. "Taking my supreme bone wasn't enough? You still want to inherit it? Save it, stop acting like a good person. Your face really makes me feel disgusted."
Zheng's face turned ugly, but he still said, "No use for words, obediently hand over the inheritance, and you can avoid the pain."
"Stop talking nonsense. If you want it so badly, come and take it yourself."
With the surge of spiritual power, Su Qing had already prepared to fight with all his might. One in the first layer of the Cave Heaven realm, and one in the 8th layer of the Fate realm. If it were anyone else, they would truly just wait for death or submit, but Su Qing wanted to give it a try. Having been reborn and with so many trump cards, if he didn't try now, even if he didn't die, he would end up as nothing but a useless person.
Su Qing couldn't accept such an outcome.
Rather than this, he would rather risk everything.
"Humph, stubborn fool."
A cold snort came from behind.
Song Yuan knew from Su Qing's attitude that he could only use force to take the inheritance. Boom! Violent spiritual power burst out. Song Yuan's figure turned into a blur, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Su Qing. 9th layer of the Xiandan realm? That gives you no confidence. With his voice falling, Song Yuan swung his palm, and a powerful aura swept around him, launching a fierce attack. Su Qing's face turned serious, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The spiritual power inside him surged wildly, pouring into his feet. Just as the attack was about to hit, he leapt to the side. First move of the Great Buddha Palm, shake the mountain. As soon as his feet landed, Su Qing unleashed the Great Buddha Palm, and instantly, a massive palm shadow appeared, releasing an overwhelming aura that spread, turning into a palm print to counterattack Song Yuan. Feeling the immense and powerful fluctuation, Song Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of shock. In this moment, even with his cultivation, he felt a strong sense of pressure. What a terrifying palm technique! What level of Xian technique is this? It's not even from the Qing Xian sect. Song Yuan was shocked in his heart, but at this moment, the palm print was approaching, and he had no time to think further. He raised his hand again, sending out a palm strike. Boom! At the moment of collision, a strong gust of wind erupted, causing Song Yuan to involuntarily retreat. He staggered back for several yards before he managed to stabilize himself. Song Yuan felt a sharp pain and slight numbness in his right palm. Only after tightly gripping it did the slight trembling stop. As for Su Qing, the impact of the strong wind sent him flying back over 10 yards. His feet scraped 2 long marks on the ground. Then, with a stump, he flipped several times in the air before barely landing. There is still quite a big gap. The first move of the Great Buddha palm is far from enough. Just this brief exchange, Su Qing realized there was a huge power difference between them. The first move of the Great Buddha palm, which used to crush enemies with one palm, was now thoroughly on the losing side. But Su Qing didn't know that Song Yuan, on the other hand, was already feeling a trace of fear in his heart. Chapter 37, Battle with Song Yuan. With the cultivation of the 9th layer of the Xiandan realm, to actually fight head-to-head with him, someone in the 8th layer of the Fate realm, with nearly a full realm difference, and only slightly weaker, without even sustaining any injuries. Song Yuan looked at Su Qing with changed eyes, filled with disbelief and seriousness. Mo Zhang, standing not far away, had also frozen in place, staring at Su Qing in shock. What kind of inheritance did he get? As the second elder of the Qingxian sect, Mo Zhang was intimately familiar with the many Xian techniques within the sect. But the palm technique Su Qing just used was completely unknown to him. The power was so extraordinary that even he felt it was not ordinary. It was definitely not weaker than their Qingxian sect's strongest Xian technique, and perhaps even stronger. Because Mo Zhang could tell that Su Qing hadn't even used his full power. Facing an enemy with cultivation far surpassing his own, Su Qing casually used an unknown Xian technique that wasn't even from the Qingxian sect, and it was enough to block Song Yuan's attack, who was also an elder at the 8th layer of the Fate realm. This is truly terrifying. No matter how powerful the profound skill, the gap in cultivation cannot be made up. Song Yuan's expression was not pleasant. With some anger in his voice, he coldly said one sentence before stepping forward again. As he raised his hand, an incredibly mysterious wave of energy emerged, causing Su Qing's brows to furrow. He sharply sensed a pressure rising from his heart. It felt as if this entire world was pressing down on him, making his breathing slightly difficult. Is this the true means of the transformation realm? Su Qing knew that the opponent had begun to use the abilities of the transformation realm, with each move containing a hint of the laws of the heavens and earth. The transformation realm has the right to comprehend the laws, although they cannot smoothly leverage the power of these rules, it subtly allows the cultivator to resonate with the laws they comprehend. The surrounding space began to take on a weighty feeling, somewhat similar to the weight of gravitational pressure, but Su Qing felt that this heaviness, once an offensive was formed, would be far stronger than that gravitational pressure. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing flipped his hand, and a top-grade Earth-tier spirit sword appeared in his grasp. As spiritual power surged, looking at the attacking Song Yuan, he coldly shouted in his heart, Heaven-slashing sword technique. Fierce and tumultuous sword energy swept out, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, attacking towards Song Yuan. Breaking Heaven's 7 styles? No, this is not breaking Heaven's 7 styles. Song Yuan's eyes narrowed. He instinctively thought Su Qing's sword move was the breaking Heaven's 7 styles from the Qingxian sect, but he quickly sensed something was off. The power was clearly many times stronger. At that moment, Song Yuan gathered strands of yellow light in his palm, enveloping it with spiritual power, a heavy weightiness hitting him directly. He thrust forward. As the sword energy collided with his palm, Song Yuan's heart raced. A fierce, unparalleled force erupted, waves of immense shockwaves hit him one after another. Break for me. Song Yuan's expression stiffened, spiritual power once again gathering in his palm, a terrifying aura surged forth, and the next moment, he forcefully shattered the sword energy, completely breaking it apart. But before he could think further, Su Qing was already attacking again. With the long sword flying in his hand, combined with a faintly ethereal and strange footwork, Su Qing advanced, unleashing a frenzied offensive. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Su Qing and Song Yuan engaged in a fierce battle. Su Qing concentrated entirely, mobilizing his internal spiritual power as if it cost no money, and the heaven-slashing sword technique once again displayed its brilliance in his hands. In a short time, he made it impossible for Song Yuan to retaliate with full force, leaving him to defend against Su Qing's relentless attacks. There are some traces of breaking Heaven's 7 styles, but the power of the moves is many times stronger than breaking Heaven's 7 styles. Could this be the long-lost complete breaking Heaven's 7 style sword technique? As an elder and with an 8th level cultivation of the transformation realm, Mo Zhang did not intervene, but watched the battle. He was astonished as he saw Su Qing's sword technique unfold. But as he continued to watch, his astonishment morphed into horror. He also cultivated the breaking Heaven's 7 styles and had mastered it to the extreme, but the breaking Heaven's 7 styles was merely a top-grade Earth-tier technique. Now, the power Su Qing displayed had far surpassed that. In his mind, memories of the sect's historical records surfaced, which included information about the Qingxian sect's history. Among these was the complete version of breaking Heaven's 7 styles, which had been lost for many years. But the sword technique Su Qing showcased had so many similarities to breaking Heaven's 7 styles. The complete breaking Heaven's 7 styles was a low-grade spirit-tier sword technique. A long-lost sword technique, how could Su Qing have it? What kind of opportunity or fortuitous encounter did he gain in this sect's tomb? During the fierce battle between Su Qing and Song Yuan, outside in the world,
many people from various forces were already heading towards the Qingxian sect. Some who were closer had already come due to several previous celestial phenomena. The forces gathering within the domain of the Qingxian sect had arrived here first. But each kept to their own camp, hiding within the mountains surrounding the Qingxian sect. The people from the other four major sects, some from smaller sects, scattered cultivators, and nearly half of the forces in the eastern wilderness, had sent people here. Even the two demon sects, the Tianmo sect and the Wudu sect, had hidden people among them. Heavenly phenomena were already rare, appearing once in 1,000 years, but over the past 6 months, the eastern wilderness had witnessed several such occurrences. The first two were not accurate, but this time, countless people saw it. This heavenly phenomenon was in the direction of Qingxian sect. Such an opportunity from heaven and earth, everyone wanted to seize it, even sharing a small piece of the pie would be enough. Of course, the 5 major sects would take the lead, but what if? What if an opportunity arose, and they had a slight chance of obtaining rare treasures or inheritance? If they succeeded, they would definitely secure a place in the eastern wilderness and even rise to the top level. No one was willing to give up just like that. They were not willing to back down without a fight. On a mountaintop, 6 men and 3 women, dressed in blue and green brocade robes, sat scattered around. Among them, a young man's gaze was sharp, staring at the direction of the Qingxian sect for a long time, then turned to a middle-aged man sitting on his left, speaking, "Elder Chen, we are the first to arrive. Why don't we go to Qingxian sect?" Elder Chen opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings before replying, "The Qingxian sect won't allow us to enter. We can only gather enough people and put pressure on them. Only then do we have a chance. My 100 Beast sect is far from here, and our manpower is insufficient. We'll wait until the sect's reinforcements arrive, then we'll have a better chance." The 100 Beast sect, one of the 5 major sects of the eastern wilderness, focused on controlling and fighting with demon beasts. The combination of both gave them a huge advantage against cultivators of the same realm. As for Elder Chen, although his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the creation realm, it seemed not very high, but he had contracted and controlled a peak 4th grade demon beast, which gave him the battle power of a 9th level creation realm cultivator. Upon hearing this, the young man, though somewhat impatient, could only nod. Besides here, many other places had also gathered forces that arrived earlier. The Tianmo sect, led by the Saintess Lu Rui, also brought a considerable number of people and hid in a secret place within a mountain gorge. Last time, when they infiltrated the Qingxian sect, they were discovered, severely injured, and had to use a Qiankuan shifting talisman to escape. Since then, they had been recovering and planning. Now, because the heavenly phenomenon appeared again, Lu Rui led her forces and arrived early at the Qingxian sect. Very good. This time, it seems that most of the forces of the eastern wilderness have gathered. Let the chaos begin. Only then can my Tianmo sect profit from this. Lu Rui's stunning face, hidden beneath her veil, showed a trace of coldness, but even so, it couldn't hide her seductive charm. A storm was about to hit, and the Qingxian sect, being the target, naturally sensed it. But none of this could affect the two people locked in a fierce battle in the sect's cemetery. Su Qing's longsword had cracks in many places. The spiritual energy within his body was chaotic, and a trace of blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Fighting fiercely with Song Yuan, who was at the 8th level of the creation realm, Su Qing constantly faced immense pressure and had inevitably sustained some injuries. Fortunately, Su Qing had the golden silk shin armor protecting his body, and he also possessed the Yinming sacred body. With the heavenly fire body tempering art at its 6th layer peak, Su Qing was able to hold his ground for so long against Song Yuan. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Su Qing tried to calm the violent spiritual energy in his body. He glanced at the longsword that was covered with cracks and furrowed his brows. The slashing heaven sword technique is very powerful, but I haven't practiced it for long. I'm only at the 6th move, not yet a match for Song Yuan. With a powerful shake, the longsword shattered and was completely discarded by Su Qing. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing's mind moved, and the Panlong breaking heaven spear appeared in his hand. On the other side, Song Yuan, whose breath was equally unstable, saw the long spear in Su Qing's hand, and his pupils shrank again. Heaven tier spiritual weapon? Song Yuan sensed an incredibly powerful aura from the long spear. A heaven-tier spiritual weapon, and a spear-type weapon at that. Such a thing did not even exist within the entire Qingxian sect. Everything Su Qing had revealed one after another had left him completely shocked. He was almost numb from the shock. Perfect, just the other day, at the front of Chiu Yi's tomb, I signed in and obtained a mid-grade earth-tier spear technique. When paired with this Panlong breaking heaven spear, it is even stronger than the slash heaven sword technique. In his mind, a spear technique emerged, the 6 harmony spear technique. This spear technique emphasized sweeping, overwhelming strikes, bombarding the enemy with a fierce, storm-like assault. Although he had not practiced it for long, with the enhancement of the heaven-tier top-grade spiritual weapon, the Panlong breaking heaven spear, its power was unparalleled. I cannot keep you alive.
You must be crippled once again.
At this moment, Song Yuan also decided to use all of his strength. He suddenly clenched his fists, crossing them in front of his chest. Waves of spiritual power surged forth, and yellow ripples spread out. Although Song Yuan also had a weapon, his greatest strength lay in his fist techniques. He had nearly perfected the sect's top martial arts. Coupled with the laws he had comprehended, it greatly enhanced the power of his attacks. Dragon Elephant Fist Technique, force splits mountains and rivers. Song Yuan stomped on the ground, and in an instant, he vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already just 1 meter in front of Su Qing. This speed was clearly several times faster than before. Boom! A massive fist print blasted out, and even the air seemed to crack under the pressure, causing a slight distortion as it hurtled toward Su Qing. Su Qing was startled, but immediately, he raised the long spear horizontally in front of him, gripping the spear tightly with both hands to block it. Bang! The fist print collided with the spear shaft, and a roar that sounded like a dragon's cry came from the Panlong breaking heaven spear. But soon, Su Qing felt an incredibly terrifying force surge toward him, making it almost impossible to hold onto the spear. He could only retreat. At this point, Su Qing had completely fallen into the disadvantage. But Song Yuan's attacks didn't stop. One punch after another came crashing toward him. Humph! Seeing this, Su Qing could only channel his spiritual power and swing the Panlong breaking heaven spear to block. For a time, the sound of the fist winds and the long spear slicing through the air filled the battlefield, sending ripples of spiritual power that shattered nearby trees, scattering them in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After all, the Panlong breaking heaven spear was a heaven-tier top-grade spiritual weapon. With the spear technique in his hands, even though Su Qing's cultivation was far inferior to Song Yuan's, as their battle reached its peak, they were now nearly evenly matched. I can't delay any longer. If this continues, with Mo Zheng stepping in, the two of them together, I will definitely be no match for them. At this moment, Su Qing realized the situation was becoming dire. As he continued to clash with Song Yuan, he began to prepare his next move. At a certain moment, Su Qing held the spear with one hand and began to wield the Six Harmony Spear technique, while the Great Buddha Palm began to brew. He even started with the third form. With Su Qing's current cultivation and foundation, he could already unleash the third form of the Great Buddha Palm. He could even barely use the fourth form. But since he was still in battle with Song Yuan, he can only brew the third form for now. Die! Song Yuan put everything he had into his attack. His cultivation at the 8th level of the creation realm fully manifested, and gradually, he began to suppress Su Qing. The Dragon Elephant Fist technique displayed immense power in his hands. Each strike caused significant tremors to Su Qing. A murderous intent surged within Song Yuan as he grew increasingly enraged. His cultivation's absolute advantage had not been enough to defeat Su Qing after such a long time, and as a sect elder, this was somewhat embarrassing. However, at this moment, Mo Zheng, who was watching from a distance, vaguely sensed something was wrong. This world seemed to be brewing something terrifying, making his heart skip a beat. Before he had time to shout a warning, Su Qing's aura suddenly surged to an entirely new level. He vainly withdrew the Pancon Long Patian gun, and his right palm slowly lifted at this moment. Above the sky, a terrifying palm print was floating, suppressing everything, and the momentum of erasing heaven and earth swept towards him. The third form of the Great Buddha Palm suppressed the heavens. A furious shout rang out, and Su Qing, as if disregarding his life, activated his spiritual power. The third form of the Great Buddha Palm was already ready, and he fiercely struck out. Not only that, Su Qing also attached the extreme heat of the heavenly spiritual fire and frost flame spiritual fire to this move. At this moment, Song Yuan finally felt the chilling aura that made his entire body freeze, and his heart was filled with indescribable terror. From this move, Song Yuan sensed an incredibly terrifying fluctuation, a sensation of impending death surged within him. Spiritual Tier Xian technique? No, even his spiritual Tier Xian technique doesn't have such a terrifying momentum. A thought that was completely unrealistic surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this move is a Saint Tier Xian technique? This thought left Song Yuan with his mouth agape in shock. Saint Tier Xian techniques, in the entire Eastern Wilderness, such techniques were legendary, and none had appeared in the Eastern Wilderness for many years. And Su Qing, in less than half a year, where did he obtain a Saint Tier Xian technique? Natural anomalies, inheritances. This thought flashed through Song Yuan's mind, but immediately, he had no choice but to exert all his strength to deal with the third form of the Great Buddha Palm. He roared furiously, and his spiritual power surged like a raging tide, condensing into his fists. He struck out, meeting the descending giant palm shadow head-on. Chapter 39, Kill, Escape. The third form of the Great Buddha Palm suppressed the heavens, collided instantly with the peak-level Dragon Elephant Fist technique. Buzz. The space seemed to freeze for a moment. The next moment, with a loud bang, Song Yuan felt an overwhelming force surging from his fists, as if the heavens were collapsing, and a terrifying, powerless pressure came crashing down.
Puff! This force caused Song Yuan's internal organs to suffer immense pressure, and he couldn't suppress it.
His blood surged up uncontrollably, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. His aura immediately weakened slightly, but the palm print showed no sign of weakening and continued to fall. For the first time, panic surged in Song Yuan's heart. He roared repeatedly, crazily channeling spiritual power into his fists to resist the terrifying assault. While you are sick, I will take your life. Su Qing also clenched his teeth, and without saying another word, he launched another attack. The Pancon Long Patian gun reappeared in his hand, and with the momentum of breaking through the firmament, he swept it toward Song Yuan with one strike.
At this moment, Song Yuan was busy defending against the Great Buddha Palm and couldn't respond in time.
Additionally, Su Qing's attack was swift as lightning. With a loud bang, Song Yuan was directly struck in the chest by a horizontal sweep of the gun.
The immense force disrupted the flow of Song Yuan's internal spiritual power, and his aura became chaotic.
He couldn't supply enough energy, and the Great Buddha palm print also fell right on top of him.
Ah! Boom!
The spot where Song Yuan stood was covered by the palm print, stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. Su Qing, who had already retreated, continued to retreat a dozen or so feet away. Holding the Pancon Long Patian gun, he panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the dusty area. He should not be dead, but the most deadly part now is that Mo Zhang hasn't made his move yet. Soon, Su Qing's gaze shifted to the distance, where Mo Zhang's face had turned completely gloomy. His expression showed no sign of relaxation, and in this brief moment, Su Qing crazily absorbed spiritual power to replenish himself. The suspended ring was also continuously absorbing and replenishing Su Qing. As for Mo Zhang, seeing the scene in front of him, he was not only shocked but also filled with overwhelming killing intent. He knew that there was no turning back between Su Qing and Qing Xian sect. If Su Qing escaped this time, the Qing Xian sect would face an incredibly terrifying enemy. I originally intended to spare your life, but you chose to seek death. Now, I can only kill you first and then use the soul search secret technique to find the location of the inheritance.
Mo Zhang murmured to himself. The soul search secret technique was recognized by most people as a method of the demonic sects.
But within the Qing Xian sect, there were still people who knew such methods. Although it was not something to be shown in the light, and would not be used in front of ordinary people, there were naturally those in the Qing Xian sect who kept some tricks up their sleeves to achieve certain goals. Before the smoke had even cleared, Mo Zhang had already moved. Whoosh!
A flash of spiritual light appeared, and Mo Zhang's figure vanished from its spot.
With a slight raise of his palm, he pressed towards Su Qing's direction in the air. An incredibly terrifying spiritual pressure swept toward Su Qing, making the scalp of Su Qing tingle. In the cave heaven realm, one could already wield the power of the laws of heaven and earth, a far cry from the creation realm that Song Yuan could compare to. Yet this seemingly ordinary movement made Su Qing feel an incomparable pressure. Against Song Yuan, Su Qing could still fight head-on with strength, but when Mo Zhang made a move, Su Qing instantly felt that he was definitely no match. I can only use my trump card now. Su Qing held his breath and focused his mind, no longer hesitating, silently chanting in his heart, divine secret technique, thunder moves the 9 heavens. As the sound echoed in his heart, a flash of lightning suddenly flickered around Su Qing. In the next moment, Su Qing's figure disappeared instantly, leaving behind only a lingering trace of lightning in the air. That speed was at least 10 times faster than Su Qing's previous movement. Since obtaining this divine secret technique, Su Qing had never stopped training. Although without the help of thunderbolts and electric light, the progress of the technique had been relatively slow. But after several months of training, he had barely entered the basics. Unlike before, when even performing it was difficult. This was Su Qing's biggest trump card. Now, facing Mo Zhang's attack, Su Qing could no longer hide his methods, otherwise, he would truly lose his life here. This scene made Mo Zhang's eyes widen considerably, and in addition to shock, there was also a touch of fear. Divine secret technique? With Mo Zhang's knowledge, he immediately recognized that the method Su Qing had just displayed was the legendary divine secret technique. But there was no time for Mo Zhang to be shocked now. Su Qing was clearly about to escape, which was a bad sign. Mo Zhang's killing intent had long been set in his heart, and he absolutely could not let Su Qing escape. In the blink of an eye, Mo Zhang's spiritual sense expanded outward, intending to chase. But at this moment, Su Qing did not immediately flee. Instead, his face turned ruthless, and he flew towards the dissipating smoke and dust. With a flash of lightning, a deep pit was created, and Su Qing's figure, like lightning, rushed into the smoke. There, Song Yuan, his clothes torn, arms broken and limp, breath faint, and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, could be seen. Su Qing, you. At this moment, Song Yuan only saw Su Qing's face filled with murderous intent, but in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. In the next instant, Su Qing was already in front of him. Murderous intent surged in his eyes, and without hesitation, Su Qing raised his palm again.
An elder still has some threat, I must send you on your way first.
The low murmur sounded as Su Qing struck out with the Great Buddha palm. With the third strike of the Great Buddha palm, combined with the full force of the breaking dragon spear, Song Yuan, already severely injured, hadn't had time to recover. In Song Yuan's wide-eyed horror, he couldn't even dodge, and the palm print ruthlessly landed on his chest.
Boom!
The immense force instantly destroyed his chest cavity, shattering his heart meridians. Su Qing then activated the thunder moves the nine heavens again, turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing from the spot. The divine secret technique was incredibly terrifying, with unparalleled speed and unparalleled killing power. However, Su Qing had only barely scratched the surface and could not yet unleash its full destructive power. But his speed had experienced an earth-shattering increase. However, Su Qing himself was not feeling very well. After the intense battle with Song Yuan, he had sustained considerable injuries, and using a series of techniques had taken a heavy toll. Especially the divine secret technique, thunder moves the nine heavens, which was even more draining. Fortunately, Su Qing possessed the Yin Ming holy body. The floating ring was constantly absorbing spiritual power, feeding back to itself, gaining some replenishment. Su Qing started to flee desperately from this place. Killing Song Yuan had already drained nearly all of Su Qing's methods, and he had paid a huge price to achieve it. If he were to face Mo Zheng again, he really had no confidence at all. Over here, as soon as Mo Zheng saw Su Qing make a move, he reacted immediately and quickly chased after him, but Su Qing had already left. All he saw was Song Yuan, lifeless, having become a corpse.
Su Qing! You deserve to die. You deserve to die.
Mo Zheng was enraged. How could Su Qing escape under his very nose and kill Elder Song Yuan? The desire to kill had already surged, and with a loud bang, a beam of spiritual light appeared.
Mo Zheng rose into the air, his speed incredibly fast as he chased after Su Qing's aura. Chapter 40, Escape from the Sex Graveyard.
In the sex graveyard, a streak of thunder light flickered continuously, each time disappearing and reappearing much farther apart.
Su Qing fled non-stop, not daring to rest for even a moment.
Behind him, in the sky, a streak of slightly green spiritual light streaked across the horizon, chasing at a high speed.
The distance between them, though not decreasing over time, would eventually result in Su Qing being caught once his spiritual power was depleted.
Luckily, this was the sex graveyard.
Su Qing weaved and dodged, sometimes even launching attacks.
Mo Zhang, however, had to be cautious because of the many ancestors' graves and spiritual tablets here, so he dared not attack recklessly, giving Su Qing some breathing space. Despite being the second elder of the Qingxian sect, if he recklessly destroyed the ancestors' graves or spiritual tablets, he would also face severe punishment from the sect. His cautious heart made it impossible for Mo Zhang to go all out, while Su Qing, relying on secret arts, was quickly escaping. I can't stay in the sex graveyard any longer. If this continues, other powerful figures in the Qingxian sect will surely notice. At that time, I'll really have nowhere to run, and it will be a dead end.
While running, Su Qing was also thinking of countermeasures.
He had considered capturing the true disciples searching around him and using them to threaten Mo Zhang, but upon thinking it over, how would Mo Zhang care about the lives of even those 10 or so true disciples? In a place like this, killing all of them could be pinned on Su Qing's head, which would only bind his hands and feet, blocking his chance to escape. As long as they caught him, Su Qing, or even killed him, using the soul-searching secret technique to obtain those inheritance treasures, losing 10 or so true disciples would be totally worth it. A streak of thunder light flashed, and Su Qing's figure slowly appeared, but immediately, he once again flickered and disappeared.
Soon, the exit of the sex graveyard appeared in his sight.
Luckily, when I killed Song Yuan, I subconsciously searched his body.
Otherwise, I would have to waste time forcefully breaking through this formation's barrier.
The formation barrier surrounding the sex graveyard was very strong, and only those at the transformation realm or above had the strength to forcefully break it. This formation barrier served a protective function, and since it was located behind the Qingxian sect, no one would think of attacking it. Some small-time crooks also didn't have that kind of power, so this formation wasn't too overpowered. Lu Rui infiltrated because she was the holy maiden of the demon sect, with various treasures given by her father. The sex graveyard isn't that big, it won't take long for Mo Zhang to catch me. It seems like I have to leave and find a way to escape. Although it's a bit regrettable, the sex graveyard has some very valuable places for sign-ins, but when life is at stake, I have to give up. While absorbing spiritual power to recover from his injuries, Su Qing was also performing the thunder motion of 9 heavens, quickly arriving at the entrance of the sex graveyard. He took out a jade token from Song Yuan's storage bag and sent it flying. Space ripples appeared, and a crack slowly materialized.
Su Qing! Don't run!
At this moment, a furious voice came from the horizon, accompanied by overwhelming killing intent.
Su Qing's pupils constricted, so fast?
Without much thought, Su Qing directly leaped up, transforming into a streak of lightning, rushing into the crack, leaving the sex cemetery.
In the blink of an eye, Mo Zheng appeared in the sky, flying through the air, and his speed was such that even the air was torn apart, rapidly rushing towards the side. But just as he arrived, Su Qing had already vanished from the spot, and the spatial crack was slowly disappearing as well. This filled Mo Zheng with anger, but he could not use his powerful strength directly, as that would shatter the entire barrier, destroying the protective formation that had guarded the sect cemetery for thousands of years. If it broke under his hands, he would truly become a great sinner of Qingxian sect. With no other choice, he had to take out a jade tablet and open the formation barrier using conventional means. At this moment, after stepping out of the sect cemetery, Su Qing did not pause for a second. The movement of lightning never ceased, leaving behind a trace of lightning and disappearing. Of course, Su Qing had already concealed his aura and only performed the lightning movement, aiming to avoid being noticed by other powerful members of Qingxian sect as much as possible. After a few breaths, the spatial crack appeared again, and Mo Zheng's figure shot out from it, then straight up into the sky. The aura of the cave heaven realm burst forth, immediately attracting the attention of many powerful members of Qingxian sect. A flash of brilliance crossed the sky, and Lin Songhai, dressed in a dark blue robe, appeared in the air, looking at the distant Mo Zheng, who was filled with killing intent, frowning slightly. "Elder Mo, what happened?" His voice seemed not loud, but clearly reached Mo Zheng's ears. Soon, several figures appeared at the edge of the horizon, some soaring briefly through the air, all looking curiously at Mo Zheng above. They wanted to chase Su Qing, but could not neglect Lin Songhai. In the end, Mo Zheng had to send a voice transmission, quickly telling Lin Songhai about what had happened in the sect cemetery, and then continued to pursue Su Qing. Lin Songhai's face darkened after hearing what Mo Zheng said. Su Qing. Muttering this name in his mind, he recalled the moment when Su Qing was declared useless. Lin Songhai could never have imagined that the one already regarded as a waste, waiting for death in the sect cemetery, would cause such a big stir. The inheritance that brought forth a natural phenomenon had actually been obtained by Su Qing. His injuries healed, and in less than half a year, he reached the 9th level of the Mystic Pill Realm, and even had the strength to kill Song Yuan. The 9th level of the Mystic Pill Realm to oppose Song Yuan of the 8th level of the Counteracting Fate Realm? Who could believe this if spoken aloud? It sounded like a fantasy, yet it had truly happened. Elder Lilan also arrived beside Lin Songhai, inquiring about the situation. After learning these details, his expression darkened as well, but then as if he thought of something, a hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Yun Fei. With a flash, Lilan disappeared into the air, returning to Liang Peak. His spiritual sense spread out, instantly covering half the mountain peak. But in the sensing of his spiritual sense, there was no trace of Li Yunfei. Then, Lilan arrived in a secret chamber, where several rare spiritual materials and spiritual weapons were placed, as well as a jade tablet that had long shattered. That was Li Yunfei's life tablet. When Lilan discovered the shattered life tablet, he became a little dazed. "My son is dead?" A surge of killing intent shot straight up into the sky. Lilan's figure appeared above Liang Peak, his eyes reddened and his face like frost. In less than a month, the Taixian Ling sect would come, and with Li Yunfei's innate talent of possessing the supreme bone, he would definitely be able to enter it. The future was bright, and without accidents, he would climb to the supreme position. But now, the life tablet shattering represented death and destruction. Although Lilan still had nearly 1,000 years of life remaining, and theoretically could still have children, Li Yunfei was, after all, his only child at present. Just like that, he died. How could Lilan not be furious? Many top powerful members of Qingxian sect, and even countless disciples felt this surge of killing intent. Those disciples did not know what had happened. One by one, they fell silent, deeply puzzled. Meanwhile, Lin Songhai had already ordered people to enter the sect cemetery and conduct a thorough search. Chapter 41, Escape from Qingxian Sect. It had been confirmed that the inheritance represented by the natural phenomenon was in Su Qing's body, and there was no need to waste manpower elsewhere. For a moment, the formation barrier of the sect cemetery was fully opened, and many disciples entered to conduct a thorough investigation. At the same time, Su Qing, with no time to spare on anything else, had only one thought in his mind: escape from Qingxian sect. He could feel the sky-high killing intent, and among it, the breath of Lilan was unmistakably approaching. It seemed that the death of Li Yunfei had already been exposed, and it appeared that Su Qing was the only one in the entire Qingxian sect who had a mortal enemy with Li Yunfei. Moreover, with Su Qing's power now fully revealed, only he had the courage to kill Li Yunfei inside Qingxian sect. Facing Mo Zhang was already difficult enough for Su Qing, but with Lilan coming, and more powerful enemies from Qingxian sect potentially hunting him down with time, the pressure was overwhelming. The weight of this pressure fell on Su Qing's heart like a mountain, leaving him with an incredibly heavy mood. Sizzle! Thunder flashed as Su Qing appeared, his face pale, while he was both adjusting his breathing and calming the rebellious spiritual power within him that had been greatly consumed. At the same time, he quickly found his direction and took off again. Qingxian sect was vast, with one mountain after another stretching endlessly, peaks towering and clouds swirling. The concentration of spiritual power in the air was much denser compared to the sect's cemetery.
Along the way, many disciples of Qin Xian sect could only feel a fleeting flash, like a faint trace of thunder, but they couldn't see anyone. Not far in the sky, Missouri Zhang had already opened his full speed, chasing after Su Qing.
Su Qing gritted his teeth and held on, not daring to slacken for a moment. Finally, Su Qing reached the mountain gate.
At this moment, Qin Xian sect was in the process of closing its mountain gate. Many disciples were stationed at the exit, including some direct disciples. There was even an elder with a cultivation level at the 5th level of the creation realm. This elder was named Chen Yu and was a member of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, a senior disciple to the head of the Law Enforcement Elders. Qin Xian sect had temporarily closed its mountain gate, and in response to an emergency, Chen Yu had been assigned to lead the disciples in guarding the mountain gate to prevent anyone from entering the sect during this period. People from the Law Enforcement Pavilion were always decisive and ruthless in their actions, and under his watch, anyone attempting to sneak into Qin Xian sect would be forcefully driven away. Su Qing was unaware of all this. When he saw so many disciples guarding the area and an elder, his expression froze.
Qin Xian sect is moving so fast?
At first, Su Qing thought it was his series of movements that had alerted them, but this speed was just too fast.
Had they already arranged this many people here?
His eyes turned cold, and without thinking much, Su Qing decided to rush forward and break through.
With so many people there, trying to sneak past quietly was obviously unrealistic.
Thunder roaring in the 9 heavens greatly enhanced speed and agility, but it was not invisible or teleportation.
It couldn't make him undetectable.
Who goes there? At that moment, the elder at the 5th level of creation realm sensed a powerful fluctuation of energy.
The next instant, a streak of thunder appeared in his sight.
With a loud shout, coldness surged on Chen Yu's face, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, many disciples nearby looked over and immediately rushed toward the source of the energy. Su Qing didn't even glance at the disciples, instead heading straight for Elder Chen Yu. At the 5th level of creation realm, he was incredibly strong.
Even at his peak, Su Qing would need to be cautious in dealing with him.
Now, Su Qing was severely exhausted and injured, making it all the more dangerous to underestimate him.
Great Buddha Palm. Without hesitation, Su Qing unleashed his most powerful move.
A terrifying fluctuation of energy erupted, and a massive phantom of a palm appeared, charging toward Chen Yu. Chen Yu's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with shock. Feeling that immense pressure, he suddenly roared, and the mysterious golden long knife in his hand shone with spiritual light. Mysterious gold knife technique, whirlwind slash. The sharp knife energy surged forth, as if the air itself was being cut open, colliding head-on with the incoming palm print.
Boom!
A gust of wind erupted at the scene, scattering in all directions. Some disciples nearby were directly blown away. For them, being uninjured was considered lucky, given their meager cultivation at the Spirit Pulse realm. After his strike, Su Qing quickly evaded, the thunder movement 9 heavens continuing to showcase its might, transforming into a flash of lightning, disappearing from the spot. Originally, his attack was not meant to kill. With Su Qing's current remaining fighting strength, it would still be a bit difficult to kill Chen Yu. The main goal was to force him back. The flash of lightning was gone in an instant, and Su Qing had directly passed by Chen Yu, dashing out of the Qin Xian sect's mountain gate. Chen Yu, who was restrained by the assault, had just dispelled the gust of wind but did not see who had attacked. The aura of the Xian Dan realm carries such terrifying combat power.
This move's grade is definitely no lower than celestial level. Who could it be?
Chen Yu was shocked. That strike had given him a tremendous sense of pressure. Moreover, the opponent clearly had not used full strength, as if they were still injured.
There must have been a significant event at the sect just now.
Even from this far away, I could feel that killing intent. Chen Yu turned to look inward at the sect, his expression grave, but he had no time to think further. He spoke solemnly to the surrounding disciples. This elder will pursue the thief. You all keep watch at the mountain gate and must not allow any petty thief to enter the sect.
Yes, Elder Chan.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu leaped into the air, soaring out of the mountain gate. The transformation realm can only stay airborne briefly, but to chase after Su Qing, with his speed, he might still be lacking. Su Qing used thunder movement 9 heavens, his speed was incredibly terrifying, and Chen Yu hadn't even seen a shadow of him. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared above Chen Yu's head, and Imo Zheng's voice came over. Elder Chen, you may return. Also, report to the sect and strictly guard everything that happened today.
Not a single detail must leak out.
Hearing Imo Zheng's words, Chen Yu halted midair, saluting towards the sky, saying little before turning to head back to the Qinxian sect.
Imo Zhang, with his cave heaven realm cultivation, personally chased after the thief.
Chen Yu had no further need to pursue, and besides, that thief was moving too quickly. It seemed he would not be able to catch up. Slash! Outside the Qinxian sect, Su Qing was running at full speed. Without any hindrance and no longer needing to hide his aura, he focused entirely on escaping. His speed increased again, and in less than a tea's time, he had rushed out over 100 miles.
Behind him, less than a few miles away, Mo Zhang was pursuing in the air, his expression dark and dreadful. The aura of the cave heaven realm oscillated, and a terrifying pressure swept through the area. Is that the second elder Mo Zhang of the Qingxian sect? On a mountain peak, a figure dressed in a black gold robe, appearing middle-aged and with a powerful presence, lightly stood on a leaf of a towering tree, gazing at the figure that flew by in the sky, his eyes filled with intrigue. Before Mo Zhang's appearance, this person had just sensed a much weaker fluctuation of aura rapidly distancing from the Qingxian sect. Wherever it passed, it seemed to leave behind a trace of lightning. What happened in the Qingxian sect? Why did Mo Zhang of the cave heaven realm personally take action? As he murmured, the figure slowly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, outside the Qingxian sect, many figures from different forces that had been lying in wait sensed this powerful aura, their faces shocked as they looked up at the sky. But all were confused, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 42, The Mysterious Bounty Order. After leaving the Qingxian sect, Su Qing fled desperately, the spiritual energy within him continuously depleting. He had not been able to take the time to heal his injuries, leading to his internal energy and blood surging uncontrollably. He could only force it down, yet fresh blood still occasionally trickled from the corner of his mouth. He could only swallow a spirit herb whole, with the frost flame spirit fire surging, slowly refining the medicinal power. But Su Qing was exhausted from running, unable to focus enough to refine the medicinal power, causing the recovery to be extremely slow. In the space ring, there were still quite a few pills obtained from previous sign-ins, but pills do not instantly restore someone to their peak. That doesn't exist. Any grade of spirit herb or pill needs time to be digested. However, Su Qing still occasionally popped a pill, replenishing the huge amount of spiritual energy consumed, then continued to flee. During this time, he also tried to shake off the pursuer, Mo Zhang, but an expert is not so easy to lose, especially when the other party can fly, making a direct line pursuit. Su Qing could only constantly change directions, using the crisscrossing ground and the complex mountain terrain to avoid Mo Zhang's pursuit. Before he knew it, half a day had passed. At Qingxian sect, Lin Songhai and Elder Li Lan, along with the other elders, after a round of searching, and the news from Mo Zhang, had basically learned everything that had happened. One by one, they were filled with disbelief. Su Qing, the one almost forgotten, who was thought to be a waste, waiting for death, had unexpectedly gained such a heaven-defying opportunity. Even Elder Song Yuan had died at his hands, still with the cultivation of the 9th stage of the Xiandan realm. Shocking and absurd, yet it had really happened. In their original understanding, Mo Zhang would personally capture Su Qing in a very short amount of time. But half a day had passed, and Mo Zhang still had not returned, which made their mood more complicated. Sect Master, I will personally capture Su Qing. Li Lan's face was as dark as water, and deep in his eyes, there was an immense killing intent. He cupped his hands to Lin Songhai and said coldly. Upon hearing this, the other elders around glanced at Li Lan with somewhat strange looks. Li Yunfei was dead, and this news could not be hidden. Everyone knew that Li Lan now hated Su Qing so much that he wanted to tear him apart. Lin Songhai also looked at Li Lan, his heart burning with anger. With less than half a month left, the Taishan Ling sect was going to send people, but unexpectedly, Li Yunfei had died in the sect's tomb. All their plans, their goals, were now in vain. It even risked offending the Taishan Ling sect. They had promised to recommend a disciple with extraordinary talent, someone with supreme bone, but now the person was gone. This matter was also a huge problem for Qingxian sect. Although the Taishan Ling sect would not directly attack Qingxian sect would undoubtedly suffer great losses. Su Qing has already fled Qingxian sect, and Elder Mo still hasn't returned. It won't be long before the outer sect people will realize something. Lin Songhai's gaze grew heavy, then he said, our Qingxian sect has no hope of monopolizing that inheritance opportunity. Elder, if you want to do something, feel free. At the same time, I will also issue the Xian bounty order for Su Qing. Xian bounty order? Upon hearing this, all the elders were shocked. The Xian bounty order is a special kind of reward and wanted notice unique to Qingxian sect. Once issued, it meant that everyone in the East Wilderness would flock to it. Because the bounty was unimaginably generous. Although it couldn't compare to the peerless inheritance on Su Qing, it was enough to make a third-rate sect leap to become one of the top forces below the 5 great sect masters. If a rogue cultivator could obtain the bounty from the Xian bounty order, they might even become a top expert in the East Wilderness. Even the other 4 great sects would envy it. But no one objected. What Su Qing had shown represented an inheritance that was rarely seen in the world. Under the Xian bounty order, if they could capture Su Qing and obtain the inheritance, Qingxian sect would surely soar, becoming the top sect in the East Wilderness. There were even those who believed they could then rival the super sects of the Xiantian continent. Lin Songhai made this decision with the thought of capturing Su Qing as quickly as possible. Of course, they could not reveal anything about Su Qing's matters, although the people outside would eventually know, and they couldn't hide it for long. They would try to delay as much as possible. Perhaps before that, Su Qing would already have been captured by the people of the Qingxian sect. By then, even if the others found out, it would be useless. Su Cheng would already have been taken by the Qingxian sect, and the bounty from the Xuanji order would no longer need to be paid. The sect leader gave the order, and after the elders discussed it, there were no more objections. Soon, the Qingxian sect issued the Xuanji order. When this news broke, countless people were shocked. Those who knew about the Xuanji order immediately became excited, and those who had never heard of it soon learned after inquiring. For a time, almost half of the eastern wasteland was shaken. Even the other 4 major sects were greatly surprised, and immediately sent many disciples and experts out of their sections. However, many people felt something was off. The last time the Qingxian sect issued the Xuanji order was hundreds of years ago. As for Su Qing, among the younger generation in the eastern wasteland, he was also known as a genius with a certain level of fame. Most people had heard of him. Nearly half a year ago, rumors spread that he had conspired with the Holy Maiden of the Demon sect and had been abandoned by the Qingxian sect, but this was never confirmed. Now, this news had resurfaced, and the Qingxian sect had directly issued the Xuanji order? Outside the Qingxian sect's mountain gate, in a valley, Lu Rui, whose injuries had completely healed, was shocked when she heard this news. This guy, causing such a big commotion all of a sudden? But our cooperation was supposed to be an inside-out job. Now that you've directly been placed under the Xuanji order, how can we cooperate in the future? Although Lu Rui's words carried a trace of complaint, there was a flash of sharpness in her eyes. She knew Su Qing's talent, the powerful strength far beyond his apparent cultivation realm. Now, the Qingxian sect had completely made an enemy of Su Qing, and Lu Rui's thoughts of recruiting Su Qing into her Tianma sect grew stronger in her mind. Many forces hidden outside the Qingxian sect had begun to quietly withdraw, shifting their focus to Su Qing. Since these people still didn't know that the so-called innate anomaly representing a legacy was within Su Qing, many of them continued to wait at this place for an opportunity. Several thousand miles away from the Qingxian sect, in a dense, towering mountain range, a flash of lightning appeared, and Su Qing's figure appeared. Ha! Ha! Heavy, ragged breathing sounded, and Su Qing's face was as pale as a sheet, his internal energy in chaos, a wave of stagnation pressing on his chest, making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. The Taishu Ancient Sutra began to operate, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, quickly starting to adjust his condition. The long journey of fleeing for most of the day had caused Su Qing to gradually leave the Qingxian sect's jurisdiction. He dared not stop even for a moment, which had led to his injuries worsening instead of improving. I must find a way to recover from these injuries, otherwise, even if I'm not caught by Mo Zhang, these injuries will drag me down. Chapter 43, Mo Zhang's Relentless Pursuit. With a thought, Su Qing took out a top-grade earth-tier pill, the Xian Yuan pill, from his space ring. He swallowed it in one gulp, and vast energy appeared, beginning to nourish Su Qing's meridians, limbs, and bones. His previously agitated and unstable spiritual power began to slowly improve. However, to fully recover, even if Su Qing took pills like crazy, he would still need some time. But in the distance, less than 10 miles away, a figure full of killing intent streaked across the sky, showing no sign of letting Su Qing go and continuing to relentlessly pursue him. There was very little time left for Su Qing to recover. I should have left Qingxian sect's jurisdiction by now. As it looks, as long as I don't get caught by Mo Zhang, there's still hope. He gazed at the horizon. Su Qing took a deep breath, quickly focusing on regulating her breathing. While regulating her breath, Su Qing lowered her head to glance at the golden silk armor that had been worn on her body. From time to time, a streak of golden light flickered faintly on the surface of the armor. After the battle with Song Yuan, the golden silk armor had suffered significant damage, with cracks appearing in many places, greatly reducing its defense. If not repaired, this golden silk armor would face the fate of being destroyed. Su Qing had not signed up for anything related to artifact forging, let alone artifact crafting techniques. Mo Zhang has been relentlessly chasing me. How can I escape alive? Faced with the pursuit of a powerful opponent at the Cave Heaven realm, Su Qing was under unbearable pressure. A single mistake, and she would be caught. Moreover, Su Qing did not know that at this moment, the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect, Li Lan, had already set off and was on his way to hunt her down. In fact, the Xianqi order had already been issued, and it wouldn't be long before almost half of the eastern wilderness would join in the hunt, any cultivator with confidence in themselves. Fortunately, Su Qing didn't know this yet, and she had not fallen into despair. Under the current circumstances, Su Qing felt that time was passing incredibly slowly. It felt like no time had passed, yet her injuries and state had not improved much, and the overwhelming pressure surged once again. Su Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, and she dragged her exhausted body, once again performing the thunderous movement of the 9 heavens. Now, Su Qing could only rely on this secret technique to have any hope of escaping Mo Zhang's pursuit. But the cost was a huge drain, and even though Su Qing had obtained many spiritual herbs and elixirs through signing up, there would always be a moment when they were all used up. Moreover, after fleeing for so long, Su Qing had completely lost her sense of direction, and she didn't even know where she was now.
To avoid Mo Zhang's pursuit, Su Qing constantly changed her direction, and along the way, she encountered many demon beasts and human cultivators.
Su Qing ignored them all and simply bypassed them.
The night sky hung above, and it was already deep into the night. Above in the sky, Missouri Zhang's body was covered in killing intent, and the spiritual energy fluctuations that shook the air spread in all directions, cutting through the air as they followed a faint, almost imperceptible trace of aura. The speed of this divine technique.
This peerless treasure, I must get my hands on it.
After chasing for most of the day, Mo Zhang had also consumed a fair amount of energy, but he would never give up. Every technique Su Qing had shown him was nothing short of shocking. Especially that high-probability saint-level secret technique, as well as the divine technique that allowed her to keep fleeing for so long under his pursuit. Not to mention the eastern wilderness, but even the entire Xiantian continent considered such treasures to be extremely rare. If Mo Zhang could get his hands on them, given some time, he would secure a position for himself on the Xiantian continent and rank among the continent's top powerhouses. But what made Mo Zhang furious was that he could not catch up with Su Qing in such a short period of time.
Ha!
At this moment, a palm-sized purple jade plate in Mo Zhang's storage bag suddenly became heated, causing him to pause in confusion for a moment. Without slowing down, Mo Zhang's mind moved, and the purple jade plate appeared in his hand. His spiritual sense swept over the purple jade plate, and a voice transmission entered Mo Zhang's mind. This was a communication token, only elders would be equipped with them, allowing communication over vast distances within a short time. Of course, it could only transmit messages and could not hold conversations. The transmission and response both took time, depending on the distance. At this moment, Mo Zhang was already thousands of miles away from Qing Xian sect, and this communication had been sent half an hour ago. The person transmitting the message was none other than Lin Sanhai, the sect master of Qing Xian sect. He had outlined some arrangements for the sect and gave Mo Zhang instructions, while also inquiring about Su Qing's current direction.
The Xianqi order?
The sect master is decisive, but now, I must capture Su Qing before anyone else beats me to it. His eyes flashed, and Mo Zhang also reported some information back to the sect through the communication token. After putting away the communication token, a surge of spiritual energy rose from Mo Zhang's body, transforming into a streak of light, racing away at high speed from the sky above. Under the dark night, a flash of lightning raced by. Su Qing fled for over 2 hours, nearly 1,000 miles, before finally gasping for breath and stopping. Leaning against a rock wall at the foot of a mountain, he took a pill and swallowed it, quickly regulating his breath. But at that moment, several fluctuations in aura appeared in Su Qing's perception. They were not strong, all at the spiritual vein realm, so Su Qing did not take any action. Then, 2 figures walked out from the nearby forest.
A man and a woman, dressed in green and white interlocking outfits, their expressions serious, walked while scanning their surroundings.
"Senior brother, there are many beasts in the Thousand Mountain Valley, and night is their active time, we should go back." The female cultivator looked to be in her 20s, holding a long sword of only mid-grade yellow rank, her slightly attractive face filled with tension. Hearing this, the man beside her shook his head and said, "The moon dewflower only blooms at night, and it must be picked an hour before dawn to have great effects." As he spoke, the man patted the shoulder of the female cultivator and continued, "Junior sister, if we go back now, what about our breakthroughs? In half a month, it will be the sex assessment, do you have confidence to pass?" This struggling appeared in her eyes, but soon, she made up her mind, saying no more, and followed the man. Hearing the conversation between the two, Su Qing hid in the darkness under the cliff, his eyes flickering. Moon Dew Flower? Thousand Mountain Valley? If I am not mistaken, a few thousand miles to the north is the territory of the 9 Profound Sword sect, right? Su Qing did not expect that, in his mad flight without a clear direction, he had actually reached the territory of the 9 Profound Sword sect. One of the 5 major sects of the East Wilderness, the 9 Profound Sword sect stands firmly on sword cultivation, with all disciples being sword cultivators. Their combat power is extremely strong. Among the same realm, sword cultivators show significantly greater fighting ability. In his past life, Su Qing had some dealings with disciples from the 9 Profound Sword sect, but he was not familiar with them, having only visited once, when his previous master, who was currently chasing him, Mo Zhang, brought him there years ago. Although there is no major conflict between the 9 Profound Sword sect and the Qingxian sect, small frictions are constant. If I hide in the territory of the 9 Profound Sword sect, then Mo Zhang and the upcoming pursuers from Qingxian sect will surely have some reservations. Thoughts flew through Su Qing's mind, and an idea appeared in his mind. Chapter 44, Li Lan exits the sect. Su Qing planned to use the power of the 9 Profound Sword sect. If he could restrain Mo Zhang's pursuit, and even the strong ones from Qingxian sect who would chase later, he might have a glimmer of hope. Su Qing also had a certain amount of time to catch his breath and heal. As he pondered, voices reached his ears again. "By the way, senior brother, have you heard? The Qingxian sect issued some mysterious bounty, almost half of the strong in the East Wilderness have been drawn in, the commotion is truly huge." As if to ease the tension, the female cultivator spoke about this news she had just learned.
Hearing this, the man scoffed and said, "What does it matter how big the commotion is?
It has nothing to do with us, we are just a body refinement realm 8th and 9th level cultivators.
We can only watch." "Oh, isn't this just to ease the atmosphere?"
Senior brother, why so serious?" Shaking his head, the man did not speak further, his attention still on searching for the Moondew flower. The two are not disciples of the 9 profound sword sect, just disciples from a second-rate sect, venturing here at night to gather enough Moondew flowers for the breakthrough to the spiritual vein realm and pass the sect assessment. As this conversation reached Su Qing's ears, a look of shock emerged in his eyes.
Mysterious bounty? The Qing Xian sect actually issued a mysterious bounty?
As a former holy son, Su Qing had naturally heard of this mysterious bounty, and upon learning this news, he felt an even greater pressure rushing toward him. The news spread far beyond his fleeing speed. In the territory closest to the Qingxian sect, the Jiuxian Jian sect, many people had already heard this news.
Fortunately, not many people knew about this at the moment.
But as long as Su Qing was not caught, the news would spread wider, and more powerful beings would get involved. I was still thinking about hiding in the territories of other sects, hoping to escape, but with the Xuanji order issued, there is almost no place for me, Su Qing, to hide in areas where sect forces exist. Su Qing's face was grim, feeling a suffocating pressure in his heart. But there was no time for Su Qing to think too much. With a surge of spiritual power, he activated thunder movement through the 9 heavens and disappeared from his original spot. After a while, the two cultivators, one male and one female, suddenly sensed that powerful aura fluctuation. Before they could react, a terrifying aura swept through the sky, and a ray of light streaked across, vanishing in an instant. But the male and female below were left with their mouths agape in shock.
Flying in the air? Is that a strong cultivator from the cave heaven realm?
The man was filled with shock, disbelief written all over his face, while the female cultivator beside him was not in a better state. The cave heaven realm, in their eyes, it was a legendary super powerful being.
Their sect leader was merely at the second level of the transformation realm.
After Li Lan left the Qingxian sect, following the information relayed by Mo Zhang, he found the right direction and broke through the air directly. In his heart, the killing intent towards Su Qing had nearly solidified. Unless I can cut you into 1,000 pieces, my heart's hatred cannot be eased. With the cultivation of the third level of the cave heaven realm, combined with the identity of the Grand Elder, his true combat power was far above Mo Zhang. However, at this moment, he was not short on distance from Su Qing, and even with his speed, it would take time to catch up. Of course, as the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect, he certainly had many good things, for example, the Qiankuan relocation talisman, which Li Lan also possessed. But this Qiankuan relocation talisman, although it could instantly relocate someone thousands of miles away, the direction was not fixed. If it relocated in the opposite direction, that would truly be amusing. Unless one comprehended the laws of space, they could tear apart space and reach thousands of miles in an instant.
However, those capable of comprehending the laws of space were incredibly rare across the entire Xiantian continent.
Li Lan was not among them.
Of course, if one reached the sovereign realm, they could also tear apart space and travel thousands of miles in an instant.
However, Li Lan was still far from the sovereign realm. Therefore, Li Lan had to use the most primitive methods, flying in the air, at full speed, chasing after the direction relayed by Mo Zhang. After Su Qing's desperate escape, Mo Zhang was unable to catch up. 3 days had passed since Su Qing fled the Qingxian sect. Su Qing had changed directions and fled in all directions, and unknowingly, he had crossed into the territory of the Jiuxian Jian sect. Initially, he wanted to rely on the Jiuxian Jian sect to restrain Mo Zhang, but after learning that the Qingxian sect had issued a Xuanji order against him, he directly abandoned this idea.
Moreover, in these few days, Su Qing encountered many cultivators, all attracted by the Xuanji order. After several days of news spreading, the Qingxian sect's Xuanji order had circulated far and wide.
Upon seeing Su Qing, they immediately became excited and attacked without saying a word.
However, among them, the strongest cultivation did not exceed the harmonization Dan realm.
Though Su Qing was extremely ragged, his injuries had not yet healed, and his fighting strength was less than 2/10, he was not someone these small-time characters could handle. His attacks were extremely ruthless, killing them on the spot. Over these few days, he had killed at least 5 waves of people, among them even cultivators at the transformation realm. With multiple massacres, aside from his increasingly waning aura, Su Qing's presence was now filled with intense brutality and killing intent. Through their mouths, he learned that nearly half of the cultivators in the eastern wilderness were now.
It is all about him. Are you really not going to let me live?
Su Qing sighed deeply, physically and mentally exhausted. These past few days, in addition to dealing with the cultivators sent by the Xianxi order, she also had to dodge Mo Zhang's pursuit. The constant strain was taking its toll on Su Qing, and her injuries were worsening.
Su Qing herself didn't know how much longer she could hold on.
However, Su Qing had not given up. As long as she was still alive, there was hope. One day, while fleeing, Su Qing noticed that the surroundings had grown slightly dim, and the clouds in the sky were tinged with a faint black-red hue. The atmosphere seemed eerily cold, and a sense of unease gradually began to stir within her heart. The more Su Qing rushed forward, the heavier the feeling became. This forced Su Qing to stop for a moment, seeking a hidden spot in a valley to catch her breath. Something's not right. Where did I end up? There are no signs of beasts, but the air is thick with a suffocating pressure, and even the surrounding spiritual energy seems to carry a hint of brutality. It was at this moment that Su Qing clearly felt how unusual the environment around her was. After days of constant fleeing, she hadn't had the chance to consider her direction, and Su Qing didn't even know where she was now. But now, there was no time to think about it. Resting and recovering was her priority. Meanwhile, more than 10 miles away, several figures with thick, powerful auras, dressed in various styles, appeared. 3 men and 1 woman, all cultivators no lower than the transformation realm. They looked at each other, and the solemnity in their eyes was unmistakable. Not long ago, Su Qing appeared near here, but less than 100 miles ahead is that place. Should we continue chasing? Among them, a woman in a white robe, her hair tied up, with an elegant appearance but showing some signs of age at the corners of her eyes, frowned deeply. She stared at the dimly dark red sky ahead as she spoke. As she said this, the woman, who had reached the 3rd level of the transformation realm, was filled with wariness in her eyes. The others also showed signs of hesitation on their faces. That place was strangely taboo, and even just thinking about its name made them shiver with fear. But since Su Qing had appeared in this area, they had been rushing ahead, and they were among the first to chase. To give up now, they couldn't accept it. To the woman's left, a strong man dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit, holding a wolf's tooth staff, snorted coldly. Fortune favors the bold. That place isn't necessarily a place where you die immediately. With our cultivation, we can leave quickly after dealing with her. It shouldn't be a big problem. Another man nodded. Mo Zhang from the Qingxian sect is also nearby. We must capture Su Qing before him. Just as he finished speaking, a figure tore through the sky from the distance. The aura of a heavenly cave realm cultivator swept across, causing the surrounding beasts to cower in fear, trembling on the ground. Mo Zhang had arrived. These past few days, he had been relentless in his pursuit, not resting, and his energy had been drained as well. Moreover, he had still not been able to capture Su Qing, and it had caused Mo Zhang to feel a fierce anger building inside him. His face was clouded with a terrifyingly dark expression. He sensed the 4 people below, but after a single glance, he completely ignored them. The 4 people below, however, were tense to the extreme, not even daring to look at him a second time. He was a heavenly cave realm expert, capable of slaying them with a single wave of his hand. Moreover, they could clearly sense the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from him, which was completely unmasked. At that moment, the closest sect to this area was the Nine Xian Sword sect, whose sword aura was easy to recognize. However, the heavenly cave realm expert didn't carry that signature. In this case, the only one it could be was Mo Zhang, the second elder from the Qingxian sect, who had been chasing Su Qing all this time. Damn it, Mo Zhang has appeared. Does that mean we have no chance now? The burly man's face was filled with unwillingness. The other 3 also had serious expressions. At this time, one of them, a man with a somewhat feminine face, a thin frame, and holding a fan made of gold and iron, spoke up. Not necessarily. The higher the cultivation, the more dangerous the place is. If we work together, there might still be a chance. Then what do you say? Continue or retreat? The group hesitated for a moment, but soon, a ruthless look appeared in their eyes. Let's take the risk. Let's go. After reaching an agreement, they set off once again, rushing forward. Although they didn't know the exact direction or location of Su Qing, Mo Zhang had just passed by, right? They could just follow his aura and chase after him. Maybe, Su Qing was fleeing in all directions to escape Mo Zhang's pursuit, and they might run into him by chance? At the same time, many cultivators who had learned of Su Qing's whereabouts were chasing toward a general direction. The 5 major sects, numerous second and third-rate sects, scattered cultivators, and the demonic sect. Anyone with cultivation above the Xiandan realm was thinking of getting a share of the spoils. Even if they couldn't take it alone, they could work together. Xiandan cultivators were as numerous as dogs, and there were also plenty of Dao transformation realm cultivators. Among them, some were the top experts from various sects, with only one step left to reach the cave heaven realm. The influence of the Xianji order and the rich bounty it represented were evident. Especially the Grand Elder of Qingxian sect, Li Lan, who had set off much later. He was now less than 1,000 miles away from Su Qing's position. With his speed, he would probably catch up with Mo Zhang in no time. In addition to Li Lan and Mo Zhang, Qingxian sect had also dispatched many people to participate in the pursuit. Although the Xianji order was issued by Qingxian sect, it didn't mean that their people couldn't participate. It was just like a government issuing a bounty for a criminal. It would be absurd to say that government officers couldn't arrest criminals. However, as time passed, many people began to realize that they seemed to be getting closer to a certain place. In the sky, the dark, black-red clouds grew heavier the closer they got, and the oppressive atmosphere caused many people to begin to hesitate. Even Imo Zhang, at this moment, hovered in the air, staring at the distant, layer upon layer of mountain ranges and the boundless, eerie primordial mountains, his expression solemn.
Damn it, why is he running in this direction?
Imo Zhang gritted his teeth, full of rage and murderous intent, but deep in his eyes, there was also a trace of inexplicable dread. Ahead of him, less than a dozen miles away, he would soon be at the edge of that place. Thinking of that place, even Imo Zhang couldn't help but take a deep breath. The burial godland. That ancient forbidden zone. Even a supreme realm expert who enters could possibly never come back. This damn guy really knows how to pick a place to run. When he uttered the name, the fear in Imo Zhang's eyes deepened. As long as we don't go too deep, retreating in a short time should be fine. Su Qing, I must capture you. But after thinking for a moment, Imo Zhang decided to move again, no longer holding back, and immediately went all out. His speed was much faster than before, and he pursued at full speed. At this moment, Su Qing, hidden in a secret place below the valley, took a short rest and then planned to continue fleeing. However, the clearly wrong aura around him made Su Qing frown. It doesn't matter. Imo Zhang should be chasing me soon. If I don't leave now, it will be troublesome. Shaking his head, Su Qing took a deep breath, activated thunder movement, and transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing from his original spot. As Su Qing fled, he didn't realize that he was actually getting closer to the burial godland that Imo Zhang had mentioned. In the spiritual power of the world, the violent intent was growing stronger, and ordinary cultivators could not absorb this kind of spiritual power. Those who could absorb it, if they took in too much of this violent spiritual power, would be affected mentally. Over time, they could become irrationally violent, unable to control their anger, venting it freely, becoming a beast that only knows how to kill. Su Qing, possessing the ghostly saint body. And also, the saint rank technique, the primordial void sutra, absorbing this spiritual energy posed no pressure at all. Even after being burned by the frost flame spirit fire, the absorbed spiritual energy directly eliminated its violent nature. Half an incense stick later. From above the sky, a sound of air being torn apart echoed, and an extremely powerful wave spread out. Just a few miles away, Su Qing, who was rushing forward, sensed it and was suddenly shocked. Imo Zhang, has he really gone mad? It was obvious that Imo Zhang had increased his speed and was desperately chasing. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for Su Qing to be caught. Without time to think, Su Qing also started running frantically. One pill after another was swallowed, replenishing the consumed spiritual energy. Suddenly, a voice, filled with fury, resounded through the sky. Su Qing, 10 miles ahead is the ancient forbidden zone, the burial ground of gods. You have nowhere to run. It was clear that Imo Zhang was truly risking his life, his speed was terrifyingly fast. Su Qing, who was escaping ahead, was startled. Just as he was about to forcibly accelerate, he suddenly recalled Imo Zhang's words. While running, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, a trace of disbelief surfaced. No way, the direction I'm escaping in is the ancient forbidden zone, the burial ground of gods, where even saint-level powerhouses have been buried? Chapter 46, The Choice. A place that was considered an absolute taboo, whether in the eastern wasteland or the entire Xiantian continent, was less than 10 miles ahead of Su Qing. The burial ground of gods, the ancient forbidden zone. It had existed for an unimaginably long time. It was said that as early as the ancient era, 100,000 years ago, this place had already been in existence. Rumors claimed that within the burial ground of gods, there were heaven-defying treasures rarely seen in eternity, capable of allowing an emperor realm being to live another lifetime. Saint realm cultivators already possessed the fortune of the heavenly Tao and had a lifespan of 18,000 years. Emperor realm cultivators could, by their own power, control fate and stand above all beings. Their lifespan reached 50,000 years. But even emperor realm beings were not immortal. In an era, only 3 emperor realm beings could be born. When their lifespan was exhausted, even emperor realm beings could not escape death. Thus, throughout history, they all sought a way to live another life. Beyond that, the burial ground of gods contained countless heavenly treasures. Anyone who obtained them would surely become one of the continent's supreme powerhouses. This allure drew countless powerful cultivators into its depths. Yet, throughout history, countless cultivators entered, but those who obtained supreme treasures and heavenly treasures and made it out were so rare it was terrifying. As a result, countless cultivators and powerhouses met their end within. Many supreme realm powerhouses perished inside, and even saint-level existences had fallen there. Within the burial ground of gods, atop a certain cliff, black-brown stains covered the entire precipice. Anyone who got close would be engulfed by a domain field and obliterated by a terrifying force, dying instantly, turning the place into a land of death.
It was said that the nearly dried up, black-red blood covering the cliff was the blood of saint-level beings. In fact, during the ancient era, when Emperor realm beings still roamed the world, even those who ruled over eternity, capable of controlling an entire era, had bled to death there. This had left behind countless inheritances and opportunities within the burial ground of gods, luring even more cultivators of later generations, who risked their lives for a chance at these inheritances. No one knew how vast the burial ground of gods truly was because 99% of those who entered never returned. And those lucky enough to escape had low cultivation, barely obtaining any inheritance, and suffered unimaginable trauma. Some even lost their minds within a short time, becoming utterly insane. Why had so many powerful cultivators perished inside? To this day, the only thing people knew was that within the burial ground of gods, an unknown heavenly suppression filled the entire region. The stronger one's cultivation, the greater the suppression. The deeper one went, the stronger the suppression became. Conversely, those with lower cultivation were affected less by the heavenly suppression. In the burial of gods, there are countless opportunities for inheritance, but dangers are everywhere.
Miasma, poisonous fog, bloodthirsty and powerful demon beasts. Earth fires, fierce winds, sword rain, and strange magnetic fields that erase the consciousness and souls of cultivators. Everywhere is filled with killing intent. But even so, every year, many cultivators still risk their lives to enter the burial of gods, hoping to gain some inheritance or treasures containing heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Because, there are indeed people who have obtained the inheritance and successfully came out alive, becoming a supreme expert in less than 100 years, starting as a cultivator with average strength. Although the probability is incredibly small, throughout history, there have been so few lucky ones that they may not even fill both hands. But this is enough to make countless cultivators envious, willing to risk everything and venture in. And the burial of gods is located north of the eastern wilderness. Su Qing was previously near the jurisdiction of the Nine Xian Sword sect, but later, after fleeing, he lost his direction long ago. He never expected that he would end up running toward the direction of this ancient forbidden zone, the burial of gods. Moreover, less than 10 miles ahead, he was about to step into the burial of gods territory. With enemies behind and a dead end in front, is the sky trying to completely block my path to survival? Su Qing's face looked incredibly grim. As for the burial of gods, Su Qing had heard of it. It was a place known as the human forbidden zone, where countless stronger people than him had died. Now, Mo Zhang seemed to have gone crazy. With his explosive speed, it wouldn't take long for him to catch up. Fatally, the mountains ahead seemed to transform into a huge, bloodthirsty beast with a wide-open mouth, waiting for him to jump in, leaving no trace of his body. In his mind, he recalled that since his rebirth, he had yet to experience the wonders of this world. The past half-year had been spent in cultivation, followed by continuous flight to escape death. For survival, to become stronger, and to avoid being trampled upon by others. The god-level sign-in system gave Su Qing confidence, but heaven hadn't given him enough time. Now, he had no time to run elsewhere. Mo Zhang had gone berserk and was disregarding everything. Even if Su Qing could escape now, with his current state, he couldn't hold on for long. For a moment, Su Qing found himself trapped in a desperate situation. And he was facing a choice. Should he continue fleeing forward, rushing into the ancient forbidden zone, the burial of gods, or should he stop and fight Mo Zhang to the death? Su Qing had many trump cards: the Nether Saint Body, Holy Grade Techniques, Holy Grade Martial Arts, Heavenly Spirit Fire, Divine Secret Techniques. But his cultivation time had been too short. Facing Mo Zhang, who was at the Cave Heaven realm, his chances of winning were less than 1 in 10,000. Rather than losing and having my soul searched, ultimately dying anyway, why not gamble with the heavens? Isn't the burial of gods just an ancient forbidden zone? I don't believe in this evil. Su Qing gritted his teeth. During his frantic flight, he struggled in his mind for a long time before finally making a decision. He turned back for a glance, and it seemed that at the edge of his sight, a figure was rapidly chasing him. Chase me, huh? Come ahead. In the next moment, Su Qing began to frantically mobilize his spiritual power, unleashing the 9 heavens thunder, sacrificing his already worsened injuries to increase his speed. In this way, under Su Qing's mad dash, the less than 10-mile distance was quickly shortened. It seemed that Mo Zhang noticed Su Qing's actions. He roared angrily, "Su Qing, you can't escape." Mo Zhang was burning with anxiety. He knew better than Su Qing what kind of place the burial of gods was. Although, if he could capture or even kill Su Qing within the short time when Su Qing was at the outermost edge, and then quickly leave, the burial of gods wouldn't affect Mo Zhang much. But with Su Qing's endless tricks, Mo Zhang didn't have absolute confidence. Thus, Mo Zhang was also anxious. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were getting closer and closer to the burial of gods. Soon, in front of Su Qing, a long and wide trench appeared, extending for an unknown distance, at least 10 meters wide. The land around was slightly dim, surrounded by trees that were mostly black in color. The air was rich in spiritual energy, but the violent intention contained within it was also extremely strong.
Even a simple breath felt as if one was inhaling the thick, violent spiritual power. Fortunately, Su Ching possessed the Nether Saint body, and the Frost Flame Spirit Fire was continuously refining and purifying the spiritual power he absorbed, preventing the violent intention in that energy from affecting him. On the opposite side of the ravine, there was a huge valley that exuded a stifling atmosphere. It stretched deep inside, connecting to the nearly boundless primal mountain range. Crossing that ravine meant stepping into the ancient forbidden zone, the burial godland. Chapter 47, Terrifying Heaven and Earth Restrictions. With a width of more than 10 zhang, Su Ching could easily leap across. The ravine was like a desolate giant dragon, isolating the burial godland from the outside world. Vaguely, he looked into the burial godland, where the sky was becoming increasingly dark red, filled with a heavy oppressive atmosphere. Su Ching could feel a faint pressure from heaven and earth, causing his internal spiritual power to stagnate slightly, prompting him to swallow another pill immediately. In his ears, the distant voice of Mo Zhang could be heard. Taking a deep breath, Su Ching no longer hesitated, restoring some of his spiritual power and gently lowering his body, then launched himself forward. At that moment, the thunder light flickered more noticeably, and he vanished in an instant. Boom! Arriving at the edge of the ravine, Su Ching pushed off the ground, propelling himself into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning, leaping straight towards the other side of the ravine. In a flash, he covered the distance of over 10 zhang. Snap! As Su Ching landed on the ground, he did not stop at all, heading straight for the mouth of the valley ahead. In just a few breaths, Su Ching entered the valley. At this moment, he clearly felt an invisible pressure from the heavens and earth rushing towards him. This pressure was different from the gravitational pressure restriction encountered in the sect's cemetery. His body's weight did not change, but the suppression was on his internal spiritual power, spiritual consciousness, and even cultivation level. It didn't take long for Su Ching to feel that his cultivation had been suppressed to the 7th level of the Mystic Pill realm. Moreover, the further he went inside, the stronger this suppression became. Simultaneously, upon entering the valley, the faint mist swirling around him also obstructed his vision. The spiritual power in the air was rich, but the violent intention contained within it grew heavier. Without any special means of defense, ordinary cultivators could not stay for long. Vaguely, sounds of beast roars could be heard from deep within the valley, filled with brutal intent. There is no turning back, whether it is life or death is determined by fate. Su Ching's gaze was resolute. Although the path ahead was unknown and full of danger, there was no other choice but to push forward. Just as Su Ching stepped into the valley, Mo Zhang's figure sped in from the horizon. At the edge of the ravine, Mo Zhang stopped, hovering in the air, his eyes fixed on the valley ahead, where he vaguely saw a figure gradually moving away. This damn guy actually went in? Mo Zhang's face turned pale, and with his extremely ugly expression, he appeared somewhat ferocious. Gazing at the burial godland ahead, Mo Zhang's heart raced as he hesitated on whether to go in. Having chased this far, expending so much effort and time, Su Ching, even if you die, you can only die in my hands. With a low roar, a fierce glint appeared in Mo Zhang's eyes, and the next moment, he soared into the air, crossing the ravine in the blink of an eye and stepping into the burial godland. As soon as he stepped in, an invisible, terrifying heaven and earth restriction, much larger than what Su Ching had just faced, violently struck him. Mo Zhang's figure froze in midair, and then, uncontrollably, he began to fall toward the ground. What? A trace of horror appeared in Mo Zhang's eyes. He quickly began to channel his spiritual power to resist, but he found it was useless. He was directly suppressed, unable to fly anymore. Standing on the ground, his body was constantly subjected to the mysterious and unfathomable restrictions of heaven and earth. His gaze flickered, and suddenly, a layer of white ripples spread across Mo Zhang's body. The space around him slightly twisted, and a mysterious aura fluctuated and spread out. Within a radius of 10 feet around Mo Zhang, a domain field was formed. The power of laws. The Cave Heaven Domain. This was a special technique for those in the Cave Heaven realm. Within the Cave Heaven domain, it was like a small world that could control everything inside. Mo Zhang directly used his strongest move to resist the heavenly and earthly restrictions. But at that moment, a series of thunderstrikes suddenly exploded in the dark red sky, as if in anger. The heavenly and earthly restrictions at this moment violently intensified, all rushing toward Mo Zhang. The Cave Heaven domain that rippled around Mo Zhang was like encountering its nemesis, unable to spread out even the slightest bit. How is this possible? Mo Zhang was completely shocked. Even the Cave Heaven domain couldn't resist? In less than a moment, his Cave Heaven domain completely collapsed, and the law power that was spreading was suppressed back into his body. Even his cultivation in the Cave Heaven realm was being suppressed. Soon, it was suppressed to the level of someone just entering the Cave Heaven realm. As time passed, if Mo Zhang continued to go deeper, the suppression would become stronger, and falling back to the creation realm was certain. In that case, Mo Zhang's strength would be greatly reduced. But Su Ching was right ahead. He was suppressed, and Su Ching must also have been suppressed. Furthermore, since they had entered, there was no way to leave now.
Therefore, Mo Zhan gritted his teeth and, while enduring the heavenly and earthly restrictions, leapt up and continued to pursue. Not long after both entered the burial of the gods, several figures appeared in front of the ravine.
It was the 3 men and 1 woman from before.
The group exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, then all revealed a determined look.
Be careful.
As long as we take down Su Qing before entering the burial of the gods for 10 miles, we will have accomplished a great task.
Whether we succeed or fail, I will retreat anyway. The female cultivator spoke in a deep voice.
The reward for the Xuanji order was indeed tempting, but since he had entered the burial of the gods, no matter how enticing the reward was, one had to have a life to spend it. The other 3 exchanged glances, and also came to an agreement. Then, the 4 of them wasted no time, leaping up and entering the burial of the gods. Naturally, after the 4 entered the burial of the gods, the heavenly and earthly restrictions fell, causing them to frown. But the suppression wasn't too strong yet, so they immediately seized the time and continued their pursuit. Inside the burial of the gods, Su Qing was dashing through the valley, weaving through the faint mist. Under the restrictions of heaven and earth, his cultivation had already been suppressed to the 5th level of the Xiandan realm. To resist the heavenly and earthly restrictions, Su Qing had used Frostflame Spirit Fire, but at this moment, the Frostflame Spirit Fire was tightly suppressed inside his body and couldn't spread out even a bit. It was of no use, but the spiritual power he absorbed was still able to refine the violent intent contained within. This prevented Su Qing from being affected by the violent intention. Roar! Suddenly, a roar echoed, filled with violent intent, and the roar was very close.
As Su Qing became fully alert, a dark figure shot out from a dense thicket.
It was a demonic beast with an entirely black body, massive in size, and covered in scales, resembling a leopard.
A 3rd-level demonic beast, black scale leopard?
Su Qing's expression hardened, staring intently at the demonic beast that was slightly crouching, its eyes bloodshot, full of the scent of blood. The one before him should be in the later stage of the 3rd level, equivalent to a human cultivator at the 7th level of the Xiandan realm. Outside, with a beast of this level, Su Qing could have killed it with a single move. But here, in the burial grounds of the gods, his cultivation was suppressed. On top of that, he was already covered in wounds, with only 1/10 of his strength remaining. This black-scaled leopard had lived here for years, constantly assaulted by the violent spiritual energy, making it even more ferocious. A bit dangerous. Behind him, Mo Zhan was still chasing closely.
Su Qing knew he had to end this quickly.
Chapter 48, the first sign-in at the burial grounds of the gods.
The black-scaled leopard was incredibly fast.
Its scales were tough beyond belief, providing it with immense defense, and it had a pair of razor-sharp fangs capable of deadly attacks. The beasts in this burial grounds of the gods were mostly born and raised here. Thus, they were unaffected by the restrictions of this place.
Su Qing's cultivation was now suppressed, and he was covered in wounds.
His strength was less than 1/10 of his peak.
Facing this black-scaled leopard was not going to be easy.
Leaving directly was not impossible, but once a beast spotted its prey, especially an intruder in its territory, it wouldn't stop until the intruder was dead. The black-scaled leopard was at full strength, and this was its domain.
If left unchecked, it would become a major problem for Su Qing.
So, he decided to eliminate this roadblock. Roar! A furious roar rang out as the black-scaled leopard stared at the human who had invaded its territory. Its eyes boiled with savage intent, turning blood red, and saliva dripped from its mouth.
Bang!
The black-scaled leopard vanished from its spot, turning into a black shadow as it charged toward Su Qing at lightning speed. Its massive jaws opened wide, revealing its fangs, which gleamed with a chilling light.
Su Qing's body tensed.
He pushed off the ground with his feet, dodging to the side. In an instant, the black-scaled leopard was upon him. Its right claw lashed out, its razor-sharp talons looking like they could tear through anything, slashing toward Su Qing. Luckily, Su Qing had dodged in time, barely escaping. Take this spear strike! With a twist of his body, the Panlong heaven-breaking spear appeared in his hand, sweeping toward the black-scaled leopard.
The black-scaled leopard was not just fast, its body was also extremely flexible.
Even in midair, it twisted its waist and dodged Su Qing's attack. At that moment, a long, black, incredibly strong tail, carrying immense force, whipped toward Su Qing's head. The sound of the tail cutting through the air signified the sheer power behind it.
Su Qing knew he couldn't drag this fight out.
He had to end it as quickly as possible.
With a ruthless determination, he didn't retreat but charged forward, using his body to take the attack head-on.
Pa! The black tail struck Su Qing's body with brutal force, sending waves of pain through him. But he could endure it. After all, his heavenly fire body tempering technique had already reached the 6th layer peak, and he also had the netherworld's sacred body, making his physical strength extremely formidable. Moreover, he wore the golden silk mystic armor. Though the tail strike was powerful, it did not cause any real injury. In the next moment, Su Qing's left hand shot out like the wind, grabbing the black-scaled leopard's tail tightly. Roar! Roar! The moment its tail was caught, the black-scaled leopard reacted as if its reverse scale had been touched, struggling frantically to break free. But Su Qing's killing intent surged. He tightened his grip, his strength making even the black-scaled leopard cry out in pain. Its claws slashed wildly, but Su Qing's speed and movement technique were not weak either, allowing him to evade effortlessly. Die! The Panlong heaven-breaking spear in Su Qing's hand thrust forward. Its spearhead, far sharper than the black-scaled leopard's fangs, pierced straight toward the beast's head. Puff! The spear strike was lightning fast. The black-scaled leopard, caught by the tail and blinded by rage, failed to react in time. The spear struck true. It only had time to let out a furious roar before its breath rapidly weakened. Su Qing showed no mercy. He pulled the spear out and thrust it again. In just a few strikes, he had killed the beast. Huff! This rapid succession of attacks had consumed a great deal of Su Qing's energy. A flush of red appeared on his face from the exertion. The spiritual power surged within the body, restless and chaotic, the blood flow running wild. Guliolu. A pill was swallowed, slightly easing the discomfort. Su Qing did not even look at the corpse of the black-scaled leopard on the ground. Thunderbolt of 9 heavens was unleashed, turning into a streak of lightning and disappearing from the spot. As Su Qing ventured deeper into the valley, the prohibitions of heaven and earth grew stronger, and Su Qing's cultivation was increasingly suppressed. However, he still possessed the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm. This was still due to Su Qing's peak cultivation not being very high, as he was only at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. In the God Burial Land, the higher the cultivation, the greater the suppression from the prohibitions of heaven and earth. At this moment, Mo Zhang's cultivation had been suppressed to the 8th level of the creation realm, directly falling below the cave heaven realm. This made Mo Zhang's face turn ashen with extreme displeasure. Suddenly, in Mo Zhang's line of sight, the corpse of the black-scaled leopard appeared. Looking at the fatal injury on the leopard's head, there was still some residual heat emanating from the body. Mo Zhang knew that Su Qing had just left not long ago. With a cold snort, Mo Zhang accelerated once again. Su Qing was deep into the valley when he sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy from behind. The distance was already less than 100 paces. This made a huge sense of crisis rise in Su Qing's heart. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth echoed from deep within the valley ahead. Not only Su Qing, but even the demon beasts dwelling in the valley felt the immense might of the heavenly power. What is happening? Su Qing was a bit surprised, his gaze distant as he looked out, only to see that, at some point, the sky in the distance had turned dark and gloomy with a black-red color. From time to time, lightning flashed across, briefly illuminating the sky, followed by a massive thunderclap. Crack! Crack! While Su Qing was still bewildered, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down into the distant valley. Boom! Though the distance was considerable, he could still feel the tremendous momentum from afar, as well as the terrifying power that faintly emanated. Mo Zhang is almost here, but ahead there is a region of natural disasters. What should I do? Su Qing's face turned pale, his eyes fixed on the direction where lightning was continually striking, a deep sense of unwillingness flooding his heart. For a moment, Su Qing truly found himself in an inescapable deadlock. That's right, I've been running for my life these past few days, but I haven't signed in yet. Maybe I should try? See if something might change? As despair filled his heart, Su Qing suddenly remembered this thought. There was no other choice. Though Thunderbolt of 9 heavens was best practiced with lightning, it couldn't exceed a certain intensity. The force of the thunder up ahead made Su Qing feel that if he were struck by it, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Exactly, these past few days, he hadn't signed in. The God Burial Land was an ancient forbidden zone, existing for countless years. Perhaps there would be something he could gain from signing in, giving him a chance to avoid this deadly situation. I'll take a gamble. Su Qing's gaze sharpened, and in his mind, he said, "System, sign in." Ding, detected that you are at one of the most special locations of the Xiantian continent, the God Burial Land. Is the host certain about signing in for the first time here? Confirmed. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God Demon Prison Body. Do you wish to merge with the Netherworld Saint Body? God Demon Prison Body? Another special physique? Su Qing was slightly stunned, his heart shaken, but there was also a trace of confusion. He had never heard of it. The Netherworld Saint Body, based on its grade, should belong to a saint-level physique. Cultivating to its peak, it might offer a slim chance to reach the Emperor realm. Su Qing had only cultivated it to a small success, not yet truly unleashing the immense power of the Netherworld Saint Body. But even with only small success, it still brought enormous boosts to Su Qing. As for the God Demon Prison Body, it was obtained from the first sign-in at the God Burial Land.
It surely wasn't simple. Sure enough, after Su Qing read the system's introduction to the god-demon prison body, his face was filled with uncontrollable shock. Chapter 49, The Fusion of Two Special Physiques. The god-demon prison body, a special physique that proves the path through strength, with combat power unrivaled in the world. There are 5 realms in total. Bronze skin and iron bones, indestructible, Xiantian glass, eternal yin and yang, immortal god demons. Each realm is further divided into small success, great success, and perfection. This physique, once cultivated to the first small success, can make one immune to knives and guns, able to withstand the Xian-level spiritual tools without a scratch. If cultivated to the peak, the immortal god-demon level directly achieves the imperial realm, with a single drop of blood capable of suppressing a hell and transforming into a god-demon, controlling the universe. It can even achieve blood rebirth, truly becoming immortal and indestructible, eternal through the ages. However, to cultivate to this level, the difficulty is unimaginable, and throughout history, in Xiantian continent, no imperial realm has ever been achieved through the path of strength. This means that this special physique, the god-demon prison body, has never been cultivated to its peak. But this special physique holds endless potential. Whether it can be cultivated to the peak is not something Su Qing needs to think about right now, it is still too far off. Right now, he only thinks about solving the immediate predicament. The god-demon prison body not only gives the flesh immense and terrifying defense, but also increases strength in a terrifying way. But, how much it can increase, Su Cheng will only know after cultivating. Also, the system prompt mentioned, should it merge with the netherworld holy body? The god-demon prison body is already monstrous enough, merging with the netherworld holy body. Su Qing couldn't imagine what would happen after the fusion, and he was also worried. If he fused, would his current cultivation of the small success realm of the netherworld holy body still exist? Would he have to start from the beginning? Would the enhancements and advantages brought by his small success netherworld holy body also be affected? Never mind, Mo Zhang is chasing me. I can't break through the disaster land ahead, so I'll just merge and figure it out later. There is not much time for Su Qing to delay. Instead of hesitating here, making a quick decision is the best choice. Without further hesitation, Su Qing directly said in his mind, merge. A vast amount of information surged into his mind abruptly, and for a moment, Su Qing's head started to feel a slight pain. Boom! The commotion this time seemed louder than before. Su Qing felt as though the whole world was shaking. Above the sky, the previously dark sky started to brew shocking thunder. A shadow of a god demon, with chaos above its head and stepping on the 9 hells, flickered in and out of sight. But suddenly, a mysterious wave of the world's energy rippled and collided with the shadow. The god-demon shadow grew angry and struck out with a palm, intending to suppress this world. But before the palm print could land, it slowly dissipated, and even the god-demon shadow gradually faded, vanishing in an instant, leaving the sky to return to its original dark color. The natural phenomenon that should have appeared vanished completely. But the restrictions of this world seemed to have been affected in some way. When they fell towards Su Qing's body, a strange change occurred. This change, Su Qing was completely unaware of. The god-demon prison body was merging with the netherworld holy body, but the process was slow. Su Qing sensed it might take quite some time. However, this did not hinder Su Qing from cultivating the god-demon prison body. In his current state, Su Qing could cultivate both the netherworld holy body and the god-demon prison body without any conflict. Moreover, with the netherworld holy body as a foundation, Su Qing's root bones and talent were already on the level of an unparalleled genius, so now cultivating the god-demon prison body was effortless. Inside him, the purple veins and spiritual patterns in his dantian spun even faster, forming an invisible hurricane. Around him, the ocean of spiritual energy, which had been mostly consumed, was rapidly replenishing. The frost flame spiritual fire beneath the dantian stirred. The dazzling spiritual light was flickering, further refining the absorbed spiritual power, transforming it into purer spiritual energy. The cultivation level, originally suppressed by the grave of gods, was now gradually increasing. This change, Su Qing herself did not notice. Thanks to the hellish saint body in the 6th layer of the heavenly fire body refining technique, Su Qing practiced the divine demon prison body with incredible ease. Within Su Qing's dantian, subtle changes began to take place. A sea of spiritual energy, frost flame spirit fire, and purple pattern dantian. Originally, these 3 elements coexisted, blending with each other, complementing one another. Now, drops of ink-black blood began to condense within Su Qing's dantian, centered around the purple pattern dantian, resembling stars circling. Each drop of ink-black blood that formed represented an increase in Su Qing's power. At the same time, strands of strange, formless energy radiated from the blood droplets, spreading to Su Qing's limbs, veins, and flesh. Su Qing's physical strength visibly increased, and her power rose in tandem. The divine demon prison body was improving at an incredible speed, directly reaching the beginner stage of small success. Impenetrable by blades and spears.
The first level of the divine demon prison body had reached small success. It caught up with the progress of the hellish saint body, but the power increase Su Qing gained was even greater. Su Qing's physical strength had once again improved compared to before. Once the divine demon prison body and the hellish saint body fused successfully, Su Qing's physical strength would increase even more. Not only that, but her strength had also greatly increased. With just one punch, without using any mystical technique, she could instantly defeat any cultivator below the creation realm. Had finally caught up, Su Qing, why aren't you running anymore? Suddenly, a voice full of murderous intent, dark to the extreme, echoed at this moment. Emo Zhang had caught up, his robe flying as he slowly descended from the sky, staring at Su Qing who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes tightly closed, his tone chilling. At this point, Emo Zhang's cultivation had been suppressed by the heaven and earth restrictions of the Grave of Gods to the 5th level of the creation realm. His strength had greatly diminished. Not only was his greatest method, the cave heaven domain, unusable, but his overall combat power had significantly decreased. This was one of the most terrifying aspects of the Grave of Gods. If not for being in the outermost area, further in, he might encounter the deadly poisonous barrier and the fog of death. In such an environment, even Emo Zhang would be highly cautious. As Emo Zhang landed, he immediately sensed something unusual about Su Qing. A deep, abyss-like aura, exuding a mysterious presence, seemed ordinary, yet it made Emo Zhang's heart race with unease. At this moment, some parts of Su Qing's exposed body began to show faint black luster, which quickly disappeared again, changing continuously with her breathing. With every change, the aura coming from Su Qing grew heavier. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Emo Zhang's gaze was cold, watching Su Qing's unusual behavior. But soon, Emo Zhang snorted coldly, a strong spiritual energy wave emanating from his body, and in a flash, he moved toward Su Qing. Stop pretending, I'll capture you first. As he finished speaking, Emo Zhang's figure reached above Su Qing. His right palm lifted, brimming with immense spiritual energy, and with a strike, he aimed to hit Su Qing. Chapter 50, Battle with Emo Zhang. It was clear that Emo Zhang didn't hold back. This strike was meant to at least severely injure Su Qing. He couldn't stay here for long, he had to capture Su Qing as quickly as possible. The wind from the palm came rushing, and just as Emo Zhang's palm was about to land on Su Qing, a sudden wave of black luster rippled across her body, and in the next moment, Su Qing opened her eyes. Thunder moved swiftly, expanding in an instant, transforming into a streak of lightning, dodging the palm strike. That was close, almost got caught by that old man. Su Qing appeared at a distance of several tens of meters, coldly looking at the utterly surprised Emo Zhang. It would still take some time for the complete fusion of the two special constitutions, but Su Qing's overall condition had already improved. In terms of physical strength and power, Su Qing only had to sense it slightly to realize that it had at least tripled compared to his previous state. The small success of the divine and demon prison body and the small success of the netherworld sacred body. These constitutions, unique from ancient times to the present, are one of a kind. No person or living being could ever possess two special constitutions at the same time. But through the unreasonable coordination of the system, the two special constitutions fused, allowing Su Qing to successfully cultivate the divine and demon prison body. Before the fusion was complete, Su Qing could be said to possess two extremely rare special constitutions. Su Qing, you really keep surprising me. In this state, you can still dodge my attacks. Emo Zhang was stunned that his attack missed. He could feel how bad Su Qing's condition was, yet despite that, he was still able to react in time to avoid the blow. Although his cultivation had already been suppressed to the 5th level of the creation realm by the celestial restrictions of the burial godland, his power still far surpassed Su Qing's cultivation. Still, he hadn't succeeded on his first strike, and Emo Zhang was once again astonished by the opportunity and inheritance Su Qing had obtained. If Emo Zhang had received this inheritance, he would have no doubt reached the supreme realm, let alone the life and death realm. Facing Emo Zhang, Su Qing sneered and said, "Your aura seems much weaker than a few days ago. It must be because of the burial godland. I wonder how much more your strength will be suppressed if you stay here." Facing Emo Zhang, who was at the cave heaven realm, Su Qing had no confidence in being able to fight him. But now, for some unknown reason, Su Qing's cultivation had somehow recovered to the 6th level of the profound Dan realm. Now, facing Emo Zhang, who was around the 5th or 6th level of the creation realm, Su Qing felt that a turning point had arrived. It was unlikely that Su Qing could kill Emo Zhang, but it was no longer realistic for Emo Zhang to take his life. Before that, wasting your time should be enough. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations erupted, and Emo Zhang stopped talking. A silver longsword appeared in his hand. A top-tier Earth-rank spiritual weapon. Naturally, as the second elder of the Qingxian sect, Emo Zhang's weapon was not of low rank. Weapons of this rank were not considered low. After all, not everyone had a sign-in system like Su Qing, obtaining treasures of the heavenly rank. Gentleman Sword Emo Zhang, this title really doesn't suit you. A false gentleman would be more fitting. Su Qing's eyes were full of mockery, and similarly, a dark golden longsword appeared in his hand, but it was a low-tier Earth rank. After so many sign-ins, Su Qing had obtained quite a few longsword-type weapons, with the highest rank not exceeding the top-tier Earth rank. He had even broken one, but still had a few left as backups. The sword technique you performed before was the complete version of the Breaking Heaven 7 styles, right? Did you also obtain it from that inheritance? Seeing Su Qing draw his sword, Mo Zhang's eyes flashed, recalling the sword technique Su Qing had used when fighting Song Yuan before. The complete Breaking Heaven 7 styles, long lost in the Qingxian sect, was said to be a spiritual rank sword technique. Its intricacy and power far surpassed the ordinary Breaking Heaven 7 styles. Stop wasting words, let's fight. With that, Su Qing moved, activating Thunder movement to disappear instantly. Thunder flashes, and when he reappeared, he was already 1 meter in front of Mo Zhang. His longsword swung in the air, like a wisp of fluff in the wind, with an incredibly strange angle. A powerful sword aura swept out. Mo Zhang said nothing and also swung his longsword. The Breaking Heaven 7 styles were unleashed, and the third move came immediately. Clang! 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 The sounds of sword clashes rang out, the sword energy wreaking havoc, destroying all the surrounding trees and weeds. Even the ground and the surrounding large stones were cut open, shattering into a pile of broken rocks. In an instant, the two exchanged over 10 moves. But clearly, Mo Zhang's cultivation still had the advantage. After a single collision, Su Qing was hit by a sword aura. Fortunately, the long sword in his hand blocked the attack, preventing any injury, but his body was sent flying backward. Su Qing's hand gripping the sword felt excruciating pain in his tiger mouth, but as his spiritual power flowed, a streak of dark light flashed, and it greatly relieved the pain. The god-demon prison body is truly terrifying. Its defense and recovery ability are far superior to the Yinming sacred body. Su Qing immediately sensed this and marveled at the power of the god-demon prison body. But he also felt helpless. Mo Zhang was indeed very strong. Even though he possessed the sky-slashing sword art, his cultivation time was not long, so he couldn't unleash its full power. It was purely a suppression of cultivation realm. Moreover, Mo Zhang had a real cultivation at the Dongtian realm, though it was suppressed by the heavenly and earthly restraints. His combat experience and consciousness had been honed over 100 years, making it entirely reasonable that Su Qing couldn't win. Who? Taking a deep breath, the Tai Su Ancient Sutra rapidly circulated, wildly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Strangely, in these few days of fleeing, with the constant operation of the Tai Su Ancient Sutra under pressure from a powerful enemy, the progress of the cultivation had greatly accelerated. This saint-level technique was the last thing Su Qing signed for before fleeing the Qingxian sect, obtained in the sect's tomb. Though the cultivation time was short, the Tai Su Ancient Sutra was now beginning to show its extraordinary nature. Stars, faint and flickering, appeared in Su Qing's eyes, as if an entire universe was floating, drifting through the boundless starry sky. Every flicker brought a trace of extraordinary divine aura, slowly merging into Su Qing's body. Inside him, the originally faint and greatly depleted spiritual powers seemed to have received some kind of stimulation, absorbing vast, boundless spiritual power and transforming into an endless void. Su Qing instantly felt a significant improvement in his condition. A surge of strength rushed to his heart, boosting Su Qing's confidence once more. What shocked Su Qing the most was that the spiritual patterns on the purple vein dantian began to show signs of merging at this moment. Su Qing's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Xian Dan realm, only suppressed by the heavenly restraints of the burial godland, not actually a regression in cultivation. And when the spiritual patterns unified and merged with the golden Dan, they would form his own true spirit palace. Once the true spirit palace formed, it would signify that Su Qing had entered the realm of creation. However, there was still some distance to go before reaching that stage. But at least, there was now a sign of it. Sensing all of this, a smile appeared on Su Qing's lips. He slightly raised his head, looking at Mo Zhang, who was attacking again, and said softly, "Indeed, battles between life and death are the best way to improve strength. Mo Zhang, I'll use you as my sharpening stone." Chapter 51, The Great Buddha Poem vs. the Shenqing Sword Qi. The sky-slashing sword art is a low-grade spiritual technique, but unfortunately, Su Qing hasn't cultivated it for long. Swordsmanship requires persistent cultivation. Additionally, one must integrate and comprehend the subtleties of the sword art, so they can advance to the next level, sword intent. Su Qing has yet to integrate the swordsmanship, as his comprehension time has been too short, and his understanding of the sword art is not profound. To use this against Mo Zhang, who was already an expert at swordsmanship, there was no chance of winning. Furthermore, Mo Zhang had practiced swordsmanship for nearly 100 years and had already comprehended sword intent. Facing him with swordsmanship, Su Qing was naturally at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the heavenly and earthly restraints in the burial godland suppressed even Mo Zhang's sword intent, preventing him from releasing it. Otherwise, Su Qing would have been pierced by countless holes and died on the spot. Su Qing's current root talent is undoubtedly exceptional. No matter how extraordinary the talent, cultivating any mystical technique or method still requires time.
Then break it with force.
Now, having cultivated the demon-suppressing body, Su Qing's physique and strength were greatly enhanced. In addition to his naturally strong body, his power was immense, so he decided to face the enemy with the purest approach. With a swoosh, Su Qing directly sheathed his longsword. The spiritual energy within his body began to flow throughout, covering his skin's surface. His feet moved one in front of the other, his body slightly sinking, and his gaze flickered with a cold gleam.
Great Buddha Palm.
The strongest mystical technique Su Qing had mastered was the Great Buddha Palm, and it was also the one he had practiced the longest. Previously, it was this technique that heavily wounded Song Yuan, ultimately delivering the fatal blow. Although the heavenly restrictions in the burial godland suppressed his full power, it was still much stronger than the heaven-slashing sword art.
Moreover, the stronger the body's power, the more potent the Great Buddha Palm became. Is that the suspected Saint-Tier palm technique?
Seeing Su Qing's attack, Mo Zhang instantly recognized it, a fiery gleam flashing in his eyes.
A suspected Saint-Tier palm technique? Such a technique didn't exist anywhere in the eastern wilderness. Su Qing must be taken down.
Then, spiritual energy surged, and the sword tip swept forward, releasing a fierce sword chi. At the same time, a huge palm print illusion appeared, colliding with Mo Zhang's sword chi in an instant.
Boom boom.
The sword chi seemed to want to destroy everything, while the palm print seemed to suppress the surroundings. The collision created a massive shockwave. The ground below exploded into a large crater, with flying rocks scattered everywhere. Su Qing let out a muffled grunt as the enormous impact sent his blood surging. However, it also blocked the sword chi.
Su Qing's face darkened, and he immediately took another pill to recover his state. Then, he shouted inwardly, "Great Buddha Palm, third form."
In Su Qing's previous condition, executing the third form of the Great Buddha Palm was incredibly difficult, but after cultivating the demon-suppressing body and making progress with the ancient void scripture, his state had greatly improved.
He directly launched the third form.
The surrounding world seemed to carry a massive presence, with an overwhelming feeling of suppressing the heavens and earth, spreading outward, causing Mo Zhang's face to become extremely serious. He could see that this was the move that had previously heavily injured Song Yuan. Now, with his cultivation suppressed, even Mo Zhang had to stand at full attention, not daring to underestimate the attack.
Mystic Blue Sword Chi.
Mo Zhang also prepared to unleash his most powerful attack, using his strongest sword technique, a middle-grade heavenly sword technique. In an instant, the long sword in his hand transformed into multiple phantoms, sword chi howling, filling the space in front of him. Then, the sword chi formed into blue sword chi, and with a flick of Mo Zhang's wrist, the vast sword chi shot towards Su Qing. The massive energy fluctuation made Su Qing's scalp tingle. This sword technique was focused on cultivating sword chi, with destructive power far surpassing that of regular sword chi. However, Su Qing remained unfazed, as spiritual energy surged from him without restraint. Which was stronger, the third form of the Great Buddha Palm, or the mystic blue sword chi? The sword chi, which could destroy metal and stone in a single breath, collided with the third form of the Great Buddha Palm, which had the power to suppress the world.
Boom boom boom. A series of explosions echoed in the air.
The sword chi, formed from countless sword strikes, shattered and turned to nothing at this moment. But the falling palm print was also slowly being destroyed, its power gradually consumed.
A contest of equals.
Elder Song Yuan, with his 8th level creation realm cultivation, had endured this strike for a few moments before being heavily wounded. Yet, facing Mo Zhang's assault, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. In my current state, I can't unleash the full power of the third form. Su Qing silently thought to himself, even feeling a bit of regret.
But opposite him, Mo Zhang was greatly shocked, filled with disbelief.
Although after entering the cave heaven realm, he rarely used sword techniques, this was still his strongest sword technique, his proudest skill. Yet now, it was blocked by Su Qing, whose cultivation was far inferior to his own and whose physical condition was less than 1/5 of his peak state.
Mo Zhang was even beginning to question his life. What kind of opportunity and inheritance could allow Su Qing to gain such terrifying power in such a short period of time?
The Great Buddha Palm and sword chi were still clashing fiercely, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly.
Boom!
After clashing for over 10 breaths, the sword chi was shattered completely, and the huge palm print was torn apart and erased. In that moment, both Su Qing and Mo Zhang were struck by the backlash, retreating several meters. A mouthful of blood uncontrollably sprayed out, and Su Qing felt his injuries worsen once again. On the other side, Mo Zhang was also in pain, his body shaken, blood surging, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his aura becoming chaotic. Clearly, in this clash, Su Qing suffered a more severe backlash than Mo Zhang. There was no choice, the injuries accumulated before were too much, and other than chasing Su Qing, Mo Zhang had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual power. If it weren't for the suppression of the heavenly restriction in the burial of God's land, Su Qing would have completely lost his ability to resist with this one move, left to be slaughtered. Imo Zhang also absorbed a lot of the spiritual power from this world, which contained a brutal intent that even he couldn't purge in the short term. But as the second elder of the Qingxian sect, medicine was something he always had. After taking a pill and adjusting his breathing slightly, Imo Zhang looked at Su Qing and coldly said, "With your current state, you can't hold on much longer, right? Who knows? Let's see who falls first." Without saying more, Su Qing swallowed another pill and once again took up a fighting stance. Upon hearing this, Imo Zhang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and without saying anything more, he moved to attack Su Qing. Thunder roared through the sky, and Su Qing's speed wasn't much slower than Imo Zhang's. In an instant, the two began battling once more. Chapter 52, Day and Night Change, Strange Transformation. Both of them were using deadly moves, aiming to kill each other, with no mercy. But gradually, Su Qing began to notice that the world around them seemed to be growing darker. Another huge change was that the dense spiritual power that had originally filled the surrounding space was gradually becoming thinner. It wasn't just Su Qing who noticed this, Imo Zhang also felt it. And with the passing of time, the sky grew increasingly dim. In the distance, the view shifted from dimness to total darkness, and occasionally, the roar of beasts could be heard, but the sounds had an eerie undertone. Something's wrong, the spiritual power in this world is disappearing. After a collision between their moves, Su Qing retreated, but his expression grew extremely serious. He sharply sensed that the enormous spiritual power that he could still absorb was rapidly diminishing. Su Qing could ignore the brutal intent within this spiritual power, absorbing and replenishing his own condition while fighting. But now, he noticed that the spiritual power he absorbed was clearly decreasing. Similarly, Imo Zhang's face turned increasingly ugly as he sensed this strange change. There are rumors that after day and night change in the burial of God's land, the world will undergo unknown changes. I didn't expect it to be this kind of change. Imo Zhang had more knowledge about the burial of God's land compared to Su Qing, and as soon as he sensed the abnormality in the world, he immediately remembered the related rumors. The spiritual power is disappearing. During the day, the spiritual power of the world was very rich, but it contained a brutal intent. At night, the spiritual power of the world would slowly disappear, and the cultivators and beasts living here would no longer be able to absorb any spiritual power. This strange and abnormal change made Su Qing witness for the first time why the burial of God's land is called an ancient forbidden zone. Without spiritual power absorption or replenishment, those cultivators who entered, when facing other dangers such as monster beasts, death zones, poisonous barriers, toxic mists, and other deadly traps, can resist for a short time, but after a while, how would they cope? Don't forget, even during the daytime, though there is spiritual power to absorb, it contains a violent and cruel intent. This place is still only the outermost area of the burial of gods, and the deeper you go, the more perilous the situation is likely to become. I can't delay any longer. Realizing this change, Imo Zhang, for some reason, felt a sense of unease rising in his heart, and then resumed his offensive. Strong sword energy surged from all directions, enveloping Su Qing's body, bringing a deadly threat. Su Qing dared not be the slightest bit careless, and exerted all his strength. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of gun and sword clashing never ceased, each attack bringing great pressure to Su Qing, causing his blood to surge, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But as the battle between the two heated up, Imo Zhang became even more anxious. This damned guy, doesn't he have some special physique? Otherwise, how could his body resist my attacks? At this point in the battle, Imo Zhang had already realized that Su Qing's physical strength was incredibly terrifying. He could even withstand the Earth-level supreme spiritual weapon in Imo Zhang's hand. Apart from body cultivators who specialize in physical training, only those with an immense special physique would have such potential. Imo Zhang suddenly recalled the first appearance of the natural anomaly. Many high-ranking members of the Qingxian sect had speculated that it was the birth of a peerless physique, one so powerful that even the heavens had sensed it, causing the natural anomaly. Could it be that it was Su Qing who obtained it? Impossible. No matter how strong a person's luck is, they cannot continuously gain so many heaven-defying opportunities and inheritances, right? Imo Zhang was shocked beyond measure. Since first seeing Su Qing in the sect's cemetery, how many methods has Su Qing shown that could shake the entire eastern wasteland? Any other person with even one of these methods would be able to stand firm in the eastern wasteland and become a distinguished guest of any of the 5 major sections. But Su Qing? He gets one after another. Imo Zhang even had the feeling that the bounty on the Xuanqi order issued by their Qingxian sect might not even be worth 1/10,000th of the value Su Qing had shown. On another note, since Imo Zhang entered the burial of gods, he had been constantly suppressed by the natural restrictions of this land. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the suppression. During this battle, Imo Zhang's cultivation was slowly being suppressed. At this point, he had already dropped to the 4th level of the creation realm. In contrast, Su Qing, for some unknown reason, did not experience a drop in his cultivation, as if he was unaffected by the suppression. Even Su Qing himself did not notice this situation, as his attention was fully focused on the battle with Mo Zhang. If he made even the smallest mistake, even a slight oversight, Su Qing's end would be tragic. Thus, he had no time to notice these things. Moreover, the fusion of the two special physiques was still continuing, but no one knew how long this fusion would take. Su Qing could not predict what the scene would be like when the fusion of the two special physiques was complete. Although Su Qing could not absorb much spiritual power now, his greatest reliance was his physical body. Moreover, he still had some medicinal pills and spiritual herbs in his floating ring, which could provide some supplementation. The situation seems to have reversed. Mo Zhang. Su Qing looked at Mo Zhang on the opposite side, a smile rising on his face, but it was somewhat cold. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Su Qing, Mo Zhang furrowed his brows. Although he still had some medicinal pills, if this dragged on, it would be difficult to capture Su Qing, let alone kill him. His mind raced. Mo Zhang gripped his long sword, his aura turned extremely cold, but he did not resume his offensive. Damn it, damn it. I can't kill him, can't capture him. For now, I really can't do anything about this damned guy. In my eyes, killing intense swirls, but more is rage. But Mo Zhang also knows that being in this burial ground for gods, with his current state, he really has no way to deal with Su Qing. Ha! After taking a deep breath a few times, Mo Zhang suddenly put away his long sword, staring coldly at Su Qing. I will keep an eye on you. If you have the ability, don't ever walk out of the burial ground for gods. After he finished speaking, Mo Zhang actually turned around and left. Su Qing looked a bit stunned. Is this giving up? In fact, Mo Zhang's thought is that he has already sent word to his sect. By now, powerful members must be on their way, so let Su Qing live a few more days. When the support arrives, they will strike together. Mo Zhang doesn't believe Su Qing dares to venture deep into the burial ground for gods. The ground here even makes Mo Zhang feel a chill, afraid to have any thought of stepping in. Su Qing watched Mo Zhang's gradually disappearing back. The tension in his heart finally eased a bit. However, Su Qing did not pursue the attack. Because of the natural restrictions of the burial ground for gods, Mo Zhang was limited in many ways. If he really chased out, once he left the range of the burial ground, and Mo Zhang's strength recovered with reduced restrictions, that would be truly sending himself to his doom. Chapter 53, the situation is still grim. The sky grew darker, and the valley, being slightly lower in terrain, created a visual sense of unable to see one's hand in front of one's face. Su Qing's eyes were like torches as he leaned against a large tree, adjusting his breath. He was also trying to recover from his injuries. With Mo Zhang retreating, Su Qing was able to catch his breath, but he didn't forget that the bounty order was still active, and countless masters from the eastern wilderness were rushing towards him. Although he didn't know if they would chase him into the burial ground, Su Qing still maintained a sufficient level of vigilance. Moreover, there were fierce and bloodthirsty beasts with raging fury in this place. I cannot absorb spiritual energy to recover, I can only rely on medicine. Su Qing shook his head, took out a few pills from the suspended storage ring, didn't even look at them, just swallowed them directly. Fortunately, he had accumulated quite a few pills from signing in at the sect's cemetery. Despite the long escape consuming many, he still had some stock left. The quality wasn't high, most of them were low-level Earth rank pills, with the majority being mysterious rank, and even some yellow rank. There were also some spiritual herbs, they could still be used to recover a bit of injury. As Su Qing began to heal his injuries and recover his state, the area fell into silence for a while. From time to time, in the distant sky, lightning flickered, and with a boom of thunder, the dark sky brightened for a moment. Under that heavenly might, even the faint roars of beasts from the surroundings diminished significantly. At this moment, the already departed Mo Zhang encountered 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman, who were also suppressed by the natural restrictions, their strength having dropped to the first level of fate. Plus the special nature of the burial ground for gods, the few of them were not in very good shape. Senior Mo Zhang. The few didn't expect to suddenly run into Mo Zhang, exchanged glances, and still slightly with awe clasped their hands and greeted him. Looking at the few people, Mo Zhang's expression was flat, his entire body radiating coldness, yet he didn't violently attack without explanation. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible, the bounty from the bounty order is not that easy to obtain. When he was chasing Su Qing, he sensed the presence of these people high in the sky. He understood that they were here for the bounty order, but how could these few possibly capture Su Qing? Of course, he didn't say anything about Su Qing, just met them and gave a reminder. After speaking, he left directly. He needed to leave the burial ground for gods quickly, recover his state, and prepare to enter the burial ground for gods again to capture Su Qing. The few watched Mo Zhang gradually disappear from sight, each of them quietly let out a sigh of relief. However, soon, all their faces were filled with shock. Mo Zhang failed and retreated? How could that be possible? Isn't Su Qing only at the Xiandan realm? One man said this in disbelief, full of confusion. The only female cultivator looked towards the valley with a serious expression, speaking in a heavy tone. It is said that the recent natural phenomenon came from within the Qingxian sect, maybe some kind of genius treasure or a peerless inheritance.
Could it be that Su Qing obtained it?
Most likely, otherwise how could he escape from Imo Zhang, a powerful expert at the cave heaven realm?
What should we do now? Continue or?
They looked at each other, hesitating and struggling for a moment. Suppressed by the world's restrictions, Imo Zhang still had the strength of at least the fifth layer of the creation realm, and with his status as the second elder of the Qingxian sect, he had many means.
Yet, he couldn't take down Su Qing.
Together, they were no match for Imo Zhang in his current state. Moreover, staying any longer, their cultivation would likely fall to the Xiandan realm.
At that point, it would be possible for Su Qing to strike back and kill them. This place is too strange. My suggestion is to temporarily withdraw.
Su Qing is injured, and in this cursed place, he won't last much longer.
He will surely leave. We can wait outside, guarding, and seize the opportunity. What do you all think? By then, will there still be our share? Don't forget, Imo Zhang won't give up either.
Waiting outside, without restrictions, he'll be a real cave heaven realm expert.
After some discussion, they finally reached a consensus. They would give it a try. Su Qing should be just ahead.
They had followed him all the way here with minimal energy consumption. Although their cultivation was suppressed, their condition was nearly at its peak. Moreover, the four of them had cooperated many times, with great tacit understanding. Now that Imo Zhang had retreated, Su Qing's guard would be down, and there might be an opportunity.
Hurry up!
Before our cultivation falls below the creation realm, let's try to capture Su Qing.
Go! Su Qing sat cross-legged, running the Taishu Ancient Sutra.
Unable to absorb spiritual power from the world, he could only recover by swallowing pills and spiritual herbs. His injuries were slowly healing, and his condition was gradually improving. The night in the burial godland was pitch black, with no stars in the sky, as if a dark curtain hung in the sky. The clouds far away were tinged with dark red, and thunder struck from time to time, giving a feeling of immense oppression. If an ordinary person stayed in this environment for too long, their mind might slowly start to deteriorate. The Qingxian sect has issued the Xianqi order. If I go out now, I'll definitely face the pursuit of nearly all the experts in the eastern wasteland. While recovering, Su Qing was also analyzing the current situation. However, his situation was clearly not good. Moreover, he was currently in the ancient forbidden zone, the burial godland, a human forbidden area where even sacred realm experts had fallen and been buried. At present, it seemed that there was no immediate danger to his life, but Su Qing knew that he was still on the outermost edge. If he ventured deeper, he had no idea what kind of crises he would face.
Even staying on the edge, the dangers and oddities this place had already shown were more than enough.
Perhaps soon, the fact that I carry so many precious treasures will be known by countless people. By then, it's inevitable that someone won't be able to resist the temptation and will enter the burial godland. I must heal my injuries quickly and recover my condition.
Su Qing didn't have much time to rest, especially since the Qingxian sect's reinforcements were on the way.
His situation was still extremely dangerous. Within the Qingxian sect, there were more experts at the cave heaven realm than just Imo Zhang. The Grand Elder Li Lan, the law enforcement elder Su Ji who sent him into the sect's tomb, and the current sect master of the Qingxian sect.
These three were all stronger than Imo Zhang.
Outside the burial godland, facing any one of them, Su Qing would have a 9 in 10 chance of death. Since acquiring the system, Su Qing's development time had been too short. In total, it hadn't even been half a year.
If given some time, he might.
In just a year or two, Su Qing would have absolute confidence to completely overthrow the Qingxian sect.
This is the absolute confidence in the divine level sign-in system. Suddenly,
with a sharp whistle, a fierce gust of wind tore through the air, carrying a murderous intent, rushing towards Su Qing. In the darkness, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes, activating the thunder movement of the 9 heavens, disappearing from the spot in an instant.
Boom!
The place where Su Qing had been standing moments ago, on the tree he was leaning against, now had a fist-sized hole, with extreme penetration power, directly piercing through the tree trunk and sinking into the ground not far away.
Chapter 54, Who's next? He dodged this?
A voice full of surprise came, and then several figures slowly appeared not far away. But in the dim night, their faces were hard to make out.
There were 4 figures, slowly closing in on Su Qing in a surrounding formation.
Among them, a middle-aged man with a goatee tightly held a staff weapon that was taller than the others, a low-grade earth-tier spirit weapon. The staff had purple patterns on it, exuding a sense of heaviness.
Don't hold back, all of you, attack together.
The man with the goatee shouted fiercely, charging towards Su Qing with the long staff, his wrist flicking, and numerous staff shadows appeared, sweeping out with gusts of wind. At the same time, the other 3 also launched their attacks. The 4 surrounded Su Qing as the center, aiming to capture him in the shortest time possible.
Not from the 5 major sections. Su Qing's eyes flickered as he sensed the unfamiliar energy fluctuations from the 4. They didn't belong to any of the 5 major sections. However, facing the 4-person siege, Su Qing remained expressionless, not even dodging. He simply activated the divine demon prison body. Underneath the unseen clothes, a faint black light shimmered across Su Qing's skin from time to time. Then, Su Qing casually raised his hand, directly using his body to block the incoming staff. Boom! A dull thud echoed, and Su Qing only felt a strong vibration in his palm and Tiger's mouth, but didn't suffer any injuries. The man with the goatee was startled, a trace of horror appearing in his eyes. But before he could react, Su Qing had already launched a palm strike. The other 3's attacks were slightly delayed, and in that instant, Su Qing's palm struck the chest of the man with the goatee first. Ugh! A scream rang out as the man with the goatee was sent flying by the palm strike, suffering severe injuries from this one move. The long staff in his hand slipped from his grasp, flying away. The other 3 were shocked, but there was no time to think more as their attacks came crashing towards Su Qing. Blade beams, sword lights, and small silver flying daggers. Su Qing's reaction speed was incredibly fast, and the pilling dragon-breaking heaven spear instantly appeared in his hand, blocking the blade beam coming toward him. Then, with a sweeping motion, he shattered the sword light. As for the flying daggers, there were 5 of them, each containing immense penetrating power. They were the attacks of the lone female cultivator. But Su Qing's spiritual energy surged within his body, covering his entire being, directly withstanding the attacks. Ding! 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 Don't forget, Su Qing was also wearing the golden silk Xian armor. Although it had been damaged in previous battles, its defense had significantly decreased. It was still a middle-grade heavenly tier protective spirit artifact. The flying daggers were only made of earth-tier top-grade materials, and the female cultivator who shot them had her cultivation suppressed to the first level of the creation realm, so the power was also reduced. In addition, Su Qing also possessed the divine demon prison body and the hell saint body. Even before their full integration, his physical strength was still incredibly powerful. In an instant, Su Qing neutralized the combined attacks of the 4. He showed no mercy, and his murderous intent surged. Kill one first. Before these 4 appeared, their killing moves were clearly aimed at the Xuanji Ling. Since then, Su Qing naturally wouldn't hold back in the slightest. Thunder roared across the skies, unfolding in an instant, leaving behind a streak of lightning in its place. Then, in the terrified eyes of the 3 men, Su Qing appeared in front of the burly man, and the panlong-breaking heaven spear thrust out with a thunderous sound. This top-tier heavenly ranked spiritual weapon had previously been suppressed when Su Qing fought against opponents like Song Yuan and Imo Zhang, whose cultivation far surpassed his. Now, it finally displayed its true power. The burly man didn't even have time to react before he was pierced through the chest by a single thrust. The man was also wearing a defensive spiritual weapon, which wasn't of a high rank, only a mid-tier Xian rank. His physical strength wasn't weak either, at least a regular creation realm cultivator's palm strike wouldn't cause him any harm. But Su Qing was no ordinary cultivator, and his weapon was no ordinary weapon. The top-tier heavenly ranked panlong-breaking heaven spear, under Su Qing, who had defeated even a creation realm 8-fold cultivator like Song Yuan, carried an immensely powerful force. The burly man's heart was directly pierced, even passing through his body. Put! This grave injury caused the burly man's breath to become chaotic, his blood surging within him, spraying out blood. But he wasn't dead yet, his heart was pierced, and even though he was at the creation realm, it was beyond recovery. He could only feel his life force rapidly fading away. Su Qing slightly raised his weapon, lifting the burly man, and looking at the man's fearful and horrified expression, he revealed an incredibly cold smile. Die! A burst of force vibrated from the spear's body, instantly shattering his heart. The burly man's eyes suddenly widened, his life force instantly vanished, and he died on the spot. What? The man with the goat beard, who had been blasted away, along with the other 2, were now stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Ding Yi, the deputy leader of the Ba Dao sect, although it was only a second-tier sect, his cultivation was at the 5th stage of the creation realm, and his 4-direction sword technique had reached an incredibly high level, earning a certain reputation in the eastern wilderness. But now, just within a mere 10 breaths, after being surrounded by 4 people, he was pierced through by Su Qing's spear and killed on the spot. If he wasn't mistaken, Su Qing's cultivation seemed to only be at the 7th stage of the Xiandan realm, right? How did he easily slay Ding Yi despite being at such a low level? Next, who shall it be? Su Qing threw Ding Yi's body aside, holding the spear at an angle, the bright red blood dripping from the spear tip, coupled with Su Qing's chilling smile, a sense of horror surged in the hearts of the remaining 3. These people were actually not weak in strength. But they were nowhere near comparable to Song Yuan or even Imo Zhang. No matter their combat experience, strength, or methods, they were far from being on the same level. Not to mention, Su Qing's condition had recovered somewhat, and facing opponents whose cultivation had been suppressed to only the 1st stage of the creation realm, he truly didn't feel much pressure.
Moreover, Su Qing needed resources to recover his injuries. The storage ring he took from killing Song Yuan didn't have much that could be used. After fleeing for so long, most of the resources had been consumed. Just when he was worried about not having enough supplies, these few people appeared, practically delivering resources to him.
This kid is too sinister, we are no match for him, run.
In an instant, the remaining three knew that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Su Qing. There was still a chance outside the god burial land. Regret rose in their hearts, as they realized they shouldn't have been greedy for that Xianxi order bounty. Now, they couldn't catch him and were instead trapped in a dangerous situation. The female cultivator's expression turned ugly, and without a word, she turned around and headed straight for the exit of the god burial land. The other two also scattered in different directions, starting to flee for their lives. Chapter 55, Self-Destruction. If they were outside, with their creation realm cultivation, they could briefly fly, and Su Qing would truly have trouble catching up. But here is the god burial ground, where even Imo Zhang of the cave heaven realm cannot fly. The few people could only rely on their legs, frantically fleeing. Moreover, if they stayed here a moment longer, their cultivation would likely drop straight to the void pill realm. If that happens, it would truly mean a dead end. Thus, the few people no longer had the slightest fighting spirit in their hearts, only wanting to escape this place quickly.
Can you really escape?
After being chased for so long, Su Qing was filled with rage and could not let them go. With lightning movement of the nine heavens activated, Su Qing surged ahead, directly targeting one person, the injured man with the goat beard. Having already been seriously injured by Su Qing's slap, he hadn't run far when an emotionless voice rang out.
Where are you running? I'll send you on your way. I was wrong, Su Qing, Master Su, I shouldn't have been blinded by greed. Spare me, as long as you don't kill me, Bai Shan, will always follow you. Feeling the killing intent behind him, the goat-bearded man was horrified and begged for mercy while running for his life. But Su Qing merely smiled coldly, raising the Panchon-breaking heaven spear in his hand. Sorry, your strength is too weak, you're not fit to be my little brother. With that, Su Qing thrust the Panchon-breaking heaven spear out with a thunderous force. Bai Shan's heart turned to ashes, but in that moment, it also drove him completely insane, his face twisted in rage as he fought back desperately. You forced me to do this. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Bai Shan, the energy within him erupting in fury at that moment. This Bai Shan was actually planning to self-destruct his own spirit palace, wanting to perish together with Su Qing. The wild fluctuations of spirit energy overflowed around Bai Shan, shaking the surrounding area, his face was flushed, and madness flickered in his eyes. Who knew that this Bai Shan was also a ruthless character? However, it was death either way. Bai Shan wanted to take Su Qing to his grave. Boom! In an instant, Bai Shan's body expanded and then violently exploded. Centered on Bai Shan, surging and ferocious waves of spiritual energy swept outwards. In a flash, light illuminated the surroundings, the noise was immense, and the shockwave spread in all directions, instantly obliterating trees and shattering the ground. And at that moment of the terrifying shockwave's explosion, a streak of lightning flashed by. Not noticeable, it seemed insignificant under that immense brightness. After a while, as the shockwave dissipated and the dust settled, a huge pit over 10 feet deep appeared at the original site. Cough cough, really decisive, self-destructing as soon as he says it, almost turned over in the gutter. Su Qing slowly walked out, his clothes in tatters, the golden silk armor largely shredded, almost in ruins. Although Su Qing had used lightning movement to escape at the moment of the explosion, the power of a self-detonation from a creation realm cultivator was no joke, even Su Qing suffered a great impact. Fortunately, the damaged golden silk armor blocked the first wave, and Su Qing's own body, along with his two special physiques, helped withstand the second wave's shock. He only felt a slight tremor, his blood flow was a bit unstable, but he did not suffer any real injury. What a pity, this golden silk armor is completely useless now. To repair it, only a master blacksmith could do it. Looking at the tattered golden silk armor that could no longer offer any protection, Su Qing shook his head. Though it was regrettable, the golden silk armor had provided Su Qing with a lot of help, so he could consider it a successful retreat. What a waste, this one self-detonation even took out the storage ring. Su Qing looked at the deep pit, feeling greatly regretful. This person was, after all, a creation realm cultivator and should have had some good items, but sadly, nothing was left after the explosion. Pursing his lips, Su Qing looked around. There are still two people. Being delayed by Bai Shan's self-detonation, the two had already disappeared from Su Qing's sight. Her eyes grew cold, and with a swift movement, Su Qing chased after one of the people. At that moment, as Su Qing pursued the other two, outside the god burial land, a massive chasm stretched across, like a natural barrier from the heavens. Imo Zhan leaped into the air, crossed the chasm, and then found a place to sit cross-legged. After the chase and entering the god burial land, suppressed by the celestial restrictions and fighting with Su Qing, even Imo Zhan had suffered considerable injuries. Especially within the god burial land,
where many of his strongest methods could not be used and he couldn't replenish his energy. This battle left Mo Zheng feeling extremely frustrated. Fortunately, he was only at the outermost edge, and the true horrors of the God Burial Land had not yet shown themselves, so Mo Zheng had temporarily retreated.
At this moment, the celestial restrictions were rapidly disappearing, and Mo Zheng's cultivation was quickly recovering.
The place where Mo Zheng was now located had abundant celestial energy, though still carrying a violent aura. It was already much better than within the God Burial Land. At least he could absorb the spiritual energy, and with Mo Zheng's foundation, he could easily endure it. A ripple came from the storage ring, and with a slight movement of his mind, the communication jade token appeared in his hand.
After hearing the message inside, a cold smile appeared on Mo Zheng's face. The Grand Elder is on his way. Su Qing, I'll let you live for a few more days.
Li Lan was flying at full speed, coming relentlessly. At his speed, he would reach this place in less than half a day. He knew the dangers of the God Burial Land, but the hatred of his son's death could never be forgotten. His heart was filled with killing intent, and he had only one goal: to kill Su Qing.
To avenge Li Yunfei and seize that chance inheritance.
With that inheritance, he would have some confidence when facing the incoming people from the Tai Xianling sect.
Boom!
Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded from the outermost valley of the God Burial Land, disturbing Mo Zheng, who was recovering.
Sensing the tremendous energy fluctuation, Mo Zheng's expression tightened.
Su Qing has started fighting with those people, but with just those few, how could they cause such a big stir?
Mo Zheng's eyes flickered.
Soon, he realized something and shook his head.
A self-detonation?
Heh, I warned you all, this is the consequence you brought upon yourselves. The people he encountered, even at their peak, had the highest cultivation of only the 5th level of the transformation realm. Even so, their chances of defeating Su Qing were slim. Not to mention being in the God Burial Land. Mo Zheng had already anticipated this outcome. But then, as if he thought of something, Mo Zheng's brows furrowed slightly.
If those idiots all die at Su Qing's hands, won't the resources on them be taken by Su Qing?
At the thought of this, Mo Zheng felt a bit of regret. He should have acted earlier to eliminate those people, preventing Su Qing from getting the resources. But now, it was too late to say anything. Mo Zheng focused on recovering his state and waited for Grand Elder Li Lan to arrive.
Chapter 56, What I Want, You Can't Give.
Under the dim night, a disheveled figure was fleeing for its life at full speed. Of the four, the only surviving female cultivator, the one who had chosen to flee first, was incredibly decisive. Compared to the others, she was much younger, and before the celestial restrictions suppressed her cultivation, she was at the 4th level of the transformation realm. But now, her cultivation had been suppressed to the brink, just a step away from falling to the mysterious pill realm. At this moment, she was not far from the exit of the valley, but with the darkness of the night, she could not determine the exact direction. It's almost there. Once I leave the God Burial Land and my cultivation recovers, I can safely leave here. She believed Su Qing would not dare to chase her outside the God Burial Land, as there were countless people coming after the Xuanqi order, and entering the God Burial Land was a last resort. Though in her mind, she thought Su Qing wouldn't last much longer inside the God Burial Land, at least for now. He could only stay in the God Burial Land to barely survive. His feet never stopped, his figure swiftly darting, rushing toward the valley beyond. Swish! Boom! Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came, and a domineering long spear cut through the air, shooting toward him with incredible speed, then crashing into the ground right in front of the female cultivator, embedding itself deep. The female cultivator abruptly stopped, her body tensing instantly, her face turning incredibly grim as she slowly turned her head. She saw a figure walking toward her, ragged clothes, breathing somewhat unstable, yet exuding an extremely powerful aura. His eyes were cold as he walked step by step. Seeing that figure, the female cultivator's expression became extremely serious. She spoke, Su Qing, spare my life, name your conditions, as long as I can do it. This female cultivator was also from a second-rate sect, one of the top experts in her sect, and had been cultivating for nearly 100 years. Her name was Yushan, proficient in the art of hidden weapons. Her cultivation might not be high, but relying on her expertise in hidden weapons, she had some renown in the eastern wilderness. After 100 years of cultivation, Yushan was unwilling to die here so easily. Su Qing slowly walked over. Hearing this, he lightly smiled, but the smile was somewhat cold. What I want now, you can't give, so I can only ask you to die. Right now, Su Qing was facing a bounty from the Qingxian sect, with multiple experts at the Dongtian realm like Mo Zhang after him. Moreover, with the release of the Xianxi order, half of the strong cultivators in the eastern wilderness were heading toward him. By your life? Do you have something that can get Su Qing through this crisis? If I kill you, all your resources will naturally be mine. Are you really going to drive me to the brink of death? In the dim light of the night, Yushan's right hand quietly moved behind her, at her waist, where 36 small, finely crafted throwing darts lay.
They were made from incredibly tough materials, and even the tips were poisoned. Su Qing did not speak further, only moving his body, a streak of lightning flashing as he appeared in front of the Pan-Long breaking sky spear, grabbing it and sweeping it toward Yushan. Swish, swish, swish. Yushan's pupils contracted, her heart tightened, but she quickly reacted. Her right hand moved continuously, and several flashes of cold light flew out into the night. 5 small, exquisite, palm-sized throwing darts, sharp and deadly, pierced through the night sky. Despite the incredibly dark night, Yushan relied on her seasoned experience to aim all of them at Su Qing's body, targeting the vital points. Moreover, a hint of green could be seen at the tips. The poison covered the tips of the throwing darts. Once they pierced the body, they would immediately paralyze the blood flow, causing corrosion and quickly destroying from the inside out. The poison was extremely vicious. Su Qing, however, remained completely unaffected. With a sweep of the Pan-Long breaking sky spear in his hand, he sent the darts flying. With a light tap on the ground, Su Qing transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly appearing in front of Yushan and swinging with terrifying force. A wild and violent wind roared, carrying an incredible power that shocked Yushan's heart. She could only retreat frantically, and once again, shoot out 5 more throwing darts. Boom! The attack had arrived. Even though Yushan desperately dodged, she was a step too slow. Just as she released the darts, she could only manage to gather her spiritual energy with both hands, blocking them in front of her. Boom! A loud crash resounded. Yushan was struck by the Pan-Long breaking sky spear and was sent flying away. Yushan felt her arms break from the terrifying impact in that instant, her arms completely useless. Even after the force slightly diminished, it landed once more on her chest. The ferocious impact made her internal organs shake violently, and she couldn't suppress it. While in the air, she spat out blood repeatedly. Terror filled her eyes, and for the first time, Yushan directly faced Su Qing, experiencing his overwhelming strength. Just one encounter, and she was severely injured. What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? How does he possess such terrifying power? Could it be that he possesses some kind of extraordinary physique? At this moment, Yushan felt an overwhelming regret in her heart, deeply regretting why she had been so greedy for that bounty from the Xuanji Ling. On the other hand, Su Qing, seeing that his strike had not killed Yushan, was still somewhat surprised. But soon, his attack resumed. He would not show mercy just because she was a woman, and in order to prevent her from self-destructing like the previous cultivator, Su Qing used his thunder movement technique once again, raising his other hand and directly unleashing the second form of the Great Buddha palm. New under the dim night sky, a huge palm print appeared in the air, its terrifying aura rippling outwards. Su Qing's speed was absolutely overwhelming. When he appeared again, he was already above Yushan's head, and with one swing of his palm, he struck down. No, no. At this moment, Yushan's eyes bulged with fear, her face full of terror. The intent to die began to shroud her, and she couldn't even react in time. The palm print had already descended. Boom! The Great Buddha palm, even Mo Zhang found it difficult to handle. Yushan had no strength to resist at all and was directly killed on the spot with one palm. On the ground, a dozen throwing darts scattered all over, next to the lifeless body of Yushan. The corpse was broken, its face unrecognizable, limbs severed, blood splattered everywhere, a tragic sight. Su Qing remained unmoved, walking up to the corpse, touching it, and collecting a storage ring into his pouch. As for the throwing darts, Su Qing didn't even glance at them. Trash. It's not that Su Qing was boasting, but with the strength of his current physical body, those throwing darts might not even be able to break through his defense. I've wasted quite a bit of time, the last person should have escaped by now. Turning his gaze, Su Qing looked toward the valley's exit inside. Though his condition had improved somewhat, he was still not at his peak. After chasing and killing 2 people, some time had been wasted. By now, the last person had likely almost reached the edge of the valley. Outside, with Mo Zhang guarding, chasing him out might still catch the person, but Su Qing would also have to face Mo Zhang, who had regained some of his cultivation. It's possible that aside from Mo Zhang, there might be other experts waiting outside, ready to strike. Looks like your life wasn't meant to end yet. Su Qing didn't feel sorry. He had already obtained 2 storage rings as loot, and had killed 3 people, which helped relieve some of his frustration. Thinking of this, Su Qing decided not to stay any longer in this spot and returned to the valley. Chapter 57, A Law of Fire. The night sky hung high. In the deep night of the burial godland, everything became eerily silent, with not even the sounds of the beasts hiding in the corners of the land. There was not a trace of spiritual power in the air, making the valley seem eerily cold and silent. Su Qing found a tree hollow, standing in the pitch-black environment, swallowing one pill after another, adjusting his breathing to recover. The fusion of the 2 special physiques was still ongoing, and this time it was especially slow. It seems that the fusion of the divine demon prison body and the nether saint body, 2 extremely rare and unique physiques, was something even the system needed some time for. Su Qing looked forward to it. Once the fusion of these two special physiques was complete, he wondered what unexpected changes would occur. Time passed, and all Su Qing could hear was the occasional wind rustling through the tree branches, the natural sounds filling the silence. The tense state of constant life and death danger during the past days of escape had unknowingly eased. Inside his body, the golden core spun endlessly, and the spiritual patterns that covered it were gradually merging into one. Besides this, the purple stripes that had covered the golden core since acquiring the Nether Saint body were also quietly undergoing a change. From purple, they started to shift towards a grayish-white color. A strange and mysterious aura emanated from the change. Su Qing felt confused when inspecting himself. Logically, the purple color should have been higher level. And though the purple stripes had seemed a bit odd before, he had gotten used to them. Now, as they changed to grayish-white, Su Qing found it even more bizarre.
I hope nothing goes wrong.
Whether it's the underworld sacred body or the divine demon prison body, Su Qing doesn't have a deep understanding of either, and his cultivation progress is still at a basic level. Especially the underworld sacred body, this special physique, even now, Su Qing has not truly unlocked its full potential. The truth is, the cultivation time is too short. All special physiques in the world, including Su Qing's supreme bone from his past life, require a long time to cultivate and refine.
It's not something that can be achieved overnight.
Su Qing has been cultivating the underworld sacred body for less than half a year, and he has not reached a profound level in exploring or cultivating it. With a helpless smile, Su Qing stopped thinking too much and continued recovering.
Time passed, and the once eerily silent valley began to stir with movements of demonic beasts.
In the sky above, the dim sky slowly began to break open, letting in streaks of light.
The morning light arrived, and day and night alternated.
In the world, a mysterious and divine change occurred once again, and streams of spiritual power began to appear from the heavens and earth, quickly filling the surroundings. Of course, within these spiritual powers, the violent intent still remained, showing no signs of weakening. Su Qing also sensed this change keenly, slowly opening his eyes, gazing at the tree hole outside where light began to appear, his gaze shifting slightly.
It's the second day already, and the two special physiques still haven't merged?
Shaking his head, Su Qing slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, then, while swallowing another pill, he spoke in his mind, "System, check in."
Ding, check-in successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a fire rule.
Do you want to absorb it?
Su Qing froze slightly upon hearing this reward. His gaze subconsciously turned towards the surroundings of the tree hole. With the faint light growing brighter, he could see some scattered, incomplete bones lying around. In the vast river of time, countless cultivators had died within the burial godland. Although this was just the outermost area, it still buried many cultivators. But as time passed, most of them had already turned to dust, and what remained might only be the bones of those who died within the past 100 years. Based on previous check-ins in the Qingxian sect cemetery, standing at a certain distance from a deceased person's grave and checking in would most likely result in obtaining something related to that person's life. And the place Su Qing was currently in was just one of the many tree holes scattered throughout the valley.
There were many bones around, and perhaps, the owners of these bones had comprehended the fire rule in their lifetime?
In the creation realm, one can initially have the qualification to comprehend the laws, but it cannot be used. Only when one reaches the cave heaven realm, where the life spiritual palace transforms into one's personal heaven, can one begin to use the power of the laws. This time, directly obtaining a fire rule seemed like only one rule, but in terms of value, it was not weaker than a holy level technique. Countless cultivators in the creation realm spend their entire lives without ever comprehending a single bit of the power of the laws, remaining stuck at the first level of the creation realm. But with this fire rule, it meant that Su Qing, in the Xiandan realm, already possessed the power of heaven and earth. Although he could not use the power of this rule yet, it inherently contained this power of heaven and earth, which would greatly enhance his cultivation process. Su Qing's own cultivation was still at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, and he was still in the stage of merging the unifying spiritual runes, with his life spiritual palace not even formed yet. Let alone comprehending the power of the laws. Now, having directly checked in and received a fire rule, as long as he absorbs it, Su Qing's body will possess this power of heaven and earth. He only needs to comprehend the fire rule and use its power to condense his life spiritual palace, step by step improving his cultivation. Every cultivator, once they reach the creation realm, will attempt to comprehend the power of the laws.
The specific law they comprehend depends on their root bone aptitude. The most suitable one is always the best. After the surprise, Su Qing, however, fell into hesitation.
A fire law is definitely a precious treasure, but Su Qing didn't know which kind of law power was most suited to his roots and talents. Su Qing had never doubted his own talent or roots, thinking he was incapable of comprehending the law's power. What he lacked now was only time. He believed that as long as the spiritual patterns fused and formed his destined spiritual palace, and once he stepped into the creation realm, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth would definitely be possible. But as for the fire law, Su Qing couldn't be certain whether it perfectly matched him. It was like a cultivator practicing a water attribute technique, or even having a cold constitution, being forced to cultivate a fire attribute technique or comprehend the fire law.
It would certainly lead to conflict.
Not only would the cultivation speed drop significantly, but it might even backfire on the cultivator. The technique Su Qing was practicing in his special constitution seemed to not match the fire attribute at all. The only thing that seemed to fit was the frost flame spirit fire that he had absorbed and refined.
Forget it, it's just a fire law. Hesitating for so long isn't my style. I'll absorb it first. If it really doesn't match, I'll just stop comprehending it later, right?
After thinking for a while, Su Qing made up his mind. This fire law was obtained through signing in, not something Su Qing had comprehended himself. Perhaps when he stepped into the creation realm, he could comprehend another law of heaven and earth. With that thought, Su Qing no longer hesitated and directly said in his mind, "Absorb."
Chapter 58, The Unusual Movement of the Frost Flame Spirit Fire. Boom!
As soon as Su Qing's voice fell, a bright, blood-red flame appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The temperature at that instant made even Su Qing feel a sharp pain on his skin. In an instant, the surrounding trees, weeds, and even the tree hollow where Su Qing was located showed signs of being burned and dissolved. But the next moment, the flame shot straight into Su Qing's forehead. The world shook, and in the midst of it, it felt as if some kind of celestial force poured down, falling on top of Su Qing's head in an extremely mysterious manner. In Su Qing's sea of consciousness, a flame surged wildly, and waves filled with mysterious energy appeared, transforming into some kind of profound energy that spread outward. The various mysteries of fire began to brew in Su Qing's mind. However, this brewing could only be completed through Su Qing's absorption and comprehension, turning it into the law power he possessed. The law is one of the most mysterious, profound, and powerful forces in the world.
It is closely related to the heavens and the earth. Anyone who can comprehend any one of the laws can become a strong person in the world. The premise is that they can comprehend it to a certain extent, not just reaching the creation realm, where they barely qualify for comprehension. Only when reaching the cave heaven realm, where the law power can help the comprehender form their own cave heaven, can they be considered to have entered the next level. Su Qing swallowed a pill and began to circulate the Taishu Ancient Sutra, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power of heaven and earth. At the same time, he also began to comprehend this fire law. Comprehending a law requires an extremely high level of talent. Countless cultivators at the creation realm, lacking in innate talent, find it incredibly difficult to comprehend even a trace of law power. It requires a long time of effort, and only then might one have the chance to comprehend even a trace of law power. However, Su Qing, upon obtaining the Yomi holy body, had already undergone a complete transformation. Especially after cultivating the Taishu Ancient Sutra, and with the newly acquired demon and god suppression body from his recent sign-in. In terms of talent, Su Qing could be considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius on the entire Xiantian continent. Naturally, his comprehension ability was also far from lacking. His previous self, Su Qing, had already been a genius, and now, his comprehension ability was unparalleled. A fire law was completely absorbed by Su Qing, and under his full effort to comprehend it, he was gradually beginning to understand. Fire naturally possesses explosive and destructive qualities. It represents the ultimate destructive power.
The law of fire has already formed a faint connection with the great paths of heaven and earth, and once mastery reaches a certain extent, every move can sway the trends of heaven and earth.
Its power is geometrically multiplied.
Many cultivators practice techniques, mysterious arts, and spiritual weapons, all possess the fire attribute, but these are worlds apart from the law of fire. What Su Qing previously absorbed and refined, the frost flame spiritual fire, is a treasure born naturally from heaven and earth, but it also stems from the laws. The frost flame spiritual fire, in its ultimate form, after supreme sublimation, might very well become a type of the law of fire. However, only those legendary sacred realm powerhouses, or even those of the imperial realm, might be able to achieve this step. As Su Qing gradually comprehended that fire rule, an extremely mysterious wave rippled around her body. In this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to be influenced by something, humming and buzzing.
Su Qing's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and a strand of dazzling flame like small fire rose up.
An inexplicable aura radiated from Su Qing, shaking the surroundings.
Roaring.
Suddenly, a head-sized, strange flower of red and gray, resembling a rose, appeared before Su Qing without her summoning it. The frost flame spiritual fire floated up and down, seemingly undergoing a change, with red ripples appearing atop the fiery flower. It seemed to be gradually covering the gray part on top. Extreme heat and extreme cold are the greatest characteristics of the frost flame spiritual fire, but after Su Qing comprehended that fire rule, the frost flame spiritual fire that she refined began to be affected.
Buzz. Change occurred again.
In the gray areas being gradually covered, an overwhelming wave suddenly surged up, clashing against the encroaching red ripples. This fire rule clearly aimed to turn the frost flame spiritual fire into a spiritual fire filled with heat and able to incinerate everything, planning to assimilate the extreme cold characteristic.
The frost flame spiritual fire, born from the natural essence of heaven and earth, is inherently full of spirituality. Perhaps sensing something, it automatically generated a counter-reaction. Is it throwing a little tantrum?
The heavenly spiritual fire and the law of fire should be two paths converging, both belonging to the way of fire, right?
Why does it feel like they are fighting?
Though she was in comprehension, Su Ching perceived everything, and was somewhat surprised. A frost flame spiritual fire and a fire rule were incessantly clashing at this moment. Extreme cold and extreme heat are two entirely different energies, they repel each other, but under the natural nurturing of heaven and earth, they formed a fusion, and through the long passage of time, they perfectly merged. This allowed a heavenly spiritual fire to possess two of the world's most potent powers. This was the great power of heaven and earth birthed from the heavenly spiritual fire. Now, however, a fire rule sought to assimilate the power of extreme cold, equivalent to destroying this relationship, with the extreme cold power instinctively dissenting and resisting. As the clash between the two intensified, the very body of the frost flame spiritual fire trembled slightly. The powers of extreme heat and extreme cold began to spread, quickly enveloping the entire tree hole.
In just a moment, this tree hole was covered by flames and frost.
One side burned to ashes, the other side froze to frost. Terrifying energy fluctuations spilled out at this moment, instantly obliterating the tree hole, and even began to spread outward. At this moment, the fire rule was also seemingly provoked, becoming even more surging, with a faster flowing frequency. Su Ching, the master, furrowed her brows at this moment.
Everyone calm down.
If this continued, something would surely go wrong, whether it be the frost flame spiritual fire being assimilated, or the extreme cold power resisting successfully. For Su Ching, it was all a loss, so Su Ching snorted coldly and directly reached out with one hand.
Boom! The frost flame spirit fire, wrapped in a ripple of the fire law, was grasped by Su Ching in his hand, and then, a flash of fire erupted. Su Ching operated the Taishu ancient scripture and the divine demon prison body, and on the surface of his palm, strands of dark black light flickered, directly suppressing it with force. At first, the frost flame spirit fire and the ripple of the fire law were still trembling, but soon, it gradually quieted down. The ripple of the fire law slowly quieted down at this moment, even transforming into an invisible ripple, closely adhering to the half of the fiery red flame. Buzz!
At this moment, the frost flame spirit fire seemed to undergo some kind of change, and as its master, Su Ching keenly felt something unusual. Slowly opening his hand, the frost flame spirit fire, which was originally the size of a fist and flower-like, with a red and gray mix, had now expanded by at least double.
The raging flames and frost surged much higher than before.
After the anomaly of this fire law, the frost flame spirit fire seemed to have gained some kind of enhancement.
Chapter 59, Li Lan arrives.
The forces of extreme heat and extreme cold still coexisted in one body, but Su Ching could clearly feel that the destructive power contained in the frost flame spirit fire, the destructive force, had become much more terrifying. As its master, Su Ching's feeling was the clearest. The frost flame spirit fire before seemed like a newborn baby, but now the frost flame spirit fire had accelerated its growth and reached its youth stage.
Has the fire law now merged with the frost flame spirit fire?
Observing the frost flame spirit fire before him, Su Ching speculated, but this change was indeed a bit mysterious, and Su Ching couldn't fully understand it for the moment. Shaking his head, Su Ching didn't think much more about it. After all, there was no loss to him. The fire law had already been comprehended, and the frost flame spirit fire had been enhanced. What he needed to do now was to continue healing and recovering from his injuries. It feels almost there. Within today, the fusion of the two special constitutions should be completed. In his mind, Su Ching felt that the fusion of the two special constitutions was nearing its final stage. It wouldn't be long before the result could be witnessed.
The spiritual patterns are also merging into one.
At the current rate, as long as it stabilizes, within half a month, they will completely merge into one, and then the true spirit palace will be condensed.
Su Ching took a look inside his body and saw the situation within his dantian.
The purple patterned golden elixir was constantly choosing without stopping.
With each cycle, the speed at which the 81 spiritual patterns fused increased.
When these 81 spiritual positions completely merged into one, a qualitative change would occur, and at that time, Su Ching would be able to attempt to condense his true spirit palace. Once the spirit palace was formed, it would mark his entry into the creation realm. Su Ching was very close to this step. At only 18 years old, entering the creation realm was a feat unmatched in the eastern wilderness, and even on the entire Xiantian continent, it could be said to be unprecedented. However, now he needed to find a temporary place to rest.
The tree hole was gone due to the anomaly of the frost flame spirit fire.
This valley had a complex terrain, harsh environment, and there were demon beasts. He needed to find a safer place to heal his injuries.
After one night, the sky gradually brightened a lot.
The terrifying area in the distance, where thunder had been constantly falling, had now quieted down, and the sky returned to a slightly dark red color.
It seemed much less dangerous than before last night.
At this time, if Qingxian's sect had powerful experts arriving, they might seize this time to enter the god burial land and hunt him down.
I can't go out for the moment.
This valley is not a place to stay for long.
How about we walk further inside?
Stepping out, Su Qing began to observe his surroundings. Speaking of which, yesterday he had entered the god burial land while fleeing, and after fighting with Mo Zhang, it wasn't long before day and night changed. Night fell, and darkness covered everything. Today, he had been absorbing and comprehending the laws of fire and had not carefully observed his surroundings. The burial land of the gods, a forbidden zone that echoed throughout the entire Xiantian continent, was something Su Qing knew a little about from the memories of his past self. As a place that had existed since ancient times, no one could resist feeling curious about it. However, 99% of people only felt fear and dread, avoiding it at all costs, not daring to set foot inside. But all cultivators who knew of the burial land of the gods carried a kind of desire, a hope, to enter this place and see if they could obtain some kind of opportunity or inheritance from within. Unfortunately, throughout countless years, those who had such thoughts, and even those who acted upon them and entered, were 99% buried there forever. Opportunities and inheritances definitely existed, but the number of people who had obtained them and managed to leave the burial land of the gods alive was close to none. First the sect's cemetery, now the burial land of the gods.
Am I destined to keep running into places of the dead?
Thinking of his rebirth, apart from passing through a few places while fleeing, Su Qing had not been anywhere else up until now. While observing his surroundings, he searched for a safe place to stay. The deeper he walked, the further he went into the land. The trees grew taller and denser. Trees dozens of meters high could be seen everywhere, their thick canopies blocking out most of the light, allowing only faint rays to seep through the gaps between the branches and leaves. The temperature had dropped, and the occasional roars of demon beasts echoed through the forest. The scent of blood lingered in the air, and he could even see scattered remains of corpses. Su Qing moved with extreme caution. This was his first time entering the burial land of the gods. Though he had heard many stories, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. At the very least, everything inside was unfamiliar to him. He had no idea when or where danger might suddenly appear. Outside the burial land of the gods, Mo Zhang sat cross-legged beneath a cliff, a heavy pressure emanating from him, containing a trace of the power of heaven and earth. It was the domain of the cave heaven realm. At this moment, without the suppression of the burial land's restrictions, Mo Zhang's cultivation had already returned to its original first stage of the cave heaven realm. After adjusting his breath for half a day, his condition had mostly recovered. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound came from the distant sky. A figure streaked through the air, robes fluttering, moving at an astonishing speed toward this place. As he approached the chasm that separated the burial land of the gods from the outside world, his speed gradually slowed. Dressed in a flowing white robe embroidered with dark patterns, his face cold and stern, his eyes filled with chilling intent, the great elder of Qingxian sect, Li Lan, had finally arrived after a long journey. Suspended in midair, Li Lan gazed across the chasm at the burial land of the gods, staring at the endless stretch of ancient mountains. His expression darkened bit by bit. Swish! A figure soared into the air and, in the next instant, arrived before Li Lan.
Elder Mo, you are a cultivator of the cave heaven realm.
Yet, after so long, you still haven't taken down Su Qing.
Don't tell me you're hesitating out of old sentiment? Li Lan's eyes flickered with an unreadable light as he spoke slowly, staring at Mo Zhang. Because of Li Yunfei's death, Li Lan's heart burned with rage.
Seeing that Mo Zhang, a cave heaven realm expert, had not yet subdued Su Qing after so much time, he could not help but suspect something. Within the Qingxian sect, the elders were not a united front, each had their own motives.
And Su Qing had once been Mo Zhang's most promising disciple. Even though things had happened afterward, who could say for sure whether some lingering attachment still remained? Otherwise, in Li Lan's view, taking down a mere Su Qing should have been effortless. After all, no matter how terrifying an inheritance might be, it was simply unimaginable that it could allow a crippled person to rival a cave heaven realm expert in less than half a year. Hearing this, Mo Zhang frowned slightly and said softly, "Great elder, I know you are angry, but Su Qing's matter caught everyone off guard. Even Elder Song Yuan died at his hands. Don't forget, I spent a great deal of effort chasing him for several days and nights." A surge of anger rose in Mo Zhang's heart, and his expression became somewhat unpleasant. Having spent so much effort chasing Su Qing, only to be misunderstood by Li Lan, how could Mo Zhang feel good about it? However, Mo Zhang still endured, though his tone carried some dissatisfaction.
Li Lan gazed at Mo Zhang, his eyes flickering, but soon, a smile appeared on his face, and he spoke, "What kind of opportunity and inheritance did Su Qing obtain?"
Elder Mo, could you tell me in detail? Chapter 60, Into the Valley.
It was likely a saint-level profound technique, an unparalleled physique, and a cultivation level in the profound Dan realm, which allowed him to unleash a body technique with a speed not inferior to the cave heaven realm. In less than half a year, his cultivation reached the 9th level of the profound Dan realm, and even though he was at the cave heaven realm, Song Yuan, who was at the 8th level of the fate-cutting realm, was still able to escape alive under Mo Zhang's protection. When Imo Zhang recounted these events, Li Lan's eyes were filled with shock. Although Imo Zhang had briefly mentioned some of this through the sound transmission jade token, many details were unclear. Now, hearing all of this, Li Lan could hardly believe it. The things Su Qing had displayed, even if just one of them, could easily make him one of the top experts on this continent, provided he didn't die young. And now, so many peerless treasures were gathered in one person. Fortunately, these matters had not spread yet. Aside from a few high-level figures in the Qingxian sect, not many people knew about Su Qing's opportunities and inheritances. Li Lan believed that if this matter spread, it might even shock the super sects and ancient families.
Elder Mo, Su Qing must be captured as soon as possible. We cannot let these messages leak out. Li Lan's expression was enigmatic as he slowly said to Imo Zhang. None of them were fools.
Imo Zhang, as the one who chased Su Qing first, knew best how powerful and heaven-defying Su Qing's opportunities and inheritances were. The news sent back to the sect was also selective. They were afraid of any unforeseen accidents.
Imo Zhang knew that they had the advantage.
If they could capture Su Qing, the rise of the Qingxian sect would be unstoppable. As for the many cultivators drawn in by the profound bounty order, the Qingxian sect would not interfere, and might even benefit from it. It would be best to capture Su Qing, who would ultimately be escorted back to the Qingxian sect. As long as the matter of Su Qing's many heaven-defying opportunities and inheritances did not leak out, the Qingxian sect would not suffer, no matter what happened. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Sanghai issued the profound bounty order after receiving the sound transmission message from Imo Zhang. The goal was to capture Su Qing as quickly as possible and bring him firmly under the control of the Qingxian sect.
The sect leader has already given the order.
Aside from the few elders left behind to guard the sect, all the elite forces of the Qingxian sect have secretly mobilized to capture Su Qing and bring him back to the sect. When he said this, there was a trace of killing intent in Li Lan's eyes. The hatred of his son's death could not be tolerated. After extracting all the value, secrets, and inheritance from Su Qing, he would make Su Qing suffer the most painful death imaginable to avenge his son.
Imo Zhang nodded, his gaze directed toward the surrounding valley of the god burial ground, and he softly asked, "When shall we act?"
Upon hearing this, Li Lan also looked toward the god burial ground, filled with dread. The god burial ground, this bastard really knows how to pick a place to escape.
Elder Mo, you have been inside. What did you feel? It's extremely strange.
Even at the outermost part, my strength was suppressed by half. I even have a premonition that if I stay there for too long, my suppressed cultivation may never recover.
As a cave heaven realm expert, Mo Zhang's perception was even clearer. The world there was not just about suppressing cultivation, it was far more complex.
There is a great terror hidden within.
After thinking for a moment, Li Lan spoke. How many people currently know about Su Qing entering the god burial ground?
There were 4 people before, but only one escaped alive.
Mo Zhang, although unaware of Li Lan's intentions behind this question, still truthfully answered.
Yesterday, he had seen a figure, disheveled and panicked, escaping from the valley, one of the 4 who had entered the god burial ground. Clearly, the other 3 must have died inside.
Li Lan nodded and said, "The god burial ground is too dangerous. Elder Mo, quickly recover.
Half a day from now, we will go in together and investigate." The journey here had already drained Li Lan's energy, and with the god burial ground's fearsome reputation, he did not dare to enter alone. He needed some time to recover. Once both of them were at their peak, the 2 powerful cave heaven realm experts could venture inside together. If luck was on their side, they could capture Su Qing in one go. Imo Zhang also knew that Su Qing's condition could not be fully restored overnight, and she would definitely not dare to go deep. Thus, the 2 of them entering together would greatly increase their chances.
The main concern was the god burial ground's ancient and ominous reputation.
They needed to be fully prepared. In the East Wilderness, the major sects, scattered cultivators, and members of the demonic sect were all stirring these days. All because of the issuance of the Xuanji order, which attracted many, especially those from second-rate sects and scattered cultivators. The matter of Mo Zhang hunting Su Qing had already spread among the cultivators over these past few days. Everyone used their methods and pursued Su Qing's whereabouts based on the information they had gathered. Among them, except for Qingxian sect, the other 4 major sects had sent out many disciples, but some higher-ups, top experts, chose to remain still. They were observing the situation. Su Qing's appearance was too sudden and shocking. Moreover, without any warning, Qingxian sect issued the Xuanji order, which made them sense something unusual. Then, combining this with the strange celestial phenomena that had occurred recently, it was inevitable for them to make connections. In a moment, the situation had become more and more complicated. And Su Qing, who was heading deep into the valley, knew nothing of all this. At this moment, Su Qing had already arrived at the bottom of the valley. She passed through a patch of shrubs, and ahead, a pool of water suddenly appeared. The pool of water was no more than 10 meters wide, dark and deep, with some dead leaves and broken branches floating on its surface. From a distance of about 10 meters, Su Qing gazed at the pool, observing it, her brows slightly furrowed. Because this was the god burial ground, a seemingly ordinary pool of water might also hide some unknown dangers. Su Qing cautiously approached. As she got closer, Su Qing noticed the temperature around her slowly dropping. Her physical constitution was extremely special, so she didn't feel any discomfort, but Su Qing keenly sensed that the temperature of the pool water was likely extremely cold.
So many withered bones. Scanning her surroundings, Su Qing saw many severed limbs and bones, some human, some from demonic beasts.
Combined with the silent, eerie atmosphere around her, it felt somewhat sinister.
This is not a place to linger. It's better to leave as soon as possible.
Although she had not yet sensed any danger, Su Qing remained cautious. After pausing for a while, she decided to bypass the pool and continue deeper inside.
Gurgle.
Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed, and Su Qing quickly turned around. She saw bubbles rising from the surface of the pool, which had been calm just moments before. The bubbles broke the surface, spreading out as waves, pushing the scattered dead leaves and broken branches aside.
A bad premonition quietly rose in Su Qing's heart.
At that moment, strands of grayish-white mist abruptly appeared around her.
Something's wrong, something's wrong. Su Qing's face darkened, and her entire body tensed up. The spiritual power inside his body started to surge.
And beneath the water, out of sight from Su Qing, a massive shadow was rising.
Chapter 61, 4th Stage Beast, Black Water Xian Python.
In the quiet, deep pool, the huge shadow rose, accompanied by a fiercely powerful aura. That aura carried a strong chill, as well as a thick murderous intent. Su Qing lightly stepped back, retreating slightly, while his gaze focused, and the Panlong Breaking Heaven spear appeared in his hand. Such a strong aura, with this intensity, at least above the creation realm. Beasts are born with powerful physiques, strong defenses, and great strength. Unless one possesses a high-quality weapon or special means, a beast of the same creation realm cultivation can crush a human cultivator.
The god burial land truly lives up to its reputation as an ancient forbidden zone.
This is just the outermost area, and yet, I've already encountered a creation realm beast. Su Qing did not leave, he was simply being cautious. He was confident in his strength, and a creation realm beast was not enough to make him flee without a fight. Splash! The tremors grew stronger, and the shadow became clearer. As the massive water flow surged, a gigantic beast shape slowly revealed itself. First, there was a massive snake head, pitch black as ink, with a pair of inverted pupils, bright red like blood, filled with fierceness. The head was almost as large as a millstone, covered in scales, emitting a chilling gleam. Then came the snake's body, thick beyond measure. As it rose, its length stood tall, easily several meters. And this was likely only 1/3 of the beast's full length. It was a giant python.
4th Stage Beast, Black Water Xian Python?
Upon seeing the massive python beast, Su Qing's eyes flickered with a hint of seriousness. This beast was no ordinary creature. It was said that its bloodline contained a trace of dragon blood. Given the right opportunities, it could awaken its dragon lineage and transform from a python into a flood dragon. A flood dragon's body, after cultivating for 1,000 years, could pass through the dragon gate and face the heavenly tribulation, eventually evolving into a true dragon. The black water Xian python in front of him had clearly not yet reached that point. But the black water Xian python itself was incredibly fierce, with its python body possessing terrifying defense. Its scales were incredibly tough. Especially this black water Xian python, which had reached the creation realm. Just one of its scales, when separated, would not be weaker than a mid-grade mysterious tier defensive spirit weapon. Furthermore, snakes and pythons are highly flexible and incredibly fast. And especially in the god burial land, where it was born and not suppressed by the forces of heaven and earth, its strength was even greater. Hiss. A low, fierce hiss sounded, and the black water Xian python's blood-red pupils looked down from above, staring at Su Qing, flicking its tongue. Its massive body exuded a fierce aura, and as its forked tongue flicked, a strong, foul stench filled the air.
Is it targeting me?
Su Qing tilted his head back, staring at the black water Xian python, but showed no fear. The black water Xian python was fierce, but it was full of treasures. Its blood could provide massive energy for refining, and it was one of the best materials for creating earth-tier pills.
Its skin was tough and, with slight processing, could become a protective item no weaker than an earth-tier defensive spirit weapon.
Its bones and teeth could be made into weapons.
Its tendons, liver, and gallbladder were all top-tier spiritual herbs.
This black water Xian python alone could be worth more than an earth-tier supreme spirit weapon in the outside world. However, for Su Qing, it wasn't particularly valuable.
He didn't need these things now. And Su Qing's injuries hadn't fully healed yet.
He had to be on guard against Mo Zhang and the experts from Qingxian sect, so he had no intention of dealing with this black water Xian python. But when Su Qing's gaze moved downward, he saw that a black iron chain was wrapped around the python's body, just below its head, about a meter down.
Undefined translated _ novel.
At the intersection, there was a square, a black box about the size of a fist, tightly locked. The blackwater dark python was entirely pitch black, and with its scales shimmering with a cold glint under the light, Su Qing hadn't noticed it at first.
A treasure? Judging by the marks, it seems quite old. But how could the blackwater dark python have such an iron chain and black box on its body? Su Qing stared at the black box, his eyes flickering with curiosity. But the blackwater dark python was furious.
This place was its territory, and a human intruder daring to fix his gaze on it was undoubtedly a challenge to its authority.
Whoosh! A sharp hiss echoed instantly.
The massive python twisted its body, stirring the deep pool into a frenzy, with waves crashing violently. A terrifying aura emerged, and in the next moment, the gigantic python head lunged down, its gaping maw like a black hole, attempting to swallow Su Qing whole. Su Qing lifted his head, and within that vast mouth, he saw two enormous fangs, thicker than his own thighs.
The blackwater dark python's attack was incredibly swift, but Su Qing was just as fast.
In the instant the python's mouth was about to fall, a streak of lightning flashed, and Su Qing reappeared above the python's head.
Strike a snake at its 7-inch point, it should be, right here.
With a single hand gripping his spear, Su Qing channeled his spiritual energy, and with a resounding roar, he swung it down directly at the python's weak spot.
Bang! A dull impact sounded, and the next moment, a piercing cry of pain erupted from the blackwater dark python. Its massive body twisted wildly, churning the pool into chaos.
At this moment, the long python body hidden beneath the water was revealed. It stretched at least dozens of meters, entirely pitch black, its scales gleaming coldly. As it writhed, it surged out of the deep pool. The towering python body gave off an oppressive presence, but its 7-inch point now bore shattered scales and gushed with fresh blood.
Boom!
A massive tail suddenly swung up, with such force and speed that it tore through the air, hurtling straight at the human who dared to harm it. Suspended in midair, Su Qing had no footing. Seeing the attack approaching, he remained calm, raising his hand slightly and unleashing the powerful Great Desolation Palm to clash with the enormous python tail.
Bang!
Su Qing's figure was pushed back by the impact, tumbling through the air before landing safely.
On the other hand, the blackwater dark python's tail was flung back even faster, with another dozen scales exploding, and a distinct palm imprint etched upon it.
That single palm strike dealt significant damage to the blackwater dark python.
Yet it also demonstrated the python's extraordinary defensive capability. A cultivator of the same creation realm would suffer severe injury or even death from such an attack. However, the blackwater dark python only sustained moderate wounds, its fury growing fiercer, but its core remained unharmed. Thick skin, indeed.
Su Qing remarked, sensing how his strike was partially nullified by a mysterious energy flowing along the python's body, diminishing nearly 40% of its force. With a cold snort, Su Qing raised his hand once more, and a red and gray flame flower ignited in his palm.
Let's see how my enhanced frost flame spirit fire works.
Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the frost flame spirit fire spread out, forming bursts of flames that Su Qing swiftly hurled towards the python.
Chapter 62, Slaying the Blackwater Dark Python. The forces of extreme heat and cold spread, affecting the surrounding environment.
Flames shot out swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the frost flame spirit fire reached the massive body of the blackwater dark python. Due to the python's enormous size, the red and icy flames accurately struck its black-scaled body, erupting in a violent explosion. The destructive power of the frost flame spirit fire revealed itself at that moment, burning on contact and freezing upon touch. One could see crimson flames rising from the burning of this python's body. The power of the cold frost instantly froze the other part of its body.
Hiss! The miserable scream and hissing sound echoed. The blackwater Xian python suffered immense damage, wildly twisting, its tail whipping, flipping nonstop, trying to extinguish the flames, dispel the frost. The earth cracked, the sound was immense. But the frost flame spirit fire was like a maggot in the bone. Once it touched, it was not so easy to shake off. Moreover, within the frost flame spirit fire, there was still a trace of the fire law, which was the true power containing the force of heaven and earth. Although it could not be actively used, when the frost flame spirit fire's power erupted, there was faintly a hidden trace of the fire's force of heaven and earth. The blazing flames burned everything, freezing everything. Two completely different forces erupted on the blackwater Xian python's body. Su Qing looked at this scene, also slightly amazed. But after the blackwater Xian python's frantic struggles, it did not achieve any effect, and a burnt smell began to appear, vaguely giving off a scent like roasted meat. But for the blackwater Xian python, it brought immense injuries. The burnt areas were already scorched, and waves of intense pain came. And the frozen parts of the body could no longer be felt, the blood could not circulate to those areas. Hiss! Miserable cries continued, and seeing the injuries worsen, the blackwater Xian python actually began to slide towards the deep pool. Want to leave? Stay here.
Seeing this, Su Qing immediately leapt forward, arriving near it, and the panga dragon breaking spear in his hand roared out, directly aiming at the wound on the python's body that was caused by the burn. Thud! Easily piercing into it, then the force exploded, and a violent stir followed. With this strike, the Blackwater Xian python suffered another serious blow and went completely mad.
Then, the Blackwater Xian python opened its large mouth, a stream of spiritual energy began to gather, a circle of black light spheres formed in its mouth.
At an incredibly fast speed, a black light sphere the size of a head formed, containing a vast energy fluctuation. The next moment, with a booming sound, it was sprayed out, a giant black light beam shot directly towards Su Qing. Su Qing's gaze sharpened, feeling the immense energy fluctuation, he did not dare to underestimate it, releasing his grip on the panga dragon breaking spear, flipping over, tapping the tip of the spear with his toes, his whole body flying backward. Using the force, Su Qing narrowly dodged this attack. After landing, Su Qing charged forward again, his right palm raised, and the great Buddha palm was struck again. This palm was heading straight for the Blackwater Xian python's head.
Bang!
Su Qing's speed was so fast that the Blackwater Xian python had no chance to dodge, and it was struck solidly in the head.
The Blackwater Xian python's head immediately stiffened, and its blood-red pupils slowly lost focus. Boom, boom, boom.
Soon, the enormous python body fell to the ground, and as its vitality gradually faded, the Blackwater Xian python's body also stopped struggling. Su Qing waved his hand, a suction force appeared, and the spreading burning and freezing frost flame spirit fire was absorbed back, returning to a flame that hovered in Su Qing's palm. Not bad, even if I didn't take action later, this Blackwater Xian python would have been killed by the frost flame spirit fire. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Qing flicked his hand, and the frost flame spirit fire disappeared.
Moreover, the frost flame spirit fire was no ordinary flame.
Even though the Blackwater Xian python had entered the pool just now, it could not extinguish it. Rather, the Blackwater Xian python entered the pool in dove deep, and Su Qing truly could not deal with it for a while. Su Qing still could not breathe freely underwater and had no spiritual artifact to avoid water, so it was really not easy to deal with the Blackwater Xian python under the deep pool. Looking at the enormous Blackwater Xian python's corpse on the ground, Su Qing stepped forward and took out a dagger from the suspended space ring, which he had obtained from a previous sign-in. The Blackwater Xian python was a fourth-tier demon beast. Its body had already developed a core, the essence of its whole body, making it an excellent cultivation resource. In terms of value, it was not inferior to Earth-level medicinal materials.
As for its blood and other parts, Su Qing didn't care.
Not only was it troublesome to handle, but it wasn't very helpful to her.
Therefore, she only took the inner core of the Blackwater Xian python.
Su Qing was now inspecting the round, fist-sized bead in her hand, which was a black-red color all over. The inner core of a demon beast is best used with corresponding herbs to refine into a pill for maximum absorption. It's a bit of a pity. During the time she signed in at the tomb of the Dan Dao master, Yu Haiji, she didn't get any alchemy-related techniques.
Shaking her head, Su Qing temporarily put away the inner core of the Blackwater Xian python.
At the moment, Su Qing still had some alchemy materials, so there was no rush to swallow the inner core. She could use it when needed later.
This place is the Blackwater Xian python's territory. No wonder there are no other demon beasts around.
Now that the Blackwater Xian python is dead, this place is temporarily safe. After scanning the surroundings, Su Qing pondered for a moment before deciding to use this place as a temporary resting spot.
With the residual aura of the Blackwater Xian python here, demon beasts with cultivation lower than that of the Blackwater Xian python wouldn't dare to step in easily.
Su Qing could also use this time to continue recovering from her injuries. Later, Su Qing found a clean spot near the pool of water, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust her breath. In the burial of gods, the mysterious and strange celestial restrictions were ever present. However, ever since obtaining the demon god prison body, Su Qing felt that the celestial restrictions around her had changed. When she first entered the burial of gods, her cultivation was also suppressed, and it even dropped to the third level of the Xiandan realm. But after the demon god prison body matured, her cultivation began to slowly recover. By now, her cultivation had recovered to the peak of the seventh level of the Xiandan realm. Su Qing had noticed this change in her cultivation recovery, but she didn't know the specific reason. She didn't know much about the burial of gods, and she had never entered this place before. As for this change, Su Qing could only watch and wait. For now, her priority was to continue recovering from her injuries. Just as Su Qing was about to continue recovering her injuries, she suddenly noticed a faint gray mist floating in from the deeper parts of the valley, deeper within the burial of gods.
It wasn't moving fast, nor was it dense. Su Qing hadn't noticed it when she fought the Blackwater Xian python earlier.
At this moment, the gray mist was only a few dozen feet away from her, spreading out in all directions. Roar! Faintly, from some distance away, there were low growls from demon beasts that didn't dare to step into the deep pool area. But in those growls, there seemed to be a deep sense of unease and panic. This made Su Qing furrow her brows slightly.
Is there something strange about that gray mist? Due to the suppression of the celestial restrictions, Su Qing's spiritual sense was greatly restricted.
She could only cover a range of less than 10 meters around her.
Su Qing didn't feel anything wrong.
But this was the burial of gods, a place filled with countless dangers.
Su Qing didn't dare to underestimate it.
She hadn't even started her recovery yet when she stood up again.
First, she walked to the corpse of the Blackwater Xian python and took the black box from the iron chain.
Speaking of which, neither the iron chain nor the black box had been damaged in the slightest under the Frostflame spirit fires burning and freezing. She temporarily stored it in her void ring, planning to investigate it further later. Su Qing turned back and looked at the gray mist drifting toward her from the horizon, her eyes flashing. Out of caution, Su Qing didn't stay any longer and instead turned to head towards the direction outside the valley.
Being in the burial of gods, it was better to be cautious. Until the gray mist's safety was confirmed, it was obviously unwise to continue going deeper.
The gray mist slowly spread across the entire valley and became denser. Soon, the visibility dropped at least several times. At this moment, Su Qing had already returned to the position where the cave was earlier, watching the gray mist that covered the area behind her. Her brows furrowed tightly. It was unknown when, but the sounds of the demonic beasts around her had disappeared, even the buzzing of insects was gone.
The silence was a bit terrifying.
I can't leave the burial of gods, but when this mist comes over, there's nowhere to hide.
I don't know what will happen. Su Qing looked around and decided to find a place to temporarily take shelter.
Being exposed to the gray mist, Su Qing felt like something bad was bound to happen.
Buzz.
While Su Qing was searching for shelter, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly rose within her body, shaking her entire body, even causing her dantian to tremble. This sudden change caused Su Qing's pupils to contract sharply.
Could it be? Are the two special physiques about to merge at this moment?
Dark, deep ripples spread from Su Qing's body, and with each expansion, a mysterious dark stripe appeared on her body. Since the fusion of the god-demon suppression body and the netherworld saint body began, it had finally reached the moment of completion. But now, the strange and inexplicable gray mist was spreading towards her, leaving Su Qing feeling caught off guard.
I can only make do with what I have.
Su Qing glanced around and then moved her body to a cliff, taking a long sword from her space ring. She unleashed the heavenly slash sword technique, and with a loud sound, she slashed it against the cliff.
SSSSSS.
In just a few breaths, under the power of the heavenly slash sword technique, a stone slab about 10 feet in size was cut out.
Then, a 1-yard deep cave appeared on the cliff.
Su Qing directly rushed in and then moved the large stone to block the entrance. There were some gaps, so Su Qing quickly took out some clothes from her storage ring, even taking out some spirit stones used for cultivation and pressing them on the clothes. This was her simple way of sealing the gaps.
This is the best I can do.
I hope nothing unexpected happens. The movements inside her body grew more intense. Su Qing couldn't afford to think more, quickly sitting down cross-legged, operating the Tai Su ancient scripture, and trying her best to circulate the spiritual energy inside her body in the great cycle. As time passed, outside the cave, the gray mist slowly covered the entire valley. It even spread beyond the valley, stopping just about 10 feet away from the huge ravine. The movements inside the burial of gods caught the attention of many people outside.
Imo Zhang, who was currently recovering, and Li Lan both saw the sky full of gray mist filled with an unknown aura.
The burial of gods is truly unpredictable.
This gray mist is not simple.
Elder, it seems we can only wait for the mist to dissipate before entering. Upon hearing this, Li Lan looked at the increasingly dense gray mist and nodded, saying, "Let Su Qing survive for a while longer." This place was close to the burial of gods, with a huge ravine blocking the two areas. Although Li Lan had the cultivation of the third level of the cave heaven realm, she was still extremely cautious. Now, Su Qing was in the valley, covered by the gray mist. Whether she was alive or dead was unknown. They would wait for the mist to dissipate, then go in to search. If she died inside, they could bring her body back, and the reward for the Xuanji order would be waived. By using the soul search secret method, they could still find out the secrets hidden within Su Qing. But there would be some missing details, so it was best to capture her alive.
But no matter what, right now, they could only wait.
Among the four, the only man who had saved his life had already long since left the area. Although he did not know what had happened in the burial of gods, But this did not stop him from spreading the news of Su Qing's whereabouts. The four of them had failed, with 3 of them dead, and he almost died in there as well, naturally feeling both terrified and unwilling. He thought about gathering more people, maybe with combined efforts, there might still be a chance to pick up the scraps. At the same time, many cultivators who were chasing after the bounty from the Heavenly Order were slowly gathering toward the traces of Su Qing's previous appearance. However, some of them knew that Su Qing's direction led to the burial godland, and many began to retreat.
Many gave up midway, but still, there were many who couldn't resist the temptation.
For a moment, more and more cultivators headed toward the burial godland. In the outermost valley of the burial godland, in a cave within a cliff, Su Qing had his eyes tightly shut, his body tense, and waves of deep abyss-like fluctuations rippled outward like ripples. On the surface of his body, deep black and profound stripes emitted a mysterious, unfathomable aura, like the breath of the underworld. At one moment, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of purple-gold brilliance flickered through the dark black light. The sky above the burial godland rumbled with thunder, coming from the 9 heavens above, shaking the world with a mighty heavenly power. A chaotic, disordered world seemed to appear and disappear, like a mystical realm deep in the starry sky. Among them, there was a terrifying phantom, towering above, with its feet touching the earth, flickering ominously. The entire burial godland shook the moment this terrifying phantom appeared, and even the grey mist that spread across the valley trembled like ripples on water. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from deep within the burial godland. The sound carried an ominous sense. Buzz! The world trembled, and some indescribable, eerie wave rose from the burial godland, shooting up to the 9 heavens, colliding with the terrifying phantom in that chaotic, starry sky-like realm.
Ding, fusion complete. Congratulations, host, you've gained a special physique, the Chaos Demon Godbody. Inside the cave, Su Qing remained unaware of the external phenomena.
At this moment, the system's voice rang out in his mind.
Chaos Demon Godbody.
It was a brand new, unique physique born from the fusion of the divine demon prison body and the underworld's sacred body.
From the name alone, it was clear this was no ordinary physique.
Su Qing could feel that at the moment of fusion, terrifying energy surged within him, beginning to reshape his already extraordinary roots and bones.
Within just a few breaths, Su Qing's physical strength had increased dramatically.
His strength had also multiplied several times in that instant. What shocked Su Qing even more was that the Chaos Demon Godbody had already reached the initial stage of perfection in this brief moment.
Chapter 64, Celestial Phenomenon, Grey Mist Spreads.
The cells in his body had been sublimated. With each breath and every cycle of his great heavenly circulation, Su Qing's body and strength seemed to be improving little by little. During this process, the mysterious black stripes on his body gradually faded and merged into his bones, flesh, and even his cells. The Chaos Demon Godbody was a legendary physique that shook the ancient world. When cultivated to its peak, one could become a divine demon and suppress the 9 heavens and 10 realms. By using strength to prove the Tao. It possessed the power to create the world, and even an emperor-level existence would be no match. Of course, Su Qing was still at the initial stage, with a long way to go before reaching the peak. Su Qing was sensing the changes brought by the Chaos Demon Godbody, while outside the cave, ripples of divine energy shook the surroundings, rising toward the sky and colliding with the terrifying giant shadow in the chaotic starry sky.
Such a celestial phenomenon could not be hidden by the burial godland.
All the creatures near it looked up at the sky and saw the terrifying phenomenon in the distance. All the demonic beasts knelt down, their throats emitting low growls of extreme terror.
The many cultivators were all stunned, their eyes fixed in shocked attention. That is, a natural phenomenon? What's going on? Why are such natural phenomena appearing so frequently in the eastern wilderness lately?
The previous occurrences, I heard, came from the direction of Qingxian sect.
This direction of the phenomenon seems to be the burial godland?
The voices of shock echoed in various areas.
Even some of the top experts were stirred and moved by this natural phenomenon.
Looking far into the sky, though it was too distant to see clearly, there was an inexplicable sense in the air, making them aware that there must be a tremendous inheritance or a secret treasure emerging. However, the direction of the phenomenon led to the ancient forbidden area, the burial godland, and thick wariness surged in their eyes. Tremendous inheritances and peerless treasures certainly hold a deadly attraction, but the place where this phenomenon occurred was the burial godland, making them hesitate. For a moment, the top experts of the eastern wilderness who sensed the fluctuation of this phenomenon were both restless yet reluctant due to the infamous reputation of the burial godland. Outside the burial godland, on the other side of the massive chasm, Li Lan and Mo Zhang, as the most powerful cultivators in the surrounding area, were the first to witness the earth-shattering natural phenomenon in the sky. Yet, the terrifying fluctuations subtly transmitted from the sky felt as though the heavenly Tao itself had descended, with the force of the great Tao roaring, preventing them from even flying. Both of them were deeply shocked as they gazed upwards.
Another natural phenomenon.
Elder, from what we've seen in the past, the inheritances or opportunities represented by these phenomena have probably all been obtained by Su Qing. And now, this phenomenon has appeared while Su Qing is in the burial godland. As Mo Zhang spoke, he himself felt the absurdity of it.
Could Su Qing's fortune be too monstrous?
The inheritances and opportunities he's acquired so far are already terrifying, even some ancient sects and holy lands are envious, but now, once again, he's right in the middle of the place where this phenomenon is happening. Just thinking about it, Mo Zhang felt a sense of absurdity, as though it was going against the very heavens. Li Lan's gaze was as dark as water as he spoke in a deep voice. This phenomenon is far more terrifying than the previous ones.
With its long-lasting presence, the inheritance or opportunity it contains will likely shake the entire Xiantian continent. Could Su Qing truly be favored by the heavenly Tao? Is he going to receive everything?
That may be the case, but we must still make plans, just in case. The situation in the burial godland is unclear, it's too dangerous.
So, we continue to wait? Wait. Li Lan's thoughts were to not rush.
Even if Su Qing's fortune was so monstrous, acquiring the inheritance or opportunity represented by this phenomenon, he would have no time to enjoy it. As long as they waited for the mist to show signs of dissipating, they would immediately act, putting everything on the line to capture Su Qing.
No matter how monstrous the inheritance or opportunity, it could not be grasped in an instant.
Before that, Li Lan was confident that, with him and Imo Zhang, two cultivators in the cave heaven realm, they could capture Su Qing.
Boom, boom.
In the sky, the phenomenon changed again, and the terrifying giant shadow in the chaotic starry sky began to fade little by little. The ripples of the great Tao and the aura of the heavenly Tao also quietly dispersed. Before long, the phenomenon completely disappeared, and the sky above the burial godland returned to its previous state. In the valley, within the cave, Su Qing gazed at the faint gray mist around him, frowning.
This mist seems to have seeped in.
It was faint, the previous preparations to block it had some effect, but this blocking effect had been deteriorating with the passage of time. Inside the cave, the gray mist gradually grew thicker. Su Qing didn't know what might happen in this gray mist, so he could only be extra cautious, silently operating the chaos divine demon body. The mist outside was likely even thicker, he couldn't go out. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing stood up and used something again, adding a few more layers of protection to the gaps around the large stone. After doing all this, Su Qing looked around and saw that the trend of the gray mist thickening had obviously slowed down, and he let out a slight sigh of relief, but he didn't dare to be careless. But there was nothing else he could do, so he could only sit cross-legged on the ground and continue operating the Tai Su ancient scripture and the chaos god demon body. After the fusion is complete, it seems that my injuries have also healed quite a bit.
This is an unexpected joy.
It was only now that Su Qing noticed that his severe injuries had almost healed, and if he was given a little more time, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he would fully recover to his peak state. He smiled, and as his thoughts turned, Su Qing summoned the frost flame spirit fire.
It then directly landed on his body. Raging.
The terrifying high temperature and freezing power immediately spread out and covered Su Qing's entire body.
Su Qing planned to continue cultivating the heavenly fire body refining technique.
Before escaping the Qing Xian sect's ancestral tomb, the heavenly fire body refining technique had already reached the peak of the 6th level. Taking advantage of this time, he hoped to break through to the 7th level of the heavenly fire body refining technique. With the small success of the Chaos God Demon body, if the Heavenly Fire Body refining technique also broke through to the 7th level, Su Qing's physique would be further enhanced, almost becoming a walking ancient fierce beast. His body would become incredibly strong. Inside the cave, the gray mist floated and gradually filled the entire cave. In the center of the cave, a figure had one side of its body surrounded by flames, while the other side was completely frozen. Su Qing's eyes were tightly shut, enduring the immense pain, feeling his physical body being gradually tempered and growing stronger. Unknowingly, Su Qing began to feel that something was wrong with his emotions. A nameless anger surged from his heart, making him feel a bit irritable. Realizing this abnormality, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes, and besides the pain on his face, there was also a trace of confusion.
Chapter 65, Grey Mist Invasion, Raging Anger. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel this urge to get angry?
In addition to that, Su Qing also had a hazy feeling in his mind, as if the space around him was slightly twisting. He shook his head, and with a shock of his spiritual power, he tried to disperse the surrounding gray mist, but found that it had no effect, the mist still enveloping him. There must be something in this gray mist that affects the mind.
If one stays contaminated for too long, they might lose their rationality.
Su Qing's expression became slightly serious. He knew that he now had the Chaos God Demon body and was practicing the Tai Su ancient scripture, so his spirit and mind had become extremely strong through subtle changes. But now, after only staying in this gray mist for a short time, his emotions had already been affected. He didn't know how long this gray mist would last.
Any anomaly in the god burial ground would make one feel uneasy.
However, Su Qing had no other options right now. As for the cultivation of the spirit and mind, he hadn't yet obtained a corresponding method, and couldn't actively cultivate his soul and mental power.
Crackling.
The extreme heat of the frost flame spirit fire was gradually heating up, and the frost seemed to freeze everything. The two forces collided with each other and merged, creating a sound of friction. Under the influence of these two forces, the gray mist began to change, especially in the area affected by the extreme cold.
Tiny ice crystals were floating and then falling.
The ice crystal particles were gray all over, covered by a layer of frost. But under the extreme heat, once the ice crystals formed, they quickly melted, turning into water vapor. Before long, the cave was filled with mist, so thick that it was almost impossible to see anything.
Strange, why does my cultivation feel like I'm in a sauna?
Su Qing also noticed this situation and was somewhat speechless. Moreover, the cave was not ventilated, and the temperature inside was getting higher and higher. If it weren't for Su Qing's strong physique, he would have probably been cooked by now.
It's not a solution to keep going like this. When will this damn fog dissipate?
Su Qing himself didn't know, but at this moment, there were bloodshot veins appearing in his eyes. The anger inside him was quietly rising, and the longer he stayed in this fog, the more his mind started to feel a bit dazed.
Half an hour later. Bang!
A loud crash, a large stone was blasted away, and immediately, a thick mist of water vapor mixed with dense fog surged out from a cave. Su Qing slowly walked out, but at this moment, Su Qing's eyes were completely blood red, his muscles were swollen, and his fists were tightly clenched, as if he was desperately suppressing something.
With each breath, the frost flame spiritual fire covering his body grew even more violent.
Dark, mysterious patterns once again appeared on Su Qing's body, radiating an eerie, mysterious feeling. The heavenly fire body refining technique, 7th level. Su Qing's physical strength had reached a whole new level. In his dantian, the fusion of the 81 spiritual patterns had been more than half completed, and Su Qing's cultivation had, unknowingly, restored to the 9th level of the mysterious Dan realm. Su Qing's current strength and battle power were at least 4 or 5 times stronger than when he was at his peak in the Sex Tomb. However, Su Qing's current state was clearly off, as his heart was filled with an inexplicable, raging fury. Moreover, when he looked around, it felt like the world was spinning, and the space seemed to be twisting. He shook his head hard, and the little remaining rationality in Su Qing moved slightly. He withdrew the frost flame spiritual fire and changed into a new set of clothes. His blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, and all he saw was thick gray mist that covered the entire valley.
The visibility was less than 5 meters. His spiritual sense was completely suppressed, unable to spread even a bit.
With the addition of this gray fog, the earthly and heavenly prohibitions in this god burial ground seemed to have grown stronger. The air was thick with spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, several times denser than before. Naturally, the violent intent contained within it was also several times stronger. It's not because of the violent intent, since before being absorbed, the frost flame spiritual fire had already refined it.
It must be the gray fog. Su Qing gritted his teeth, holding back the towering rage, thinking about how to deal with it.
The cave, being a temporary cutout, had poor ceiling and ventilation, so he needed to find a new, safer place to take shelter. Once the gray fog enveloped him, Su Qing also felt a sense of crisis. He could barely control the inexplicable anger, let alone the beastly creatures with low intelligence. In such an environment, the creatures within would be greatly affected, leading to a brutal battle among themselves. It wouldn't be long before it turned into a deadly place. And now, there were still many beasts in this valley, which meant they must have ways to cope.
Huff, it's just right. I'll kill some beasts and see if it can relieve some of the anger.
If possible, Su Qing didn't want to wander around blindly in this unknown situation in the god burial ground.
But now there was nowhere to hide.
This gray fog covered the sky and earth, spreading in all directions, with no place to hide. Su Qing had no choice but to take a risky approach. His spiritual energy was always ready, and Su Qing prepared himself completely, walking carefully with his eyes like torches, watching all sides for any sudden dangers. Time passed, and Su Qing walked through the thick gray mist, searching for beasts while also looking for a place to hide safely. However, the sounds of beasts he frequently heard before had completely disappeared at this moment. As he moved, layers of halos began to appear in Su Qing's vision, in addition to the gray mist, making him feel a bit dizzy. Now, Su Qing could even hardly tell the direction. It seemed impossible for him to leave this valley.
Because even Su Qing himself didn't know where he was.
Especially the nameless rage in his heart, which grew stronger and stronger, making Su Qing's breathing grow heavy, and his eyes became as blood-red as a fresh wound. The red light in his eyes seemed as though it would pierce through the gray mist ahead. His entire body was brimming with spiritual energy, constantly fluctuating, on the verge of exploding at any moment. Su Qing could only desperately suppress the anger in his heart, the Tai Su ancient scripture running wildly, but the effect was minimal. Roar, roar. Ahead, 2 beastly roars sounded one after the other, and then, 2 massive figures broke through the gray mist and appeared in Su Qing's sight. It was 2 gigantic lions, about 3 to 4 meters tall, but on top of their heads was a single horn, jet black and emitting a chilling aura. Their bodies were covered in a mix of black and yellow fur, and their long tails were burning with a burst of flames.
4th-tier monster, the unicorn flame lion?
Su Qing looked at the 2 beasts that sprang out, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The aura fluctuations coming from the 2 beasts were not weaker than that of a human cultivator at the peak of the 7th level of the transformation realm. Because of the monster beasts' naturally strong physiques, they were much stronger than human cultivators at the same cultivation level, and one of these unicorn flame lions was nearly as strong as Song Yuan. Now, Su Qing was facing 2 unicorn flame lions. However, Su Qing showed no fear, and in fact, the nameless rage in his heart seemed to have been provoked, becoming even more violent. The eyes of the two unicorn flame lions were blood red, filled with ferocity. Upon seeing Su Qing, they crouched down, emitting a low, menacing growl. The long, black horn on their heads glowed with a faint red light. At that moment, Su Qing's gaze collided with that of the unicorn flame lions. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted, and the two unicorn flame lions charged towards Su Qing with a furious growl.
Chapter 66, Fighting the Unicorn Flame Lions. In an instant, the battle erupted.
Su Qing clenched his fists tightly, his spiritual energy surging as he fought the two unicorn flame lions with his bare fists. In the grey mist, Su Qing charged forward recklessly, with no intention of using any weapons, his entire body exuding a murderous aura. The fluctuations of his energy spread out in all directions, like an ancient ferocious beast in human form. A sinister expression crossed his face, and blood-red light surged in his eyes.
Roar! The two unicorn flame lions also displayed the ferocity of monster beasts.
One of them leapt into the air, its huge claws swinging down with a violent roar, the force of the wind howling.
If an ordinary cultivator were to take that hit, their bones would likely shatter.
Su Qing, however, did not dodge or evade, not even using the great Buddha palm. Instead, he directly threw a punch.
He went all out. Boom! The sound of the collision rang out.
A shockwave spread instantly, blowing Su Qing's hair and clothes wildly. Su Qing's fist, in comparison to the unicorn flame lion's massive claw, seemed incredibly small.
Yet at that moment, the unicorn flame lion was forced to retreat with a single punch.
But the attack from the other unicorn flame lion was already upon him, a sharp, jet-black horn, carrying the force to pierce through Su Qing's body.
Humph!
Su Qing swiftly reached out with his left hand, and at the moment the horn was about to strike, he grabbed it. The unicorn flame lion let out an enraged roar and tilted its head upward, lifting Su Qing off the ground. But Su Qing used the momentum to twist his waist in midair and flipped, landing directly on the back of the unicorn flame lion. Spiritual energy surged violently as he wasted no time, delivering a punch to the back of the unicorn flame lion's neck.
Boom, boom, boom. One punch after another landed rapidly.
In his state of having perfected the Chaos God demon body.
How terrifying is Su Qing's physical strength? In just a moment, the neck of the unicorn flame lion was severely injured, its skin torn apart, blood splattering, and its massive body crashing down violently.
The painful scream echoed, and this unicorn flame lion was completely enraged, its limbs wildly twisting, trying to grab the human on its back, but it couldn't reach at all. In desperation, it started to run around wildly. Su Qing grabbed the unicorn flame lion's fur with one hand and kept pounding with the other, not stopping for a moment.
Each punch added more power, and soon, this unicorn flame lion couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground again.
The fighting style was brutal, ferocious, completely different from Su Qing's usual battle methods. It was purely due to the influence of the nameless rage, and now, Su Qing only thought about venting, using only his body and strength to fight, to release all of it to the fullest. Whoosh! Suddenly, just when Su Qing was about to deliver the final blow to send this unicorn flame lion on its way, a strong wind whistled, and a powerful, air-splitting tail slammed toward him. The speed was so fast that even Su Qing was slightly surprised. There was no time to think, so Su Qing had to exert force, leaping into the air to dodge the strike. He saw another unicorn flame lion, its attack failing, roaring angrily, then lunging with its mouth wide open, clearly revealing its sharp, massive fangs, as thick as half an arm. Su Qing's lips curled into a smile, then he forcefully pushed off the ground, his arm muscles bulging, with no intention of retreating or dodging. As the unicorn flame lion was about to pounce, Su Qing quickly crouched down, then unleashed a dual dragon punch, the explosive force creating a sonic boom through his fists. Boom! This punch, striking first, landed heavily on the unicorn flame lion's chin. The terrifying force directly sent the unicorn flame lion flying backward, its body tilting as it was knocked away. Roar! The painful screams filled the air again, but Su Qing ignored the other unicorn flame lion and quickly moved, slipping through the grey mist to reach the fallen one, still struggling to rise, by its mangled neck.
Send you on your way.
A murderous intent surged, and Su Qing raised his hand, delivering a mighty great Buddha palm onto the lion's head. Boom! This palm's force was several times greater than the previous punch. The unicorn flame lion's head was instantly shattered, blood exploding, splattering all over Su Qing.
Its life force rapidly drained, and the unicorn flame lion's body twitched a few times before it died completely.
Having taken down one, Su Qing didn't stop. He moved swiftly, invoking Thunderclap 9 heavens, and even within the grey mist, a flash of lightning flickered. The next moment, he had already reached the head of the other unicorn flame lion. Die! Su Qing shouted fiercely, once again swinging his palm. Buzz! Suddenly, strange ripples rippled through the grey mist, distorting the mist itself. In the next moment, a fiery red beam shot out of the mist, straight towards Su Qing. It was the terrifying attack condensed from the unicorn flame lion's horn, immense in power, and even Su Qing felt a tightness in his body, sensing a great threat.
God demon prison body, hold it!
At this moment, Su Qing had no time to dodge. He could only desperately activate his god demon prison body, crossing his arms in front of his chest, his muscles swelling. On his skin, strange black patterns appeared.
Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Qing was struck by the fiery red beam, the massive impact crashing into him, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom.
He flew backward, smashing through trees one after another, until after tens of meters, he crashed into a cliffside, creating a massive tremor.
Crash, crash.
The rocks scattered, and dust rose, mixing with the gray mist. If one could see clearly, they would notice that Su Qing had been driven several meters deep into the cliffside.
The cliff behind was cracked and full of fissures, enough to show the terrifying force of the strike. However, Su Qing endured it.
The skin on both arms was bright red, steam rising, and intense burning pain surged, causing Su Qing to grit his teeth. It's a bit painful, but it's nothing serious, though, it seems much better now. Spiritual power surged, and the god demon prison body continued to operate, with the injuries on Su Qing's arms visibly healing at a rapid pace. At this moment, Su Qing felt that the nameless rage in his heart seemed to have faded considerably. But the dizzying sensation in his head still lingered, and the gray mist continued to invade without weakening. As his gaze moved, the sense of space distortion still remained.
I feel much better after venting, let's finish this quickly.
With a shake of his body, Su Qing fell from the cliff. The Taisu ancient scriptures circulated through one great cycle, and after a brief moment of rest, he shot forward in an instant. As his eyes swept across, the gray mist still filled the area, obstructing his view, and he couldn't see the remaining one-horned flame lion. His spiritual sense was still suppressed by the world's restraints, unable to play any role. Su Qing simply gave up on using his spiritual sense and observed with his eyes. His ears twitched, and he could hear the sound of a beast's roar not far away. Listening carefully, Su Qing quickly determined the direction of the target and no longer hesitated. With a flash of lightning, he transformed into a streak of thunder and disappeared from his original spot.
Chapter 67, The Lair of the One-Horned Flame Lion.
A figure moved through the gray mist, its speed so fast that it seemed to tear the mist apart. Less than a few meters ahead of Su Qing, a one-horned flame lion growled softly, its pupils turning blood red, and the danger sensed by the beast's instincts told it that a dangerous presence was rapidly approaching. That human, the one who wanted to tear it apart and swallow it whole. Roar! With a roar, the large energy wave in the one-horned flame lion's horn began to gather again. A fire-red orb quickly formed.
Sky/sword technique.
In the gray mist, a streak of sword light flashed, carrying terrifying sword energy, and it quickly struck. Swish! This sword was unbelievably fast, directly cutting off the horn on the one-horned flame lion's head, with black blood spraying upward. Intense pain immediately spread through its entire body, and the one-horned flame lion screamed in agony. But at this moment, Su Qing's figure had already pierced through the mist and appeared a few meters in front of the one-horned flame lion. His gaze was cold and sharp, and without saying a word, he struck again with his sword. Thud! Quick as lightning, his body like an electric current, the one-horned flame lion couldn't dodge in time, and its neck was pierced by a sword. The vitality of the beast was incredibly strong, and even with its throat pierced by a sword, it didn't die immediately. But waves of pain hit it continuously, and the one-horned flame lion completely went crazy, its limbs thrashing wildly, trying to grab Su Qing. However, Su Qing skillfully dodged with swift movements. At this point, an idea flashed through Su Qing's mind. He had originally planned to finish off the one-horned flame lion, but his attack slowed, and he began to retreat.
The one-horned flame lion was still rampaging but could not touch Su Qing in the slightest.
At this moment, the one-horned flame lion seemed to realize that it was no match for the human before it, and began to show signs of retreating.
Its body suddenly leaped backward, then it turned and fled. Su Qing remained silent, waiting for the one-horned flame lion to run for a few breaths before moving to chase it.
The gray mist that filled the world seemed to dissipate at some point. Su Qing still needed to find a safe place to take shelter, and if anyone knew this place best, it would surely be the beasts. Aside from the battles between the beasts and the survival of the fittest, the beasts that had survived this long must have methods or places to avoid some of the strange phenomena that had appeared in the god burial land. In the following time, Su Qing followed the one-horned flame lion, which had lost half of its horn and was heavily injured. The longer one stays in this gray mist, the more the unnamed anger that had been vented through physical battle seems to rise again. Moreover, if it weren't for closely following the single-horned flame lion, and being in this thick gray mist, Su Qing might have already lost her way, not knowing where she would have gone. Most importantly, the slight distortion in space made Su Qing feel uncomfortable, her mind always in a fuzzy state. Su Qing had been enduring it all along, but if this continues, she doesn't know what kind of unforeseen trouble it will cause. As time passed, Su Qing was no longer sure if she was still within the valley's range. The single-horned flame lion kept fleeing, and the surrounding trees and cliffs gradually increased. As Su Qing scanned around, she noticed that the mountain rocks became denser. These mountain rocks were large, grayish-white, like huge boulders tightly stacked together. After climbing an unknown number of mountain rocks, ahead, the injured single-horned flame lion's speed suddenly picked up a bit, and then it darted into somewhere. Originally, Su Qing had been closely following the movements of the single-horned flame lion, but now the sounds became quieter and quieter. At this point, there was not a sound at all, causing Su Qing to stop abruptly. Her ears slightly twitched, listening intently. Su Qing cautiously observed her surroundings. But all around her, there was nothing but gray mist, and faintly, she could still see huge boulders in the distance. There was no sound in her ears. After observing the surroundings, Su Qing fixed her gaze on the direction where the single-horned flame lion's sound had come from. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing moved forward with slow steps. Soon, a huge cave entrance appeared before her. It was at least 5 or 6 xian wide and tall, enough to easily accommodate the single-horned flame lion.
Is this the lair of the single-horned flame lion?
Looking at the cave entrance, Su Qing did not hesitate and immediately darted inside. However, the moment Su Qing entered the cave, she suddenly realized that the space at the cave entrance rippled slightly. This caused Su Qing to immediately stop, turning back to look at the entrance. There was no unusual sight, but Su Qing's perception would never be wrong.
The moment she entered, something definitely changed at the entrance.
It seems there's no gray mist entering the cave.
This lair of the single-horned flame lion is strange.
Su Qing was observing when she noticed that there were no signs of gray mist creeping inside. Through the cave, she could see the dense gray mist outside. It was a clear distinction. The cause of all this was probably the cave entrance. Su Qing moved forward, reaching out her hand, and easily extended it outside the cave. At this moment, when her arm reached beyond the cave, a faint ripple of space spread out for a moment. She withdrew her arm, and the ripple appeared again for an instant.
Could there be some kind of restriction at the cave entrance?
Su Qing stared at the cave entrance with a slightly shocked expression, but after observing for a while, she couldn't figure out what exactly was going on. It could only be said that in the burial of God's land, there would always suddenly appear some mysterious and strange phenomena.
However, Su Qing didn't sense any danger.
She shook her head and turned around to observe the cave. The grayish-white stone walls were clearly visible, with no gray mist entering. The nameless anger in her heart also no longer rose, and even the fuzzy feeling in her head had eased a lot. Su Qing was rather amazed by this. Inside the cave, the space was quite large, and the air carried a strange smell. It seemed to be due to the single-horned flame lion living here for years, as the scent contained a bit of a rotten smell, along with the stench of excrement. Su Qing slightly frowned, but it wasn't too uncomfortable. While observing, Su Qing continued walking into the cave. As she walked, Su Qing realized the cave was quite deep. After walking for about 10 breaths, the path ahead was still a vast and dark passage. On the way, Su Qing saw many withered branches and rotten leaves, weeds all over the ground, and many dried up dark brown bloodstains. There were also some freshly spilled, extremely fresh bloodstains. Those 2 unicorn flame lions must have been out hunting earlier, but the sudden gray mist filled the sky, and before they could return, they encountered Su Qing on the way. At this moment, Su Qing had ventured deep into the cave, walking at least dozens of meters, and the surroundings were completely dark. But with Su Qing's current cultivation, he could see in the dark without any problem. Outside, it was only the gray mist that had limited his vision. Roar! Suddenly, a weak roar sounded. Su Qing immediately recognized it as the voice of the injured unicorn flame lion. But soon, several much weaker roars followed. Su Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, then quickened his pace. Soon, Su Qing saw the unicorn flame lion, extremely weak, its chest and abdomen heaving as it lay on the ground, with a pool of fresh blood beneath it. Beside the unicorn flame lion, there were 3 much smaller ones, only about half a meter tall, desperately licking the wounded area of the larger lion. Chapter 68, Top-Tier Earth-Grade Spiritual Material, Spirit Essence Milk. The injured unicorn flame lion seemed to be a mother and was now on the verge of death. The cubs looked less than a month old, with a single horn on their heads just over an inch long. All around the ground, many beast skeletons were scattered. In the deepest part, a huge nest was built with dry branches and weeds, with some remnants of bones inside as well.
Unicorn flame lions are usually solitary beasts. No wonder I ran into 2 at once, it turns out they were a pair.
Su Qing looked at the scene before him but made no move. Not long ago, he had just slain the other unicorn flame lion. Now he had come to its lair to take shelter from the gray mist. He felt no guilt. Beasts and humans were natural enemies, especially in this burial land, where the gray mist corrupted everything. Killing was simply killing.
Now, this unicorn flame lion wouldn't last much longer.
As for the remaining cubs, they would hardly survive in a place like the burial land.
Shaking his head, Su Qing chose not to eliminate them entirely.
Instead, he retreated about 20 meters, then casually found a clean spot, leaned against the cave wall, and sat down cross-legged. He had no idea when the gray mist would disperse. Until then, he could only take temporary refuge here. During his battle with the 2 unicorn flame lions earlier, Su Qing had only used his physical strength. While it was exhilarating and proved his body's immense power, it also consumed a great deal of energy. Since it was not yet the time for day and night to shift, he could still absorb spiritual energy. Su Qing began his meditation. Time slowly passed, and from the depths of the cave, the unicorn flame lion's breathing grew weaker and weaker until, in the end, it could not hold on any longer. The cubs let out uneasy cries. Having been born less than a month ago and only just reaching the first stage of cultivation, surviving in this burial land was nearly impossible.
Su Qing ignored them and focused on absorbing spiritual energy for his cultivation.
Inside his dantian, on the purple-patterned golden core, the 81 spiritual patterns had already fused more than halfway. But to complete the fusion entirely, it would still take some time.
Although I haven't broken through to the creation realm yet, my current strength is already equal to that of Song Yuan back then. If I add all my techniques, I can easily kill him. But dealing with Mo Zhang will still be difficult.
Mo Zhang was, after all, at the cave heaven realm.
The gap was too vast.
Even though Su Qing had now acquired a special new physique, the Chaos God Demon body, it was still impossible to completely erase the difference. However, Su Qing had a premonition that if he could break through to the creation realm, using all the means he had, and with all his effort, it wouldn't be impossible for him to decide life and death with that Mo Zhang. Most importantly, being in the god burial ground, Su Qing also sensed something. The celestial restraints here seemed to exert little pressure on him. Just regarding the suppression of cultivation level, Su Qing was completely unaffected. He didn't know if it was because of the Chaos Divine Demon body, but anyway, Su Qing's cultivation realm showed no sign of weakness. Of course, there were still some areas affected. For example, his spiritual sense could not penetrate beyond 5 meters. In battle, the perception of spiritual sense had a huge impact on reaction. Fortunately, this suppression targeted any human cultivators entering the area, so Su Qing was actually in an equal situation when facing enemies. Calculating the time, the strong ones from the Qingxian sect should be arriving soon, and that profound apprehension order, I wonder how many strong cultivators it has attracted, and how many will be unable to resist the temptation and risk coming into the god burial ground to catch me? Now, in the entire eastern wilderness, Su Qing could say he was the target of countless people, if it weren't for him relying on the thunder movement 9 heavens and, in a desperate situation, entering the god burial ground, he would have been surrounded and hunted down long ago. Given Su Qing's condition back then, he definitely would have been powerless to escape. Su Qing had many hidden cards, but facing countless cultivators, and among them, some strong ones, he would also be exhausted. In the end, he would either die or be captured and taken back to Qingxian sect. Moreover, people from the Qingxian sect would definitely not give up, and they would definitely come back in to take action against him. Before that, Su Qing could only seize the time to enhance his strength. As Su Qing cultivated, time continued to pass until he discovered that the spiritual energy around him began to gradually diminish, and only then did he open his eyes again.
Has day and night changed?
Being in the cave, he could not avoid the strange changes within the god burial ground, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to disappear again. Soon, there was not a single bit of spiritual energy left to absorb. This made Su Qing frown. The inability to absorb spiritual energy greatly slowed down his cultivation progress. Although there were still some resources in his space ring and the storage rings he had seized, they would eventually run out. As for signing in, it was beyond his control. He could not determine whether he could sign in to get resources for cultivation. Sigh. Not only do I have to be on guard against abnormalities appearing in the god burial ground, but I also have to endure the situation of having no spiritual energy to absorb. It really gives me a headache. With a sigh, Su Qing stood up and walked toward the mouth of the cave. However, when Su Qing looked outside the cave, the gray fog still filled the sky, showing no signs of weakening. In that gray fog, Su Qing's feeling was not good. He had to constantly suppress the rising and thickening unnamed anger, the drowsy feeling in his head, and the distorted feeling in space, all of which made him uncomfortable. If he stayed there too long, it might lead to serious problems.
Helplessly, he could only continue waiting.
Su Qing's headache was mirrored by Li Lan and Mo Zhang outside the god burial ground. The gray fog showed no signs of dispersing, and the two could only continue to wait. Especially as time passed, many cultivators who had learned of Su Qing's whereabouts began to arrive outside the god burial ground. But each of them, due to fear and caution towards this ancient forbidden zone, took no action. One by one, they hid in various places, waiting for an opportunity. Among these people, there were not a few with the cultivation level of the 6th layer of the creation realm. However, once they arrived here and saw the swirling gray fog inside the god burial ground, they all chose to hold back. As both sides were waiting for the fog to dissipate, unknowingly, a night passed. When the next day arrived, in the cave, Su Qing temporarily exited the state of cultivation and softly said, "System, sign in."
Since he was in the lair of the one-horned flame lion.
In this cave, Su Qing did not know what he would gain from this check-in. But no matter what, he still could not skip the check-in. As Su Qing anticipated, a voice from the system echoed in his mind.
Ding! Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual material, the Spirit Stone Milk. Hearing this reward, Su Qing understood that he was not in a place where the corpses of super-strong beings were buried. Perhaps it was because this was a cave, or maybe there were some underground caverns, which is why he had obtained this Spirit Stone Milk. The Spirit Stone Milk only forms deep in ancient caves, or very deep underground, taking hundreds to thousands of years to create. This kind of spiritual material contains rich, pure energy, providing excellent effects for cultivation. Even for a transformation realm cultivator, a single drop can supply 10 days or half a month of cultivation needs. Su Qing's mind stirred as he looked at the floating Spirit Stone Milk in front of him, at least 1 kilogram, a large handful, entirely snow-white and viscous, containing extremely rich energy from the heavens and earth. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Overall, it was still acceptable, this check-in wasn't a loss. Chapter 69, the gray mist slowly disperses, leaving the cave. With a slight movement of spiritual power, Su Qing separated about 1/10 of the Spirit Stone Milk and stored the rest. Feeling the rich essence energy contained in the Spirit Stone Milk, Su Qing immediately began to absorb it without hesitation. Instantly, streams of pure spiritual power were drawn into Su Qing's body, and the energy essence of the Spirit Stone Milk even had the effect of nourishing the meridians and bones.
The top-tier Earth-grade spiritual material could be considered an excellent cultivation resource.
Even among the earthly spiritual materials Su Qing had obtained through so many check-ins, this was not low quality. Now, during the time of day and night transition, the burial ground of the gods once again began to fill with spiritual energy, but in terms of purity and quality, it could not compare to the Spirit Stone Milk. Without wasting time, Su Qing started to absorb the Spirit Stone Milk.
An hour passed in the blink of an eye.
While Su Qing was absorbing the Spirit Stone Milk, he suddenly heard some noises accompanied by several childish cries. Su Qing opened his eyes in confusion, looking toward the direction from which the sounds came. It was from deep within the cave. Soon, several half-a-meter-tall figures with yellow fur and small horns appeared in his sight. They were the baby horned flame lions. The large horned flame lion had been dead for some time, and these cubs had lost their milk, stumbling out from the depths of the cave. The 3 baby horned flame lions were playfully tumbling around as they walked down the cave passage.
Their tails swayed, with small flames flickering at their tips.
Suddenly, the 3 baby horned flame lions saw Su Qing and seemed to be startled. They bared their teeth, their crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity.
However, that ferocity truly had no intimidating effect.
A few little cubs, still pretty fierce. Su Qing chuckled softly as he watched the little cubs growl at him, even starting to fluff up in anger, and he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing waved his hand, and a strong wave of energy swept out. The baby horned flame lions were directly lifted into the air, letting out a series of panicked cries. It was not that Su Qing felt compassionate, it was simply unnecessary. They were just a few little cubs, posing no threat to him. Right now, Su Qing only wanted to take shelter here for a short time. Once the gray mist dispersed, he would leave, and as for the fate of the baby horned flame lions, it would be left to destiny. After that, Su Qing ignored them and continued to absorb the Spirit Stone Milk.
With Su Qing's current physique,
the bone structure, a fist-sized handful of Spirit Stone Milk, was rapidly being absorbed, shrinking at a visible speed.
As it was absorbed, Su Qing's aura fluctuations gradually strengthened.
During this, the few cubs slipped out again, but due to their beastly instincts, they knew that the human was very strong and did not dare to act. They could only show their ferocity from a distance. Su Qing completely ignored them and continued absorbing the Spirit Stone Milk by himself. Unknowingly, 1/10 of the Spirit Stone Milk was consumed. For an ordinary cultivator at the transformation realm, it would be enough to cultivate for at least half a year, but Su Qing had consumed it all in less than half a day. This clearly shows how massive the resources Su Qing needs for cultivation are, considering his current physique. However, Su Qing still had plenty left and immediately took out another 10th of it. Roar! At this moment, a crisp roar sounded, filled with intense desire.
Su Qing turned his head and looked toward the 3 young unicorn flame lions nearby.
Perhaps they had smelled the pure energy emanating from the Spirit Stone Milk, as the 3 cubs were staring at the fist-sized handful of Spirit Stone Milk in Su Qing's hand with wide eyes. Yet, they were afraid of Su Qing and dared not approach. Anxiously, they dashed around, occasionally letting out a growl toward Su Qing. Hee, beastly creatures have a sharp sense of smell for these heavenly materials, they know this is good stuff, want some? Su Qing looked at the 3 young unicorn flame lions, especially at their expressions of both desire and fear, and he found it somewhat amusing. In just a moment, Su Qing saw the 3 cubs drooling. Indeed, their parents had died, and with no one to feed them, they hadn't eaten for almost half a day and were already starving. Spirit Stone Milk, being a heavenly material, contained extremely rich energy essence. It was not only attractive to humans but also had a deadly allure for beasts. Su Qing's gaze shifted, looking outside the cave, and he noticed that the pervasive gray mist seemed to be thinning. It looks like the gray mist is dispersing. It's been quite a while, almost a day.
Su Qing murmured and stood up.
But as soon as he moved, the three young unicorn flame lions were immediately startled, growling nonstop, baring their teeth at Su Qing. However, their three pairs of eyes were still fixed on the spirit stone milk floating in Su Qing's palm. "You little cubs better be careful." Su Qing put away the spirit stone milk and walked toward the cave entrance. The gray mist was dispersing, and Su Qing also planned to leave this place. He had come here chasing the unicorn flame lion, and now he didn't even know where he was.
The god burial land was full of dangers, and if he unknowingly wandered deeper, it would be dangerous.
Soon, Su Qing reached the entrance of the cave and looked outside, where the gray mist was gradually dissipating.
The environment outside began to faintly emerge in his view.
This large cave entrance should be located beneath a mountain peak. In front of him, the view gradually revealed some giant rocks and forests. It was a place made up of towering peaks and huge stones, stacked upon one another. On the yellow-brown soil, wild grasses were growing everywhere, and in the nearby cracks between some rocks, green vines were also growing. Looking up, the vines bore small, reddish-brown fruits about the size of a pinky finger.
Su Qing thought for a moment and then stepped out of the cave.
A ripple of space spread out, and in an instant, everything returned to normal.
Su Qing turned back to look at the cave entrance, frowning and thinking deeply. Is this a natural barrier unique to the god burial land?
These beasts are smart to make such places their nests.
Their instincts are indeed extraordinary, to find such places.
His spiritual sense spread out. Although the range was only a few meters, it was enough to cover the cave entrance.
In the perceptible surroundings, yet nothing unusual was found. Shaking his head, Su Qing no longer lingered, stepping into the gradually dissipating gray mist.
The unnamed anger in his heart had mostly faded after most of the day, for Su Qing possessed the chaos divine demon body in the sacred great ancient void scriptures. Having found a cave that completely blocked the mist's influence, he had naturally dispelled the anger long ago. Looking once more at the red-brown fruits on the vines not far ahead, Su Qing stepped closer and observed them. But when Su Qing approached and his spiritual sense spread out, he discovered that the red-brown fruit contained considerable energy.
Chapter 70, Blood Spirit Fruit, Demon Face Tree.
The energy contained here is not inferior to mid-grade yellow-tier spiritual materials.
Although it's not much, there's a lot of it.
Looking up, the green vines rooted in the cracks of the mountain stones stretched in all directions, and the red-brown fruits covered them. At a rough glance, there were no less than several hundred. Su Qing had never seen this kind of wild fruit before.
It seemed to be a unique fruit found only in the burial god territory, unseen outside.
At this moment, as Su Qing looked upwards, he noticed, on the left side, among massive mountain stones, about 10 meters high, a vine extending out from a crack between the stones, at the top of which swayed a fruit as red as fire, the size of a fist. At the sight of that fruit, Su Qing's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment.
That's a mid-grade Shin-tier spiritual material, the blood spirit fruit?
Although the grade was still not very high, Su Qing had been in the burial god territory for a few days, and this was the first time he discovered spiritual materials, and in such a large quantity. As the gray mist continued to dissipate, Su Qing's vision became clearer. Scanning upwards, he discovered that there was more than just that one blood spirit fruit. Adding to the vast amount of red-brown wild fruits, the total number was already a considerable amount of cultivation resources. For an ordinary Xiandan realm cultivator, with just the resources in sight, it would be enough to support cultivation for over a month.
This is a pleasant surprise.
I can collect them first, to be prepared for future needs. Just as Su Qing was about to make a move, several young, harsh growls sounded from behind him. It was the three little horned flame lions, who had somehow run out of the cave.
Perhaps because they rarely left their den, the little cubs were somewhat scared but full of curiosity, looking around.
When they saw Su Qing, they initially growled a few times, showing their teeth, then ran off to one side. While running, their noses twitched, and in a short while, they reached a mountain stone, sniffing a green vine that extended from it. Roar! One of the little horned flame lions sniffed, then raised its head and saw the red-brown fruit not far above. A trace of desire appeared in its eyes. Then, it crouched its hind legs slightly, and with a leap, it jumped onto a mountain stone over a meter tall. This little horned flame lion was the largest of the three, and based on the intensity of its breath, it was roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the 7th or 8th level of body refining. The 1-meter-high mountain stone was nothing for it to climb. Su Qing watched with interest and didn't drive them away, curious about what the little cub would do. Logically, the horned flame lion, being a fierce beast, should primarily feed on meat. It seemed that the cub was looking for food and was heading straight for the red-brown wild fruit in the crack between the stones.
The other two little horned flame lions quickly followed and jumped up.
Then, under Su Qing's watch, they began eating the red-brown wild fruits.
Strange, the horned flame lion eats this?
Su Qing was somewhat surprised.
In his impression, the horned flame lion was an incredibly fierce beast, and its food should be meat. How could it eat fruits?
At this moment, the three little horned flame lions were eagerly devouring the red-brown fruits.
The mouth was stained with a patch of reddish-brown.
They ate with great delight, completely ignoring the fact that Su Qing, a human, was still standing nearby. Su Qing shook his head and no longer paid attention to these little cubs. His body moved, leaping onto a mountain stone, and plucked the blood spirit fruit, storing it in his floating ring. Afterward, Su Qing gathered all the blood spirit fruits growing around, collecting a total of 35. As for the reddish-brown wild fruits, Su Qing did not touch them. Although their quantity was large, their grade was far too low. For other cultivators in the Spirit Vein realm or the Xiandan realm, they might still have some slight use, but for Su Qing, they were useless. Even if there were hundreds of thousands of them, they would be no more than a drop in the ocean for Su Qing. The Xian-level blood spirit fruits still held some value, and there were quite a few of them. Once collected, Su Qing glanced at the three still-eating juvenile fire-horned lions, his gaze flickering, and then he transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from his original spot.
This area was full of towering stones, and it wasn't small.
Su Qing spent the time of an incense stick before seeing some bushes at the edge of the forest.
Where have I been brought?
I don't even know where the valley I came from is located. Su Qing moved swiftly, stepping into the forest area, his brow furrowing as he observed his surroundings.
The burial godland, this ancient forbidden zone, made Su Qing extremely cautious. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to venture too deep, to avoid encountering a deadly crisis that he couldn't handle. Along the way, the gray mist had dissipated mostly, and the view was becoming clearer. In the distance, he could faintly hear the sounds of beasts. The sky still carried a heavy red-black hue, as if unchanged for thousands of years. The suppression of the world remained as always, and the range of spiritual perception was still less than 10 meters. Boom, boom, boom.
At this moment, from the far right, a dark cloud gathered, and then a thunderbolt struck. A brilliant aura of heavenly might spread, and even from a great distance, Su Qing could feel the pressure. It's the thunderous place I saw earlier, the direction of that valley should be this way. Su Qing's gaze shifted, looking toward his left. That terrifying thunderous area now served as a reference for Su Qing, at least helping him know the direction of the valley. In the next moment, Su Qing dashed forward, intending to quickly return to that valley. At least that place was much safer, and before Mo Zhang and the others attacked again, Su Qing could rest safely in that valley.
Su Qing rushed through the mountains and forests. But the burial godland once again revealed its fearsome reputation as an ancient forbidden zone.
Whoosh, whoosh. As Su Qing moved, he noticed that the trees around him were growing thicker and taller, with towering trees everywhere. At this moment, Su Qing was about to pass through a thicket, but suddenly, there was a violent sound coming from all around. In the next instant, at least dozens of black-purple thorny vines, as thick as an arm, swung up and headed straight for Su Qing.
Su Qing's expression slightly tightened, but he did not lose his composure.
His body flickered as he dodged the swinging vines. But soon, Su Qing's eyes locked onto a monstrous tree, nearly 10 zhang tall, with a black-purple trunk and a snarling face growing at the center of its thick trunk. The tree was covered in sharp spikes, its branches withered, and as it moved, the surrounding black-purple thorny vines waved even more violently.
Seeing the monstrous tree, Su Qing's pupils contracted slightly. The ghost-faced demon tree?
The monstrous tree in front of him was a type of demon. The longer it lived, the bigger its body grew, and the higher its cultivation strength became. The ghost-faced demon tree Su Qing encountered here was nearly 10 zhang tall, at least 1,000 years old, with a cultivation equivalent to a human in the transformation realm.
With Su Qing's current strength, even the 9th level of the transformation realm wouldn't pose a threat, but the ghost-faced demon tree had certain peculiarities.
The ghost-faced demon tree has immense toxicity, and its ghostly face emits a strange sound wave that can harm the soul. If a cultivator's cultivation is insufficient and their soul is weak, they will be forcefully controlled by it, until their soul is devoured, turning them into an unconscious puppet.
Chapter 71, The Sword of Sky-Slashing Demon Tree.
As the gray mist disperses, all kinds of creatures will start to become active.
Earlier, when following the single-horned flame lion, due to the gray mist filling the sky, Su Qing couldn't observe the surrounding environment clearly, and he didn't encounter any creatures.
The current forest, Su Qing had no memory of it, it seemed their path had deviated slightly. But no matter what Su Qing had to do now was to deal with the attack from the ghost-faced demon tree. Dozens of thorny vines lashed towards him, with immense force, even the air was split with a sonic boom, and the sharp spikes had tremendous lethality. Not to mention that the ghost-faced demon tree also has a terrifying toxicity. If struck, Su Qing would certainly be affected. Swish, swish, swish. Su Qing's body moved gracefully, dodging the barrage of thorny vines, while the pylon-breaking heaven spear appeared in his hand. While evading, he swung the spear in attack.
A heavenly-grade top-tier spiritual weapon, in Su Qing's hands, displayed great destructive power, easily severing many thorny vines. As Su Qing exerted force, spear shadows surrounded his body, tightly covering him. The countless thorny vines couldn't harm him in the slightest. Ah!
Suddenly, an extremely sharp, ear-piercing, eerie scream rang out.
Invisible ripples spread rapidly from the Ghostface demon tree, instantly enveloping Su Qing. In that moment, Su Qing felt as if his brain had taken a heavy blow, becoming dizzy and somewhat disoriented. The impenetrable spear shadows came to a halt. Bang, bang, bang. The thorny vine swept in, striking Su Qing with immense force. The sharp spikes, combined with the great power, sent Su Qing stumbling backward. However, Su Qing's physical body was incredibly strong at this moment, his Chaos Divine Demon body operating autonomously, with dark black lines flashing on his skin. The powerful thorny vine struck him but didn't cause any harm. The greatest impact was the eerie scream, which caused Su Qing to fall into a brief moment of stagnation. Humph. At this moment, Su Qing snorted coldly, and the speed of the Tai Su ancient scriptures operation suddenly increased several times. In his dantian, the purple patterned golden core at the center of the floating sea of spiritual power suddenly shook, and Su Qing's spiritual platform instantly became clear. Su Qing instantly retreated, turning the pylon-breaking heaven spear in his hand, holding it in reverse, and coldly staring at the towering Ghostface demon tree. I almost fell for your trick, luckily I have many trump cards. The Tai Su ancient scripture is a same-tier technique, inherently mysterious, and with the addition of the Chaos Divine Demon body, it is an unparalleled special physique in the world. After several transformations, Su Qing's soul had greatly strengthened in subtle ways. Just now, it was only a slip-up, being affected by the eerie sound waves from the Ghostface demon tree, but Su Qing knew not to underestimate it. He must remain on guard at all times, or he might really be controlled by those strange sound waves. Ah! The twisted ghost face in the center of the Ghostface demon tree's trunk, its eyes emitting a blood-red glow, and its pitch-black mouth wide open, emitted another series of sharp, eerie screams. At the same time, dozens of thorny vines shot out again from the surrounding thorny forest, with black-purple sharp tips exuding a chilling aura. These were probably part of the Ghostface demon tree's body, meaning that the thorns contained immense toxins. Su Qing, with his Chaos Divine Demon body, had an incredibly tough physique. The thorny vines couldn't break through his defenses, but the spikes were too sharp. If pierced too much, even Su Qing's body might not be able to avoid injury. The Panlong breaking heaven spear doesn't seem to be suited for this situation. With a flicker in his gaze, Su Qing decisively put away the Panlong breaking heaven spear and instead gripped a longsword in his hand. This longsword was of low grade, just an upper-tier Xian rank, but it should be enough to deal with the current situation. He took a light breath, and with a flick of his wrist, he spun the sword, forming a flowery pattern in the air. As his inner spiritual energy surged, it was infused into the longsword. Whoosh! The Sword of Heaven cutting technique was unleashed, tearing through the heavens and earth, the destructive sword energy sweeping out. Sword energy howled as it rushed out, ravaging the air with cold gleams everywhere. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, it destroyed all the thorny vines that had been enveloping him, turning them into shattered branches scattered on the ground. As for the strange sound wave, under Su Qing's defense, it only caused his head to slightly tremble, with no other effect. This wasn't because the Ghostface tree's sound wave attack was weak, but because Su Qing was no ordinary cultivator. If it were any other cultivator at the transformation realm, without practicing soul techniques or possessing a soul defense artifact, they would have already been controlled and their souls devoured by this eerie sound wave. I'll tear you apart. Su Qing's offensive didn't stop. He activated Thunderstrike 9 Heavens, transforming into a streak of lightning, instantly vanishing from his position. The next moment, he reappeared before the Ghostface tree. The long sword in his hand traced several arcs through the air as the Sword of Heaven cutting was unleashed one after another. In an instant, the entire area was filled with sword energy, the space itself seeming to split apart. The terrifying sword energy rained down on the Ghostface tree. Crackling sounds filled the air. The sword energy swept through the sky, all landing on the Ghostface tree. The Ghostface tree's body was actually very tough. Ordinary spirit tools couldn't harm it in the slightest, but under the Sword of Heaven cutting technique, it began to break apart, inch by inch. Half of the sword energy was aimed directly at the Ghostface in the center of the tree's trunk. Under the powerful attack of the Sword of Heaven cutting technique, the tree trunk, which was 10 feet in diameter, was severed, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream as the trunk was turned into shattered branches and broken wood. Snap! As the Ghostface tree was chopped into countless pieces by Su Qing, a palm-sized, black-red crystal fell to the ground. Is this the demon crystal of the Ghostface tree? Su Qing landed from mid-air and saw the black-red crystal. Just as he was about to approach, cracks appeared on the longsword in his hand, which then shattered completely, rendering it useless. This left Su Qing a bit stunned. Is it that fragile? A high-tier Xian rank spiritual weapon sword would generally be considered a good weapon in the outside world, but even under Su Qing's unflinching execution of the Sword of Heaven cutting technique, it couldn't withstand the fierce power and shattered. It could only be said that Su Qing's strength had indeed increased several times compared to before. Though his cultivation level was still at the 9th stage of the Xiandan realm, the true combat power he could unleash was no weaker than that of a cultivator who had just entered the Cave Heaven realm.
Shaking his head, Su Qing threw the broken sword hilt aside and stepped forward to pick up the black-red crystal. Hiss. As soon as he touched it, Su Qing felt a cold chill, but only for an instant. He quickly adapted. This chill was nothing compared to the extreme cold power of Frostfire Spirit Flame. Examining the black-red crystal, Su Qing's mind also began to recall some information about this item. Demon crystals were the essence of plant-based demon beasts, much like the demon cores of other demons. This 4th-grade demon crystal, in terms of value and rank, could be compared to a mid-grade earth-tier spiritual material. It could be used for cultivation, but not all of the essence within a demon crystal could be absorbed by human cultivators. Take the demon crystal before him, for example. The essence of the ghost-faced demon tree was concentrated, containing extremely terrifying toxins that could kill any cultivator who tried to absorb it. Although Su Qing had the Chaos Divine Demon body, he was still at a small level of mastery and was not completely immune to toxins. After thinking for a moment, he decided to store it away for now and deal with it later. Then, with a flick of his mind, a blood spirit fruit appeared in Su Qing's hand, and he took a crunchy bite out of it. Crisp and delicious, it was full of juice, especially the pure energy within that quickly replenished Su Qing's consumed spiritual power. The blood spirit fruit was a mid-grade spiritual material, and while it might not greatly benefit Su Qing's cultivation, it was a good choice for replenishing energy. In any case, there were still over 30 of them in the floating ring, so Su Qing continued to eat as he dashed forward. It is worth mentioning that the floating ring was also constantly absorbing the spiritual power of heaven and earth within the Tomb of Gods, feeding it back to Su Qing. The disappearance of spiritual power at day and night had previously suppressed this function of the floating ring. As he rushed along, Su Qing constantly operated the Taishu ancient scripture, and soon, the spiritual power he had consumed was fully restored. At this moment, Su Qing's eyes also began to see the familiar valley terrain. Although this place is still within the Tomb of Gods, compared to other areas, I feel a strange sense of safety here. With a sigh, Su Qing quickened his pace and stepped into the valley area. As he continued forward, the surrounding terrain became even more familiar, and gradually, a pond appeared in front of Su Qing's vision. Did I go in circles? I actually came back here. Looking at the calm and dark pond ahead, a hint of surprise flickered in Su Qing's eyes. He hurried forward, surveying the surroundings, and could still see the traces left from his battle with the Blackwater mysterious python. Especially on the other side, the corpse of the already dead Blackwater mysterious python still remained, but now that massive body only had half left. The other half appeared to have been gnawed away by some kind of beast, with bloodstains and shredded flesh scattered everywhere. It seemed that after Su Qing left, other beasts had come to this place and had feasted on the corpse of the Blackwater mysterious python. By the way, that black box. Seeing the corpse of the Blackwater mysterious python, Su Qing remembered the black box that was hanging from its iron chain, which he had placed in the floating ring and had not yet had time to investigate. With a flick of his mind, a square black box, about the size of a fist, appeared in Su Qing's hand. It was completely black and had fine, crisscrossed patterns all over it, without any openings or locks or any places to open it. There was only a thumb-sized semicircular handle, previously pierced by an iron chain. It had only come loose due to the broken chain. The rest of the box was airtight, and Su Qing weighed it in his hand. It felt somewhat heavy, about 10 pounds. He couldn't tell what material it was made of. It must have been hanging on the Blackwater mysterious python for a long time, and although there were no visible signs of rust, there were some old traces left by time on it. He shook it a few times, but there was no sound from inside. However, it didn't look solid, which was quite strange. Let's see if I can split it open. Since he had already arrived at the valley, and things in the Tomb of God seemed calm, Su Qing decided to explore this black box. He placed it on the ground, and with a flick of his mind, the pungent-breaking sky spear appeared in his hand. With a thrust, the sharp tip of the spear crashed down on the black box with a loud clang. Sparks flew, and the black box was sent flying, but it did not break open. Su Qing picked up the black box again and saw a white mark appear on it. Realizing how resilient the box was, the pungent-breaking sky spear was a top-grade sky-level spiritual weapon. The 1,000-year-old mysterious iron would also be pierced by this strike. But the black box only showed a white mark, which left Su Qing somewhat surprised. Su Qing then continued to strike several more times, but the black box only gained a few more white marks, showing no signs of being split open. Could this still be a peerless treasure? But this thing can't be broken open by force, and I don't know what might be inside. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing summoned the Frost Flame Spirit Fire, which surged toward the black box with a loud whoosh. First, using intense heat, he burned it for half an hour, but the black box only became slightly red. Its patterns seemed a bit brighter, but no other changes occurred. Then he used extreme cold to freeze it into a block of ice, but still nothing happened. After trying various methods, Su Qing found that the black box remained completely undamaged. It seems that this thing has a specific way to open it, and these harsh methods are completely ineffective. Su Qing gave up, seeing the black box now appearing extraordinary and mysterious in his eyes. He could only wait for a future opportunity to see if he could find a way to open the black box.
Shaking his head, Su Qing put the box away and was about to leave. But before leaving, Su Qing glanced again at the pool of water. That black water Xian python is a fourth-tier demon beast. The place it chose to dwell should not be a common location. Could there be something unusual beneath this pool of water? A deep pool, especially one in the god burial ground, long inhabited by the black water Xian python, can it really be an ordinary place?
Su Qing had never thought about it before, but now, standing before the deep, cold water, the thought suddenly popped into his mind. Though I really want to explore it, now that the gray mist has dispersed, Mo Zhan might come in again.
I can't take risks. I'll wait for another opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing decided to put the idea aside for now.
Su Cheng knew he must use every moment to increase his strength as much as possible, and also prepare for the possibility of cultivators breaking into the god burial ground. The gray mist had completely dissipated, and those people outside would likely start moving soon. Some time had passed, and it was likely that the Qingxian sect had already sent powerful reinforcements.
Those who would come to assist Mo Zhan would certainly not be weak. Su Qing's first instinct was that Elder Li Lan had personally set out.
It was simple, Su Qing had killed his only son, and this news had certainly reached him. With Li Lan's temperament, he would surely rush here immediately to avenge his son's death. And Li Lan was a third-tier cultivator in the Cave Heaven realm, so with his speed, he might have already arrived. The god burial ground suppresses both heaven and earth, with the suppression being stronger for those with higher cultivation. But even so, Li Lan is a third-tier cultivator in the Cave Heaven realm.
Together with Mo Zhang, and possibly other powerful cultivators, I must be fully prepared.
Su Qing's gaze moved away from the deep pool, taking a deep breath as he thought about his current situation.
It was still far from optimistic, and the pressure was immense.
Su Qing's eyes also turned toward the direction outside the god burial ground, his expression grave.
Chapter 73, Two Great Elders Re-Enter the God Burial Ground. Outside the God Burial Ground.
When the gray mist started to dissipate, Li Lan and Mo Zhang had already soared into the sky, gazing at the valley beyond the gorge. This change also caught the attention of many cultivators hidden nearby, who turned their eyes toward the god burial ground. Their expressions varied, each with their own calculations, but none of them moved.
I wonder if Su Qing is still alive. Elder Mo, be ready. When the gray mist has mostly dissipated, we'll enter immediately, find him, and if he's dead, we'll bring his body back.
A killing intent surged in Li Lan's eyes. If it weren't for the changes inside the god burial ground. The gray mist spread, covering the entire valley.
Li Lan had already made his move. Hearing this, Mo Zhan nodded slightly.
Then, his gaze swept downward, scanning the hidden cultivators among the towering mountains. He spoke softly, quite a few people have come, but for now, not a single one is at the Cave Heaven realm.
That's good news.
The Black Hunt Order was too tempting, but it had its limits.
For some Cave Heaven realm cultivators, the bounty of the Black Hunt Order was simply not worth their attention.
Fortunately, the information about Su Qing had not been leaked by the Azure Profound sect in the slightest. For now, it had not attracted the top experts of the other four great sections. If they learned that Su Qing carried an earth-shattering inheritance, they probably wouldn't be able to sit still and would personally take action. Among the five great sects, the Azure Profound sect's overall strength was only in the middle. Though its foundation still existed, after 10,000 years, many inheritances had been severed and left incomplete. As for the Cave Heaven realm experts, the Azure Profound sect currently had only 3. The strongest sect among the 5 was the 9 Profound Sword sect. It consisted entirely of sword cultivators, unparalleled in offense, with combat strength far superior to other cultivators. Within the 9 Profound Sword sect, there were as many as 5 or 6 Cave Heaven realm cultivators. Their sect leader was at the peak of the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm, the number 1 expert of the Eastern Desolation. If not for the Azure Profound sect still having some hidden foundations and trump cards, it would have long been swallowed by the other 4 great sections. At this moment, as long as no unexpected incidents occurred, with both Li Lan and Mo Zhang, 2 Cave Heaven realm experts, taking action together, they were fully confident they could take down Su Qing. Before Su Qing's secret was exposed, they had to settle this once and for all. The Black Hunt Order was issued only to use these people to block Su Qing's escape routes.
The Eastern Desolation is vast.
If he keeps running around, it will be truly difficult to find him. Li Lan was not the first to pursue Su Qing. But from the fact that even Mo Zhang, a Cave Heaven realm expert, had failed to catch up with him in a short time, it was clear how terrifying Su Qing's movement speed was. With the Black Hunt Order, cultivators from all over the Eastern Desolation would be blocking his paths. This left Su Qing almost with no place to hide, forcing him to flee endlessly. Even though Su Qing had unexpectedly escaped into the Burial Godland, an ancient forbidden zone, at least they now had a clear location to target. As long as Su Qing didn't seek death by rushing deeper inside, Li Lan and Mo Zhang were confident that, by working together, they could capture him at the outskirts of the Burial Godland.
The demon sect people are joining the commotion too? Suddenly, within Li Lan's spiritual perception, several waves of aura unique to the demon sect's techniques appeared. His eyes turned cold as he gazed in a certain direction. Imo Zhang's brows furrowed slightly. Then, he spread his spiritual sense outward, instantly covering dozens of miles. Indeed, there were several auras rapidly approaching. Imo Zhang was also quite familiar with those energy fluctuations. The Five Poison Sect. After so many attempts to exterminate them, these demon sect scum are still not completely wiped out. After only a few years of silence, they've surfaced again. Although the Eastern Desolation was a remote corner of the Xiantian continent, its power struggles were still intricate and complex. The five great sects dominated the land, but in the shadows, several demonic sects constantly opposed them. Aside from the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Five Poison Sect was another demonic sect that had existed in the Eastern Desolation for countless years. The Five Poison Sect was particularly infamous. All of its disciples practiced poison cultivation, using various toxic substances to refine their skills. They even captured ordinary mortals and cultivators to use as materials for their poison cultivation. Their methods were extremely cruel, making them the #1 target of all righteous forces in the Eastern Desolation. Compared to the Heavenly Demon Sect, which, though also a demonic sect, committed far fewer atrocities, the Five Poison Sect was far worse. Yet, the people of the Five Poison Sect were highly cunning, their movements unpredictable. Even after centuries of extermination efforts by the five great sects, they had never been completely eradicated. A cold glint flashed in Imo Zhang's eyes as he said, "What's the point of the demon sect appearing here? They can't claim the bounty from the Black Hunt Order." The Xian Order, although it is a wanted order issued to the entire Eastern Wasteland, does not include the demon sect. And now, the only ones who could be outside the God Burial Ground, aside from Li Lan and Imo Zhang, are all here because of that Xian Order, right? That raises some interesting questions. Has the Five Poison Sect come here for another scheme? Li Lan is also somewhat confused, but after thinking for a moment, he coldly said, "Let's ignore them for now. After we capture Su Qing, we will wipe out these scum. Still, we should be more cautious. The Five Poison Sect must have a purpose for being here, and with them here, the Celestial Demon Sect may have sent someone as well." The two quickly reached an agreement and made their decision. Their goal was to capture Su Qing as quickly as possible, and deal with the rest later. Once Su Qing was brought back to the Qingxian sect and they obtained the incredible legacy on him, annihilating the entire demon sect would no longer be difficult. Unknowingly, the gray fog had dissipated significantly. Li Lan and Mo Zhang exchanged a glance, and without any further hesitation, their spiritual power rippled and cut through the sky, leaping over the vast chasm. As soon as they entered the boundaries of the God Burial Ground, the two quickly felt an irresistible, terrifying natural restriction. They could no longer fly and rapidly descended to the ground. The moment they landed, without stopping, they dashed forward at full speed and entered the valley. Seeing Li Lan and Mo Zhang move, the hidden cultivators in all directions began to stir. However, due to the fearsome reputation of the ancient forbidden zone of the God Burial Ground, many cultivators hesitated. But among them were those who sought riches through risk. After some hesitation, they too began to move, crossing the chasm and entering the God Burial Ground. Things are about to get lively. At this moment, in a dense forest in a very secret location, a beautiful figure appeared from the shadows, her body shimmering with light, masking all her aura fluctuations. The holy maiden of the celestial demon sect, Lu Rui, had also just arrived here. Along with her were many powerful members of the celestial demon sect. Her bewitching eyes, with purple pupils, flickered with an inexplicable expression. Beneath her purple veil, her enticing red lips slightly curled into a smile, and she whispered to herself, "This Su Qing really knows how to stir things up. He's impressive to be able to escape from Mo Zhang, who was at the Cave Heaven realm, and even enter the God Burial Ground." Lu Rui's curiosity about the secret within Su Qing had reached its peak. As one of the few who vaguely knew Su Qing held a secret, Lu Rui naturally wanted to uncover that secret for herself. Chapter 74, The Spiritual Mark About to Merge and Become One. The release of the Xian Order had already spread across most of the Eastern Wasteland. As the holy maiden of the celestial demon sect, Lu Rui had been planning for some time. With the Eastern Wasteland stirred by the Xian Order, she certainly would not miss this opportunity. Everything traced back to Su Qing. After making some arrangements, Lu Rui had followed the trail and arrived at the outskirts of the God Burial Ground. But due to the presence of Li Lan and Mo Zhang, she had been hiding ever since her arrival. Seeing Li Lan and Mo Zhang take action, she knew that Su Qing was in danger now. "Holy Maiden, what should we do next? Should we also enter the God Burial Ground?" Behind her, a powerful cultivator from the celestial demon sect, at the fourth layer of the transformation realm, peeked out and softly asked. Lu Rui's gaze flickered, and then she slowly said, "Right now, everyone's attention is focused on Su Qing and the Xian Order. This is our chance. Give the order. It's time to act." With Lu Rui's words, several people from the celestial demon sect around her showed excitement, bowing and replying in unison, yes. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now, with the help of the Xian order, most of the cultivators of the eastern wasteland had been drawn in. The celestial demon sect had been hiding for years, all waiting for the command. Once the command came, the people of the heavenly demon sect will launch a series of attacks against many sect forces. Led by the Five Poison Gate, along with smaller demonic sects, they plan to stir up a storm in eastern wilderness. Moreover, Lu Rui doesn't know how long Su Qing can hold on, life and death are uncertain, that places the burial godland. In addition, with Li Lan and Mo Zhang, and many other cultivators entering the burial godland, even if Su Qing isn't dead, it's likely to be a perilous situation. Lu Rui's goal is to use the time between Su Qing's capture and his return to Qingxian sect to wipe out the so-called righteous sects of eastern wilderness as much as possible. If possible, she hopes to reduce the forces of the five major sects, which would already be a great gain for the heavenly demon sect and the Five Poison Gate. Though Lu Rui's cultivation realm isn't high right now, her position in the demonic path is not low. As the daughter of the heavenly demon sect's leader, she naturally has such influence. Outside, the world is in turmoil, while within the burial godland, it becomes lively due to the entry of numerous cultivators. In the valley, Su Qing had just left the deep pool and found a hidden place to continue his cultivation. His own condition was improving, reaching the peak of his abilities. Boom! In the distance, the thunder domain, after the gray mist dissipated, revealed its terrifying power over heaven and earth, and even from far away, Su Qing felt the pressure. If I could cultivate the Nine Heavens Thunder Strike in that thunder domain, the progress would definitely be rapid. Unfortunately, my Chaos Divine Demon body is only at a minor completion now, and I probably can't withstand the thunder. He gazed at the thunder domain, also sighing. The Nine Heavens Thunderstrike, this divine skill, is Su Qing's greatest reliance, but so far, he has only mastered the basics. He is still far from the minor completion, and advancing is a great challenge. During his escape, Su Qing continuously performed the technique. Although he gained some improvement, the progress wasn't significant. The key is that to fully cultivate this divine skill, it still needs the support of the thunderous power. But, in other words, to practice with the thunderous power, one needs an extremely powerful, even incredibly strong, physical body. The thunder domain is too terrifying. Though Su Qing is confident in his physical strength, confidence is not arrogance. If his Chaos Divine Demon body were fully developed, Su Qing would have charged straight into the thunder domain without hesitation. But unfortunately, if only there were a weaker place that contains thunderous power, the Nine Heavens Thunderstrike would surely see immense progress. Currently, the Nine Heavens Thunderstrike only displays unmatched speed, allowing Su Qing to escape with his Xin Dan realm cultivation from Mo Zhan, who is at the Dong Tian realm. The killing power of the Nine Heavens Thunderstrike has yet to be revealed. Su Qing was also thinking about how to unleash the killing power of the Nine Heavens Thunderstrike. While cultivating, he also pondered. From time to time, he ate a blood spirit fruit. Inside his dantian, the spiritual patterns on the purple pattern golden dan were slowly merging. At this moment, there were only 7 or 8 spiritual patterns left to merge. But already, a mysterious wave rippled out from the purple pattern golden dan. The sea of spiritual energy surged under this wave, roaring and crashing against the purple pattern golden dan in waves. A red-gray flame floated beneath the purple pattern golden dan, constantly refining the spiritual energy, which was then absorbed by the purple pattern golden dan. Every time the internal great circulation of the body was completed, the speed of the spiritual pattern's fusion increased. Su Qing sat cross-legged on the ground. Due to the heavenly prohibitions within the burial godland, no abnormal movements appeared. But if one got closer, they would sense that faint, invisible ripples were emanating from Su Qing's body. His robe moved without wind, and Su Qing's aura steadily rose. There's movement. Suddenly, Su Qing's ears slightly trembled, and she heard some faint sounds coming from various parts of the valley. At first, Su Qing thought it was some demon beasts making the noise. Once the gray fog dissipated, these beasts would surely come out to hunt. But soon, Su Qing realized something was wrong. It's not demon beasts, there's no growling sound from them at all. Stopping her cultivation temporarily, Su Qing leaped up, her expression cold. Her spiritual power surged within her body, always on alert. Her mind raced, not passively waiting. After thinking for a moment, Su Qing flashed forward, heading straight for the exit of the valley. Su Qing had a guess, it was probably Mo Zhang, or perhaps some cultivators who came for the Xuanqi order bounty and intruded to capture her. But no matter what, Su Cheng would definitely not sit and wait to die. As long as I don't get unlucky and run into Mo Zhang or some strong reinforcements from Qingxian sect, everyone else will be killed on sight. With her cultivation below the cave heaven realm, Su Qing was absolutely confident in killing them. Otherwise, if those people gathered together, Su Qing wouldn't be sure she could break out from the siege of so many cultivators. And this valley wasn't small. Su Qing was hiding in the dark. She had to use this opportunity to take down the cultivators who intruded one by one. Whoosh!
In the valley, two figures moved as fast as lightning.
With one flash, they appeared far away.
Li Lan's eyes were filled with killing intent as she searched for Su Qing's trace, while also being cautious of any possible danger around her. The heavenly prohibitions inside the burial godland made Li Lan deeply feel the tremor. Her cultivation at the third level of the cave heaven realm had already been suppressed to the second level since entering here. Although her cultivation was still at the cave heaven realm, she could no longer fly freely, as if this world itself prohibited flight. Except for those flying demon beasts native to the burial godland, all other invading creatures were suppressed by this world's prohibitions. Beside her, Mo Zhang was in a similar situation, his expression even more solemn. Mo Zhang had entered the burial godland before, and felt it even more deeply. We must find Su Qing quickly. The longer we wait, the stronger the prohibitions will become, and the more we will be affected, risking unforeseen consequences.
Stop wasting time. This valley is not small. Let's search separately.
If we find Su Qing's trace and she's still alive, we'll strike with all our strength.
Li Lan snorted coldly.
After speaking, her speed increased once again.
Watching Li Lan leave, Mo Zhang's face remained grim.
He then changed direction and rapidly rushed off.
Behind them, at least a dozen cultivators from various sects entered the valley. The Liang sect, one of the 5 major sects, had also sent many disciples for the Xuanqi order bounty.
However, these disciples were only at the Xiandan realm, and after hearing about Su Qing's information, many of them gave up. At the 9th level of Xiandan realm, Su Qing possessed extraordinary speed, enough to escape from Mo Zhang, who was at the cave heaven realm. Very strong, although these Liang sect disciples were confident in themselves, they weren't fools.
Su Qing now was not something they could handle.
But unexpectedly, several elders from the Liang sect, who were traveling outside to find talented disciples, also came upon hearing the news of the Xuanqi order. The bounty of the Xuanqi order was indeed extremely tempting. If these elders obtained it, their cultivation would surely rise, and their position within the sect would be even higher. 3 people, all wearing Xuanhua brocade robes, each with a heavy aura, none lower than the 5th level of the creation realm.
Elder Zhou, Elder Yuan, this is our chance. To prevent any accidents, it's safest for us to work together.
One middle-aged man, with a full beard on his face, named Yang Zong, said.
One of the elders of the Liang sect.
While rushing forward, he spoke to the 2 people beside him. As he spoke, a pair of pure black boxing gloves appeared in his hands, their material clearly not ordinary. The 2 fists collided with a muffled, resonating sound. With a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the creation realm, it wasn't low, but under the suppression of the heavenly restrictions in the burial godland, his cultivation was slowly regressing. On the other side, a middle-aged man carrying a spear nearly 10 feet long, his eyes carrying a trace of murderous aura, snorted coldly and said, Elder Yang, save your strength, the restrictions in this world are growing stronger, we should first find Su Qing.
Just a Su Qing. With all 3 of us elders acting together, do we still have to fear capturing him?
Before you say that, think about the difference between yourself and Mo Zhang. He couldn't even catch up, don't underestimate Su Qing. Yang Zong nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, no matter how good his movement skills are, they must be able to be utilized.
Elder Zhou, we'll have to rely on you this time. The last man, dressed in a white and blue robe, his figure slightly frail and looking the youngest of the 3, yet his aura was the strongest among them. Zhou Tao, one of the elders of the Liang sect, was a cultivator extremely skilled in array formations.
With a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the creation realm, he ranked among the top in the Liang sect's elders. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao smiled faintly and said, I've been ready for a long time. The 3 exchanged glances, a tacit understanding passing between them, and without saying much more, they quickened their pace. Moreover, the 3 did not split up. Although each was confident they could capture Su Qing, they did not underestimate him. If any one of them encountered Su Qing alone, none of the 3 had absolute confidence in defeating him. This was still before the news of Su Qing killing the 8th stage of the creation realm Song Yuan had spread. If this incident did come to light, most cultivators would probably give up on the bounty of the heavenly capture order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them moved like the wind, rushing through the valley. Their direction was the same as Mo Zhang's, but they were at a distance from each other. In addition to the 3 elders of the Liang sect, there were also a dozen or so other cultivators from different sects in the valley, all searching for Su Qing's whereabouts. At the same time, Su Qing was also rushing through the valley. Soon, Su Qing encountered one of the intruders in this valley of the burial godland. It was a man, thin and emaciated, looking like an elderly person about to pass away. He held a brown staff, and sharp, fierce fluctuations of energy emanated from him. He's not from one of the 5 major sects, and his spiritual sense is suppressed by the world's restrictions, so I can't tell his cultivation level, but he doesn't seem strong. As soon as Su Qing spotted the man, he roughly judged his strength. At this moment, the man also saw Su Qing's figure, his pupils suddenly contracting. But immediately, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a hoarse voice slowly sounded, "I'm in luck, meeting you first, Su Qing." Now, the only unfamiliar people appearing in this valley, aside from those cultivators attracted by the Heavenly Capture Order's bounty, could only be Su Qing. Especially with that extremely young appearance, no one else could be but Su Qing. Today is the day for me, Hu Wei Yang of the Golden Sea sect, to make a name for myself.
Su Qing, surrender now.
The man grinned fiercely, and the staff in his hand suddenly burst out with a brilliant golden light, the overwhelming energy wave spreading out in all directions. The sharp force shattered and destroyed the surrounding trees. Su Qing also sensed from that energy wave that this person's cultivation was only at the fourth stage of the creation realm. A surge of killing intent rose in Su Qing's heart, and his smile turned cold. "You're actually the most unlucky. With that strength, you're not qualified to make me surrender." As soon as the words were spoken, Su Qing's figure instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only a flash of lightning. Hu Wei's expression changed in shock.
He was stunned by Su Qing's terrifying speed and instinctively felt a great threat.
Instantly, he instinctively crossed the staff in his hand in front of his chest.
Bang! With immense force, a terrifying palm suddenly struck and landed on the staff.
This power made Hu Wei's face change dramatically. Before he could think, he felt an unimaginable force coming at him, tearing at his hands, causing a direct gash, blood seeping out. His body then flew backward with a loud crash, his arms trembling uncontrollably.
Bang, bang, bang.
The fierce, overbearing power caused Hu Wei to crash through dozens of large trees before finally coming to a halt. His internal energy surged violently, uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was just one encounter, and with a single strike from Su Qing, he was seriously injured.
How is this possible? Just a ninth level in the Xian Dan realm? Why does he possess such terrifying power?
Hu Wei's expression was filled with extreme horror, staring tightly at Su Qing, who stood there, indifferent, a tremor in his voice. Regret began to rise within him, and he planned to flee immediately from this place.
Su Qing, he was not someone he could handle. Jinhai sect? A second-rate sect, with the strongest only the 8th level master of transformation. Who gave you the confidence to come after me?
A cold voice rang out, and with a slight movement of Su Qing's steps, a killing intent spread. Seeing Su Qing's movement, Hu Wei was frightened and retreated abruptly, tightly gripping the staff in his hand, saying repeatedly, I'll leave right now.
Su Qing, it was my folly, I underestimated myself. I will leave immediately. Chapter 76, Counterattack in the Valley. Outside the burial godland, Hu Wei's cultivation was not weak. Even among the 5 major sects, he could be considered a strong man. But now he faced Su Qing, and being in the burial godland, he was naturally easily overwhelmed and defeated by Su Qing with a single strike. Just as Hu Wei planned to leave, Su Qing had already made his move again. Want to leave now? Too late.
A long spear appeared in Su Qing's hand. Under his terrifying speed, Hu Wei's pupils dilated, unable to react in time, and was stabbed through the chest by the spear. Fear and regret filled his eyes. Spare me. Buzz. The spear trembled. Even before Hu Wei finished his plea, his organs had been crushed, and his life force began to dissipate. The first. Su Qing looked at Hu Wei's corpse on the ground, his expression cold, and then he decisively looted the body. Although such a guy had little on him, even a mosquito was meat, and he would face many crises ahead. A little more resource might play an unexpected role at a crucial moment. After tossing what he acquired into his void ring, Su Qing's gaze shifted, locking onto a direction, and he leaped into the air again. This valley was neither too big nor too small, mainly situated within the burial godland, where the cultivators who entered maintained utmost vigilance. With the grey mist dissipating now, many beasts emerged to hunt, limiting their search speed and range. Especially with the presence of the world's prohibitions, the longer these cultivators stayed in the burial godland, the stronger the suppression they faced. Even Li Lan and Mo Zhang, after searching for almost half an hour without any progress, started to feel anxious. Where on earth is that damn guy? At this moment, Li Lan jumped onto a towering tree, standing on the treetop, scanning the valley with a murderous intent swirling around him. Under the suppression of the worldly prohibitions, his state was also restricted, and his cultivation was almost forced down to the first level of the cave heaven realm. What frustrated Li Lan most was that his cave heaven domain could not be used within the burial godland. His spiritual consciousness only covered a mere 50 meters, such a range was utterly ineffective.
I wonder if Mo Zhang has found anything.
We can't linger in the burial godland, we must find Su Qing quickly. With cold eyes flickering, Li Lan leaped down from the treetops, quickly rushing through the mountains and forests. A few miles away from Li Lan, Mo Zhang was also searching for Su Qing's tracks, and the direction he was heading unknowingly was getting closer to the pond. Mo Zhang's speed was extremely fast, and in no time, he arrived at the place where the pond was located. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a huge beast's corpse appeared before his eyes. With a few flashes, Mo Zhang appeared in front of the corpse of the black water Xian python. Looking at the partially devoured corpse of the beast before him, Mo Zhang frowned slightly. After observing for a while, Mo Zhang noticed some wound marks left on the remaining body of the black water Xian python.
Man-made wounds. Did this black water Xian python die at Su Qing's hands?
As a fourth-tier beast, especially a python, it had a significant advantage over most other beasts of the same rank.
Even a cultivator at the 8th level of the creation realm would find it extremely tricky to face it.
Yet now, this black water Xian python had died here, and the wounds on its body were clearly not caused by a battle with other beasts, but the only human in the valley before had been Su Qing.
Has his strength increased again?
A sense of shock rose in Mo Zhang's heart, and his expression darkened further. Su Qing hadn't died, his injuries had likely healed, and even more, his strength had improved in such a short time. His fists clenched involuntarily, and Mo Zhang muttered softly to himself, I can't give him any more time. If I don't deal with him this time, even Qing Xian's sect will be in danger. Mo Zhang felt a deep terror towards Su Qing's potential. His strength was rising too quickly, far beyond expectations. Even the God Burial Ground, an ancient forbidden zone, had no way to deal with him.
So far, Su Qing had been in the God Burial Ground for a few days, yet he was still alive and well, and even killed a black water Xian python. If Su Qing was given more time, how strong would he become?
Mo Zhang circled around the corpse of the black water Xian python, observing carefully, and soon, he discovered some human footprints.
He didn't go deeper into the God Burial Ground, instead, he went toward the outskirts?
From the direction of the footprints, Mo Zhang figured out the general direction Su Qing had taken, but this discovery made the seriousness in his heart even heavier. Although Mo Zhang didn't know what Su Qing intended to do, he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He immediately set off, following the trail. However, Su Qing wasn't always traveling on the ground, many times, he was leaping across surrounding rocks and trees.
Before long, the trail disappeared again.
In the valley, Su Qing had already concealed his aura, silently rushing through the mountains and forests.
Su Qing's counterattack was still ongoing.
During this time, Su Qing had already eliminated 3 waves of people. He had gained a lot of spoils, but Su Qing knew that the real danger came from Mo Zhang. The support from Qing Xian's sect should have arrived. It's most likely Li Lan, but I don't know if there will be any other powerful experts coming to assist. In the God Burial Ground, Su Qing felt he had some confidence in dealing with Mo Zhang alone. But if another person like Li Lan appeared, then Su Qing would be in great danger.
I can't let them surround me.
I can only eliminate them one by one, but Mo Zhang is at the cultivation level. Even though he's suppressed by the heaven and earth restraints, he is still strong.
At least, I can't kill him right now. While rushing, Su Qing was also thinking about strategies.
He knew the current situation was very dangerous. There were still many cultivators entering due to the bounty on the Xuanqi order. 1 or 2 of them weren't a threat, but once they formed a siege, Su Qing would fall into a passive position. During the counterattack, Su Qing also had to guard against the beasts already living in the valley.
Over time, the consumption would be considerable.
The blood spirit fruits he had obtained earlier.
Rapidly consuming.
I can only take it one step at a time. I refuse to believe that heaven will lead me without a path to survive. Thinking back to her rebirth in this world, Su Qing had never stopped striving for her own survival, and now she faced the siege of multiple factions. As the gray mist dissipated, the nameless rage that had been driven away surged once again. A cold, fierce killing intent flickered in Su Qing's eyes.
Want my life? It won't be that easy, let's see who will laugh last.
Murmuring this, Su Qing quickly darted away, also in search of her target. Whoosh! In the valley, figures flashed by occasionally, and the roars of monsters filled the air, making the valley alive with chaos. The smell of blood began to spread through the air. It made the already dark red sky of the God Burial Land feel even more oppressive.
Chapter 77, A Crushing Battle. Boom!
A tremendous sound, accompanied by splintering trees, as a figure crashed to the ground. Spitting out the reverse blood from his chest, the middle-aged man, with a slightly worn face and showing signs of age, looked on in horror and fear.
How can this be so strong?
The Qing Xian sect is really terrible. They actually hid Su Qing's true strength? This man was a wandering cultivator, with a cultivation level of the 6th stage of the transformation realm, and he was somewhat well known in the eastern wilderness, known as the Wind and Thunder Blade, Du Chang. His Wind and Thunder Blade technique had already reached great perfection, making his combat power impressive. When the Qing Xian sect issued the Xian capture order with a substantial bounty, he was incredibly tempted and, unable to resist, became one of those pursuing Su Qing. Driven by greed and absolute self-confidence, Du Cheng took a huge risk and entered the God Burial Land. He unexpectedly encountered Su Qing, but in the end, it was Su Qing's great Buddha palm that defeated him on the spot. Holding the high-grade spirit weapon Big Knife, his hands trembled slightly.
Your knife technique is not bad, and among the people I've hunted, your strength is the strongest. In the outside world, it would have taken me quite a bit of effort to deal with you.
Su Qing held her piled dragon-breaking sky spear, gazing intently at the man across from her. Under the heavenly prohibitions of the god burial land, the man's cultivation was significantly suppressed, having dropped to the third stage of the transformation realm. Yet he was still able to withstand the attack of Su Qing's piled dragon-breaking sky spear. Though injured, he was still stronger than some others Su Qing had killed previously. The perfection reached in his knife technique greatly increased his combat effectiveness. This showed that when a profound skill is cultivated to a high level, its enhancement to one's combat power is tremendously significant. Su Qing possessed many high-tier martial skills, but so far, none of her techniques had reached a level of great perfection. She could currently use the third style of the Great Buddha Palm and could barely use the fourth, but it consumed an immense amount of energy. And, this was merely the ability to use it. Su Qing's comprehension of the Great Buddha Palm wasn't very deep. In terms of realm, she was only at a small accomplishment level. If her understanding reached great perfection, even the first style of the Great Buddha Palm could boost her combat power by at least 20%. The main reason was that Su Qing simply did not have enough time to comprehend. Being able to cultivate and use her abilities already meant she possessed good talent. But unfortunately, even with a perfected knife technique, it would not change the outcome. "I don't have time to waste with you, I'll send you on your way." A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and in the next moment, her figure vanished, a streak of lightning darting through the air. Not far away, Du Cheng's pupils shrank suddenly, a sense of deathly threat surged in his heart. Without time to think, he unleashed all his spirit power frantically, fighting with all he had. Wind and Thunder Blade Technique, Thunder Serpent Thousand Destruction. His large blade swung upwards, accompanied by crackling lightning surging, wrapping around the big knife, sending out an immense force. At this moment, bolts of lightning seemed to transform into serpentine shapes, exhaling and inhaling lightning brilliance, giving an enormous sense of oppression. Although Su Qing was very confident, she would not underestimate anyone. He also felt the power of this move, especially since it was an attack infused with the force of thunder and lightning. Su Qing had just experienced it earlier, and it was not weak. The Panlong heaven-piercing spear was gripped tightly, and spiritual power poured into it. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed from within the spear, dragon might spread in all directions, and the surrounding space trembled slightly from the shock. Go! With a cold snort, Su Qing's Panlong heaven-piercing spear was fiercely thrust out at that very moment. Pa! The terrifying offensive clashed instantly, erupting in a massive explosion, and a wild gust of energy swept out in all directions. Thunderous serpents surged up, spreading around, and in an instant, they enveloped Su Qing. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying force shot forth through the spear tip. The Chaos God demon body had already elevated Su Qing's strength to an unbelievably terrifying level. Coupled with the Panlong heaven-piercing spear, a top-tier heaven-grade spiritual weapon, this strike unleashed unimaginable power. Boom! It didn't take long before the spear tip pierced through the thunderous glow. The thunder serpents coiled around Su Qing's body but failed to cause him much harm. His physical body was incredibly strong. This kind of attack was something Su Qing could completely ignore. With a tearing sound that ripped through the air, the Panlong heaven-piercing spear directly broke through Du Cheng's offensive, piercing straight through. Under Du Cheng's horrified gaze, it pierced through his chest. The spear tip stabbed through Du Cheng's heart without any resistance, causing his life force to rapidly dissipate. It's over. Su Qing's whole body trembled, shaking off the lingering thunder serpents. Then, with a flick of his spear, he sent Du Cheng's body flying. With his heart shattered, at Du Cheng's current cultivation level, there was no chance of survival. The large blade in his hand fell powerlessly to the ground, his eyes locked onto Su Qing, but his body slowly collapsed. In no time, his life force completely vanished, and he became a lifeless corpse. Su Qing skillfully searched the corpse, not even sparing the large blade, throwing everything into his spatial ring. Next, the next target. Without any hesitation, Su Qing quickly left the scene. Not long after Su Qing left, 3 figures passed through the forest and appeared at the location. They were the 3 elders of the Liang sect. They had heard the sounds of battle from afar just moments ago. Judging by the commotion, someone had definitely encountered Su Qing. They immediately rushed toward the scene. But upon arrival, all they saw was a corpse that was already turning cold. Is Su Qing hunting us in return? This is too audacious. Yang Zone looked at the battlefield before him with a grim expression. When the 3 recognized Du Cheng's identity, their faces turned even darker. Beside him, Zhou Tao took out a silver-white disc, covered in intersecting formation patterns. A golden pointer at its center spun erratically in all directions. We still can't pinpoint his exact location. The restrictions in the burial godland are interfering too much. If this continues, we might have to retreat first. As the restrictions in the burial godland grew stronger, the cultivation levels of the 3 were steadily dropping. Initially, they had been full of confidence. With the 3 of them working together, they had been sure they could capture Su Qing. But as time passed, their cultivation had weakened more and more. They no longer had the confidence they once did. Du Cheng had been just as strong as them in the outside world.
But now, he was lying dead before them, clearly slain by Su Qing. Fortunately, they had come together. If any one of them had encountered Su Qing alone, their fate would likely have been just as grim. He shouldn't have gone far. Chase him. The middle-aged man with a full beard had a cold gleam in his eyes. Sensing the faint traces of lingering spiritual energy in the air, he darted forward, following the trail. The other two immediately followed suit. At this moment, the distance between Su Qing and the three Liang sect elders was less than 100 feet. Su Qing remained unaware that three powerful cultivators were closing in on him at great speed. In order to fight back and break through the incoming cultivators one by one, Su Qing's direction of movement constantly changed. However, it was inevitable that there would be residual fluctuations of spiritual power. Furthermore, Su Qing had just finished a battle and was eating a blood spirit fruit to replenish the spiritual power that had been consumed. No matter how much he tried to hide his presence, he couldn't make it completely undetectable. Chapter 78, The Life Palace, The Realm of Creation. In the valley, the cultivators still searching for Su Qing's trace, at this moment, all coincidentally headed in one direction. The previous battle had made quite a noise. These cultivators were not weak, and after sensing the huge disturbance, they immediately realized that Su Qing must have encountered a force from some other side. Li Lan at this moment also turned his direction, swiftly heading towards the direction where the noise had come from. At this time, the three elders of the Liang sect were closest to Su Qing's location. Right behind them was Mo Zhang. Su Qing vaguely sensed something and suddenly felt a pressure in his heart. Buzz. Just as Su Qing was looking for his next target, a sudden vibration came from within his dantian. He abruptly stopped, his brows furrowed as he looked inward. At this moment, within Su Qing's dantian, the purple patterned golden pill that had been rotating and floating at the center of the sea of spiritual power was undergoing a strange transformation. The floating ring absorbed the returned spiritual power, adding to the spiritual power Su Qing had absorbed himself. Then, Frostfire Spirit Fire refined and purified it, one wave after another, blending into the sea of spiritual power. Immediately, the energy, now fully refined to its peak, merged into the purple patterned golden pill. With the circulation of the Great Cycle, the 81 spiritual patterns on the purple patterned golden pill finally fully integrated into one. Strange waves rippled from the purple patterned golden pill, and at the same time, the purple stripes began to change. They slowly turned into diamond-shaped crystal blocks, gently floating about an inch away from the golden pill. Buzzing. The golden pill, round and flawless, like it was naturally formed, also started changing in a mysterious direction after the spiritual patterns merged. The size of the golden pill slowly expanded under the constant washing of spiritual power, and its shape was gradually changing. Finally, it's fully integrated. Next, it should be forming the Life Palace, right? Su Qing looked inward at the changes in his dantian, his expression slightly moved. The Life Palace was a sign of entering the realm of creation. It was also a phase that every cultivator in the realm of creation had to go through. Only by forming one's own life palace could a cultivator establish a connection with heaven and earth, thus comprehending the laws of the world. The laws of the world comprehended would merge with the life palace, gathering within it. The life palace and the comprehended laws of the world complemented each other, and only the life palace could hold the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Once reaching this stage, a cultivator could transcend the mundane world, achieve the power of creation, and have the ability to control the forces of heaven and earth. The mystical Dan realm and the realm of creation were a major dividing line in the cultivation world. The gap between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. Su Qing, however, because of his many extraordinary methods and hidden trump cards, was able to fight against cultivators in the realm of creation even at the mystical Dan realm, and even kill those in the realm of creation. A cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the mystical Dan realm would have no ability to fight back when facing a cultivator from the realm of creation. Having hidden cards was simply unreasonable. I wonder what my life palace will look like. Su Qing began to feel some anticipation. With his many methods and hidden cards, cultivators below the cave heaven realm were no longer a threat to him. If he could enter the realm of creation, Su Qing's strength would rise to a whole new level. By then, even if it wasn't in the God Burial Land, Su Qing would have enough confidence to face Mo Zhang outside. The changes in his dantian were still continuing. Soon, the transformation of the golden core became greater and greater, and in the next moment, it suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of golden light, as if forming a golden star in Su Qing's dantian. What, exploded? What is happening? Looking at the changes inside her body, Su Qing was a bit dumbfounded. She had never heard of anyone's golden core exploding before forming their own spiritual palace. Just as Su Qing was taken aback and confused, the color of the golden stars began to deepen steadily. At the same time, the diamond-shaped crystal blocks that had been floating around also began to crack, turning into small dark purple particles that began to merge with the golden stars. Under Su Qing's shocked gaze, a scene like a vast starry sky appeared in her dantian.
The dark purple particles, after merging with the golden stars, began to slowly gather in the center of Su Qing's dantian, eventually forming a 1-foot-high hall, adorned with purple patterns, exuding an otherworldly aura. The appearance of the hall gave off a sense of heaviness, profundity, and mystique. Inside, however, was a void, as if it were boundless empty space. Buzz! An invisible wave rippled out, and suddenly, from the center of the hall, a flicker of ghostly light began to glow, but quickly extinguished again.
Is this my own spiritual palace?
Su Qing gazed at the small but inexplicably miraculous hall in her dantian, filled with awe. Every cultivator's spiritual palace is unique. For some, it takes the form of a sword, a cauldron, a necklace, so many shapes. Su Qing's spiritual palace, shaped like a hall, was something that had never been seen throughout the ages. Especially the void inside the hall made Su Qing speculate that perhaps it was related to the ancient scriptures she cultivated and the chaotic divine devil body.
Boom! Just as Su Qing was still in shock over her spiritual palace, a terrifying aura surged up from her body.
The surrounding spiritual energy began to crazily rush into Su Qing's body, and at the same time, her cultivation aura rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed over the level of the profound golden core. With the formation of her spiritual palace, Su Qing also stepped directly into the realm of creation.
Buzz!
However, just as Su Qing stepped into the realm of creation, an inexplicable wave descended from above the sky of the god burial land. Like the descent of the heavenly path, the power of the Great Way manifested, instantly covering Su Qing's body. Su Qing frowned and looked up at the sky. She felt an indescribable oppressive force coming down, and the rising aura seemed to be affected, slowing down. Especially in her dantian, the hall began to tremble slightly. The restrictions of the god burial land seemed to sense something, sweeping down towards Su Qing. But that hall, Su Qing's spiritual palace, refused to be suppressed and was fighting back. Streams of mysterious invisible waves rippled out, clashing against that indescribable terrifying force.
Is my body being used as a battlefield?
Su Qing frowned tightly, feeling helpless as her spiritual palace and the restrictions of the god burial land clashed. But she felt powerless, as if she were an onlooker, watching without being able to intervene. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came through.
Hee, we finally caught up, Su Qing, you've made it hard for us to find you.
As the voice fell, 3 strong auras, filled with a strong killing intent, appeared before Su Qing. The 3 elders of the Rising Sun sect finally caught up with Su Qing just as she broke through the realm of creation, and her spiritual palace was fighting against the restrictions of the god burial land. At that moment, the array disc in the hand of Zhou Tao exploded with a burst of yellow light, and his other hand flung out 8 beams of light, projecting toward the ground around Su Qing. A halo of light emerged from the ground, forming a formation that completely enveloped Su Qing.
Chapter 79, The 8-Direction Earth Spirit Formation.
As the formation patterns rippled, 8 beams of light formed a cage, blocking all directions.
The 3 people quickly surrounded Su Qing in a triangular formation.
A middle-aged man, carrying a spear nearly 10 feet long, with a murderous aura in his eyes, had already gripped the spear tightly, and a powerful spiritual energy began to surge.
Yuan Shanmu, one of the elders of the Liang sect, with a cultivation level at the 6th stage of the transformation realm, and his spear was a middle-grade earth-tier spiritual weapon. Upon seeing Su Qing, he had already prepared to attack. On the other side, Yang Zong, with a full beard, had already infused spiritual energy into the black gauntlets on his hands. His eyes were filled with a chilling coldness. The last person, holding a formation plate, his robe fluttering, with formation patterns rippling beneath his feet. From the Liang sect?
Su Qing saw the clothes of the 3 and instantly recognized their origins. He also noticed their posture, but there was no panic in his expression. His gaze turned to the ground beneath him, where strange and mysterious spiritual energy lines were circulating, enveloping his entire being.
A formation? Is there someone in the Liang sect skilled in formations?
Su Qing was somewhat surprised. From his understanding of the Liang sect, this sect had always focused on ferocity and dominance, with most of its disciples practicing the same cultivation method, the top-tier heavenly-grade Golden Sun mystic art. Although the sect's foundation could not compare to the QX sect or 9 Mysteries Sword sect, it had extremely balanced strength. Among the 5 great sects, while it ranked last, it had the most disciples. But from what Su Qing knew, he had never heard of anyone in the Liang sect being skilled in formations. Su Qing's gaze turned to the man holding the formation plate, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. The burial godland has a world-imposed restriction, so their cultivation is surely suppressed to some extent. But with formations, which are deep and mysterious, a powerful formation could enhance a cultivator's combat strength several times over. In an instant, Su Qing marked the man as his primary target to deal with. Up until now, Su Qing had only broken a few formation barriers in the QX sect's ancestral tomb but had never fought against someone proficient in formations. He harbored no underestimation and slowly pointed his Panlong breaking heaven spear at the ground, his eyes locked on the man holding the formation plate.
This kid is not easy to deal with, end it quickly.
Sensing Su Qing's gaze, Zhou Tao's face hardened, a formless pressure surging in his heart, worried about unexpected trouble. He immediately said loudly. After speaking, he quickly gestured with his hand over the formation plate, a yellow halo rippling outward. He then chanted rapidly, and with a loud shout, he roared, 8-direction Earth Spirit Formation, Earth Spirit Explosive Spike, arise. Boom boom boom. With Zhou Tao's formation activated, rows of sharp spikes made of rock and earth suddenly shot up from the ground, violently piercing outwards. They were several feet high, as thick as a thigh, large in range, and no less powerful. Then, all these spikes charged toward Su Qing. Su Qing's pupils shrank, and he leaped up sharply, dodging the earth spikes that shot out from the ground. His Panlong Breaking Heaven spear was swung fiercely. Spear shadows appeared, carrying terrifying power, smashing towards the incoming spikes. Bang bang bang. The sound of explosions echoed through the air, and rocks flew in all directions. Under the layers of spear shadows, the killing move was broken. Just as he landed, from his right side, a whistling wind sounded, and a 10-foot-long spear was already aimed at Su Qing's vital points. Humph. With a swift turn, Su Qing gripped the Panlong Breaking Heaven spear horizontally, and with a mighty swing, he struck. Clang! A loud crash rang out, and Su Qing stood motionless, but Yuan Shanmu's body was violently thrown back. A tearing sensation came from his hands, and blood began to ooze from his palms. Such terrifying strength. Yuan Shanmu's expression was one of shock. It was just a moment of collision. Su Qing's reaction was quick, and his counterattack was even more terrifying. Especially with the long spear in Su Qing's hand, which was of a quality far superior to the spear he held. At the very least, it was a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. This boy's strength is terrifying, do not underestimate him, strike with all your power. With a roar, Yuan Shanmu raised his spear and leaped, spiritual power surging wildly, and faint red light flickered from the spear. At this moment, Zhou Tao also formed hand seals, and another ray of yellow light rose from the formation plate. Earth Tiger Roar, charge 100 steps, go. As Zhou Tao's voice fell, a tiger's roar echoed. The ground trembled, and soon after, 8 fierce tiger figures surged from the earth, wrapped in soil and rocks, forming a layer like armor, leaping into the sky. A terrifying momentum shook in all directions, surrounding Su Qing from all sides, and then roared together. Roar! The terrifying sound waves swept out, cutting through the air, shrouding towards Su Qing. Killing intent spread, even Su Qing felt a sense of pressure at that moment. The 8 Directions Earth Spirit Formation is a type of top-grade Earth array. Once set up, it can control the soil and rocks within its range to form an attack. Moreover, its offensive comes from all directions at once, greatly increasing its power. An array's level is comparable to heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spiritual weapons. There are killing arrays, trapping arrays, and supportive cultivation arrays, a wide variety. The 8 Directions Earth Spirit Formation is a killing formation. However, when it comes to enhancing a cultivator's combat power, higher-grade arrays are stronger than spiritual weapons. The main reason is their unpredictable nature. Even a weaker cultivator can unleash power beyond their realm as long as they grasp the trick of the array. Lian sect actually has an array master who is proficient in formations. This was something Su Qing did not expect. This array master is indeed tricky. Although his cultivation has been suppressed to the second level of transformation, he can unleash such a powerful offense relying on the array. The momentum displayed had such power that even ordinary cultivators at the 8th or even 9th level of transformation would fall into danger under this array's cover. Feeling an even greater killing intent in his heart, Su Qing's eyes flashed, and he directly raised his palm. As spiritual power surged, a giant palm print appeared from the sky, pressing down as if it were the fall of the 9 heavens. Great Pagoda Palm, break for me! With a fierce shout in his heart, Su Qing disregarded the soundwave assaults from other directions, directly striking towards Zhou Tao. Boom! 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 The violent spiritual power swept the earth, the might of the Great Pagoda Palm displayed once again. That atmosphere, almost capable of suppressing heaven and earth, crushing everything, caused Zhou Tao's face to change drastically. What kind of mysterious technique is this? It has such a horrifying power. Just as Zhou Tao was shocked, the Great Pagoda Palm had already smashed through several sound waves in an instant. The might did not decrease, still carrying the terrifying power as it descended towards Zhou Tao. Chapter 80, 1 against 3. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. Su Qing's Great Pagoda Palm struck out, but he was also hit by sound wave assaults from other directions. In an instant, Su Qing felt a suffocating sense of oppression invade, compressing the space around his body, and his mind shook violently. Inside, his blood surged, and his organs felt uncomfortable from the vibrating sound waves. Buzz. At this moment, invisible ripples emanated from Su Qing's dantian, that palace-like structure, transforming into circles of ripples that burst forth. These ripples surprisingly blocked all the enveloping sound waves. At the same time, the offensive of the Great Pagoda Palm had reached Zhou Tao's front. Due to the need to control the formation, Zhou Tao could not easily move. Once his position changed, the base of the formation laid on the ground would be affected. At this moment, Zhou Tao had no time to worry about the stability of the formation anymore. This palm strike, Zhou Tao could feel its terrifying power. If it hit him, he wouldn't die but would be severely injured. A formation master, after all, doesn't specialize in physical training.
Zhou Tao decisively made a move, rapidly retreating.
As he moved, the formation's patterns on the ground trembled slightly, and the 8 fierce tiger figures paused for a moment.
Now!
Su Qing immediately sensed this change and unleashed Thunder Movement 9 Heavens, transforming into a streak of lightning, disappearing from his original spot. The next moment, in Zhou Tao's horrified eyes, Su Qing appeared in front of him, and one hand had already been raised again.
Great Buddha Palm, third move, suppress the heavens. After stepping into the creation realm, Su Cheng once again executed this move.
The air became charged with even more terrifying energy fluctuations, and a larger palm imprint appeared in the void, carrying the power to shake the heavens and earth, and it was slammed down with a boom.
Save me.
Zhou Tao's face was filled with extreme horror. He desperately retreated, his hands wildly waving, trying to activate the formation's power again. But under the boost of Thunder Movement 9 Heavens, Su Qing's speed overwhelmed him, and in an instant, he was already in front of Zhou Tao.
Boom!
The palm imprint howled, and in the blink of an eye, under Zhou Tao's terrified gaze, it fiercely landed on him.
With a loud crash, Zhou Tao's body was directly blasted away.
The formation disc in his hand shattered into pieces at that moment, and Zhou Tao's body was torn open with countless wounds under the terrifying power of the palm imprint. In midair, blood sprayed everywhere, and his aura rapidly withered away.
Smack!
He crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling for dozens of circles before finally coming to a stop.
During this time, Zhou Tao's life force quietly faded away. By the time Zhou Tao's body stopped, he was already dead. This is bad.
Not far behind, Yang Zong looked at this scene in disbelief, but soon, his face turned extremely gloomy. On the other side, Yuan Shanmu's face was also extremely ugly. They never expected that the 3 great elders of the Liang sect, including one formation master, would not be able to defeat Su Qing even when working together.
In fact, Su Qing seized the opportunity and killed one of them. The 2 of them didn't even have time to assist. What should we do? Should we continue?
Yang Zong asked in a low voice, looking at Yuan Shanmu. Hearing this, Yuan Shanmu's spear shook in his hand, spiritual energy surged, and he said in a deep voice, the mysterious skill he just used must have consumed a lot of energy, it's a spiritual level skill. While he hasn't recovered, kill him. As he finished speaking, his body leaped into the air, holding his spear, charging towards Su Qing. Seeing this, Yang Zong gritted his teeth and followed, the red glow rising on his fist wraps, preparing to fight desperately.
Swish! Yuan Shanmu's speed was extremely fast, and his power was not weak.
He left deep pits on the ground as he quickly reached behind Su Qing.
Whirlwind Chain Strike.
The spear, over 10 feet long, danced in Yuan Shanmu's hand, leaving after images. The fierce wind surged, creating a rain of spear shadows attacking Su Qing. This mysterious skill was not weak, it was a peak earth-level skill. Yuan Shanmu had practiced it for decades and had reached the great perfection realm. With this spear technique, Yuan Shanmu had quite a reputation in the eastern wilderness. Feeling the intense, powerful wind behind him, Su Qing forced down the restlessness in his blood and spiritual energy, quickly turning to defend. The mountain-breaking gun in Su Qing's hand also turned into countless gun shadows, clashing fiercely with the earth-level intermediate spiritual weapon, the shattered mountain spear, in Yuan Shanmu's hand.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sound of metal clashing echoed, sending sparks flying. Although Su Qing's cultivation level was far below Yuan Shanmu's, when it came to weapon rank, Su Qing had an absolute advantage. Furthermore, Su Qing's physical strength was even greater than Yuan Shanmu's.
Although Su Qing did not know spear techniques, he,
relying on his domineering and terrifying strength, and the heaven-rank top-grade Pang Long breaks the sky spear, he was not at a disadvantage at all in the battle against Yuan Shanmu. But do not forget, this place is the burial ground of gods, where there are natural prohibitions and suppressions, and the spiritual energy within the world is filled with a strong violent intent. Yuan Shanmu dared not absorb it recklessly, as he couldn't refine or dispel that violent intent in such a short time. If he absorbed too much, it would affect his consciousness.
If he wasn't careful, Su Qing might seize the opportunity and kill him right there. Therefore, Yuan Shanmu couldn't replenish his spiritual energy.
This series of attacks, combined with this profound technique, and the continuous battle with Su Qing, had drained his spiritual energy greatly. Su Qing, on the other hand, relied on his Chaos God Demon Body and Frost Flame Spirit Fire, completely disregarding the violent intent in the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. With the Taishu Ancient Sutra and the suspended absorbing and replenishing spiritual energy, Su Qing could quickly restore his spiritual energy consumption during the battle. With this cycle, Yuan Shanmu was bound to lose. Domineering Punch. At this moment, Yang Zong arrived. A pair of top-grade Earth-rank spiritual weapon boxing gloves covered his fists, radiating a red glow, like an angry Vajra statue, with fists fiercely smashing towards Su Qing. With the Earth-rank mid-grade profound technique domineering punch, combined with the heavenly rank top-grade technique golden sun Xian Gong of the Liang sect, it showed an extremely powerful attacking force.
Su Qing didn't have time to think.
His power surged suddenly, he swung a spear, and repelled Yuan Shanmu. Then he swung his palm out.
Boom!
When the fists and palms collided, Su Qing felt a massive force coming at him, but it only made him frown slightly. Then he swung his palm again and clashed head-on with the endless fists in the sky.
One palm against two fists.
Every time Su Qing struck, it carried an extremely terrifying force. Yang Zong, who was facing him, could only feel intense pain in his fists, as if his bones were about to crack.
What kind of martial arts is this guy practicing? How can he have such terrifying strength?
Yang Zong was horrified in his heart, but his face was full of murderous intent. The spiritual energy inside his body surged out recklessly, pouring into his fists and boxing gloves, acting like a madman, continuing to crazily bombard Su Qing.
Chapter 81, The 36 Strategies, The Best Strategy is to Retreat.
Facing Yang Zong's crazy offensive, Su Qing responded with ease.
He was completely not at a disadvantage.
The Qingxian sect has really ruined us, how can Su Qing's strength be so terrifying? Yuan Shanmu's attack didn't decrease, and he and Yang Zong teamed up to surround Su Qing. But in his mind, he recalled some information about Su Qing from the Xianji order. Thinking of this information, Yuan Shanmu's heart was filled with intense anger.
Is this the fighting strength that the Xiandan realm can display?
Facing the three of them attacking together, Su Qing still found an opportunity to kill the formation master Zhou Tao. Under their frantic and desperate attacks, he was still not at a disadvantage. There was even no sign of Su Qing being exhausted, his attacks with the spear and palm still had no reduction in power. At this rate, under the suppression of the natural prohibitions in the burial ground of gods, they were gradually falling into a weaker position. Just as the three of them were in the midst of a fierce battle, a figure was rapidly flying through the mountains and forests.
In a few breaths, the figures of Su Qing and the two others appeared ahead. Finally arrived.
Mo Zheng's eyes were filled with a cold chill. Seeing Su Qing, who was surrounded by the two and still not at a disadvantage, even starting to suppress them, a murderous intent rose in his heart.
In his hand, a top-grade Earth-rank spiritual weapon longsword appeared.
Whoosh! A sword aura whistled out, cutting through space, carrying the momentum to tear everything apart, attacking Su Qing. Just as Su Qing was facing Yang Zong's fist, he suddenly felt a life-threatening threat rising in his heart. From the corner of his eye, he also saw the incoming sword aura. His pupils suddenly contracted, and in an instant, he realized Mo Zheng had arrived.
This is really never-ending trouble.
Su Qing's aura exploded with a thunderous surge, throwing a punch with all his strength, sending Yang Zong flying out. The Thunderstorm Nine Heavens technique was activated, and just as the sword energy was about to strike, he vanished from the spot. After these continuous battles, even Su Qing had consumed quite a lot by this point. He quickly swallowed a blood spirit fruit and activated the Taishu ancient scripture, his expression grave as he stared at Mo Zheng, who was approaching.
Gentleman's sword, Mo Zheng?
His fists went numb, and a bone-crushing pain surged, but Yang Zong gritted his teeth, enduring the surging blood in his body, gasping for breath. He looked at the newcomer and was instantly shocked.
The name Mo Zheng was far more famous in the eastern wilderness than both of them. A Dongtian realm expert was already considered one of the top-tier strong beings in the entire eastern wilderness.
Not far to the side, Yuan Shanmu's face was dark as he silently watched Mo Zheng, not saying a word. Mo Zheng's appearance meant that the two of them had no more chance of capturing Su Qing. Even if they defeated or killed Su Qing, it would not be their hands that claimed the victory. In this case, their Liang sect's mission might end up with nothing, and they would also lose a formation elder. Gentlemen, this child is a traitor from the Qingxian sect. Please, make it convenient for us. Mo Zheng glanced at the two of them coldly, then fixed his gaze on Su Qing. A faint green light began to appear on the sword in his hand.
But Yuan Shanmu snorted coldly and said, Elder Mo Zheng, your sect has issued the Xuanji order. Anyone can take Su Qing, especially since he killed one of our Liang sect elders. This favor, I'm afraid it's hard to grant.
That's right, Elder Mo Zheng. You can't just tell us to give in like that. As a fellow member of the Liang sect, Yang Zong stood beside Yuan Shanmu at this moment, both of them in a battle stance, watching Mo Zheng. From time to time, they cast a glance at Su Qing, showing no sign of retreat. They were all inside the burial godland, suppressed by the heaven and earth prohibitions, and with Su Qing nearby, if Mo Zheng made a move on them, Su Qing would escape.
Mo Zheng had finally arrived, and he wouldn't easily allow Su Qing to slip away. Yang Zong walked over to Yuan Shanmu and secretly transmitted his voice. Other cultivators coming because of the Xuanji order are on their way here too. Hold him off, and when those people arrive, even if we team up with them, it's better than letting Mo Zheng catch Su Qing. Yuan Shanmu nodded subtly, gripping his spear tightly. Hum.
A wave of sword chi rippled out, and Imo Zhang exuded a chilling aura, speaking coldly, retreat, or die. Imo Zhang was already filled with rage because of Su Qing and no longer wished to waste time.
At this moment, facing the two members of the Liang sect, his attitude was extremely strong.
His killing intent was blatant and unrestrained. The immense pressure swept in all directions. Even though his cultivation was suppressed to the 8th level of the creation realm due to the restrictions of the burial godland, his state was still essentially at its peak. With his background as a Dongtian realm cultivator, when his aura surged, the oppressive feeling caused both Yang Zong and Yuan Shanmu to change their expressions. You. The two glared at each other, but due to Imo Zhang's overwhelming presence, neither dared to act rashly. This was the burial godland. If Imo Zhang truly disregarded everything and killed them both, there would be no place for them to seek justice. But for them to just give up like this, their hearts were unwilling, and for a moment, they stood frozen in place. A bunch of idiots, you continue chatting, I'll take my leave first. At this moment, Su Qing, who had swallowed the blood spirit fruit and recovered slightly, suddenly smiled. He then decisively used the Thunderstorm 9 Heavens technique and vanished from the spot. Imo Zhang and the other cultivators who would be arriving soon hadn't expected Su Qing to leave so decisively. Suddenly, he was shocked. Asterisk. In his heart, anger almost surged out of his chest. Imo Zhang glared fiercely at Yang Zong and the others, then chased after them. Following the residual spiritual fluctuations in the air, Imo Zhang's figure flickered and relentlessly pursued. He also transmitted a message to Li Lan. The two of them separated to search. Though they were both in the valley, they were still some distance apart. Yang Zong's face looked extremely grim as he looked at the direction Su Qing had fled. Coldly, he said, we can't just let him go, we must chase. With that, Yang Zong had already moved, rapidly dashing out. Behind him, Yuan Shanmu's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking, but in the end, he still followed closely. Only a lifeless body remained, proving that a fierce battle had just taken place in this place. In the valley. Su Qing ran while thinking of a way to break the deadlock. Although the others are not a threat, this Imo Zhang is a big problem. Even though I've entered the creation realm, Imo Zhang still has the foundation of the cave heaven realm and is at his peak. I can't fight him head-on. The most important thing is that Su Qing feared the strong reinforcements from Qingxian sect. Su Qing was almost certain it was Li Lan. Only he held the deepest killing intent toward Su Qing, able to arrive so quickly, and immediately enter the god burial land with Imo Zhang after the grey mist dispersed. Su Qing wasn't even confident in defeating just Imo Zhang alone, and if there was also Li Lan, it would truly be a life-or-death situation. While thinking, Su Qing's gaze involuntarily turned to the terrifying thunder area in the distance. A thought flashed through his mind. If it really comes to that, I'll just destroy everything, fish and net alike. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing's body flickered with lightning, and in the next moment, he turned into a streak of lightning, disappearing tens or even hundreds of feet away in an instant. Whoosh! Li Lan dashed through the forest, having received Imo Zhang's message, quickly heading toward his position. Along the way, he encountered a monster. With a simple wave of his hand, a fiery red force surged out, instantly slaying the monster, without slowing Li Lan down in the slightest. Li Lan was surrounded by killing intent, and his eyes emanated a chilling coldness. Su Qing. You can't escape. Chapter 82, Fight Imo Zhang again. Boom. Unknowingly, the black-red sky of the god burial land began to gather with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed occasionally within those dark clouds, and the heavens were filled with terrifying power. A faint, oppressive feeling descended from the sky. Su Qing made a quick move and appeared several dozen feet away. He looked up at the sky, frowning. What's going on with the god burial land? Honestly, Su Qing really couldn't make sense of the strange phenomena in the god burial land. This was only the outermost area, he couldn't even imagine what kind of danger lay deeper inside the god burial land. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Su Qing looked back. In the distance, a figure was quickly chasing after him, killing intent radiating from them. This Imo Zhang will not rest until he kills me. Once his teacher, now relentlessly chasing after him, how ironic. Because of this, Su Qing harbored a strong killing intent toward Imo Zhang and many others from Qingxian sect. If given the chance, he would not show mercy. Su Qing took another blood spirit fruit, feeling the pure energy spread throughout his body. The spiritual energy consumed in the earlier battle quickly began to recover. Su Qing's speed also increased slightly. With a whoosh, he disappeared from his original spot. In fact, Su Qing had considered leaving the god burial land directly while Imo Zhang and the reinforcements from Qingxian sect were hunting him down. However, due to the Xuanji order, Su Qing had become a target for everyone. If he appeared outside, it would undoubtedly attract countless cultivators to pursue and intercept him. Although Su Qing had many tricks up his sleeve, he wasn't invincible. Facing a large number of attackers, he would still end up losing.
especially with the people from the 5 major sects. There must be a lot of people involved. And many loose cultivators, strong in power, are not few. Su Qing is alone, and a single fist can't fight countless hands. After thinking for a while, he decided to keep moving around the valley, dodging and ambushing those cultivators who chased him. With the reputation of the Burial Godland, an ancient forbidden area, he could stop most people and give himself a bit of breathing space. Boom! Suddenly, while Su Qing was dashing through the forest, a streak of black light flashed, and a powerful energy wave rippled, attacking him. Kill! Accompanied by a harsh shout, a figure dressed in a black robe appeared. In the air, a black glow cut through space, heading straight for Su Qing's vital points. Su Qing's eyes flashed with cold light, and his arm instantly raised. The Chaos God demon body automatically activated at this moment, and a layer of dark purple patterns appeared on his body, flashing with a dim light. Clang! The sudden attack was forcefully shaken off by Su Qing with his physical strength. What? The attacker was stunned, looking at Su Qing in disbelief. If he wasn't mistaken, that guy blocked his sneak attack with his arm? What kind of physical strength is this? It's comparable to a tier 6 defensive spiritual weapon, right? Still in shock, the man only felt a blur before him, and a figure had already appeared right in front of him. Su Qing raised his palm, and the great Buddha palm was slammed out. Boom! The attacker didn't even have time to react before being struck in the chest by a single palm. With a scream, the man flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing through several large trees before hitting the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His breath quickly weakened. With a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the creation realm, under the suppression of the Burial Godland's celestial restrictions, he was now only at the peak of the 1st stage of the creation realm. He didn't die from Su Qing's palm only because he was wearing a defensive spiritual artifact, barely saving his life. With this level of cultivation, you dare to come in here? Truly seeking death. Su Qing coldly glanced at the man. Just as he was about to step forward to finish him off, a sword chi suddenly attacked. With a cold snort, Su Qing didn't have time to think about anything else and had to dodge. Boom! The sword chi left a huge trench in the ground, showing that the one who launched this attack had no intention of holding back. Mo Zhang's figure quickly approached, charging toward Su Qing, his voice full of killing intent. "You can't escape, Su Qing." Before his words even finished, several sword chi swept out one after another. Su Qing's thunder movement across 9 heavens kept flashing as he dodged the attacks while scanning his surroundings. Many fluctuations in energy appeared in the surrounding forest, clearly indicating that several cultivators who had entered the Burial Godland earlier had also caught up to this place. The person who attacked earlier had also tried to sneak attack. At this moment, while Su Qing was retreating, the Panlong skybreaking spear appeared in his hand. "Mo Zhang, you dogged pest, it's really not easy to shake you off, but it won't be so easy for you to keep me here." With a horizontal strike of the Panlong skybreaking spear, he blocked one of the sword chi attacks, then used thunder movement across 9 heavens, leaving a flash of lightning in place before Su Qing swiftly shot out dozens of yards away. But Mo Zhang, who had finally caught up, naturally frantically gathered his spiritual power and crazily pursued. His speed was incredibly fast, the distance between the two was now only a few yards apart. At the same time, Mo Zhang's attacks showed no signs of stopping, and he launched them again. Watching Mo Zhang's rabid dog-like appearance, Su Qing could only helplessly think. His thunder movement across 9 heavens was still just in the beginning stages, not even fully developed. Under Mo Zhang's crazy pursuit, he couldn't shake him off for the moment. However, Mo Zhang's spiritual power consumption wasn't small either. The two were either running or fighting, and the power of their clash devastated the surrounding forest. Unparalleled might, many cultivators chasing behind, upon seeing this scene, dared not approach, afraid of being affected. At this moment, they realized how rash it was to chase to the God Burial Land for the damage caused by the Xuanqi order. This Su Qing, not even slightly at a disadvantage under Mo Zhang's hand. Luckily I didn't rush out, otherwise I would be the one dead. Some cultivators began to have second thoughts. They started heading towards the valley's exit, but a small portion still felt unwilling, hiding in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. However, as Su Qing and Mo Zhang pursued, everyone found they could not catch up at all. Whether it was Su Qing or Mo Zhang, the speed they erupted with left them far behind. Whoosh! Once again, with a swift move, Su Qing dodged Mo Zhang's strike, quickly retreating while fiercely swinging out a great Buddha palm. Mo Zhang's pupils constricted, not daring to underestimate this attack at all. Spirit power surged within him, and his long sword danced, creating phantom shadows that formed a sword wind wall. Boom! The instant the palm print collided with the wind wall, a terrifying energy shock erupted. Countless sword shadows shattered, and the palm print dispersed. They were evenly matched. Mo Zhang is truly difficult to deal with. Su Qing's mood remained heavy, even though he was only facing Mo Zhang, and could still fight back. It wouldn't be long before the strong reinforcements from Qingxian sect arrived.
At this moment, as Su Qing battled Mo Zhang, a sound of breaking wind came from afar, and a figure radiating overwhelming killing intent was quickly approaching. A sudden jolt in his heart, Su Cheng knew he could no longer entangle himself with Mo Zhang. He directly put away the Pandwa-breaking heaven spear and fully unleashed the thunder movement of 9 heavens. As his gaze flickered, a hint of madness appeared.
Since that's the case, let's gamble and see who has better luck.
Without a word, Su Qing rushed deep into the valley, heading towards that thunderous land filled with the taste of death, where the overwhelming might of heaven spread, as if the apocalypse had arrived.
Chapter 83, A Strange Change Arises. Many cultivators who had previously entered the god burial land had quietly withdrawn by now. Su Qing's strength far exceeded their expectations, not to mention his terrifying speed was something they couldn't keep up with.
Remaining would merely waste time, and staying too long in the god burial land, who knows what unusual occurrences might happen. Unknowingly, within the valley outside the god burial land, only a few people still held onto a glimmer of hope. The cultivators leaving the god burial land inevitably spread the events that had occurred inside.
In no time, many cultivators chasing after were all shocked.
At this time, as Su Qing rushed at full speed, he looked back and saw Mo Zhang still crazily pursuing him. Behind him, he could vaguely see a familiar figure.
It really is Li Lan, this time it's a life or death situation.
Li Lan's strength was much stronger than Mo Zhang's, despite being suppressed by the heavens and earth's restrictions. At this moment he still had the peak cultivation of the 8th layer of the creation realm. Most importantly, Li Lan's own foundation was strong enough, being in the 3rd layer of the cave heaven realm, and after so many years as the Grand Elder, he was far more troublesome than Mo Zhang. Especially since Su Qing held a grudge against him for killing his son, this hatred would surely mean Li Lan wouldn't hold back when attacking. Su Qing's heart felt heavy. Taking a deep breath, he bolted forward, making up his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qing decisively sprinted towards the thunderous land. In that kind of heavenly might, life and death place, he could impose some restraint on Li Lan and Mo Zhang, and perhaps find a sliver of opportunity to survive. The pressure is getting stronger, Elder Mo, we need to take him down quickly. Having caught up to Mo Zhang, Li Lan had a cold expression, his aura wildly surging, speaking in a grim tone. Mo Zhang's gaze was fixed on Su Qing's direction, and he said in a low voice, Su Qing has mastered a secret technique for movement. It seems like some kind of secret magical technique, and as you saw the speed, even when cultivation is suppressed and the cave heaven domain cannot be used, it is very difficult to catch up with him in such a short time. From Qingxian sect to now, Mo Zhang is the one most familiar with Su Qing's speed and movement technique. Previously, due to a slight oversight, not using the cave heaven domain to pursue immediately, Su Qing escaped into the grave of gods. As long as Su Qing does not come out of this place, either he or Li Lan will continue to be greatly restricted. As time passes, Su Qing's goal is now clear. With the enhancement of Thunderstrike 9 Heaven's speed, he quickly left the valley's range. In the distance, the thunderous area continues to extend, with a primal forest in between. The terrain is becoming increasingly perilous, but Su Qing, with his swift body movements, is rushing forward quickly. From time to time, he encounters beasts, but Su Qing directly ignores them, using Thunderstrike 9 Heavens with a flicker to leap over the beasts, speeding away, leaving the beasts to roar angrily in place. The beasts try to chase, but realize that the human has disappeared within a few blinks, and can only roar in frustration. Not long after, Li Lan and Mo Zhang also arrive at this place. The two of them, like Su Qing, do not get entangled with the beasts but only focus on Su Qing. One in front, one behind, the three of them rush into this primal forest, alarming many beasts that dwell inside. At this moment, Su Qing's sight catches a spiritual herb emitting golden brilliance. It is half a person's height, with 3 leaves, and a flower blooming in blue and green hues, its rich spiritual power radiating out in all directions. At the very least, it is a mid-grade earth-tier spiritual herb. Damn it, these two mad dogs, when they encounter spiritual herbs, they can only give up.
I'll remember this debt.
Helplessly, Su Qing did not dare to waste even a moment. If he stayed for even a few breaths, Li Lan and Mo Zhang would catch up. In the end, he could only give the spiritual herb a reluctant glance before speeding off again. The three of them continued this chase and escape, and before they realized it, the sky of the grave of gods began to darken. Above the horizon, the gathering dark clouds became thicker, and lightning and thunder grew more frequent.
Judging by the situation, it won't be long before a storm hits.
At this moment, strong winds began to blow in the sky, the tall trees swaying violently under the gusts. In the grave of gods, any unusual celestial phenomena harbor unknown dangers. With pursuers behind and an impending mysterious crisis in the grave of gods, Su Qing's mood became increasingly heavy. Su Qing had actually not noticed one thing, and neither had the pursuing Li Lan and Mo Zhang. As their time spent in the grave of gods increased, an indescribable, eerie aura was slowly invading their bodies. None of the three were aware of this anomaly. Under the strange and eerie influence, Su Qing's temples were slowly becoming dry and withered. His once jet-black and glossy long hair, not knowing when, began to lose its luster, becoming dull and dry as if it had lost its nourishment.
The life force contained in his hair was slowly being eaten away by that indescribable and eerie force. Whoosh! A streak of thunder light appeared, and Su Qing's figure passed through a forest, reappearing dozens of meters away. With the constant use of Thunderstrike 9 Heavens, Su Qing's energy consumption cannot be underestimated. The blood spirit fruits he had collected before were nearly depleted. After swallowing another blood spirit fruit, the Taishu ancient scripture began to operate, quickly absorbing the spiritual power within. It's getting closer, I can already vaguely feel the terrifying heavenly might. Su Qing's gaze became heavy, looking towards the area where lightning frequently struck, which was getting closer and closer to him. However, as the sky darkened even more, Su Qing's mood became even more solemn. In the land of the burial of gods, during the alternating cycle of day and night, the spiritual power contained in the world begins to fade. At that time, no more spiritual power can be absorbed from the surroundings, and only one's own resources remain. Looking back, from a distance, two figures could still be seen, with no intention of giving up, still relentlessly pursuing. At this point, those cultivators who had still been hoping for an opportunity had long since withdrawn. The speed of the three was not something they could keep up with. Suddenly, within Su Qing's body, the palace shook violently. The previous inexplicable resistance from the burial of gods seemed to stop at this moment. Su Qing had been confused from the beginning, unable to understand the specific situation. But now, at least, Su Qing's life palace had begun to function normally. Within the Dantian, in the sea of spiritual power, strands of energy were being absorbed by the palace. However, that was all, it couldn't help improve cultivation. Su Qing had no time to comprehend the laws of the heavens and earth. For the life palace, it wouldn't provide much assistance. Thus, Su Qing's current cultivation level was still at the early stage of the creation realm, and not even the first level of the creation realm could be considered. Only after comprehending a trace of the laws of the heavens and earth, and incorporating it into the life palace, would it truly count as achieving the principles of creation? Chapter 84, Fierce Storm. I wish the flame law from earlier was still here, but unfortunately, it was merged into the frost flame spirit fire. Looking at the frost flame spirit fire slowly floating beneath the life palace, Su Qing felt a little regret. But soon, Su Qing gathered his thoughts, cast these aside for now, and continued to rush towards the thunderous area. Boom! Above the sky, the clouds grew thicker, accompanied by a flash of lightning, and then light rain began to fall. The rainwater fell onto the tree crowns in the primal forest, darkening the sky of the burial of gods. As day and night alternated, with the light rain, the spiritual power in the surrounding world began to quickly dissipate. Before long, the rain became heavier, mixed with violent winds, causing countless trees to wildly sway. A flash of lightning passed by, and Su Qing, feeling the fierce wind and heavy rain, took a deep breath. There was already a hint of coolness in the air. It seems this rain won't stop anytime soon, and the spiritual power is starting to vanish. From this moment on, it's all about relying on one's own foundation. Su Qing didn't use spiritual power to shield himself from the rain and wind, every bit saved counted. Letting the wind and rain fall on him, with his chaos god demon body, these natural phenomena barely affected him. What Su Qing worried about the most now, was whether there would be any unknown dangers hidden within this storm. In the burial of gods, any unusual natural phenomenon was not simple. He was still haunted by the grey mist from earlier. If it weren't for his good luck in finding a cave to hide, Su Qing didn't even know what would have happened under the assault of the grey mist. As the rain and wind grew stronger, Su Qing's vision was slightly affected. Under such conditions, visibility would continue to be limited. However, the distant thunderous area remained clearly visible, and the distance between them was closing. There are still 4 blood spirit fruits, and the suspended ring still has some spiritual materials in pills. I don't need to worry about recovery for now. But those 2 guys are among the highest-ranking elders of the Qingshan sect, their foundation is not shallow. Su Qing knew very well that Li Lan and Mo Zhang had been in the elder positions for many years and must have accumulated a lot of assets. In terms of spiritual materials and pills, Su Qing might be a little weaker. But Su Qing's greatest advantage was that he could almost ignore the restrictions and suppression of the burial of God's natural laws. His cultivation level was basically unaffected. Li Lan and Mo Zhang's cultivation, however, was decreasing every moment. With this exchange, as long as Su Qing held on, there might really be a chance to survive this perilous situation. He might even be able to counterattack. Of course, if it came to that. Li Lan and Mo Zhang were determined to escape, and Su Qing might not be able to stay either. But until the very end, the outcome was uncertain. At this moment, Su Qing only wanted to reach the land of thunder as quickly as possible, using the strange celestial power within this burial ground to restrain Li Lan and Mo Zhang, buying himself more time. Crash! Whoosh! The raging storm drenched the entire primitive mountain range in darkness, like an endless black curtain. Coupled with the night and the torrential rain, visibility was so low that one could barely see their own fingers. In the distance, only faint flashes of lightning could be seen streaking across the sky, pointing the way for Su Qing.
Behind Su Qing, about 100 feet away, Li Lan and Imo Zhang dashed through the downpour, their faces dark with fury.
He must have cultivated some kind of divine secret technique. But where did he get it? Could it be from one of those times when the heavens bestowed an inheritance?
For the first time, Li Lan realized just how terrifying Su Qing's speed was. From the aura Su Qing had emitted earlier, he had just stepped into the creation realm, which was already astonishing enough. But he had also cultivated a movement-based divine technique.
Li Lan could hardly imagine, if Su Qing were given enough time, just how terrifyingly powerful would he become?
By then, the entire Qingxian sect might fall into Su Qing's hands. Because of this, Li Lan's killing intent toward Su Qing grew even stronger. The spiritual energy within his body surged even faster, increasing his speed once more. He was determined to catch up to Su Qing. Beside him, seeing Li Lan accelerate, Imo Zhang felt bitterness in his heart.
This world's restrictions are too severe. Even my speed is affected. But there was no choice. Imo Zhang could only grit his teeth and keep up.
Now, both of them knew that neither of them alone had absolute confidence in taking Su Qing down, especially as they stayed longer in this burial ground. Outside, either of them alone, disregarding movement speed, could easily defeat Su Qing in battle. But Su Qing was too slippery, he never fought them head-on. This left them with no choice but to keep chasing him relentlessly. The killing intent boiling in their hearts grew so intense that it felt like it would overflow. Swish! Two figures moved at extreme speed, slicing through the rain curtain. In their desperate pursuit, they were truly closing the distance on Su Qing. In the primitive mountain range, one figure led, while two others followed closely behind, dashing through the terrain. But as the sky grew darker, Su Qing was also struggling. Collapsed tree trunks, massive and unyielding boulders racing forward, Su Qing couldn't predict what obstacles lay ahead. He dared not stop for even a second and could only force his way through the obstructions. Inevitably, this slowed him down slightly. Fortunately, the torrential rain and the dim sky affected Li Lan and Imo Zhang as well. They could only rely on the faint noises ahead to continue their pursuit. At this moment, the distance between them had shrunk to less than 50 feet. Under the shroud of the stormy night, Su Qing ran for his life. Unknowingly, he had crossed the vast primitive mountain range.
The land of thunder was drawing ever closer.
Su Qing estimated that in about half an hour, he would reach that place. But as he emerged from the mountain range and saw the enormous, wide canyon ahead, his heart grew heavy. Within the canyon, under the torrential downpour, a raging river had formed. The current was fierce, waves crashing wildly. Moreover, the canyon was lined with steep, jagged cliffs, sharp, perilous, and offering no possible path through.
Damn it! Why did such a natural barrier suddenly appear?
Su Qing's brows furrowed, his face dark with worry. The terrain of this burial ground was truly unpredictable, ever-changing. Who would have thought that beyond the primitive mountain range, there would be such a vast and treacherous canyon? Especially under this sudden, violent storm. A dangerous torrent filled with a sense of peril was formed. Boom! On the other side of the canyon, the thunderous land was right within reach. As long as one leaped across this canyon and advanced a little further, they would arrive. But now, Su Qing's challenge was how to cross this canyon. And just as Su Qing was in the middle of this dilemma, not far behind him, Li Lan and Imo Zhang's figures were gradually approaching. In fact, at this moment, through the rain, Li Lan's sight could faintly make out Su Qing's figure.
Chapter 85, The Terrifying Thunderous Land. Splashing.
Heavy rain poured down, and the wind howled fiercely. The surging torrent raised huge waves, crashing against the rocks and making a deafening sound. Su Qing stood at the edge of the canyon, looking across, estimating the distance to be at least 50 or 60 zhan wide.
This distance was not too far, and under normal circumstances, Su Qing could easily jump across.
But now, beneath the canyon was a terrifying torrent, and the rain was falling even more violently. With so many elements at play, the difficulty had drastically increased. If he wasn't careful and got struck by the raging waves, he would be swept into the torrent in an instant.
I'll have to gamble everything now.
With no time to think further, Su Qing could only charge forward. Taking a deep breath, Su Qing stepped back slightly. Then, his spiritual energy surged, and thunder rumbled in the sky, brewing. In the next moment, with a loud sound, he pushed off the ground, and a streak of lightning appeared, clearly visible under the heavy rain and in the darkness.
Sizzling.
A flash of lightning passed, and Su Qing's figure leaped into the air, darting toward the other side of the canyon.
Splash.
As Su Qing crossed more than half of the distance, below him, the rolling flood surged. A series of huge waves rose up. The height of the waves shot directly towards Su Qing in midair. At this moment, Su Qing was in the air, feeling the immense force coming from below, and he couldn't help but feel nervous.
Just a little more. Grinding his teeth, Su Qing kept his eyes firmly on the other shore.
But at this moment, the wave came crashing, roaring as it slammed into Su Qing's body. At that instant, Su Qing's internal spiritual energy surged wildly, pulling upward with all his strength, causing his body to shoot up several feet. But half of his body was still struck. The immense force hit him, and Su Qing felt his body shake. Although he wasn't injured, it still gave him a shocking jolt. And under that strike, Su Qing's body could no longer be controlled and began to fall downward. Under the restriction of heaven and earth, Su Qing couldn't control the air, and now there was nowhere to borrow strength from. He could only helplessly fall toward the rushing torrent below. Splash! Su Qing fell into the torrent, and in an instant, he could feel the terrifying water currents coming from all directions. Under the immense power of the natural world, even Su Qing couldn't control his body in a short time. Flipping and turning, the world spun around him, and he could only allow the torrent to wash and sweep him away. At this moment, Li Lan and Mo Zhang had also reached the edge of the canyon and saw Su Qing being swept into the torrent. However, after being swept into the torrent, Su Qing's trace disappeared, and they had no idea where he had been carried. What should we do? The speed of the torrent is incredibly fast. How can we find Su Qing's location? Mo Zhang's face looked extremely grim. Li Lan, his entire body filled with murderous intent, fixed his gaze on the raging torrent in front. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He broke free. With Li Lan's words, amidst the surging waves, a figure emerged from the torrent, having somehow climbed onto the cliff wall on the other side of the canyon. Su Qing, relying on his incredibly powerful body, the Chaos Demon body, fought desperately in the torrent, finally managing to regain control of his body. Choosing to swim toward the shore beneath the river, after much effort, he finally touched the cliff wall and swam up. Then, with one hand gripping the cliff wall, he used it for leverage to break free from the raging torrent and quickly leaped onto the shore. Phew, that was close. Breathing heavily, he immediately swallowed the last blood spirit fruit. Barely recovering a little, Su Qing looked at the raging torrents with lingering fear. On the opposite side, Li Lan and Mo Zhang, seeing this scene, were also burning with anxiety. Right in front of them, yet separated by the canyon and the torrents, how could they be willing to stop? Exchanging a glance, the two of them, without hesitation, each used their own methods and chose to continue the pursuit. Seeing this, Su Qing felt utterly helpless. These two leeches, still sticking around? No choice, Su Qing turned around and looked ahead. Not far away, he could clearly see lightning descending. The entire surrounding space was already filled with terrifying thunderous might. Without hesitation, he charged straight ahead. Su Qing's luck wasn't great. Just as he was about to reach the other side, a wave crashed onto him. Meanwhile, Li Lan transformed into a streak of red light, and under his feet, a talisman flew out, exploding into a fierce gust of wind that wrapped around him, carrying him across the canyon. Mo Zhang, on the other hand, swung his long sword downward, forming streaks of sword energy. He stepped onto the sword energy, using its force to leap across the canyon as well. That talisman consumed a significant amount of spiritual power, and the sword energy also drained a lot from Mo Zhang. But their luck was better than Su Qing's. With no real danger, they successfully crossed the raging canyon. Without stopping, the two continued at full speed, chasing forward. This place feels off, Elder Mo, hurry up. Li Lan glanced at the sky. The terrifying celestial phenomenon loomed above, streaks of lightning striking down from time to time, getting closer and closer to them. That kind of divine might made even Li Lan's heart tremble. Even at full strength, he wasn't sure he could retreat unscathed from that area. Mo Zhang took out a pill, swallowed it, and refined it while speaking in a deep voice. If we don't take down Su Qing this time, we won't have another chance. His growth is too fast, too monstrous. Does he have any hidden cards left? I don't know. All the information I have on Su Qing has already been synchronized with you and the sect. Feeling his state gradually recovering, Mo Zhang continued, we've been in the burial land of gods for days now. Who knows if he's encountered any opportunities? Poof. Li Lan clearly didn't believe this speculation. He snorted coldly and said no more. Half an hour later. In front of Su Qing was already the domain of thunder. Ahead, the ground had turned into a dark blue color, riddled with countless craters. Lightning flickered everywhere, and the black-red clouds in the sky rained down bolts of lightning as thick as an arm. The entire area looked like doomsday, showing no signs of any living beings. Even Su Qing felt his skin tingling. The thunderous energy fluctuations filled the entire world. Boom! A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the ground and leaving a massive crater. Pure thunderous energy spread throughout the pit. In the densest part of this thunder domain, there were many such pits, and inside, they glowed with a crystalline luster. Some even contained a shimmering liquid of purple-blue radiance at the bottom. Thunder liquid, a natural spiritual material born from heaven and earth, containing incomparably vast and pure thunder essence energy. In terms of grade, it was at least of the heavenly rank. But Su Qing was still at the very edge of the thunder domain and had no idea that such an extremely rare spiritual material existed here.
Standing at the border, looking at the terrifying landscape ahead, Su Cheng hesitated. Su Cheng, you have nowhere to run.
Just as Su Cheng hesitated, behind him, Li Lan and Mo Zhang had caught up, chasing like madmen with reckless abandon. Murderous intent surged around Li Lan, almost becoming tangible.
A fiery red streak, carrying a terrifying energy wave, shot toward Su Cheng.
Seeing this, Su Cheng no longer hesitated and charged straight into the Thunder Domain.
Chapter 86, A Fierce Battle Against Two Elders.
The Land of Thunder, a scene of the apocalypse, with bolts of lightning as thick as arms falling down, leaving deep craters on the ground. Strands of purple-blue lightning spread across the earth, staining the entire surface in a hue of deep azure. Just stepping on it, Su Cheng felt a tingling sensation on the soles of his feet. If it weren't for Su Cheng's robust physique, just the lightning energy on the ground would have been enough to blow him away.
This is a bit terrifying. If I get struck by a bolt of lightning, can I withstand it? Even with the rare Chaos Demon God body, Su Cheng wasn't entirely confident.
Watching his surroundings, he heightened his alertness, being cautious and constantly paying attention to the falling lightning to avoid it in time. At this moment, Li Lan and Mo Zhang had caught up, almost within arm's reach. Looking at this land of thunder, Li Lan and Mo Zhang both felt their scalps tingle.
This Su Cheng, does he really want to die?
Li Lan gritted his teeth as he stared at Su Cheng's back, not far ahead. Even at his peak, Li Lan had greatly feared this land of thunder. After all, it was the wrath of heaven, and thunder was one of the most powerful natural forces in the world. Especially in this place, which had existed for countless years, it had already formed a thunder domain. Su Cheng might not feel it, but both Li Lan and Mo Zhang were true experts at the cave heaven realm, able to vaguely sense that the air in this place was filled with the aura of a domain. The power of thunder covered almost the entire area, but it was influenced by the supernatural elements of the god burial land, preventing it from erupting. If this place were in the outside world, any living being who entered would immediately be covered by the thunder domain and be blasted into ash. Even we wouldn't survive being struck by lightning more than a few times here.
Mo Zhang's expression darkened to the extreme. Has Su Cheng gone mad? Is he seeking his own death?
At this moment, both of them hesitated. Su Cheng had entered this area, and with a single moment of carelessness, he could be struck down by lightning. If they continued chasing, they would face a terrifying crisis.
However, they didn't hesitate for long. Determination quickly replaced their doubts. Su Cheng's death wouldn't matter, but his body must be brought back. This thunderous land couldn't be avoided. What if Su Cheng miraculously escaped and ran away?
In order to prevent such a thing from happening, they both decided to push forward and enter. Not far ahead, as Li Lan and Mo Zhang stepped into the thunderous land, Su Cheng snorted lightly and thought to himself, let's see who's unlucky enough to be struck by lightning first. At this point, Su Cheng stopped fleeing. Li Lan and Mo Zhang had already closed in. The main reason was that this thunderous land was vast, and the frequency of lightning strikes was unpredictable. Running carelessly might lead to a collision with a bolt of lightning. Since that was the case, Su Cheng decided to make his final stand here.
Not running anymore?
Seeing Su Cheng stand firm, Li Lan sneered and immediately unleashed a punch. A fiery red light spread from his fist, releasing a powerful surge of spiritual energy.
Flame Origin Palm, a mid-tier earth technique, Li Lan's exclusive technique.
He had already cultivated it to perfection, reaching the peak of mastery. In the outside world, a single palm strike could destroy a mountain. But at this moment, Li Lan noticed that under the restrictions of the god burial land's heaven and earth laws, his state was affected, and he couldn't unleash his full power. Su Cheng sensed the overwhelming and domineering surge of spiritual energy and his face turned serious. Then, the breaking heaven dragon spear appeared in his hand. With a flip, it drew a trace in the air, and his internal spiritual energy began to surge wildly.
I've been wanting to test Elder Li Lan's strength. Come on, let me see what you've got. As he spoke, the Chaos Demon God body activated, and dark purple-black patterns spread across Su Cheng's body, containing the power of an infinite universe. In his dantian, the palace, too, rippled with waves of strange power amid its rise and fall.
Poof. Li Lan glanced at Mo Zhang, his meaning clear without a word, move together, finish quickly, and give Su Cheng no chance.
Single combat?
Li Lan was more than happy for that outside, but right now, taking down Su Cheng was the priority.
Moreover, the longer they lingered in the god burial ground, the more their own strength would be suppressed, and if they delayed any further, unexpected changes might occur.
In an instant, Li Lan's figure turned into a shadow, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Li Lan, his fierce yuan palm smashing forward, the force shaking the air itself. Su Cheng's eyes flashed coldly, reacting in a moment, his spear thrusting forward. At the tip of the spear, spiritual power condensed, also carrying an overwhelming aura. Let's see whether your palm is harder, or this heavenly tier spiritual weapon is stronger.
Boom!
A sky of fire appeared, and the palm imprint surged out, crashing against the spear's tip. The spiritual wind from the collision exploded at the point of contact, sweeping in all directions. But the spear tip did not touch the palm print. In between them, a barrier of spiritual power had formed. Yet Su Qing could feel the immense power pressing through the tip of the spear.
At the same time, Mo Zhang's attack had already begun.
Sword winds tore through space, bringing with them the force to destroy everything, enveloping Su Qing. Outside the god burial ground, two experts with the cultivation of the cave sky realm had joined forces, surrounding and attacking Su Qing. Su Qing felt a surge of anger within, and with a hearty laugh, he raised his hand and struck.
Great Buddha Palm.
A giant palm imprint appeared from the void, then smashed forward toward the sword winds that were sweeping in. The battle began, with Su Qing facing off against two powerful opponents alone. In the blink of an eye, they had already fought for dozens of rounds.
The earth exploded, turning the once greenish-blue ground into a mess.
Though the destructive power couldn't compare to the falling thunder, the battle was relentless, and with such intensity, the area was filled with terrifying spiritual storms. The winds raged, shaking the heavens and earth.
Boom!
Suddenly, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky. Below, Su Qing, who had just been knocked back by the two of them, was in its path. His scalp tingled, and before he could even look up, the thunderous movement of the nine heavens activated, disappearing in the instant before the lightning struck.
Boom! Another crater appeared on the ground, with lightning crackling violently.
At the same time, perhaps due to the violent spiritual energy from the battle, the frequency of lightning strikes seemed to have increased.
At that moment, two more bolts of lightning descended in quick succession.
As soon as Su Qing landed, he vanished again in a streak of lightning. On the other side, Li Lan and Mo Zhang had to use their body techniques to dodge the descending thunder.
Feeling the violent power and destructive aura of the lightning, they both trembled in fear.
But once they dodged, Li Lan's gaze once again locked onto Su Qing.
Fire Spirit Heavenly Fist.
With an angry shout, Li Lan charged forward again, his body surrounded by boiling waves of spiritual energy. On his right fist, towering flames erupted. The Heavenly Tier mid-level Xian technique, Fire Spirit Heavenly Fist, was Li Lan's highest level technique, one of his trump cards. Having cultivated it for decades, he had already mastered it to perfection.
Chapter 87, Absorbing the Power of Thunder.
Endless crimson spread in Su Qing's pupils, and his expression turned as serious as it could be. Almost instinctively, Su Qing's figure flashed, ready to disappear from the spot, but he realized he could not do so. The heavenly might of the thunder combined with the power of the Heavenly Tier Xian technique disturbed the surrounding space, preventing him from properly executing Thunderstrike of the Nine Heavens. Since he couldn't dodge, he would break it apart.
Great Buddha Palm.
Su Qing gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to activate his Chaos Demon body, then struck out with a palm. A dark power materialized, forming a huge hand.
Reaching for the blazing sun coming right at them. Boom!
At the moment of collision, the Thunderland shook violently, and countless powers exploded. Su Qing and Li Lan found themselves at the center of the impact, their bodies trembling and being flung backward. A mouthful of metallic sweetness surged from his throat but was swallowed back down by Su Qing. His internal energy churned violently, his right hand trembled slightly, and the tiger's mouth cracked open. Fortunately, the power of the Chaos Demon body was extraordinary. With a slight operation, he suppressed the churning energy. As Li Lan was thrown back, Mo Zhang appeared behind him, supporting him to halt midair. Then, the two came at him from left and right, showing no intention of giving Su Qing any chance to fight back. Su Qing held the Pango-breaking dragon spear in his left hand and formed the great floating Buddha palm in his right, bracing for the two. A shocking battle erupted suddenly in the Thunderland. The raging power tore at the ground, and the surrounding space continually vibrated.
Su Qing faced two opponents, almost exhausting all his means against their attacks.
But he was unfortunately not as powerful as the two. Li Lan and Mo Zhang had the foundation of the Cave Heaven realm, and the impact on them was minimal. Even though neither could unleash their strongest moves, their innate foundation exerted immense pressure on Su Qing. In the chaotic battle, Su Qing clashed with the two once more, using the advantage of the Chaos Demon body to slightly disrupt Li Lan's movements. Taking this opportunity, he thrust the Pango-breaking dragon spear toward Li Lan's chest. This thrust aimed to pierce through his opponent. Li Lan had just adjusted his position but missed the chance to dodge, watching helplessly as the spear lunged at his chest.
Boom!
In the blink of an eye, Mo Zhang raised his hand to strike at the top of Su Qing's head, trying to force him back. Su Qing's eyes were cold, the long spear unwavering, and he pressed on with even more force.
PFF.
The long spear pierced through Li Lan's chest, bursting open a spray of blood in the air.
Mo Zhang's palm also descended with a fierce pressure.
In that critical moment, Su Qing used the power penetrating Li Lan to forcibly twist his body, absorbing the palm strike with his chest. The three figures separated once again. Su Qing landed some distance away, his chest slightly caved in, a drop of crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Enduring that palm strike, even with his Chaos Demon body, he still suffered a heavy blow, losing 30% of his battle strength. But on the other side, Li Lan's situation was not much better. His chest had been pierced by the Pango-breaking dragon spear, with spiritual energy exploding within, nearly affecting his heart.
Imo Zhang raised a finger, sealing Li Lan's chest blood vessels. Don't mind me, quickly kill him while he's in a bad state.
Li Lan's voice was weak, but his eyes bore an undeniable murderous intent. Imo Zhang did not respond, his figure flickering as he charged at Su Qing.
Not good.
Su Qing's expression changed. Given his current state, he was not strong enough to withstand another attack from Imo Zhang.
Boom!
At that moment, a silver-white light soared above their heads.
A powerful heavenly might, carrying thunder, suddenly descended. Thunder roared through the heavens.
In the blink of an eye, Su Qing's figure disappeared from his position, continuously flashing away.
Imo Zhang also ceased his pursuit, quickly retreating while bringing Li Lan along. This sudden thunderstorm provided Su Qing with a moment of respite.
However, Li Lan and Imo Zhang were resolute in their intent to kill Su Qing. As the thunder above faded, the two charged up once more. The three clashed again, with Su Qing fiercely striking the wounded Li Lan. Li Lan was also fighting for his life, attacking recklessly, clearly intent on risking everything. As the three battled, they had to be wary of the thunder that could fall at any moment.
After a brief moment, all three were in a sorry state. Even Imo Zhang, who was in the best condition among them, was.
His whole body was scorched black, as he was dragged by Su Qing and grazed by a bolt of lightning.
Su Qing, today I will kill you.
Li Lan and Imo Zhang completely disregarded their own exhaustion and attacked with all their might. Even though Li Lan had suffered such severe injuries, Su Qing was still at a disadvantage. After all, the difference in cultivation was right there, supported by the foundation of the Dongtian realm. This was the greatest confidence of Li Lan and Imo Zhang. I can't do this. If it goes on like this, I will undoubtedly lose. As Su Qing was once again knocked back, his gaze swept around. Just at this moment, another bolt of lightning gathered above the heads of the three of them. Li Lan and Imo Zhang acted as if they were about to dodge, but Su Qing didn't retreat. He charged directly into the lightning. He wanted to use the isolation of this lightning to shake off these two stubborn enemies.
This kid must be crazy.
Li Lan and Imo Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, and a trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes.
Boom!
The thunder violently struck, and Su Qing fully activated his Chaos God Demon body, charging forward. At the moment his body collided with the lightning, a series of crackling sounds rang out. Su Qing felt his entire body go numb instantly, and even a strong burnt smell spread. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only for a moment, and was suppressed by the Chaos God Demon body. At the same time, the Thunderstrike 9 Heaven's secret technique activated on its own, starting to absorb the power of the thunder. As the lightning power in his body increased, Su Qing almost screamed in pain. He felt as though his body was being sliced by thousands of knives, and it seemed like it could shatter at any moment. But his speed didn't stop. He continued charging toward the opposite side of the lightning. At the same time, he used the power of the lightning to cultivate the Thunderstrike 9 Heaven's secret technique. This was also the first time Su Qing had done so.
Impossible, how can he withstand such a force of nature?
Li Lan and Imo Zhang, who were constantly retreating, watched as Su Qing withstood the lightning and continued charging forward. Their hearts suddenly jolted, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. The lightning in this place, if they were at their peak, they could have endured a few strikes.
But in their current state, they wouldn't dare withstand it.
Su Qing had just fought them fiercely, and his condition was far from good, yet he was still able to withstand the thunder's impact.
What kind of monster is this?
In the thunder, Su Qing didn't know the shock of the two. Under the impact of the lightning's force, his will was constantly blurred, and his body finally reached its limit. A wave of deathly sensations rushed toward him, and at the end, he was almost relying entirely on willpower to hold on.
Ah!
A howl echoed, as Su Qing let out a painful roar like a mad beast. Fortunately, this was the last strike of lightning he absorbed. As the lightning on his body flickered, the intense pain spread out, turning into a warm force that fused into his body. And the Thunderstrike 9 Heavens technique finally began to progress toward the minor completion stage.
Chapter 88, Killing Imo Zhang. Feeling the changes within himself, Su Qing's face was filled with ecstatic joy.
The warm current that surged into his body not only pushed the Thunderstrike 9 Heavens forward, but also healed the injuries caused by the lightning's impact. At the same time, it also increased his resistance to thunder. Suddenly, Su Qing sneered and turned to look at the approaching Li Lan and Imo Zhang. Then, in a flash, his figure disappeared, continuing deeper into the thunder area.
This guy is completely a madman.
Li Lan and Imo Zhang, who were following behind, had bitter expressions on their faces, their hearts filled with rage, but they had no choice but to chase after him.
After that, the following scene appeared in the thunder zone.
A figure flickered like lightning, constantly searching for the nearby lightning strikes that were about to fall. Whenever he felt that the lightning was too strong to withstand, Su Qing would retreat immediately.
But when the lightning was slightly weaker, Su Qing didn't dodge and directly withstood it with his body.
His body continuously absorbed the never-ending thunder, and he also used this opportunity to cultivate the thunderstrike 9 heavens. In the constant thunderstrikes, Su Qing's entire body seemed to be rendered silver-white, a manifestation of the accumulated power of thunder. Li Lan and Mo Zhang, who had been following Su Qing, could naturally tell that he was still practicing a special secret method. So they continuously unleashed powerful spiritual energy, attempting to stop Su Qing. However, most of that spiritual energy was scattered by the thunder, unable to block him at all. The two of them almost wished they could rush into the thunder and directly fight Su Qing. But they didn't have Su Qing's terrifying physique, and they simply couldn't withstand the thunder of this world. They could only continue using their mysterious skills, hoping to have some impact on Su Qing. Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed.
They didn't even have time to sign in. During these days, Su Qing was almost constantly enduring the baptism of thunder. And with Su Qing's desperate cultivation, Thunder Movement 9 Heavens also reached the minor completion realm.
Buzz! Su Qing's body trembled, shaking off the silver light around him, and the joy on his face grew even more intense. I didn't expect there to be such an unexpected surprise. That's right, under the constant baptism of thunder, not only had Thunder Movement 9 Heavens reached the minor completion realm. Su Qing's Chaos Divine Demon body had also absorbed a lot of power, making great progress.
Of course, it was still a long way from major completion.
But even so, Su Qing's combat power had indeed increased several times. At this moment, Su Qing was confident in dealing with Li Lan and Mo Zhang.
You two old bastards, let's see what my results from these days of cultivation can do.
Su Qing's gaze swept over the two, then he snorted coldly and charged forward.
Come and fight.
Li Lan and Mo Zhang were naturally delighted at this and approached actively.
Are you afraid of me?
The two surrounded Su Qing in a pincer formation, not allowing him the chance to continue rushing into the thunder. Little did they know, Su Qing had no such intention. He didn't even use his mysterious skills and directly charged towards Li Lan first. With his right fist clenched, he struck forward, and the Chaos Divine Demon body began to operate.
Looking for death. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lan's face.
Earlier, Su Qing's cultivation was weaker than theirs, and when facing their attacks, he could only keep retreating. But now, Su Qing was actively coming at him, so Li Lan would never let this opportunity slip. His dry palm, filled with fiery spiritual power, reached out to grab Su Qing. He wanted to take Su Qing down in one move and leave this desolate place. The punch and palm collided rapidly, and Li Lan's smile froze. A huge force came, and the hand that was grabbing Su Qing's fist trembled violently, being directly knocked away. But Su Qing was relentless, continuing his attack and aiming a punch directly at Li Lan's head. Li Lan immediately reacted and dodged, barely avoiding the edge of the punch.
Damn it, this kid's body has become stronger again.
Li Lan gritted his teeth, his face nearly turning black.
Mo Zhang, seeing Li Lan suffer a loss, immediately joined the attack.
But Su Qing didn't look back. He turned into a streak of silver light and instantly flashed 1,000 meters away. With the minor completion of Thunder Movement 9 Heavens, not only did his speed improve, but he also gained another characteristic.
That was unparalleled offensive power.
Just now, when Su Qing clashed with Li Lan, he clearly sensed that his attack was accompanied by the power of thunder. It was this thunder power that filled the gap in his cultivation, forcibly knocking back Li Lan's suppression. Because of this, even if Li Lan and Mo Zhang teamed up, Su Qing was no longer afraid.
He sneered and once again took the initiative to strike.
Don't confront him head-on, use your mysterious skills. Li Lan's voice was low as he warned, but before the two could react, Su Qing had already closed in. The speed of Thunder Movement 9 Heavens was simply too fast. Even with the earlier Thunder Movement 9 Heavens, Li Lan and Mo Zhang had been unable to catch up, let alone now. They watched as the silver-white figure appeared in front of them. Both of them had their pupils slightly contracted. Then, what awaited them was a fist filled with endless power and aggression. This time, the battle had been reversed. Su Qing, fighting alone against two, was completely unshaken. Great Buddha palm. After a series of exchanges, Su Qing seized the moment and used Thunderous 9 Heavens, instantly closing the distance to Li Lan. With a thunderous palm, Li Lan barely had time to cross his hands in front of his chest before being struck heavily. Crack! After the crisp sound, Li Lan was sent flying. His crossed arms twisted slightly, clearly broken by Su Qing's terrifying blow. Both arms were temporarily unusable, and Li Lan suffered a heavy blow once again.
Su Qing's pressure dramatically lessened. Damn.
Li Lan, with a face full of rage, forced his arms straight despite the excruciating pain. However, the shattered bones could not heal in time, and his combat power instantly dropped by more than half. In the ensuing battle, Mo Zhang naturally became a support for output, while Li Lan could only use mystical techniques to interfere from a distance.
Su Qing, however, didn't bother with Li Lan and instead stared deeply at Mo Zhang.
At the same time, no longer fighting barehanded, Su Qing reached out with one hand, and the Pancher Long Break Heaven Spear flashed into existence. With the weapon's power boosting his offense, the force of his attacks rose again, and Mo Zhang, whose cultivation was weaker than Li Lan's, could only retreat step by step. As time passed, the restraints within the burial god ground grew stronger, suppressing Li Lan and Mo Zhang even more. Even Li Lan felt a hint of unease in his heart.
Stop wasting time, finish it quickly.
Use your trump card directly. Li Lan transmitted his voice, but before he could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted.
Be careful. Behind Mo Zhang, Su Qing's figure had appeared there without him noticing.
With the long spear raised high, the tip still gleaming with a faint silver light. The intense sense of danger caused Mo Zhang to instinctively try to dodge, but he was still a step too slow.
Put.
Just like with Li Lan earlier, the Pancher Long Break Heaven Spear pierced Mo Zhang's chest, splashing a bright red flower of blood.
Die.
Su Qing's voice sounded like the arrival of death, and then his power surged, crushing Mo Zhang's heart directly.
Mo Zhang's body fell weakly, crashing to the ground. Su Qing's former master, Mo Zhang, fell.
The sound of Mo Zhang's body hitting the ground woke Li Lan, who had been stunned. He still held out his hand, his face full of disbelief, which grew more intense. For the first time, a hint of regret appeared in Li Lan's heart. All along, it was his overconfidence, believing that the two of them would definitely be able to defeat Su Qing. However, during the pursuit, Su Qing kept turning the tide with new tricks, shocking him again and again. A heaven-defying constitution, strange and mysterious secret techniques, and the power of thunder to cultivate. Any one of these things would be beyond the reach of ordinary people. Not to mention ordinary people, even Li Lan, the great elder of Qingxian sect, could not have any of them, yet Su Qing had them all, and everything had completely surprised him. In just a few days since their last battle, Su Qing, even under their combined attack, had managed to kill one of them. For a moment, a trace of retreat rose in Li Lan's heart.
Next, it's your turn.
Su Qing raised his long spear, its tip pointing directly at Li Lan, with killing intent flickering in his eyes. If he could take Li Lan down as well, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Qingxian sect. It would be a great opportunity to weaken Qingxian sect's power, and naturally, Su Qing wanted to try. Su Qing, don't get too smug, the sect will not let you go. Seeing that Su Qing was about to strike again, Li Lan showed no hesitation, dodging and rushing towards the direction he came from, leaving behind a harsh threat. His figure flickered as he moved. He opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, which turned into streams of blood energy, enveloping his entire body. Immediately, his speed doubled, and his whole body almost turned into a blood-red streak of light, flashing away.
This guy.
Just as Su Qing was about to use the Thunder Movement 9 Heavens to pursue, he suddenly froze. He didn't expect Li Lan to be so cowardly and afraid of death, so decisive, even disregarding Mo Zhang's corpse. If Li Lan had still wanted to fight with him, Su Qing would have had a 70% chance of leaving him here for good.
But Li Lan didn't give him the chance.
Su Qing deeply looked in the direction where Li Lan disappeared, but he didn't chase. He knew in his heart that no matter how much he used Thunder Movement 9 Heavens, reaching the small success realm, he would still be unable to catch up to Li Lan. After all, Li Lan, as the Grand Elder of the sect, had a strong foundation in the Cave Heaven realm. Not to mention that Li Lan had even burned his essence blood, making his speed increase several times.
Moreover, there were dangers everywhere in the burial godland, and Su Qing didn't want to accidentally follow Li Lan into a dead zone.
Even if he regretted it later, it would be too late. Now that Mo Zhang had fallen and Li Lan had fled, the crisis Su Qing was facing had been resolved. He finally had some time to recover and rest. Su Qing didn't stay here any longer but instead walked toward the outer area of the Thunderland. He found a safe place and prepared to recover. Over these past few days, he had been constantly refining his body with the power of thunder, and along with the battles with Li Lan and Mo Zhang, he had no time to tend to his injuries. On the surface, he seemed fine, but in reality, he was almost at his limit. Now that he had some free time, he naturally needed to rest and avoid leaving hidden injuries.
Who?
After sitting cross-legged, Su Qing let out a long breath of turbid air.
System, check-in.
After sitting down, Su Qing immediately proceeded with the check-in. The past few days, either he was absorbing the thunder, or he was on the way to find it, while also guarding against attacks from Li Lan and Mo Zhang, so he didn't have the time to check in, wasting several opportunities.
Just thinking about it, Su Qing felt heartache.
Missing several check-ins meant missing out on several chances to obtain treasures. Now that he had free time, he couldn't waste it. Check-in successful, congratulations to the host for receiving the Law of Thunder.
Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Su Qing's face revealed a deep sense of joy.
It seemed his luck was pretty good, directly obtaining a law power.
It seems the heavens are helping me.
I just absorbed the thunder power and then checked in to receive the law of thunder. By absorbing it here in the Thunderland, I will be able to comprehend it faster and more thoroughly.
Su Cheng nodded in satisfaction, but he wasn't planning to absorb it here.
After all, the law of thunder must be absorbed in the Thunderland to comprehend it thoroughly. Once he reached the transformation realm, he could start comprehending the law and use it to nourish his life spirit palace. Although the power of the law couldn't be used for now, during the comprehension process, it would also provide an opportunity for him to align himself with the heavens and earth. If he successfully comprehended the power of the law, it would be extremely beneficial for him, whether in cultivation or battle. During cultivation, he could absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth more quickly and purer. In battle, he could use the least energy to unleash the strongest combat power.
It could be said that it was beneficial in every way.
After that, Su Cheng sat cross-legged and began to rest and recover. Once he fully recovered, he planned to head to the Thunderland to absorb and comprehend the law of thunder. He could also continue absorbing the thunder power to improve his thunder movement 9 heavens.
Outside the burial godland,
there were still quite a few people holding on to the mentality of waiting to pick up a bargain. In the area closest to the burial godland, a small team of 5 people was wandering nearby.
"Boss, do you think we still have a chance?"
"Yeah, boss, most of the people around have left. The remaining ones are all stronger than us. Even if we find a bargain, we won't catch up with the heat." In the team, 2 younger men quietly spoke.
The big man walking at the front suddenly turned around and glared at them viciously. "What do you know?
The bold eat well, while the timid starve.
Are you willing to just leave like this?"
The 4 shook their heads in unison. If they were willing, they wouldn't be lingering here, they would have already left the god burial land.
"Then that's it?"
The big man didn't say much more, just waved his hand and prepared to continue forward. At that moment, a figure full of blood energy suddenly flashed out.
This not small movement instantly attracted countless wanderers in the area.
They all looked over, ready to take action at any moment. However, when they saw who the person was, their faces showed deep astonishment.
"No, this person is not Su Cheng, but Li Lan, the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect."
Someone shouted out, and everyone confirmed in their hearts. At the same time, they all showed expressions full of horror.
What the hell happened inside the god burial land? Why is Li Lan fleeing so embarrassed? What about Imo Zhang? Didn't they go in as 2? Why did only one come out? Do you think this was all Su Cheng's doing? Countless people were shocked, and they began to speculate.
And with Li Lan's desperate escape, it strongly reinforced their determination to wait here.
Chapter 90, The Withering Life Force.
Su Cheng broke into the god burial land. Not only did he not die, but he also counterattacked many cultivators.
Even the joint pursuit formation by the 2 elders of the Qingxian sect now only had one person left, Imo Zhang. Did he die inside? Most likely, otherwise how could Li Lan come out so embarrassed alone from this god burial land?
It is known that Li Lan is the Grand Elder of the Qingxian sect, with a cultivation level reaching the 3rd level of the Dongtian realm.
Yet he still couldn't stop Su Cheng from massacring and was heavily injured while fleeing.
As soon as this news spread, in just a couple of days, the entire eastern wilderness was already aware. Many forces were continuously shocked. They all started to speculate on how Su Cheng could achieve such feats. It is rumored that Su Cheng possesses an astonishing inheritance and entered the god burial land to gain great opportunities. Moreover, Su Cheng's inheritance is enough to withstand many dangers within the god burial land. Amidst the discussions, Su Cheng became even more prominent once again, drawing everyone's attention. It should be noted that outside the god burial land, Su Cheng was just an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. In such a short time, Su Cheng was able to make powerful figures like Li Lan retreat in failure. This shows just how heaven-defying Su Cheng's inheritance is. Although part of it is due to the god burial land, it is enough to make everyone covet. Outside the god burial land, many forces have quietly begun to observe. The group that originally held the thought of picking up bargains had already retreated a bit, trembling. These are truly powerful forces and top experts. They have already started to consider how to obtain Su Cheng's inheritance once he steps out of the god burial land.
Qingxian sect. Bang! After hearing Li Lan's report, Lin Songhai slammed his palm on the table beside him. Wood chips flew in the hall, and all the elders around lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Li Lan stood alone in the center of the hall, his aura weak and dispirited. This damn little beast! Lin Songhai's anger surged in his eyes. He could never have imagined that after spending such a huge price to hunt down Su Cheng, he would end up suffering greater losses. Even Imo Zhang, the elder in the Dongtian realm, was lost in the god burial land.
Not only that, but Lin Songhai also heard about the movements of many forces in the eastern wilderness. And his greater anger came from this. The Qingxian sect, as one of the 5 great powers of Dongwon, no longer had anyone paying attention to the mysterious bounty order they issued. Li Lan, send someone to guard the outer area of the burial godland, and notify me immediately at the first sign of any movement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Songhai suppressed some of his anger and made a quick decision. Li Lan agreed with a sound and immediately took his leave. Indeed, the mysterious bounty order was tempting, but the inheritance on Su Qing's body was even more alluring. Compared to that shocking inheritance, the bounty order seemed rather unremarkable. Capturing Su Qing could bring immense benefits, but compared to the inheritance, it was no longer worth much.
There was simply no comparison between the two.
Lin Songhai naturally knew this in his heart, but what enraged him was that those people did not fear Qingxian sect, one of the 5 great sects. For a moment, the originally calm Donghuang seemed like boiling water, constantly churning in the dark. At the same time, the long-dormant demon sect became active again. As many sects secretly made preparations, the people of the demon sect rapidly killed the cultivators of the 5 great sects, even arrogantly shouting challenges at them. This caused significant losses for the 5 great sections. Yet, everyone's mind was on Su Qing, and they had no time to deal with the demon sect, allowing it to grow even more rampant.
In the burial godland, Su Qing was still recovering from his injuries.
However, at this moment, he was no longer in the previous secret location, but at the edge of the Thunderland. While recovering, he was also on guard, uncertain when something abnormal might appear within the burial godland. Suddenly, Su Qing opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them, and his aura grew stronger. Strange, it's been very peaceful these past few days, and no strange occurrences have happened. Su Qing murmured as he stood up, his eyes showing a trace of confusion.
Could it be because of the Thunderland?
Su Qing shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about why this was happening. The burial godland was far too mysterious, and no matter how much he thought, he couldn't understand it.
System, sign in.
Su Qing spoke again, and with a ding sound, a deep blue pill appeared in his hand.
3-pattern Thunder Heart Pill, containing subtle thunderous power within, used for tempering the body.
The rewards from signing in these past few days have started to get worse.
Su Qing shook his head helplessly and casually put the pill away.
Right now, he was near the Thunderland and could enter at any time to refine himself with its thunder.
Why would he need this pill?
However, Su Qing had no intention of leaving, he planned to stay for a while longer. After finally having the opportunity to freely use the thunder, Su Qing naturally wouldn't give up such a great chance. The thunder here could not only help him cultivate the thunder movement of 9 heavens but also temper his physical body.
Let's continue.
Su Qing's voice fell, and he vanished again, landing in the Thunderland. It seemed that the thunder had sensed his presence, as a thundercloud immediately formed above Su Qing's head.
Boom!
A flash of silver light passed by, and a wild bolt of lightning struck down.
Su Qing stood perfectly still, enduring the lightning strike.
This time, his expression was extremely calm, no longer filled with the pain from before. After continuous tempering, Su Qing's resistance to the thunderous power had become incredibly strong. When the thunderous power completely entered his body, Su Qing immediately sat cross-legged, starting to absorb the energy within. His mind was almost entirely focused on the thunder movement of 9 heavens, and he no longer needed to worry about the chaos demon body. As long as he absorbed the thunderous power, he would naturally progress day by day. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. While in the middle of cultivation, Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes. It seemed that he felt something. Su Qing ran his hand through his long hair and looked ahead, immediately shocked to find that his hair had lost its luster and had become dry and brittle without him noticing. And with the Chaos God demon body protecting him, he could even resist the anomalies in the burial godland, yet now, he could not stop the changes in his hair. It was not just his hair. While cultivating, Su Qing could also sense that his vitality seemed to be affected. The once surging essence energy had unknowingly calmed down over the past few days, no longer as vast as before. His vitality was weakening at an almost imperceptible speed. Even a saint-level cultivation technique and his unparalleled physique could not change this fact.
Burial Godland truly deserves its reputation as an ancient forbidden zone. Only now is it beginning to reveal its true horror. Fortunately, I've been tempering my body these past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even noticed this subtle change. Su Qing sighed slightly in his heart and withdrew from the Thunder Realm. Right now, he was preparing to leave Burial Godland. Even with his vast life essence, he could not resist this silent erosion. Chapter 91, The Giant Tree in the Mist.
It's just a pity about the boundless thunder power here.
Su Qing shook his head slightly and took one last look at the area covered by countless bolts of lightning.
Within it lay even stronger thunderbolts, but he simply lacked the power to endure them now. Once his strength grew, he would undoubtedly return to this place. Then, without hesitation, Su Qing turned and retraced his steps back the way he came. More than half an hour later, Su Qing was dashing along the road when, before he knew it, thick mist began to rise around him. His face immediately turned wary. This mist was different from the gray fog he had encountered before. It was pure white, and this time, he did not feel that nameless rage surging in his heart. In Burial Godland, any anomaly could not be taken lightly, but Su Qing had no choice. This was the only way back, and all around him was a vast expanse of white mist. However, after walking for about the time it took for a single incense stick to burn, his expression changed. Not only had he lost his sense of direction, but he also felt his vitality draining at a rate more than 10 times faster than before. In just a short moment, his face turned deathly pale, and his hair withered like dry straw. His skin was covered in wrinkles, and he looked like an old man nearing the end of his life. Damn it, what the hell is this mist? The moment Su Qing sensed his vitality draining faster, he had already begun retreating. But after withdrawing for a full 15 minutes, he was still trapped in the boundless mist. It was as if his escape route had vanished entirely. Am I really going to die here so inexplicably? The thought sent a violent shock through his heart, but in the next instant, an unyielding will surged within him. No! He absolutely could not die here. The Qingxian sect had not yet fallen, and his deep hatred had yet to be avenged. How could he give up now? He calmed his mind, pushed his Chaos God demon body to the limit, and a stream of pitch-black energy surged out from his body, slowly encircling him. Yet, it could only barely slow down the loss of his vitality. No matter what Su Qing did, he could not stop the erosion of his life essence. Just as he was about to despair, a strange pull suddenly emerged in his heart. He had no time to think and quickly moved in the direction of that pull. Just as his vision grew hazier, he stumbled forward and fell into a spring of water. The water surged over him, swallowing him whole. But in the very next moment, an incredibly rich vitality flooded his body, restoring his nearly dried-up life force. The feeling of coming back from the brink of death was so euphoric that Su Qing almost let out a moan of relief. After waiting for a moment, he sat down cross-legged and began absorbing the life force to restore himself. A full hour passed before Su Qing finally recovered his energy, once again full of life and vigor. And he finally had the time to examine his surroundings. He was now in a spring of water that could only fit 3 people, and outside the spring, the place was still shrouded in a vast, white mist. However, vaguely, Su Qing could see what seemed to be a towering tree not far from him. There were several glowing clusters on the tree, but he could not clearly see what they were. Shaking his head slightly, Su Qing withdrew his gaze and began to look around. What he was certain of was that, after the life force began to drain, the burial of gods had undergone changes that Su Qing did not know about. This caused the mist to appear on the way back, leading him to a new area. And this mist could even accelerate the consumption of his life force. After a slight hesitation, Su Qing stood up and took a step forward. But in just a dozen breaths, Su Qing retracted his foot. In such a short time, the life force he had just replenished was actually devoured by a large portion. So relying on his own strength to leave here seemed unrealistic. But the problem was, Su Qing still didn't know the way to leave. This was the most troublesome part for him. The life force of this spring is not infinite. If I count in terms of replenishing my life force, it can only replenish 2 to 3 times before it will be depleted. So I have to take a risk. Su Qing took a deep breath, and a sense of urgency rose in his heart. He decided to take the risk and venture out to find a way out, or else staying here would be waiting for death. But in order to return in time to replenish his life force, Su Qing decided to move in only one direction. For the first time, Su Qing ventured forward for a quarter of an hour before returning in time. Even so, the life force in his body was almost completely drained, and he almost lost consciousness. It was only after another hour or so that Su Qing fully recovered. But he dared not act rashly again, because the power in the spring was only enough for him to fully recover once before it would be exhausted. However, just when Su Qing's life force had drained halfway, he sensed the same mysterious attraction from before. As Su Qing searched with his gaze, it fixed on the towering tree. That inexplicable pulling force seemed to be coming from that tree. Su Qing glanced at the spring beneath him, then looked at the 9 glowing dots that shone like the sun. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the spring again. Using the thunderbolt of 9 heavens, Su Qing's figure almost turned into a streak of light, shooting forward. The shadow that seemed to be right in front of him was very far away, and as he moved forward, he could only see the shadow growing larger. Finally, when Su Qing's life essence was half depleted and he was about to turn back, his expression suddenly shook. This was because the mist surrounding him had, at some point, completely dissipated. And in front of him, a vast primordial forest had appeared. At the center of this forest was the shadow of the towering tree he had seen earlier. The 9 glowing points, like great suns, were fruits on the towering tree. Hiss! Su Qing sharply inhaled. The height of this giant tree was at least 100 zhang, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Its entire body exuded an ancient aura. As soon as he arrived here, Su Qing immediately sensed that the mysterious desire he had felt earlier was coming from the 9 mysterious, unknown fruits on the towering tree. Gulu! Su Qing swallowed, the sense of desire in his heart growing stronger. Even his chaos demon god body was trembling slightly. In the end, Su Qing could no longer resist the desire in his heart and began to walk toward the towering tree. Along the way, his face was full of vigilance as he scanned his surroundings. In the seemingly primitive jungle, there was not a single sound of insects chirping or roaring.
Not to mention any danger.
All the way to the giant tree, Su Qing no longer hesitated and began to climb along the huge vine that twisted like a coiling dragon. Like an agile monkey, in just a few moves, he plucked all 9 mysterious unknown fruits. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to howl instantly, forming a huge funnel that completely poured into the 9 mysterious unknown fruits. The glow on their surface began to converge, gradually forming a pale pink fruit pulp, quietly lying in Su Qing's hand. As the glow disappeared, the desire in Su Qing's heart inexplicably faded away.
This is really strange.
Su Cheng frowned and examined the fruit in his hand, his eyes filled with hesitation. Originally, he wanted to swallow it without thinking, but after seeing this scene, he hesitated and didn't dare to eat it. That inexplicable sense of desire seemed to have purposely lured him here and made him pick it.
Chapter 92, Ancient Fierce Beast?
Leaving the burial ground of gods. But no matter what was on his mind, Su Qing still decided to put the mysterious unknown fruit away. As for whether to swallow it, he would still wait and see. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he chose not to go deeper but retreated instead. As everyone knows, there are usually fierce guardian beasts near heavenly spiritual objects. This place should be no exception, but for some unknown reason, nothing had appeared. Perhaps they were in a deep sleep, or for other reasons, but if they were accidentally awakened, Su Qing would not be their match. After retreating to the previous area, the mist outside had unexpectedly thickened again. Su Qing's life force was almost like being siphoned away, continuously draining from him. His face changed drastically, and according to the original route, it was impossible to return to the spring. Realizing this, Su Qing stopped hesitating and activated Thunderous 9 Heavens to its utmost limit. However, he was horrified to find that the more spiritual power he lost, the faster his life force was also being drained. After just 2 flashes, the life force, which had been more than half remaining, suddenly plummeted.
No, I can't wait any longer.
Su Qing stopped and pulled out the mysterious unknown fruit he had previously put away, shoving it into his mouth. The pale pink spiritual fruit melted instantly upon entry, transforming into pure energy that surged into his body, rampaging through his meridians.
Su Qing immediately sat cross-legged, using the Chaos Divine Demon body to suppress this power and refine it.
During this process, Su Qing was amazed to find that the life force he had lost had actually formed a net-like structure, following the outer layer of the white mist and being swallowed deep into the burial ground of gods. But as Su Qing continued to refine the power within his body, the speed at which his life force was draining began to slow down.
This is the origin lock?
Su Qing's expression froze because he realized that the energy within the mysterious unknown fruit had turned into golden chains, locking his life essence, spiritual power, and origin. However, these golden chains were still very weak and could not fully lock his life force. Thinking of this, Su Qing stopped hesitating and took out 3 more mysterious unknown fruits, stuffing them all into his mouth. The previously weak golden chains in his body, which seemed ready to break at any moment, became more solid. Moreover, the surplus power replenished the life force that had been siphoned away. Additionally, under the cleansing of this power, Su Qing felt as though his Chaos Divine Demon body had been fully activated.
Vague roars of divine demons echoed in his mind.
This feeling of comfort almost made Su Qing lose himself. Not knowing how long had passed, his mind, in a daze, suddenly snapped awake. At some point, the mist around him had completely dispersed. And the towering tree that had been nearby had also disappeared without him noticing.
Even the ancient forest has vanished without a trace.
If it weren't for the changes happening within him, Su Qing would have thought he was still dreaming. So, that spiritual spring must have also disappeared. Su Qing scanned his surroundings, realizing he was likely in the same spot shortly after entering the god burial ground. This area felt familiar to him, and he knew the way out.
How strange.
Su Qing scratched his head, murmuring. But since this was the god burial ground, he felt it was reasonable to encounter unusual situations. Never mind, I should leave the god burial ground first. After experiencing the oddity of the place, Su Qing was naturally unwilling to linger. The previous feeling of lifelessness still lingered in his heart, never fading away. Boom! At that moment, the entire god burial ground suddenly began to tremble.
The violent shaking almost made Su Qing lose his balance.
Roar! A roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth erupted from behind him. Instinctively, Su Qing turned around, and in his sight, a terrifying figure rose into the air as if it wanted to cover the sky. That figure had 9 wings behind it, swirling with purple-black light. Its head was covered in scales, raised high, with sharp eyes staring at the sky. Su Qing's expression momentarily went blank, and then he felt an overwhelming pressure crashing down on him, nearly making him fall to the ground. Fortunately, the chaotic demon body erupted on its own, releasing an aura like chaos and demonic energy that resisted the pressure. However, the next moment, a look of horror appeared in Su Qing's eyes. At this time, the gigantic figure in the air slowly lowered its head, its sharp gaze fixing on Su Qing. In that instant, Su Qing's body tensed up, and he felt an inexplicable force that nearly tore him apart. The roar of the demon awakened Su Qing from the depths of fear. Before he could make any move, the massive figure in the air suddenly shattered into countless specks of light.
Su Qing's previously restricted movements were instantly restored.
His eyes widened in shock, realizing that the massive figure was not a solid entity. It was merely an illusion triggered by the awakening of an unknown beast deep within the god burial ground.
But even just an illusion was so terrifying, what kind of scene would it be if the real body appeared? Was it possibly an ancient beast that had been sleeping since who knows when?
Su Qing couldn't bother with such thoughts, activating thunder movement to dash toward the exit of the god burial ground. Soon, he encountered no crisis and arrived at the spot where he entered the god burial ground. It was still that familiar ravine. Su Qing sighed in his heart and without any hesitation, took a leap forward. As soon as he stepped out, Su Qing sensed numerous fluctuations of breath nearby, lurking around him. But Su Qing ignored them, intending to leave this place first. However, his previously tense nerves relaxed slightly. Before he could decide where to go next, while he was deep in thought, a chilling killing intent blossomed from behind. Su Qing's expression suddenly trembled, and instinctively bent down, using his hands on the ground to push off and dodge sideways. At the same time, a dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly appeared from the air. If he hadn't reacted in time, the dagger would have pierced through Su Qing's head.
Who is it? Come out.
Su Qing's eyes were icy cold, and the chaotic demon body quickly circulated, sending thick spiritual energy rippling around him.
With a series of sounds, dark hooded figures suddenly appeared all around.